Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The calm before the Expo. When Anton saw the news about Tony Stark, he wasn't surprised. Everything was unfolding exactly as he'd anticipated. With Iron Man 2 now behind them, Anton estimated that the Battle of New York was just 6 months away. The gears of destiny were already in motion. S.H.I.E.L.D. was involved now, which meant things were only going to get worse. Unless they somehow miraculously fixed everything, a laughable idea, that timeline was locked in. Still, Anton pushed those thoughts aside and refocused on the footage in front of him. The attacker in Monaco was Ivan Vanko, Whiplash, no mystery there. A rare technical genius, Vanko had reverse-engineered the arc reactor using stolen schematics left behind by his father, Anton Vanko Sr. The result was a crude but deadly Whiplash-powered suit that earned him his alias. But Anton didn't care much about Vanko himself. What caught him completely off guard was Tony's response. It wasn't just Iron Man armor. It was a transformation. A true mechanical metamorphosis. Tony's R8 had literally transformed into a humanoid mech on the track, fluid, seamless, and entirely unexpected. It reminded Anton of the Autobots. He rewatched the footage, this time pausing and analyzing each frame. The design, the transformation speed, even the materials, everything hinted at one thing: alien tech. Of course, Anton murmured, his eyes narrowing. It's the Decepticon remnants from Hoover Dam. After the battle at the dam, the wreckage had remained. Megatron's shattered body, twisted fragments of Decepticons, and bits of alien tech beyond modern science. The US had been studying Megatron since the 80s and still hadn't managed to replicate his tech fully.
But Tony Stark?
With his military connections and access to classified materials? He might have succeeded where governments failed. That explained the transformation.
The sleekness. The leap in design.
Tony hadn't invented it alone.
He'd adapted it.
Anton leaned back in his chair, watching the footage loop silently on the screen. It all made sense now.
Director. Ready.
A voice snapped him back to reality. All right, Anton said, rising from his seat. Let's roll. The Monaco attack quickly became the biggest story on the planet. But it wasn't Ivan Vanko that captivated the world, it was Tony's new mech. Americans, especially, were obsessed. The fusion of car and combat hit all the right notes: machine, power, spectacle. It was the dream toy for every grown-up kid. Audi's PR team couldn't believe their luck. The upcoming Stark Expo in New York suddenly became the event to watch. Everyone knew Tony wouldn't resist showing off his latest tech. A transforming car armor hybrid? He'd definitely be flaunting it on stage. And they weren't wrong. Though secretly battling palladium poisoning, Tony was planning the Expo as a grand farewell.
A final showstopper.
One last spark before the lights went out. That was until he received a message: his father's legacy, an inheritance of knowledge that would change everything. Back in Monaco, the details of the attack slowly faded from the headlines. The world cared little for Ivan Vanko. He tried to kill Tony Stark and got steamrolled by a giant mech for his trouble. He ended up bloodied and broken, his primitive armor in pieces. Several ribs were shattered, his helmet split down the middle. Had it not been for the few $1,000s he spent cobbling together that gear, he would have died on the spot. Now, Ivan sat in a US prison cell, a twisted icon of failed vengeance. But interest in him wasn't gone.
Far from it.
His technology, even crude, represented a breakthrough. A private citizen building an arc reactor? That turned heads. Scientists, engineers, and corporations scrambled to contact him. The one who moved fastest?
Justin Hammer. For Hammer, this was personal.
Stark Industries had always overshadowed him, and Vanko's tech represented a golden ticket, a shortcut to catching up. He didn't care about Vanko's vendetta. All he wanted was the arc reactor. And he would stop at nothing to get it. Anton, of course, was aware of all of this. But he had bigger things on his plate, like finishing Wonder Woman. The outdoor shoots were done, and now it was down to indoor scenes and post-production.
A smoother ride.
Quentin Baker, his trusted special effects lead, had things under control. After quitting Stark Industries, Quentin had joined DC and, with Anton's backing, founded his own studio. From a disgruntled techie to Hollywood's rising effects genius, Quentin had come a long way. His studio was racking up awards, and his research into holographic tech was drawing attention from scientists across the world. He wasn't the same awkward kid who once stole glasses in high school.
He had found his path.
As filming neared completion, Anton received an invitation from none other than Tony Stark himself.
A sleek envelope.
Silver embossing.
Formal flair.
You're invited to the Stark Expo. Tony had been watching Anton's films. He admired the director's work and wanted him at the event, perhaps as a guest, perhaps as an ally.
Anton smirked. He accepted.
But he wasn't going to admire the tech. He was going to watch Tony Stark get his ass kicked. Even with the timeline shifting, Anton knew the story arc. He could already imagine the spectacle, the chaos, the memes. Oh, the Daily Bugle headlines he could write. He'd take a few candid shots of Tony getting knocked around, publish them the next morning with biting sarcasm, and let the world eat it up. That's how headlines were made. Pleased, Anton handed control of the shoot to his assistant director and caught the next flight to New York, calm, prepared, and slightly amused. The Stark Expo was about to begin. And Anton wasn't just attending. He was documenting history. Arrival in New York. Anton stepped out of the bustling New York airport, his coat fluttering slightly in the early evening breeze. Waiting by the curb was his nominal assistant, Betty, already holding the car door open for him. As they settled into the sleek black vehicle, Anton leaned back into the seat and asked calmly, "What's the latest from DC?" Betty, always prepared, flipped through her tablet. The Flash TV series just aired its 4th episode. It's averaging a 1.1 rating, ranking 6th in its time slot. Not quite in the spotlight, but far above the network's renewal threshold. Audience reception's promising, 66% positive, 14% neutral, 20% negative.
She paused for effect.
Wonder Woman's Easter egg in the first episode generated a lot of buzz. Fans are hyped and already speculating your next move. It wasn't record-breaking, but it was solid, exactly what Anton had projected. In a previous timeline, The Flash had launched with a splashy 1.9 rating on the CW before settling into the low ones. It had its ups and downs, but never cracked a 2. Now, with steady ratings hovering above 1.0, more than 2 million people were tuning in each week in the US alone. His system panel confirmed it. Flash's fan value had surged from 3 million to 8 million since the premiere. If things continued, Anton estimated the total fanbase would hit 15 million by season's end.
12 episodes. 3 months of airtime.
Practically the same cycle as shooting a full-length movie, only this time, the returns were compounding. Wonder Woman's fan value is at 5.5 million, Betty added. The cameo and cross-promotion helped a lot.
Anton nodded.
That cameo had been more than a tease, it was a seed. A Wonder Woman, Flash crossover episode was in development. Not a blink-and-you-miss-it moment, but a full-fledged team-up. A soft launch into the cinematic universe. His marketing roadmap was clear. Build Wonder Woman to 10 million fans by the time her film dropped. That number would be the threshold for blockbuster status.
The film's nearly done, Anton said.
Have Jim prep the first batch of marketing materials. Let's begin the formal push. Understood, Betty replied with a nod. Next stop, Wayne Enterprises. Anton closed his eyes, the hum of the city fading into the background as they drove. Wayne Enterprises, New York. The building had changed. It bore the same name, but its soul was different. The once Gotham-centric Titan had been reborn, relocated, refitted, and refocused for a broader stage. Anton stepped out of the car and was met by the woman at the reception. Without needing a word, she opened the doors to the top floor. Inside the luxurious modern office, an old man sat behind a polished desk. A tailored suit, cigar in hand, and that familiar smirk.
Jonah Jameson. Sharp as ever.
The type of man who wore authority like a crown and arrogance like cologne.
Anton.
How's the movie coming? He boomed, not rising, not surprised. We're gonna make a fortune. Anton cracked a small smile.
Same here.
Jameson gestured broadly. Our solution's one of a kind. We don't need ads, our patients are walking testimonials. Anton remained measured. It's only the beginning. Jameson leaned forward, his eyes gleaming. I've already negotiated with Vice President Rodriguez. When the time's right, he'll open the door to the military. And with Secretary Keller backing us, we're primed to secure defense contracts.
His tone sharpened.
But what about the tech you promised?
Anton didn't flinch.
Tech isn't the issue. But we can't fixate on military contracts alone. The real opportunity lies beyond Middle East, Africa. Untapped gold mines. Jameson nodded confidently. Already in motion. I've made contact with the Continental Hotel. Batman's allies. They're on board.
Anton froze. The Continental. The High Table.
He hadn't authorized that. And yet, the old man had done it anyway. He stared at Jameson, who returned the gaze coolly, as if daring him to object. I know what I'm doing, Jameson said, exhaling smoke.
You told me who you were, Batman.
The Continental was the first to come knocking.
We've made peace.
Now it's time to use that leverage. Anton exhaled slowly. Fine. I'll leave the company to you. He didn't fully trust it. But Norman Osborn had warned him once. Jonah Jameson wasn't just a loudmouth editor. He was a strategist in a wolf's skin. Maybe he did have some twisted sense of justice. But in this world, justice wasn't idealism, it was survival. And so far, Jameson had played the long game well. Wayne Enterprises was evolving. Under Jameson's guidance, it was slipping seamlessly into Batman's shadow, filling the power vacuum in the underground world and rising as a new global force. Anton reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small USB drive. This is everything, he said, placing it on the desk. Extraterrestrial energy weapons. Adapted from off-world tech. Enough to shake hands with the military and the high table alike. Jameson's eyes glittered. Didn't expect this so soon. I wasn't going to hand it over yet, Anton admitted. But the company's moving faster than expected. And I won't be focusing on it anymore. It's yours now. Jameson pocketed the drive, then leaned back with a smirk.
Perfect timing.
The Stark Expo's lighting up the press. Hammer's got a lineup. Osborn's flexing again. And Stark, well, he's back in the spotlight.
Anton arched a brow.
Tempted to watch the show?
Not at all, Jameson snorted.
Let them scrap for scraps. We've got real work to do. This USB? I'm meeting a few players tomorrow. Once deals are done, Wayne Enterprises will move into the vacuum Stark left behind when he bailed on weapons. Anton nodded, stepping toward the door. Good, Jameson said behind him. Now get out. You've got headlines to write.
The next day, evening, the Stark Industry Fair. The Stark Industrial Park in New York was buzzing with life. Located within the city's urban area, this sprawling complex covered over 5,000 acres and boasted tens of thousands of square meters of facilities. Its vast expanse was a testament to Stark Industries' immense wealth. Even after Tony Stark, as Iron Man, announced Stark Industries' withdrawal from the arms trade, the company's stock, which had initially plummeted, had recovered significantly. Everyone knew that while the arms industry had made Stark Industries a fortune, the company's future remained bright under Tony's genius leadership. Many believed that Stark Industries wasn't just surviving, it had the potential to reach new heights. Anton stepped into the industrial park, marveling at the massive crowd gathered for the expo. The sheer size of the event exceeded his expectations. So many people, he muttered, visibly surprised. It's said that tens of thousands are here tonight, Eddie, standing beside him, explained. The total crowd might hit a staggering 400,000. They're all here for Tony Stark, Eddie added. Anton scoffed. What's so special about Tony Stark? He's not even as handsome as me. They're here for Tony Stark's R8, came a voice from behind. It was Phil, who had been absent for some time. 80% of the crowd are men, though, so they're probably not here for his looks. Anton rolled his eyes. What's so exciting about a $540,000 R8? He glanced around at the eager faces surrounding him. Bunch of people who've never seen the world. What was that? Eddie asked, not catching Anton's comment. Nothing, Anton replied casually, leading Eddie and the others through the VIP entrance into the expo. Inside, the atmosphere was electric. Technology companies from around the globe had gathered, each showcasing cutting-edge innovations. Booth after booth offered glimpses of the future, making it a haven for tech enthusiasts. At the center of it all was a massive, temporarily vacant stage. This prime space was reserved for only a select few companies: Stark Industries, Oscorp, and Hammer Industries, the expo's key participants. Despite the rivalry between Stark Industries and Hammer Industries, Tony Stark didn't seem to consider Justin Hammer a serious competitor. To Tony, Hammer was more of a nuisance than a threat. It's like an elephant ignoring an ant, Anton muttered. Tony probably thinks stomping on Hammer would be a waste of effort. However, little did Tony know that the ant he dismissed so easily was preparing to challenge the elephant. Soon, the center stage lit up with dazzling lights, signaling the next presentation. To Anton's surprise, Harry Osborn stepped onto the stage. Harry's taking the stage personally? Looks like they're putting a lot of weight on this expo, Anton said, intrigued. Not surprising, Eddie replied. Oscorp's situation hasn't been great lately. Since Norman Osborn's disappearance, the company's faced internal strife. While Justin Hammer's attempted takeover failed, it exposed weaknesses in Oscorp's leadership. And now, Eddie continued, Iron Man's rise and the demand for advanced armor have eaten into Oscorp's arms market share. On top of that, Wayne Enterprises beat them to market with limb regeneration technology, a field Oscorp had been banking on. They're in desperate need of a win to boost stock prices. Anton nodded, absorbing the information. The decline in Oscorp's influence and profitability painted a bleak picture. The armor boom and their failure in limb regeneration technology had left them struggling to compete. Still, Anton's expression remained neutral. This was standard business competition, and he felt no pity for Oscorp. Even if Harry was his friend, Oscorp's financial troubles didn't evoke any sympathy. After all, Harry was still one of the world's richest men. Even without new profits, Oscorp's assets were so vast that Harry could comfortably live off his wealth for lifetimes. It seems they're planning to showcase Oscorp's latest weapons, Eddie observed, eyeing the intricate setup at Oscorp's booth. Anton folded his arms and watched intently. Whatever Oscorp had prepared, it was clear they were betting big on this expo. Phil's eyes widened in shock, his expression a mix of disbelief and alarm. Isn't that a flying skateboard? He exclaimed. How dare Oscorp showcase something like that? Aren't they worried someone might connect it to the true identity of the Green Goblin? A flying skateboard is just a piece of tech, nothing irreplaceable, Anton replied calmly, though his sharp gaze suggested he sensed something unusual. It's probably not the main attraction Oscorp is presenting. More like a side dish. What? Phil blinked in confusion and turned his attention back to Harry, who was still speaking on stage. At that moment, Harry demonstrated the skateboard's capabilities by stepping onto it himself. With a single fluid motion, he soared into the air, performing daring loops and dives that drew gasps and cheers from the crowd. After a brief aerial display, he gracefully landed back on stage, visibly pleased with the audience's awe. With all eyes on him, Harry remained on the floating skateboard, continuing to hover as he spoke. Oscorp has a vision, he declared, his voice firm and confident. If Tony Stark can transform himself into Iron Man, a symbol of justice, then Oscorp can also shoulder the responsibility of upholding justice. Harry raised his hand and pressed a sleek black watch on his wrist. Hiss! In an instant, black metal began covering his entire body. Is that nanotechnology? Anton muttered, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the transformation. The spectacle caught everyone's attention both on stage and off. The audience murmured in amazement, while Tony Stark, hidden in a discreet corner, leaned forward to get a better look. Justin Hammer, who had been impatiently waiting for his turn to present, froze, his smug demeanor faltering. All eyes were locked on Harry as his sleek, black armor glinted under the stage lights. Speculations ran wild. Nanotech armor. The idea sent ripples through the crowd. Oscorp, a company not traditionally known for developing advanced armor, seemed to have taken a bold leap in a completely new direction. Interesting, Tony murmured, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The demonstration reminded him of his Mark V suitcase armor, which suddenly felt embarrassingly outdated. Looks like I'll need to make some upgrades when I get back to the lab. But then, his expression darkened. Wait, something's off, Tony whispered, his eyes narrowing. At the same time, Anton's analytical gaze grew sharper. No, it's not nanotechnology, he said slowly, the realization dawning on him. The armor enveloping Harry's body triggered a sense of familiarity, an unsettling one. Beside him, Eddie Brock visibly tensed. A cold shiver ran down his spine as venom stirred within him, growling a low, instinctive warning. It's not nanotech, Eddie said quietly, his voice heavy with unease. His eyes fixed on Harry, and he added grimly, it's symbiosis. Symbiosis. Hearing this, Anton suddenly realized. Yes, the armor on Harry's body is transformed from a symbiont. Eddie nodded, his face solemn. Venom told me that he smelled the same kind of scent from Harry. That armor may possess all the abilities of a symbiote. Moreover, it feels lifeless, not like a living thing. It seems Osborn has mastered a way to control the symbiote. That's it. It seems Osborn has accomplished what the Life Foundation could not. Anton quickly pieced together the context. He hadn't forgotten that the Life Foundation had been taken over by Osborn Corporation early on. Although SHIELD had intervened after the collapse of the Life Foundation, it was clear that they could only negotiate with Osborn, they couldn't interfere in its specific operations. Experiments on symbionts had continued, moving from an illegal framework to a legitimized, regulated stage. It seemed that, after Osborn acquired the symbiote research, they leveraged their vast talent pool and biotechnology expertise to develop a viable enhancement route. The biological armor Harry displayed on stage was irrefutable evidence. Yes, biological armor. Anton clearly understood what Harry's black armor was. Judging by Harry's calm demeanor, the symbiote had most likely lost its self-awareness, fully transformed into a tool. This biological armor was a weapon forged from the corpse of a symbiont. As a leading corporation, Osborn is committed to taking on greater social responsibilities. It is our duty to maintain peace and social stability. After extensive discussions, we have established a special department. This department will collaborate with the New York Police Task Force. I, Harry Osborn, will serve as both chairman of Osborn Corporation and leader of this special department. Additionally, I will act as a special advisor to the task force, directly involved in its daily operations, much like those turtles everyone loves. After the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles joined the task force, their fame skyrocketed. They quickly gained recognition from New York's citizens, becoming beloved mascots of the city. To honor this, the task force even updated its logo to include a black silhouette resembling the turtles. Of course, that wasn't the main point here. At this moment, Harry hovered in midair, speaking while looking down at the crowd below. However, his posture didn't convey arrogance. His tone was sincere, almost disarmingly so. After a brief pause, without waiting for anyone to respond, Harry continued, in a sense, I will become a new kind of superhero serving the public. But I won't be a vigilante, I'll operate as a police consultant, directly involved in law enforcement. Police consultant, involved in law enforcement. A new superhero. The crowd exchanged looks, their faces full of disbelief. For the first time, they were witnessing the official birth of a superhero at such a formal event. As for Tony Stark, who famously declared himself Iron Man at a press conference, he didn't quite fit this category. Everyone knew the press conference wasn't where Iron Man was truly born. There were photos to prove it. The world generally recognized the street outside Stark Industries headquarters as the birthplace of Iron Man. In those infamous photos, Tony Stark, as Iron Man, was being soundly beaten by the Ironmonger. To this day, many people still kept those iconic front-page shots from the Daily Bugle. They served as cherished mementos, especially among Tony's detractors who enjoyed poking fun at his debut. At the same time, Anton, Tony, Justin Hammer, and others all wore expressions of incredulity, reactions that surpassed mere surprise. Harry had openly announced his new superhero identity, complete with collaboration with the New York Police Department and participation in law enforcement. It was too perfect. In this comparison, the other superheroes seemed insignificant. Only Harry had quietly integrated himself into the regular army. Justin's face twisted with frustration. Of course, he understood why Harry would announce this news so publicly. Wasn't it because Tony Stark's transformation into Iron Man had captivated countless people, driving up Stark Industries' stock and earning the company massive profits? Clearly, Osborn intended to follow the same playbook, launching a superhero as the face of Osborn to grab public attention. Among the available Osborn representatives, Harry was the obvious choice. Justin scanned the audience's reactions, and his expression contorted further. Osborn had clearly succeeded. After today, Osborn Corporation would be under an immense spotlight. Justin couldn't predict everything that would follow, but it was evident that as long as Osborn maintained this level of public interest and Harry upheld his promise to actively enforce law with the New York Police Task Force, cracking down on criminals and amplifying their publicity, Osborn could achieve what Stark Industries had, an unassailable position in the market. At this moment, Justin felt more pressure from Osborn than from Stark Industries. After all, Stark Industries had withdrawn from the arms business. But looking at Harry's approach, Osborn had no intention of stepping back from its weapons business. Instead, they were pushing forward, using a superhero to promote their products to the police, the military, and even the general public. Justin's lips curled into a bitter smile. What a clever move. His gaze grew cold, locking onto Harry on stage, his eyes sharp as knives. You little rabbit. I underestimated you. Anton and Tony also quickly grasped Harry's true intent. Becoming a superhero wasn't about justice or peace, as Harry claimed it was a means to an end. Honestly, when it came to fighting for justice, the only superhero who fit the description was the idealistic and naive Spider-Man. Anton rubbed his chin, revising his impression of Harry. From the early days of the Daily Bugle's coverage to now, in just 6 months, this young man had become shrewd and calculating. It was no wonder Norman Osborn had placed so much confidence in his son when he was in his right mind. Still, if Harry planned to be a superhero, what nickname would he take? It couldn't be the Second Green Goblin, could it? Anton pondered this for a moment. However, Harry didn't announce a superhero name, suggesting he wasn't planning on adopting one for now. Instead, after introducing Osborn's new initiative and his debut as a superhero, Harry shifted the conversation to promoting Osborn's latest technologies and the defense products the company was set to release. The so-called defense products were, of course, munitions. This revelation made Justin's expression darken further. But Justin didn't panic. He forced a grin, one of confidence and defiance. Even if Osborn gains momentum now, in the end, it'll still fall behind Hammer Industries. The future will belong to Hammer. His calm demeanor returned, masking his thoughts. Justin's ace in the hole, after all, was something far beyond anyone's imagination. After Osborn's presentation, everyone agreed it was a worthwhile event. Even Tony Stark's much-anticipated R8 paled in comparison to the moment when the chairman of Osborn made his debut as a hero. This was a trip worth taking. The media at the scene, eager to break tomorrow's news, went into a frenzy. Reporters whipped out their phones, calling their offices with manic urgency. Some would inevitably have to work overtime, despite the late hour. After all, the news that Harry Osborn, chairman of Osborn Corporation, was preparing to follow in Tony Stark's footsteps and debut as a superhero was explosive. The shock value far exceeded Tony's latest armor reveal. Did you get everything? Anton asked, turning to Phil. All of it. Phil nodded excitedly. I'll be staying up late to finalize the draft. This is definitely tomorrow's front page story. Don't be so sure, Anton said with a knowing smile. Even if this news is sensational, the front page tomorrow might not belong to Osborn. What do you mean? Eddie asked, distractedly arguing with venom in his head. Venom, while unsympathetic toward its symbiote kin, felt uneasy. It could sense the danger in humanity's newfound ability to transform symbiotes into tools. Eddie, trying to calm the alien, repeatedly promised he would never subject Venom to such treatment. This managed to soothe it for the moment. Hearing Anton's cryptic remark, Eddie felt a chill of foreboding. Is something else going to happen today? Eddie asked, swallowing nervously. Eddie trusted Anton's predictions implicitly. Since meeting him, every one of Anton's forecasts had come true. Wait and see, Anton replied calmly. Once Osborn is done, it'll be Hammer Industries' turn. Justin's about to take the stage. Eddie's head snapped around, just in time to spot Justin Hammer, chairman of Hammer Industries, striding confidently toward the largest booth at the Stark Expo. Hello, everyone, Justin began with a confident smile. I'm Justin Hammer. He paused, letting the room settle before continuing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you think Osborn will be tomorrow's headline, then I must tell you you're wrong. Very wrong. Eddie and Phil exchanged wide-eyed glances before turning back to Anton, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. Once again, Anton's prediction had been spot on. With just those few words from Justin, it was clear that what followed could rival or even surpass Harry Osborn's superhero announcement. Today, Justin continued, I'm proud to introduce the newest asset to the US military. He gestured toward the platform behind him, the Hammer Iron Soldier. With a dramatic flourish, mechanisms on the stage activated, and the platform slowly rose. Rows of robotic soldiers appeared, their designs reminiscent of Iron Man. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps. Justin proclaimed, pointing to the various models. The 4 branches of the military, united in power. Good grief, Eddie muttered, staring at the rows of robots. On stage, Justin stood tall, beaming with pride, his grin as wide as a chrysanthemum in bloom. Now it was clear where his confidence had come from. Iron Man might be one of a kind, but Hammer Industries had produced more than 20 of these Iron Soldiers. Even if their combat capabilities weren't on par with Iron Man's suit, their sheer numbers posed a serious threat. It wasn't hard to imagine even Tony Stark feeling a pang of dread at the sight of them. If the US military decided to purchase Hammer's Iron Soldiers, these remote-controlled war machines could become one of the most feared weapons in the world. In the audience, several military personnel narrowed their eyes, intrigued. Among them was a high-ranking officer who had been personally invited by Justin Hammer. Although he was prepared for Hammer Industries' technological display, when Hammer revealed the Iron Soldiers, Harry couldn't help but feel both surprised and uneasy. For the general public, the technology demonstrated by Hammer Industries might seem comparable to, or even less impressive than, Osborn's innovations. But for the military, Hammer's technology held immense practical value. If an army of Iron Soldiers could be assembled, it would represent a significant advancement, something the military would undoubtedly desire. Hammer really solved the energy problem of the Steel Soldiers, Eddie muttered, exchanging a glance with Phil. Both men were visibly stunned. They weren't the only ones. Everyone in the audience understood where the real challenge lay. The issue wasn't producing Iron Soldiers, it was finding a way to sustain their energy needs for prolonged combat. Tony Stark, with his exclusive control over arc reactor technology, had maintained a tight grip on this critical component, refusing to share or license it. But now, Hammer had apparently cracked the technology. No wonder Justin Hammer looked so smug. Harry's expression darkened as he took in the scene. Though he had anticipated that Hammer's products might be surprising, he hadn't expected Hammer to unveil functioning Iron Soldiers. This would likely become Hammer's most successful imitation yet, one capable of overshadowing Tony Stark, the original Iron Man, by a significant margin. Unless Tony decided to bring Stark Industries back into the arms industry and reclaim the military contracts from Hammer, Hammer Industries would revel in its triumph for a long time. However, knowing Tony Stark's character and his current convictions, Harry doubted that would happen. Tony was a prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf. Even with his vast fortune, he wouldn't revisit the arms business. Fortunately, Harry thought to himself, I've already positioned myself as a superhero to boost Osborn's stock. At the very least, this move ensured that Osborn wouldn't fall too far behind Hammer. Not far away, Tony Stark sat in a specially reserved section of the auditorium, his expression unreadable. The Iron Soldiers surprised him, but they didn't rattle him. To be honest, even if Hammer Industries had managed to crack arc reactor technology and solve the energy issue, Tony still didn't take Hammer seriously. When Tony had decided to pull Stark Industries out of the arms business, he had prepared himself for this eventuality. While the arc reactor was an advanced piece of technology, Tony knew it wasn't beyond the capabilities of the world's brightest minds to replicate. Still, Tony never underestimated two things, the intelligence of others and his own potential for innovation. On stage, Justin Hammer basked in the moment. Looking at Tony and Harry seated in the audience, he opened his arms dramatically and continued his impassioned speech. This is revolutionary technology. Hammer Industries will reshape the technological landscape of this world. But as Justin spoke, he failed to notice something crucial. One of the Iron Soldiers behind him had quietly rotated its weaponized arm, its barrel pointing at the audience. Most attendees didn't notice the movement either. Those who did dismissed it as part of the presentation, assuming it was a pre-planned performance gimmick. However, Tony and Harry weren't so easily fooled. Their expressions changed, subtle but unmistakable. Anton, Eddie, and Phil, observing from a distance, also noticed the shift. For Eddie and Phil, realization struck like lightning. They suddenly understood what Anton had meant earlier. The Iron Soldiers themselves weren't the big news. The real story, the real danger was the riot about to unfold. After realizing the key issue, Eddie and Phil were short of breath. They looked at each other and instantly displayed expressions of disbelief. Even though they had vaguely guessed the outcome, it was still hard to believe. Could the Iron Soldiers really riot? Justin Hammer might occasionally be a little foolish, but he wasn't an idiot. In fact, he could even be considered a rare wise man in certain circumstances. How could someone like him jeopardize his future by doing something so reckless? As they watched the Iron Soldiers behind Justin Hammer adjusting their barrel centers, forming a ready-to-fire stance, Eddie and Phil were left speechless. This was practically a real trouble. Justin Hammer was about to be hammered to death. Meanwhile, the crowd around the booth erupted in enthusiastic cheers at Justin Hammer's speech. The appearance of the Iron Soldiers was as shocking as Harry Osborn announcing that he would become a superhero to help New Yorkers fight crime. The atmosphere grew electric. The entire Expo had reached another climax. But no one realized a massive crisis was approaching and it had already arrived silently. Do you know why I came to tonight's fair? Suddenly, Anton spoke. A sly smile played on his face as he kept his eyes fixed on Justin Hammer and the Iron Soldiers behind him. Without turning his head, he instantly drew the attention of Eddie and Phil. Why? Eddie and Phil asked simultaneously. They were genuinely curious. I came here just to watch Tony, Anton said with a smirk. The target of the Iron Soldiers isn't anyone else, it's Tony Stark. Don't worry, someone will handle it. Tony Stark. Eddie murmured in surprise. He could tell that Anton knew far more than he was letting on. Exactly, Anton replied, then turned to Phil with a thoughtful expression. Didn't you say you wanted a chance to become famous and make your official debut? This is your moment. Are you interested? Of course I am. Phil's eyes lit up with excitement only to immediately frown. Damn it, I didn't bring my equipment. When Phil first received the Goblin suit, modified from the Green Goblin's design, he would carry it everywhere in his car, ready to spring into action in case of a sudden crisis in New York. It made him feel like his boss, who had transformed into Batman to save the city. But Phil hadn't expected that, except for being sent undercover to the Foot Clan, he would miss every single major crisis in between. A few months ago, Phil's closest opportunity to debut was during the alien invasion of New York. He'd hoped to share the stage with Batman and Iron Man in front of an awestruck crowd. Instead, SHIELD had taken him away, confiscated his equipment, and only released him after the invasion was over. Even the retrieval of his equipment required Anton's intervention with SHIELD to get it back. Unacceptable? Since then, Phil had been disheartened, but he refused to give up. He was determined to find the perfect opportunity to debut in front of New Yorkers. After all, he knew New York was never truly peaceful, and opportunities could arise at any moment. Yet, after waiting several months, not even a ripple of crisis had surfaced in New York. Damn it! Usually, minor robberies were dealt with by Daredevil or Spider-Man. When would it ever be Phil's turn to step in? Frustrated, Phil eventually gave up and left his equipment at home. He hadn't expected that just a few days after leaving it behind, something would happen. Are you kidding me? Phil groaned, almost in tears. Boss, is it too late for me to go back and grab my equipment? Forget it. You'd better just stay here, Anton said with a shake of his head. You were given a chance, but you blew it yourself? The Iron Soldiers are on the move. Anton squinted as he watched the activity on stage. His expression turned slightly serious. Eddie, make sure to take pictures later. Tony Stark getting beaten, now that's front page material for tomorrow. Then, go help evacuate the crowd. Get these people out of here quickly and leave enough space for the Iron Soldiers and Iron Man to fight. Anton, why are the Iron Soldiers rioting? Eddie asked, noticing that Anton seemed to know more than he let on. Justin Hammer isn't dumb enough to cause this, is he? How could it be Justin Hammer? Anton replied, raising an eyebrow. But think about it, how do you suppose Hammer solved the Iron Soldiers' energy problem? With the complexity of the arc reactor's technology, do you really think Hammer cracked it this quickly? You mean, it wasn't Justin Hammer who caused the Iron Soldiers' riot, but the person who broke the arc reactor's technology? Eddie suddenly understood. Beside them, Phil, still feeling downhearted, chose to stay silent. Who is it? Eddie asked, his curiosity growing. Boom! Just as Anton was about to answer, a figure descended from the sky, landing heavily on the platform in front of him. It was a silver-armored figure with a long, slender barrel mounted on its back. From the outside, it looked no different from Iron Man's Mark model armor, but everyone knew the person inside this armor wasn't Tony Stark. Tony was seated in the audience. This is the pilot of our Hammer Industries armor, Justin Hammer announced proudly. Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes of the Air Force. As he spoke, the silver figure and the Iron Soldiers behind it saluted the audience. Under the stage, Tony narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized the armor on Rhodey. He immediately recognized that the internal structure and weapons had been replaced with Hammer's modifications. But, it looked hideous. Tony curled his lips in disdain. Moments later, Justin Hammer continued his presentation. This armor is named War Machine. As the name suggests, it's designed for real combat. It's equipped with Hammer's finest weapons, primarily the armor-piercing X-Wife missiles. Of course, in addition to the armor-piercing model, the ex-wife missiles come in various versions. They're inexpensive, versatile, and boast impressive range, accuracy, and power. No one can ignore the brilliance of Hammer Industries' ex-wife missiles. As Justin spoke, Rhodey, in the armor, suddenly moved. Damn it. Rhodey's face changed inside the suit as he realized he couldn't control the armor. On the virtual screen in front of him, the targeting system had locked onto someone in the audience. This person was all too familiar. Tony. Rhodey was horrified. He quickly used the armor's loudspeaker to shout a warning. The armor is aiming at you, get out of the way, I can't control it. As he spoke, a sleek missile appeared on his shoulder. It was unmistakably the same ex-wife missile that Justin Hammer had just bragged about: cheap, efficient, and unfortunately, impossible to ignore. The war machine piloted by Rhodey went out of control, and its ex-wife missile shifted its aim toward the audience. The situation changed in an instant. The smoke of war seemed to quietly spread through the massive exhibition hall. Click, click. At the same time, the rows of iron soldiers behind Rhodey readied their barrels, all aiming at the audience with intimidating precision. The atmosphere grew tense. Judging by Justin Hammer's stunned expression and Rhodey's anxious warnings, this was no accident. What's happening? How did this happen? Assault! Assault! Get out of here! Move! Someone finally pieced together the danger, and the audience descended into chaos. The iron soldiers and ex-wife missiles that Justin Hammer had proudly flaunted were now threatening the crowd. Who wouldn't be terrified? Over here. Phil, having found a megaphone from who knows where, started directing the scene. Quick, get away from this booth. The iron soldiers are out of control. Out of control. Justin Hammer muttered, completely lost. His confusion quickly turned to fury as he turned to Rhodey. Gritting his teeth, he barked, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes, deactivate the missiles? You're ruining my presentation. I can't. Rhodey retorted, his voice laced with frustration. Hammer, what the hell did you do? I can't control this armor. What? Justin Hammer was dumbfounded. In that moment, the truth dawned on him, something must have gone wrong backstage. Ivan Vanko must be pulling the strings. All his thoughts evaporated. He nearly collapsed on the ground in despair. Ruined? He was completely ruined. The ex-wife missile? Anton sat calmly in his chair, as steady as a mountain. Watching the chaos unfold on stage, he showed no trace of fear. Instead, his expression turned peculiar. Anton. Beside him, Eddie was visibly panicked. In a deep voice, he said, we need to get out of here. The missile is about to launch. Not so fast, Anton said, crossing his legs. Let it launch. I'm curious to see the ex-wife missile's power. What? Eddie's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Anton out of his mind? That was a missile. Even if Anton was Batman, he wasn't wearing his suit or any protective gear. Standing in the open and watching a missile head straight for them, where did he get the confidence? Damn it. On the other side of the hall, Tony Stark frowned as he noticed every single barrel on stage pointing directly at him. Alarmed, he instructed Jarvis to bring the R8 parked nearby while he quickly backed away. Vroom! The car roared to life and sped toward him. But by then, the ex-wife missile mounted on Rhodey's shoulder had already been launched. Help! Damn it, Hammer! I don't want to die yet. The panicked crowd screamed and scattered. The faces of a dozen people near Tony turned pale. Their hearts pounded wildly, legs trembling so much they could barely stand. Some were on the verge of wetting their pants. Boom! The missile launched from Rhodey's shoulder, streaking through the air directly toward Tony. Just then, not far away, Harry Osborn, having just donned his bioarmor and declared himself a superhero, leapt into action on his flying skateboard. He hadn't expected his first act as a superhero to come so soon. Was this fate? As the thought crossed his mind, Harry locked his gaze on the missile hurtling through the air toward Tony. Even in his bioarmor, he had no intention of taking the missile head-on. But there was another way to save Tony's life. Tony, get away. Not far away, Pepper's eyes were filled with panic. Blinded by worry, she not only failed to retreat but also ignored her fear and rushed straight toward Tony. Boom! At the same time, the R8 car mech that many had eagerly anticipated transformed and took off with a deafening roar. Unfortunately, no one paid it any attention at such a critical moment. Everyone was busy running for their lives. In less than half a minute, the central and largest exhibition hall had devolved into complete chaos. At the critical moment, the mech, flying like lightning, finally positioned itself in front of Tony. The fierce wind it generated whipped through the hall, cutting into the faces of those nearby like blades. Pepper also reached Tony's side. His face stern, Tony grabbed Pepper with one sweeping motion, pulling her behind a nearby chair to shield her. Clang! The ex-wife missile streaked toward the R8 mech. Harry arrived at the scene as well. His biological armor morphed into a shield. Seeing the mech in action, he simply stationed himself beside Tony and Pepper, further shielding them with his armor. Thunk! Tink! 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 Under the horrified eyes of the audience, the ex-wife missile fizzled out, firing a dud and then falling harmlessly to the ground. For a moment, the crowd fell silent. The stillness lasted at least 10 seconds. Ha ha! From the corner, Anton's laughter broke the tension. This is the ex-wife missile? Truly cheap and versatile, with excellent range and accuracy. It's just the power that seems to be lacking. Though his voice wasn't loud, in the stunned silence, it reached everyone's ears. Ugh! Justin Hammer was speechless. Finally, he couldn't hold himself together, collapsing to the ground in despair. He sat there, doubting his very existence, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Even the Iron Soldiers and Rhodey's war machine going haywire didn't feel as embarrassing as this misfire. The missile was a project Hammer had spent years perfecting. He'd signed billion-dollar contracts with the US military for it. A failure like this, whether intentional or not, could cost him his largest customer. How could this happen? Ugh. Tony stood, holding Pepper in his arms. His eyes flicked from Justin Hammer, defeated on stage, to Rhodey in his war machine armor. That's it. He spread his hands in mock disbelief. After saying this, he glanced at Harry, standing beside him. His eyes lingered on the biological armor for a moment, confirming that it wasn't nanotech. Tony, I can't control the armor. Rhodey's desperate shout drew his attention back to the stage. Evacuate the crowd. Rhodey yelled through his armor. Someone's controlling it. Who's controlling the armor? Tony scanned the room, his sharp eyes briefly landing on Anton and his group in the corner. Relief flickered through Tony's face. With Anton here, no matter how chaotic things got, Tony knew the situation wouldn't spiral completely out of control. His gaze moved on, analyzing the dud missile and the coordinated movements of the Iron Soldiers behind Rhodey. The enemy was clearly targeting him. Even though he was relieved to see Anton, the weight in his chest hadn't fully lifted. Boom! Suddenly, a violent sonic boom resounded overhead. A streak of light shot through the sky. Like Rhodey's earlier entrance, a mysterious figure in armor descended from above, crashing into the stage with a resounding thud and leaving a deep depression in the floor. This new armor was also silver, but bulkier than standard models. While it couldn't compare to Tony's car mech, it was visibly more imposing than Rhodey's war machine. Damn it! Rhodey glared at the newcomer. You're the one controlling my armor? Who are you? Rhodey's questioning echoed throughout the booth. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere turned solemn. Heads swiveled one by one toward the mysterious man in armor who had suddenly appeared on stage. The man stretched out his hands, and a blue electric whip lashed through the air, crackling with energy. The twin electric whips gave away his identity. Click! The visitor's mask unfolded, revealing a rugged face. His appearance wasn't familiar to the public, but the crowd, eager to dissect the drama, was quick to speculate. Especially Tony Stark. Although the events had deviated slightly from the original timeline, the core of the situation remained unchanged. Ivan Vanko hadn't made his presence known beforehand this time. He revealed himself during the confrontation. Tony's expression darkened as recognition dawned. Then, he sneered. So, it's you? He regarded the man he'd previously left for dead. I was wondering how Hammerco managed to make an arc reactor. Turns out, it's you? And I suppose that missile earlier? That was your handiwork too. Real classy. It's me, Ivan admitted with a laugh. But the missile? That was just a warm-up. Now, it's time for the real fun. Get ready, Stark. Eddie froze when he saw the man's face. Ivan Vanko, he exclaimed. I thought he was dead. Turning to Anton, Eddie lowered his voice. Wait, did you know Ivan was behind this all along? I told you, Anton said, reclining in his chair with an air of indifference. His target is Tony. But why? Eddie asked, baffled. The guy almost died last time. Why would he come back for round 2? What's his deal with Tony Stark? Anton narrowed his eyes, watching the confrontation unfold. This is personal, he explained. Ivan's father was once a key employee of Howard Stark. For reasons unknown, Howard expelled him. When Ivan's father returned to the Soviet Union, his career crumbled. He was never taken seriously and eventually died in obscurity. So Ivan wants revenge for his father. Eddie said, the pieces finally clicking into place. Not just that, Anton added. The arc reactor technology Tony's been using? It originated during Howard Stark's time. Ivan's father was one of the main contributors to the project. While it was never completed, the data remained stored in Stark Industries' computers. That data included Ivan's father's designs and insights. So this really is a feud, Eddie said, taking a deep breath. He turned his attention back to the tense standoff. The scene was growing more intense by the second. Ivan had Rhodey under his control and an army of drone soldiers at his command. Tony's side? Just himself and Harry Osborn, who had recently declared his intention to become a superhero and happened to be there by chance. The odds didn't look good for Tony, but both Anton and Eddie knew one thing: this battle couldn't simply be measured by numbers. Some would watch, and some would fight. No one knew that, at this moment, another figure lurked in the shadows. His hateful gaze was fixed on Harry Osborn, the young man who had just declared himself a superhero amid the tense standoff. His name was Max Dillon, a former electrical engineer. Talented but undervalued, Max had watched as his work Osborn Industries' circuit designs, based on his plans, earned him no recognition or reward. An accident had changed everything. The incident occurred not long ago at Osborn Industries, where Max had fallen into a water tank filled with mutant electric eels. The event should have killed him. Instead, it transformed him into something else, something monstrous and powerful. Yet, instead of recognition or rehabilitation, Osborn Industries attempted to imprison him for experimentation. Max escaped, but the betrayal burned deep. Now, he was filled with anger and a twisted thirst for revenge. When Max learned that Osborn Industries would be attending the Stark Expo, he began preparing for this very moment. He vowed to strike a devastating blow to the company during one of its most public appearances. This was no mere act of revenge, it was a declaration. A new supervillain would emerge from the shadows, and Max would ensure the world took notice. The years of mistreatment and inequity had warped his mind. With his newfound power, Max abandoned his former timid self and resolved to seize control of his destiny. At the Expo, he waited patiently for his chance. When the confrontation between Stark and Ivan Vanko erupted, Max realized this chaos could work to his advantage. Perfect, Max muttered with a sly grin. The more chaotic, the better. Today, New York, and every one of you superheroes will know the name Electro. The tension on stage escalated as the battle began. Boom! Rhodey, piloting the war machine, suddenly shot into the air and charged at Tony. Tony, already suited in his armor, didn't flinch. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air as neither combatant used heat-based weapons. Tony, I can't control the armor. Rhodey shouted, his frustration evident. He's overridden the system. Relax, Tony replied, his voice calm. Jarvis is cracking the program Ivan uploaded into your suit. It's just gonna take a bit of time. Even as he fought Rhodey, Tony kept an eye on Ivan in the distance. Turning to Harry Osborn, he called out, do me a favor, get Pepper out of here. No problem, Harry said, nodding. His gaze briefly swept over Anton and Eddie before returning to the task at hand. Those two didn't seem to need his help. With that thought, Harry grabbed Pepper and helped her onto his flying glider. Just as he began to lift her out of the danger zone, a sudden flash of blue light filled the air. Zap! A bolt of lightning struck with terrifying precision. Boom! Harry was sent flying, disoriented by the sheer force of the electricity. Pepper tumbled from the glider, narrowly avoiding serious injury with only minor scrapes. The audience froze, stunned. From the shadows stepped a man in a baggy gray hoodie and sweatpants. His body emitted a blinding blue glow, arcs of electricity flickering across his skin. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZz. Who's that? Eddie whispered, still in the corner. Who's that? Eddie whispered, still in the corner. He turned to Anton, hoping for an answer. But for once, Anton's expression betrayed confusion. Finally, Eddie muttered, a grin creeping across his face. Something even you don't know. Anton ignored the jab, muttering under his breath. Electro, why the hell is he here? You. Eddie stammered, stunned. Do you know who he is? As a star reporter in New York, Eddie prided himself on being in the know. Few secrets in the city escaped his grasp. But once again, Anton had one-upped him, leaving Eddie both impressed and frustrated. Of course I know, Anton replied casually, unaware of Eddie's inner turmoil. He shot Eddie an enigmatic glance. That's Max Dillon nickname, Electro. He used to work for Osborn Industries. An Osborn employee. Eddie's confusion deepened. Then why is he attacking Harry Osborn? Did he get the wrong guy? I wasn't finished, Anton said, shaking his head. Max Dillon was an electrical engineer at Osborn Industries, but his time there was less than ideal. What happened to him now? His powers, his anger, it's all tied to Osborn. Understand. Another disgruntled employee war, Eddie muttered, unsure of what else to say. Again. Anton paused, his thoughts drifting. The parallels between Max Dillon and Ivan Vanko struck him. Both men's hatred stemmed from their fathers or their own troubled histories with powerful companies. Ivan's vendetta against Tony Stark began with Howard Stark's actions. Now here was Max, another former employee, lashing out at Harry Osborn. Eddie's comment wasn't far off, another employee war indeed. Anton smirked to himself, considering the irony. So that's why Osborn thought it'd be a good idea to turn Harry into a superhero, a PR move to clean up their reputation. It was a bizarre idea, to say the least. Harry's transformation into a superhero wasn't conventional, but neither was Tony Stark's rise to Iron Man. The appearance of Electro, however, made Anton suspect deeper problems within Osborn Industries. Meanwhile, Harry, who had been struck by Max's lightning, staggered to his feet. Thanks to the symbiote that formed his biological armor, the lightning had caused little damage. In fact, Pepper had suffered more harm from her fall than Harry had from the attack. Harry's black symbiotic armor had covered his body completely, including his face. No one could see his expression, but his tone betrayed his calm anticipation of this confrontation. You finally showed up, Harry said, his voice steady as he approached Max. Max's face twisted with hatred. A superhero? You? A representative of a filthy company like Osborn dares to call himself a superhero? Don't think you're Batman. Filthy company. Harry retorted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Stop playing the victim. Max Osborn gave you more than most. You had privileges others could only dream of, and yet you wanted more. Your greed brought you here. Max's anger erupted. You experimented on me? I became this because of Osborn. No, Harry countered coldly. We were going to hand you over to the police and draw a vial of blood for research. You overreacted, killed a security guard, and ran. Everything that's happened to you since then is your own fault. Enough. Max roared, his eyes burning with fury. You and your self-righteous tone make me sick. Today, I'll make sure you die and send you to hell to meet your father. Then you're in for disappointment, Harry shot back. He raised his hand, summoning his fallen glider. With a cold glare, he launched himself at Max. Click, click, lightning crackled across Max's body. As Harry charged, Max didn't flinch. He stepped forward to meet the attack, his body glowing with electric light that cast him as a demonic figure from hell. The sheer intensity of his presence sent shivers through everyone present except Anton. The battle was about to begin. This is getting interesting, Ivan Vanko muttered, his gaze fixed on the unfolding chaos. Though the situation had spiraled beyond his initial plans, his eyes finally locked onto Tony Stark, who was still contending with War Machine. Tony, looks like you've run out of helpers. Ivan taunted. As his words echoed, War Machine opened fire again, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets toward Tony. Da-da-da. Though the missiles had been rendered useless, the machine's ammunition was still plentiful. Piercing bullets accompanied by flashes of fire rained down on Tony like a deadly storm. Tony's expression darkened. He noticed movement. Every steel soldier under Ivan's control was now mobilizing. Damn it, Tony cursed under his breath. He quickly realized that staying put would lead to disaster. These mechanical attackers had to be drawn away. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky, heading toward the small park next to the Expo. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In unison, War Machine, Ivan's upgraded whip armor, and the steel soldiers all took off, pursuing Tony. The battlefield shifted, leaving behind Anton, Eddie, Pepper, Harry Osborn, and the sparring Max Dillon, aka Electro. Pepper finally managed to reach Anton, her face a mix of worry and frustration. Where's Batman? She asked, panting as she came to a halt. Why hasn't he shown up to help? Anton shrugged, spreading his hands. Batman knows what's happening, but come on, this was pretty sudden. The guy's not omnipresent, it takes time to get here. Damn it, Pepper muttered under her breath, anxiety etched across her face. Her worry for Tony, now facing Ivan, War Machine, and the steel soldiers, was palpable. Meanwhile, Eddie watched Harry's battle with Electro. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Anton, this is getting out of hand. I've got to help. Go ahead, Anton said, nodding. Then he turned to Pepper. In that case, I'll get you out of here. What? Don't argue. You'll only get in the way if you stay here, Anton said firmly, grabbing her hand and pulling her away from the scene. As they left, Eddie set down his camera, rolling his shoulders as he loosened up. Seconds later, Venom's black tendrils emerged, enveloping his body. Oh, it's been a while since I've had some fun. Venom growled, his deep, guttural laughter echoing. Now fully transformed, Venom turned to face the battle between Harry and Electro. Sharing Eddie's vision, the symbiote assessed their enemy with cruel amusement. Electro, Venom hissed. I bet his meat tastes pretty good. No seasoning necessary. A few minutes later, Anton and Pepper had reached a more open area. Anton glanced around, his eyes lighting up when he spotted a fire truck parked nearby, a vehicle sent by the New York Fire Department in anticipation of potential emergencies at the Expo. Perfect, Anton said, a plan forming in his mind. What are you doing? Pepper asked, her tone laced with concern as she watched Anton survey the truck. You find a safe spot and stay there, Anton replied. I'm going back to help. Help? How exactly are you going to help? Pepper shot back, incredulous. You're a director, Anton. A glorified showman, just like Tony but without Tony's armor or genius. What can you possibly do? Anton ignored her, heading straight for the fire truck. Pepper's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, are you seriously planning to drive that fire truck back into the fight? Are you trying to get yourself killed? To die? Sitting in the driver's seat, Anton used a few tricks to ignite the fire truck's engine. When he heard Pepper's call from the comms, he rolled his eyes. You don't know anything. Just stay there. Anton didn't bother explaining further. After issuing the command, he slammed the accelerator, the fire truck screeching into a sharp drift before roaring back to where he had come from. Pepper watched the fire truck disappear into the distance, her gaze shifting to the chaotic scene ahead, where the sky lit up like fireworks. Her expression was laced with worry. To her, Anton driving the fire truck back seemed nothing short of suicidal. It made no sense. Still, she couldn't entirely dismiss her concern, even if her instincts told her it was madness. If Anton was hellbent on throwing his life away, all she could do was wish him well. But Tony always came first. Shaking off the distraction, Pepper reached for her phone. Reinforcements had to be called. Now wasn't the time to dwell on Anton's reckless choices. At the Expo, the largest booth, Electro, Harry, and Eddie, who had just transformed into Venom, charged onto the battlefield. The air shimmered with blue light as Electro unleashed his devastating power. Max, aka Electro, was proving far stronger than Harry or Eddie had anticipated. His mutation had turned him into a living capacitor, capable of storing nearly 10 million volts of electricity, far more than 100 pk combined. In essence, Max had become a humanoid power bank, or, more accurately, a human-shaped battery. But even he wasn't without flaws. Like any power source, his energy wasn't limitless. Once depleted, he needed to recharge before continuing to fight. This stored electricity significantly enhanced Max's physical strength and speed. He could unleash devastating electric shockwaves, control any machine reliant on electricity, and even transform into pure current to move through powered devices. This last ability gave him a distinct edge in battle. Moving through charged objects at high speed was akin to the way artificial intelligence exists in networks similar to the villain grid from Justice League or Ultron from Avengers, Age of Ultron. Max could zip through circuits, covering vast distances almost instantly, making him nearly impossible to track. Though not quite as fast as those fictional counterparts, his mobility was still formidable. Crackle! Max dashed into a set of exposed wires, reappearing fully charged and glowing with an intense blue light. Cut off the power nearby, Harry yelled, turning to Eddie. Venom snarled in reply, his face hardening as he recognized the tactic. Harry, familiar with Max's abilities thanks to data collected by Oscorp, explained, he's using the wires to move and recharge. If we don't stop him, we're toast. Harry's knowledge came from a blood sample taken when Oscorp initially captured Max. He had also seen Max escape through a lab socket, disappearing entirely in a flash of light. Max overheard the plan and smirked coldly. You won't get the chance. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a shockwave of electricity. Bolts of lightning shot forward like arrows, targeting Venom as he moved to sever the power. Venom twisted away just in time, narrowly avoiding the deadly charge. Max's voice followed him, filled with venomous rage. Why are you helping Oscorp, Venom? Max sneered. You pretend to be some hero. Is that what Batman taught you? His tone turned accusatory. How can you not know the filth Oscorp hides? The things they've done. Eddie, now fully Venom, didn't bother concealing his identity. His silence only fueled Max's fury as the battle raged on. Moreover, ever since the Life Foundation incident, Eddie's identity had been exposed to a select few. It wasn't exactly a secret. Now, Max had seen Eddie transform into Venom with his own eyes. While Max didn't know Eddie's last name, he was well aware of Venom's identity. Venom, the superhero and official member of Batman's Justice League, was not unfamiliar to him. However, Max's warped mindset left no room for rational thought. Instead, he seethed with rage. You're all the same, he spat. Batman? Superhero? Justice League? What a joke? Dead? You're all dead. With each word, Max's fury mounted, the blue electric arcs around his body crackling louder as the energy within him surged to its peak. At that moment, he looked almost godlike. You're insane, Max. Harry shouted, his voice sharp with exasperation. Then, glancing at Eddie, he spoke firmly. You keep looking for an opening. I'll keep him busy. With that, Harry stepped forward, positioning himself opposite Max. He raised a hand, curling his fingers in a clear taunt. Come on, then. The taunt hit its mark. The unstable Max, incapable of ignoring the provocation, responded immediately. He sent a flurry of electric shockwaves crackling toward Harry. Each bolt was like a streak of blue lightning, raining down in an unrelenting storm. However, despite his rage, Max wasn't entirely reckless. His gaze remained fixed on Venom, who was stealthily moving toward the power switch. Any sign of Venom making contact with it, and Max was ready to abandon Harry to attack him instead. The intense battle dragged on, with neither side gaining a clear upper hand. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of an approaching vehicle broke through the chaos. The three combatants turned toward the noise. A fire truck sped toward them, its siren eerily silent. Max's face remained stoic, but Harry and Eddie exchanged confused glances. Is that Anton? Harry muttered. It was. Anton was at the wheel, driving the fire truck straight onto the battlefield. What the hell is he doing? Eddie hissed. Does he think he's going to take Max out with a fire truck? The fire truck screeched to a halt just short of the group. Boom! The driver's side door slammed shut as Anton casually stepped out. He surveyed the battlefield with disinterest, taking in the shattered booths, the debris-littered ground, and the occasional blue sparks erupting from wires damaged by Max's magnetic field. His gaze landed on Venom and the switch they'd been working toward. He quickly assessed the situation, piecing together Harry and Eddie's plan. It seems I arrived at the perfect time, Anton remarked, strolling to the fire truck's water outlet. With an easy smile, he connected the hose and added, all this trouble to flip a switch? You could have just called me. This guy's no big deal. Max's expression twisted in fury. He could hear the condescension dripping from Anton's tone. Watching Anton move so casually, showing no fear, was an unbearable affront. You think you can deal with me? Max growled, his voice low and venomous. Anton's disrespectful, nonchalant attitude was the ultimate insult. For someone like Max obsessed with his own power, being dismissed was the greatest humiliation of all. Do you want to deal with me? Max growled as the electric currents around his body surged like boiling water. Arcs of electricity crackled and danced across his skin, burning his clothes into tattered strips. Only a pair of trousers remained intact, barely hanging onto his waist, preserving a shred of decency. With just you, he snarled, his twisted face contorted in fury. Gripping his hand into a fist, Max sent a shockwave of electricity shooting forward, like an arrow loosed from a bow, aimed directly at Anton. Anton stood motionless, letting the deadly shockwave rush toward him. Boom! The electric blast roared past, scorching a few strands of hair near Anton's ears. At the same time, the fire truck behind him bore the brunt of the attack. The tires exploded instantly, and the entire vehicle collapsed into a mangled wreck, paralyzed on the spot. Max's face darkened further at the sight. Anton remained unshaken, his expression calm, almost bored. He simply stood there, watching Max's outburst with no trace of fear or concern. This was not the reaction Max had hoped for. He had deliberately avoided striking Anton directly, hoping to see at least a flicker of fear in his eyes. But Anton's unflinching demeanor only enraged him further. Damn it! Damn it! Max roared, his fury spiraling out of control. To Max, Anton's calmness and even his slight smile was the ultimate provocation. You're dead. I'll kill you. Max bellowed. Electricity surged in his palm as he conjured a spear of pure lightning. His eyes burned with murderous intent. This time, there would be no holding back. He raised the lightning spear high, intending to pierce Anton's chest and fry his body until it was nothing more than charred remains. Anton, however, didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, he casually reached for the fire truck's hose. Not far away, Harry and Venom exchanged puzzled looks. Venom seemed as baffled as ever, but Harry's eyes lit up. He understood Anton's plan. Blinded by rage, Max remained oblivious to the danger. With the lightning spear ready, he charged at Anton, already imagining the regret and pain on Anton's face as he struck him down. But Anton calmly released the buckle on the fire hose. Water surged from the nozzle with explosive force, blasting Max squarely in the chest. Zi. Max froze. He realized too late that something was wrong. His body, a living battery capable of generating 10 million volts, had encountered its natural nemesis, water. The circuits in his body shorted out immediately. His lightning spear dissolved into thin air as his body convulsed violently. The shock overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Though his mutant physiology ensured he wouldn't die from the short circuit, the overwhelming flow of water rendered him completely unconscious. Anton turned off the water, neatly coiling the hose before turning back to Harry and Venom. "See? Told you he was easy to deal with," Anton said with a shrug, as if the entire encounter had been nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Harry and Venom stared at him in silence, too stunned to respond. Needless to say, Venom was completely stunned. He hadn't expected that after all the trouble they'd had battling Max, such a difficult opponent could be taken down so effortlessly by Anton with nothing more than a pipe full of water. As for Harry, even though he had an inkling of what Anton intended when he picked up the fire hose, he still didn't anticipate the battle ending in such an anticlimactic manner. "As expected of you," Venom finally said, nodding. A rare expression of admiration flickered across his less than graceful face. Then, he retracted into Eddie's body, revealing Eddie in his place. Harry removed the mask of his biological armor, exposing his true face. Staring at Anton, he gave a small nod of respect, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. As expected of Batman's comrade in arms, he said, regaining his composure and offering genuine praise. The relationship between Anton and Batman had always been shrouded in mystery. Some believed Anton was Batman, while others insisted he was merely an ally. Osborn, as one of the few forces privy to more details, found themselves even more confused the more they learned. Most people no longer thought of Anton as Batman himself but agreed he was undoubtedly Batman's spokesperson. With that in mind, Harry wasn't entirely surprised by Anton's performance. It was exactly what he'd come to expect from someone in his position. "I'll go help Tony Stark first," Harry said, glancing at Max's unconscious form on the ground. "Thanks for keeping an eye on him." "No problem," Anton replied with a nod. "I think the New York Police Department will be here soon." Whoosh! Without another word, Harry stepped onto his flying skateboard and soared into the sky, heading toward the battlefield where Iron Man was fighting Whiplash. Soon enough, the sound of sirens echoed in the distance as the New York Police Department arrived at the scene. Trailing behind their cars was a peculiar truck with the words Turtle Chariot painted on the side. "What?" A sharp, dramatic voice suddenly rang out in the now quiet space. "Is the fight over already?" Boom! The truck's side door burst open, and several familiar figures tumbled out. After performing a few flashy flips and poses, the Ninja Turtles locked eyes on Max, who was sprawled unconscious on the ground. They froze in place. Aside from the police, there were only 3 other figures present: Anton, Eddie, and the man with dark blue skin lying motionless on the ground. "Damn!" Michelangelo exclaimed, annoyed. "Are we late again?" "Nope," Anton replied, pointing toward the dwindling fireworks in the distance. "The fight's still going on over there. If you run fast, you might catch the second round. Go. Let's go." The 4 turtles didn't hesitate, exchanging glances before dashing off toward the distant battlefield. At their speed, they could make it there in minutes. Michelangelo, grinning with excitement, waved his hand. A flame-throwing skateboard zipped over from the roof of the tortoise chariot. Eddie's eyes widened in recognition. The design seemed oddly familiar, though it clearly wasn't an Osborn product. "That's Mickey's new equipment," George Stacy, chief of the NYPD, said with a chuckle. He had noticed Eddie's curious gaze and decided to explain. Whoosh! Before Stacy could say more, the turtles had jumped onto the skateboard together. "Shit!" Michelangelo shouted, his face contorted in panic. "You guys are too heavy." The overloaded skateboard wobbled dangerously, tilting side to side as it struggled to stay airborne. "Ha ha ha ha, we're coming!" Michelangelo yelled, his fear replaced by laughter as they wobbled off toward the battlefield. The turtles were dragged to the distant battlefield by the flying skateboard, their combined weight pushing the load to its limit. Anton and the others stayed behind, watching the scene unfold. George glanced at the stranger lying on the ground, pondered for a moment, then touched his chin and looked at the 2 men standing in front of him. "Is this the guy who caused the commotion at the booth?" "You're talking about someone else," Anton shrugged. "This one escaped from Oscorp." "I see, so it's him," George exclaimed, suddenly piecing it together. Oscorp had alerted the NYPD during the Max Dillon mutation incident. However, by the time the police arrived, Max had already fled, leaving chaos in his wake. The NYPD managed to gather some information and retain video footage, but the Max they encountered back then and the Max lying unconscious on the ground now were like 2 different people. The former had been an imposing figure, his body crackling with electricity. The latter resembled a lifeless corpse. After speaking with Anton, George finally understood the full story. However, Anton deliberately downplayed his own role in the battle, ensuring no one including the public would learn of his involvement. This kind of recognition didn't matter to Anton. Solving the Max problem had already earned him his due. Arrest Electro, reward 2 million justice points. Justice points balance, 32 million. To Anton, the 2 million justice points earned from dealing with Max was the greatest contribution the villain had ever made to the world. So, you're saying there was a fight between Iron Man and some other Iron soldiers? George asked, stroking his chin. He turned toward Anton and Eddie. Since you were there, you must know who the enemy is, right? Ivan Vanko, Anton replied. If you've been keeping up with the news, you'd know he's the Russian who attacked Tony Stark in Monaco. I know him. George squinted. After that attack on Stark, he was brought back to the US and placed in a special prison. Certain agencies were interested in his technology, but I never expected him to escape. You're well informed, Anton remarked, glancing at the NYPD captain. He couldn't help but notice that George resembled a Marvel equivalent of James Gordon, resourceful, with access to special intelligence. George chuckled, a hint of pride in his tone. Of course. Ivan Vanko was detained in a prison near New York. It's my job to know these things. The implication was clear. Since Vanko had been incarcerated in New York, George, as the NYPD captain, would naturally be aware of his situation. Then I bet you don't know who helped Ivan escape, Anton said, his smile turning sly as he stared at George. George's smug expression faltered. His eyes widened, and he turned to Anton sharply. Who was it? He demanded, his tone serious. Who had the audacity to help Ivan break out and create such outrageous armor? At this expo, there aren't many companies capable of manufacturing armor, Anton said. Aside from Stark Industries and Oscorp, who else do you think has such capability? Hammer Industries. George immediately caught on to what Anton was implying. The scattered clues in his mind connected in an instant. Without hesitation, he understood the credibility of the information Anton had just shared. There was only one person to suspect, Justin Hammer. If that's the case, this could escalate into something major. George frowned, the gravity of the situation sinking in. He turned to the officer beside him and barked an order. Find Justin Hammer and arrest him immediately. He paused briefly, then added, if I'm right, he should still be nearby. The chaos at the expo had thrown everyone's plans into disarray, including Justin Hammer's. The sudden appearances of Whiplash and Max Dillon, the so-called Electro, had caught everyone off guard, Hammer included. In such circumstances, it was unlikely Justin would flee the scene outright. Instead, he'd probably attempt damage control. And the easiest way to do that? Find a scapegoat. If the NYPD could get to Justin Hammer first, there was a good chance they could extract valuable information from him. It would not only be a win for the department but also a significant achievement for George himself. Understood. The officer nodded sharply and began issuing orders. Soon, officers were spreading out in all directions, searching for Justin Hammer's whereabouts. Meanwhile, the unconscious Max Dillon lay restrained in front of Anton and the others. George secured him with a pair of specially designed handcuffs crafted by Donatello for the NYPD. These handcuffs were made to restrain individuals with extraordinary abilities, ensuring even someone like Max couldn't break free. At this moment, Max posed no threat. His body had short-circuited after the intense water impact, and whatever electricity he had left had completely dissipated. Without an opportunity to recharge, Max was effectively reduced to an ordinary person, albeit one with enhanced physical fitness. Anton observed this without much interest. Max, to him, was a minor threat not worth any further attention. The real focus was elsewhere. Anton turned his gaze toward the distant battlefield, where he guessed the showdown between Iron Man and Whiplash was nearing its climax. I wonder if the turtles made it in time, Anton murmured, glancing up at the now calm sky. He suspected Tony Stark had already dealt with the rogue drones and was now locked in a direct fight with Whiplash. Elsewhere, the officers dispatched by George quickly tracked Justin Hammer to a gathering area for Hammer Industries just outside the expo. Mr. Justin Hammer, one of the officers announced, stepping forward, please come with us. There's a case that requires your assistance in our investigation. The officers surrounded Hammer, but his bodyguards immediately stepped in to block them. Despite the tension, Justin appeared unfazed. I'm not sure if you're actually police officers, he said smoothly, his cold gaze scanning the group. For all I know, you could be enemies disguised as law enforcement, here to kidnap me. This is our badge, one officer retorted, pulling his credentials from his pocket. Boom! Before anyone could react, a fierce gust of wind and sand swept in from the side of the road, hitting them like a physical blow. It enveloped the entire group in a whirlwind, forcing everyone to shield their eyes against the onslaught. When the sandstorm finally subsided, the officers opened their eyes only to realize Justin Hammer had vanished. What the? One officer muttered, glancing around in disbelief. He's gone, another exclaimed. Even Justin's bodyguards were shaken. One of them cursed under his breath. It's him? Damn it! The boss has been kidnapped. What? George's expression darkened as he listened to the police officer's report. It sounded less like a legitimate explanation and more like a far-fetched story. Suppressing his frustration, he repeated the officer's words, gritting his teeth. You're telling me that during the questioning, a gust of wind and sand suddenly blinded everyone, and by the time you opened your eyes, Justin Hammer had been kidnapped and disappeared? Yes, sir. The officer nodded reluctantly, looking both helpless and embarrassed. George pressed further. And how do you know it was a kidnapping? The bodyguards said so, the officer replied. They claimed it was one of Justin Hammer's enemies, someone with a strange ability. A strange ability. George narrowed his eyes, skepticism etched across his face. Though he doubted their account, he couldn't dismiss it outright. Fine, he said coldly. Lock up those bodyguards. Interrogate them immediately. I want names, details, everything about who took Justin Hammer. Strange abilities, huh? I'd love to know who could summon a sandstorm like that. Anton, standing nearby, couldn't help but smirk slightly as he listened to the exchange. George's reaction and the mention of wind and sand stirred a thought in Anton's mind of someone specific. However, he wasn't certain yet. You think this was a kidnapping too? Anton asked George curiously. George's tone turned icy. Absolutely not. There's no way this was a coincidence. It has to be a staged act, something Justin Hammer orchestrated himself. I tend to agree, Anton said, nodding. But you don't have proof. That's why I'm putting his bodyguards in the interrogation room, George snapped. Though I doubt Justin would leave such an obvious trail, it's the only lead we have right now. George suddenly turned to Anton, his expression sharp. Where's Batman? What are you trying to say? Anton asked, feigning ignorance. I need Batman's help to investigate Justin Hammer's whereabouts and the identity of this so-called kidnapper. Anton sighed. Fine. I'll pass on the message, but no guarantees he'll act on it. That's enough. Thank you. The conversation ended there as George moved to oversee the cleanup of the scene. Anton remained calm, but his mind was racing. Anton, you know something, don't you? Eddie asked, watching him closely. He'd seen that look on Anton's face before, and it always meant trouble. What does the wind and sand remind you of? Eddie pressed. Anton hesitated, then replied, it reminds me of someone. Who? After a brief pause, Anton said, do you remember a few months ago, when Justin was negotiating with Oscorp? A physics laboratory in New York was suddenly shut down. They said it was because of a failed experiment, a particle accelerator malfunction that caused significant damage. Eddie's eyes widened as the memory clicked. Of course I remember. I gave you that intel myself. That lab was a high-tech facility under Hammer Industries. Are you saying? Anton nodded slowly. Think about it. How did Max Dillon become Electro? You're saying someone else was affected by the particle accelerator and mutated? Eddie asked, stunned. The idea left him momentarily speechless. Encountering two mutants with similar origins in one night was statistically improbable. Mutations are rare, astronomically rare, Eddie muttered. It's easier to build armor or tech. At least that follows some logic. Mutation, though, it doesn't. He frowned and looked at Anton. Do you know who it is? Of course. I call him Sandman. Anton was about to elaborate when, boom, in the distance, the sky erupted with a massive explosion, sending a mushroom cloud soaring high into the air. A powerful shockwave swept through the area, its force rippling like waves across a lake. The fiery spectacle lit up the New York night, but instead of inspiring awe, it sent a chill down the spines of everyone watching. Thick gray smoke filled the sky, carrying the acrid scent of burning debris. The rumble of explosions continued, each one punctuated by bursts of fireworks like flashes. The battle between Tony Stark and Ivan Vanko had clearly reached its devastating conclusion, leaving destruction in its wake. Damn it. George Stacy muttered, his face dark with frustration. How much is this going to cost? And if there are casualties? He trailed off, unwilling to finish the grim thought. Beep beep. The communicator pinned to George's chest suddenly crackled to life. Captain Leonardo, the leader of the Turtles, spoke over the line. The enemy is dead? But, he blew himself up. He wasn't the only one, was he? George asked, exhaling sharply. Nope. Another voice chimed in over the police communication channel. Ivan Vanko rigged all the Iron Soldiers to self-destruct. Every last one of them exploded. Dead. George muttered, staring blankly at the flames flickering in the distance. Looks like I'm not going home tonight. He gritted his teeth and grabbed his communicator. Tony. On the other end, Tony Stark's voice came through, casual and slightly defensive. What? Don't tell me you're blaming me for this. Stark Industries needs to take responsibility for this mess. George snapped. Hold on. Tony countered. The Iron Soldiers were Hammer's invention, not mine. Stark Industries has been out of the weapons game for years. I'm out here doing voluntary work tonight. If anything, I should be getting a medal from the NYPD for my heroic contributions. Justin Hammer's been kidnapped, George replied bluntly. What? Tony's voice rose in disbelief. Nearby, Harry Osborn, listening in on the conversation, raised an eyebrow. Justin Hammer kidnapped? Sounds a bit convenient, doesn't it? He remarked, his tone tinged with suspicion. As he considered the timing Hammer's company under scrutiny, and now Justin conveniently out of the picture, Harry's mind raced. Feels like a strategic retreat, he mused aloud. Tony, picking up on the same thread, sighed into the communicator. Fine. I'll keep an eye on things, he said, giving George the response he'd expected. Thump thump thump. The sound of helicopter blades cut through the chaos as a chopper descended from the night sky. George's eyes narrowed as a group of figures emerged. His mood soured further when he recognized them. S.H.I.E.L.D. He muttered, folding his arms tightly. Of course they're here to swoop in and claim the aftermath as their jurisdiction. Agent Phil Coulson stepped forward, his calm demeanor betraying nothing. Don't tell me this is now S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsibility, George said coldly. Unless you plan to foot the bill for all the damages tonight, I suggest you don't even think about taking over this case. Hearing George's unconcealed, slightly distasteful words, Coulson gave a wry smile. Just as he was about to respond, a massive sonic boom echoed from the sky nearby. Rumble? Woohoo? This armor is so fast. Ah. I'm going to fall. Be careful. Hey, look at me, brothers, you guys look terrible. The loud noise reverberated in Anton's ears and those of everyone else. When they all looked up, they saw Tony, Rhodey, and Harry, 3 men clad in armor, descending onto the largest booth at the Expo. As they flew in, they weren't alone, they brought 3 turtles with them. Michelangelo, on his flying skateboard, landed smoothly. Eyeing the board at Harry's feet, he compared it to his own. Satisfied that his skateboard wasn't inferior to Osborn's technology, he gave an approving nod. I've got style. Captain George, we're not late this time, Tony declared. Our people have been here for a while and they've already done their part. Coulson smiled at Tony's words. Your people? George, looking skeptical, sneered coldly. What are you talking about? I haven't seen anyone from SHIELD from start to finish. Coulson calmly clarified, Tony Stark, a special advisor to SHIELD, is also a full member of the Avengers. George was momentarily speechless. Outwardly, his expression didn't change, but his eyes swept over Tony. Tony shifted uncomfortably, glancing between Coulson and George. Somehow, he felt like he'd become the fall guy. That's great, George said after a moment of thought, a sly smile spreading across his face. In that case, SHIELD should be responsible for the damages caused during this incident, right? The words silenced the room. A pin could drop. Anton almost burst out laughing. George was playing his cards well. Typically, if there was a terrorist attack in New York, the local law enforcement would shoulder the responsibility. But since SHIELD had swooped in and claimed jurisdiction, they'd also inherited the liability. And George wasn't letting them off the hook. His reasoning was airtight. Who caused this mess? Aside from Ivan Vanko mostly reduced to ashes, the primary party involved was none other than Tony Stark, aka Iron Man, fighting on behalf of SHIELD. Coulson had explicitly stated that Tony was a SHIELD special advisor and a member of the Avengers. Naturally, the burden fell squarely on S.H.I.E.L.D's shoulders. How about it? George asked with a knowing grin. Since SHIELD is taking charge here, the New York Police Department won't mind cleaning up after you this time. He stared expectantly at Coulson, waiting for his response. SHIELD will take responsibility for this, Coulson replied with a bitter smile. George's smug expression showed he'd won this round. Coulson had no choice. The relationship between SHIELD and the NYPD was already strained, and if SHIELD didn't take accountability, George would undoubtedly make their operations in New York impossible. Besides, SHIELD had its own reasons for stepping in. Ivan Vanko's involvement touched on projects from S.H.I.E.L.D's earlier days, and the arc reactor technology he used needed to be handled delicately to prevent unwanted exposure. If the NYPD gained access to these secrets, it could lead to severe political fallout. For example, SHIELD had long possessed technical data on the arc reactor but had turned a blind eye to previous inquiries from the US military. The stakes were clear. SHIELD had no choice but to shoulder the blame. Therefore, even though they knew George Stacy's actions bordered on blackmail, SHIELD had no choice but to accept the situation and clean up the mess to avoid further complications. All right, let's wrap it up, George said with a wave of his hand. Boys, hand it over to SHIELD. Understood. The officers, now paying close attention, cheered up immediately. Hearing George's announcement meant they wouldn't have to work overtime tonight, and their mood lightened considerably. Thanks, S.H.I.E.L.D. One officer called out mockingly, eliciting a few chuckles from his peers. Before leaving, George glanced at Anton and asked, "Do you need a ride?" Anton's eyes gleamed. Of course, he replied without hesitation. He surveyed the area, then led Eddie into George's police car. Together, they departed the scene with the rest of the NYPD officers. The turtles didn't linger either. Having participated in the fight, they'd already satisfied their urge for action. In truth, the NYPD wasn't leaving empty-handed. Capturing Max, the Electro, was their trophy of the night. While SHIELD might be aware of Max's existence, Coulson and his team had little interest in mutants like him. All mutants possessed unique abilities that were essentially non-replicable. Even if SHIELD detained Max, he'd serve no purpose beyond taking up space in a cell. Coulson was focused solely on managing S.H.I.E.L.D's own fallout from the incident and had no intention of dealing with Electro. Well then, I won't intrude any further, Harry said. He hopped on his flying skateboard, transforming into a streak of light as he sped toward the Oscorp building. Hammer Industries riot? Justin Hammer kidnapped? Suspicions of escape loom large? These developments presented the perfect opportunity for Oscorp to strike back, seize market share, and expand its influence. Harry couldn't afford to waste this chance. Meanwhile, only the SHIELD operatives and Tony Stark, an unofficial SHIELD member, remained at the scene. "You." Tony glared at Coulson, his voice tinged with frustration. "I need an explanation." Though the incident did involve him, Tony felt Coulson had overstated his role. SHIELD was clearly withholding key information. "I'll explain everything in detail," Coulson assured him seriously. "But first, you need to know that this all ties back to your father. Ivan Vanko's father was once a colleague of Howard Stark. Together, they developed the arc reactor." "What?" Tony's eyes widened as the pieces fell into place. It was suddenly clear why Ivan Vanko's arc reactor technology resembled his own so closely. It came from the same source. Elsewhere, inside George's police car, he turned to Anton. "Anton, about Justin Hammer, I hope you and Batman can dig into this," George said, his tone firm. Though he'd just scored a win against SHIELD, George's priority remained his own jurisdiction. Even with SHIELD taking responsibility for Ivan Vanko's rampage, the NYPD couldn't entirely wash its hands of the situation. Justin Hammer and his company, Hammer Industries, were key elements in this mess. More importantly, Justin had been kidnapped right under the NYPD's nose. Of course, whether it was truly a kidnapping remained to be seen. George suspected Justin Hammer might have staged the entire incident. If Justin had orchestrated his disappearance to switch from public to private operations and escape accountability, George vowed to make him regret it. "Don't worry, I'll inform Batman about this immediately, and he'll help us investigate," Anton replied confidently. Hearing this, George relaxed and smiled. "I feel reassured when it comes to Batman." Soon after, at Anton's request, they exited the car outside the building that housed the Daily Bugle. It was nighttime. The cool evening breeze rustled through the streets, and the dim street lights cast long shadows across the pavement. "Wait," Eddie said, glancing around suspiciously. "Where's Phil?" "He'll show up," Anton replied after a moment of thought. "He always does. Let's focus on Justin Hammer for now." "Right." Eddie's eyes lit up with curiosity. "You haven't told me yet who took Justin Hammer." "Sandman," Anton said simply. "His name is Flint Marko. He was originally a small-time criminal, but after escaping from prison, he stumbled into one of Hammer's physics labs and fell into a particle accelerator. Exposure to radiation gave him the ability to control sand. Strictly speaking, Sandman has two names. His real name is William Baker, but he used the alias Flint Marko during his criminal activities. In the original Spider-Man movies, Sandman was referred to as Flint Marko, and subsequent versions largely kept his backstory consistent, only minor details changed. In essence, Flint became the Sandman after an experimental accident during his escape. He survived, gaining his sand-controlling abilities in the process. Although Anton doesn't know much about Flint Marko in this world, his enhanced memory thanks to his unique abilities helped him recall a report he'd seen months ago. At the time, Norman Osborn had requested assistance from Anton's Arrow clones, and during that mission, Anton encountered some files about Hammer Industries. Hammer had been in conflict with Oscorp, and Harry Osborn had become one of Justin Hammer's biggest obstacles in regaining control. Among the information Anton reviewed was a passing reference to Flint Marko. At the time, Anton hadn't paid much attention to the name. After all, in the US, names like Tom, Jack, and Tony are incredibly common, and there was no reason to connect it to Sandman. But now, with the current situation, Anton was nearly certain that this Flint Marko was indeed the classic Spider-Man villain, Sandman. "Sandman is working with Hammer Industries," Anton muttered, stroking his chin. He found the connection intriguing. While the full truth wasn't yet clear, Anton was almost certain of one thing: Justin Hammer staged his own kidnapping. Hammer likely orchestrated this entire event to avoid arrest, retreat into the shadows, and continue running Hammer Industries from behind the scenes. The longer he stayed out of sight, the better it was for him. As for Sandman, Anton knew he wasn't entirely evil. In the original comics, Sandman had even reformed for a time, joining the Avengers before eventually quitting due to ideological differences and returning to his villainous ways. In the original Spider-Man movie series, Sandman's story was also tied to the tragic death of Peter Parker's Uncle Ben. However, he wasn't the true culprit and was later forgiven by Spider-Man. In the end, Sandman left to care for his sick daughter, seeking a semblance of peace. Anton couldn't help but find this situation fascinating. "So, Sandman has been pulled into Hammer's schemes," he mused, "and Justin's using him to cover his tracks. This might be more complicated than I thought." On another note, Sandman, or Flint Marko, isn't entirely evil. However, that doesn't mean he's innocent. Just because someone isn't a pure villain doesn't make them a saint. People like Sandman, dangerous, morally ambiguous, and reckless, aren't exactly worthy of sympathy. Anton's current priority is to track down Sandman's whereabouts and locate the kidnapped Justin Hammer. If Sandman tries to interfere, Anton won't hold back. In truth, even if George hadn't brought it up, Anton would still be intrigued by this case. Getting Justin Hammer behind bars would be advantageous for Anton's plans. Justin orchestrated this fake kidnapping to protect himself and Hammer Industries. The stakes are high. Hammer Industries is in the same league as Stark Industries and Oscorp. As the company's driving force, Justin's removal would cripple it. No matter how large Hammer Industries is, it wouldn't survive without him. The fallout would be ruthless. Stark Industries and Oscorp would eagerly carve up Hammer's share of the market. That's just how business works, cold and unrelenting. And then there's Wayne Enterprises. Though it's a fledgling company now, Anton has big plans for it, envisioning its rise into a powerhouse like the Wayne Group. This is a prime opportunity to push Wayne into the arms industry and claim a piece of Hammer's territory. If Justin Hammer ends up in prison, the vacuum left behind could be the foundation of Wayne's empire. Humph, Anton thought, smirking as his plans took shape. Turning to Eddie, Anton said, "Eddie." "No way," Eddie interrupted, swallowing nervously. His face was a mix of dread and desperation. "I'm already staying up late to write tomorrow's piece about the Stark Expo. You're not seriously expecting me to investigate Justin Hammer's kidnapping, are you? That's a nightmare project. It's not something you can finish in one night." He sighed dramatically before continuing, "Anton, I can't afford to lose more hair. For a man my age, hair is critical." Anton considered this, nodding solemnly. Hair was, indeed, important. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Fine. Let's call Phil back. Didn't he always dream of making his superhero debut? This is his chance." A few minutes later, Phil returned, looking exasperated. "Boss, Editor-in-Chief, you forgot me again, didn't you?" "How could we?" Anton and Eddie replied in unison, exchanging a knowing glance. "Don't overthink it," Eddie added quickly. "Exactly," Anton agreed. "We just ran into a minor situation, which we solved," Eddie finished. Phil raised an eyebrow, still suspicious. "So, why am I here?" "We've got something important for you," Eddie said, his tone suddenly serious. "You've always wanted to make your superhero debut, right?" Anton chimed in. "Well, this is the perfect opportunity. Don't miss it." Phil's suspicion deepened. "What is it?" Both Anton and Eddie maintained their serious expressions, like secret agents assigning a classified mission. Despite his growing doubts, Phil couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. "First, you have to find someone. His name is Flint Marko. He is your enemy." Anton and Eddie exchanged a glance, and with just a few words, they laid out the situation for Phil before he could react. Flint Marko. Phil blinked in confusion. The unfamiliar name left him dumbfounded, unable to respond. Flint Marko is a street gangster. He escaped from prison, was accidentally mutated, and now has the ability to turn into and control sand. We call him the Sandman. Kind of like that, electric guy. No, wait, I think we've missed a few things if you don't know him yet. Anyway, Anton paused, then continued, "In short, your enemy is Flint Marko. But your real target isn't him, it's the kidnapped Justin Hammer." Justin Hammer was kidnapped. Phil's expression shifted as he processed this, his pupils dilating. He stared at Anton and Eddie, stunned. "You call this a small situation?" Seeing his reaction, Anton and Eddie exchanged another glance and sighed. Clearly, Phil hadn't absorbed half of what they'd just said. "Go work on it first," Anton instructed Eddie with a wave. "All right," Eddie replied, heading into the building. Anton then led Phil to his office at the Daily Bugle. After spending some time explaining the details, Phil finally grasped the situation. "So, you think the kidnapper behind Justin Hammer's disappearance is Flint Marko? If we find Flint, we'll find where Hammer is being held." Phil thought for a moment before nodding. Got it. Now he understood why Anton had said this was the perfect opportunity to make his debut as a superhero. The situation, while not world-threatening, was still significant. It involved the life and death of a multinational corporation and an arms giant. Justin Hammer was the key. Flint Marko, the Sandman, was the obstacle Phil had to overcome to achieve his goal. Phil's mind raced. He imagined donning the demon-themed suit, derived from the Green Goblin's design, battling the Sandman, and then exposing Justin Hammer's crimes to the world. His eyes lit up at the thought. Anton had been right. This was his best chance to debut as a superhero. Just imagining it made him tremble with excitement. "Boss." Phil stared at Anton with unwavering determination. "This mission has to be mine." "Don't worry," Anton replied with a smile. "It's your mission. No one will get in your way." "All right." Phil wasted no time. "Gather all the information on Flint Marko as soon as possible and find out where he's hiding. I don't need to tell you what to do after that," Anton added. "Understood," Phil replied, immediately springing into action. This time, he was smarter. While contacting the Continental Hotel to pull Flint Marko's files, he also stopped by his house to collect his gear. The Sandman was a mutant, after all. If he ran into him, Phil needed to ensure he had the tools to handle the fight. As for calling the Continental Hotel, as a full-fledged member of the Justice League, it was his privilege. The next day, the terrorist attack at the Stark Technology Expo dominated the news. The riot involving Hammer's Iron Soldiers and Justin Hammer's mysterious kidnapping quickly became the talk of the town. The news sent Hammer Industries' stock plummeting, but it was still within their tolerance. Despite the absence of its leader, the company's senior executives acted swiftly. They reached out to the military and seemed to have made several painful concessions to secure ongoing contracts. For now, the fallout was contained. On the surface, the torrent of negative news appeared to be nothing more than a heated public debate, but it masked the chaos brewing behind the scenes. For now, the situation had settled into a strange and uneasy calm. The captain of the New York Police Department, George Stacy, was furious. Justin Hammer had been kidnapped right under the noses of the NYPD. This information should have been tightly contained by the department. George was certain that no one with access to the news would leak it carelessly, not even Harry Osborn. But somehow, the information had inexplicably spread. Following the incident at the Stark Technology Expo, the news of Hammer's kidnapping was everywhere, talked about in every corner of the city. Clearly, someone was fanning the flames. "Justin Hammer, you bastard," George muttered under his breath. He was almost certain that Hammer himself had orchestrated this entire event. The so-called kidnapping reeked of a self-directed publicity stunt. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Anton for now. Things hadn't yet reached the point where he needed to get involved. After assigning Phil the task of locating Flint Marko and tracking down Justin Hammer, Anton boarded a plane back to Los Angeles the very next day to resume filming Wonder Woman. Time flew by. More than 10 days passed. In the arms industry, Oscorp had taken advantage of Hammer Industries' vulnerabilities, snatching several non-military contracts from them. However, as long as Hammer retained its military orders, these losses amounted to little more than a scratch, not enough to critically harm the company. The rivalry between the two corporations grew increasingly fierce. Meanwhile, Anton remained in Los Angeles, staying out of the fray and focusing entirely on the production of Wonder Woman. Finally, the majority of the filming was complete, with only a few leftover scenes remaining. Anton breathed a sigh of relief, stepping back from the chaos of production. He handed over the remaining schedule to the assistant director, freeing himself to plan future projects. Reaching out to Jim, Anton finalized a detailed roadmap for the next few DC films. Though Anton had temporarily lost interest in directing, the upcoming films were crucial. The first project on the slate? Batman v Superman. Anton had decided to shelve The Dark Knight Rises, the planned third installment in the Batman trilogy. He felt it could wait. After all, The Dark Knight Rises was merely the conclusion to a prequel trilogy. While it had potential to generate significant box office revenue, Anton's current priorities had shifted. Money was no longer his primary goal, it was impact. By leveraging Batman's immense popularity to boost Superman's presence, Anton aimed to introduce the world to the Man of Steel on an unprecedented scale. To build anticipation for Batman v Superman, Anton envisioned an accompanying American TV series, tentatively titled Smallville. The series would focus on Superman's origins, with Lex Luthor serving as the primary antagonist. As a bonus, Bruce Wayne would make a few cameo appearances as the CEO of Wayne Enterprises. These Easter eggs were designed not only to draw attention but also to seamlessly tie the series into the larger narrative of Batman v Superman. The system panel now showed that Superman's fan value had reached 37 million. Since the release of Man of Steel, Superman's fan base had grown far more slowly compared to The Flash, which was currently airing. Meanwhile, driven by the popularity of the Flash series, even Wonder Woman's fan value had surpassed the 8 million mark. In an upcoming episode of Flash, Wonder Woman was slated to make another appearance. When that episode aired, it was certain that Wonder Woman's fan value would experience another significant boost. Coupled with the near completion of the Wonder Woman movie, which would be released shortly after post-production, her fan value was expected to skyrocket past 30 million in no time. Anton, having reaped the rewards of using American TV series to generate buzz, had no plans to stop. He intended to continue producing TV shows to draw even more attention to Superman. After all, redeeming Superman required a staggering 100 million fan value, a daunting goal. However, with Batman v Superman still at least 6 months away from completion and release, Anton was confident he could bridge the gap. Though half a year seemed like a long time, Anton believed it would pass quickly, especially with his strategic plans. With Batman v Superman in the works and other supporting projects like TV dramas and crossovers, he was sure to push Superman's fan value closer to the 100 million threshold, even if it didn't surpass it. Superman's redemption was within reach. Energized by the prospect, Anton was eager to get started. He immediately urged Jim and the rest of the team to spring into action. Of course, while Anton could be a demanding boss, he wasn't entirely unreasonable. Jim was already juggling multiple projects and didn't have Anton's uncanny ability to multitask across universes. Producing the Superman TV series would have to wait until Wonder Woman wrapped up, as Jim was currently focused on that and The Flash. Wonder Woman will be finished soon, Anton told him. Once that's done, I want you to jump straight into producing the Superman TV series. In the meantime, I'll have Betty handle the initial groundwork so everything's ready for you. No problem, Jim replied, relieved. He couldn't help but notice Anton's enthusiasm, but he also worried that his boss might push too hard and overload the team. All right, let's settle it, Anton nodded. Prepare the plane. I need to get back to New York, there are things I have to take care of there. Got it. Good luck, Jim said as he watched Anton leave the set. New York. The Daily Bugle. Finally, I found you, you bastard. Phil stared at the map of New York pinned to the wall, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. After more than 10 days of relentless searching, he had finally uncovered clues leading to Flint Marko. Initially, Phil had thought it would be straightforward to locate a gangster in New York, especially with his resources as a reporter and the support of the Continental Hotel. But once he began his search, he realized just how murky the waters were. Some mysterious force seemed to be at work, erasing almost every trace of Sandman and Flint Marko. Even Flint's financial transactions had been wiped from the internet, leaving no trail behind. It was as if Flint Marko had vanished from the face of the earth, taking Justin Hammer with him. Yet the news of Justin Hammer's kidnapping had spread like wildfire. Everyone in New York and beyond knew that the chairman of Hammer Industries had been abducted, his fate still unknown. Phil's determination grew. He was close, and he wasn't about to let this trail go cold. However, the robbers who kidnapped the chairman of this corporate giant had remained silent for 10 days. No ransom demands, no threats, just complete silence. It was eerily reminiscent of the time, over half a year ago, when Tony Stark disappeared in Afghanistan. Some people, lacking the full picture, even speculated that the group responsible for abducting Justin Hammer might be the same one that had taken Tony Stark. As an insider, Phil had access to all the key information through Anton. He knew exactly who was behind the effort to erase all traces of Flint Marko. It wasn't some shadowy cabal or criminal syndicate. It was Hammer Industries. Hammer, painted as the victim in the public's eyes, was quietly orchestrating Flint's disappearance. Phil adjusted his strategy accordingly. He reasoned that Flint Marko had likely changed his identity with Hammer's assistance. To track him down, Phil turned his attention to a key part of Flint's life that he would never abandon, his daughter. Flint's daughter was a young girl, just a few years old, who was gravely ill. With her father missing, she was confined to a hospital bed, waiting for what seemed like an inevitable end. But before Flint had disappeared, he'd deposited a significant amount of money into an account to cover her medical expenses. The little girl now had a chance at recovery, and Phil was certain Flint wouldn't leave her entirely alone. Even if he never spoke to her directly, Phil believed Flint would return to check on her once he felt safe. To confirm his theory, Phil enlisted the help of Donatello from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Using advanced tech, they tapped into the hospital's systems and set up surveillance on Flint's daughter's ward. After nearly 2 weeks of relentless monitoring, Flint finally appeared just when Phil was starting to doubt his plan. It was late at night when it happened. Flint drifted into the unmanned ward, his body turning into a gust of sand that slipped silently through the window. Anticipating Flint's nocturnal habits, Phil had adjusted his schedule, napping during the day and keeping watch at night. After several exhausting nights of vigilance, he finally had his breakthrough. Excited but cautious, Phil immediately sprang into action. Dressed in his custom goblin suit, he trailed Flint from the hospital, watching closely until Flint disappeared into his hiding place. But Phil didn't make a move right away. First, he needed rest. After weeks of sleepless nights, his condition was far from ideal. Facing Flint Marko, someone who could transform into sand, was a challenge that required precision, preparation, and full strength. Second, Phil didn't want his debut to go unnoticed. He wasn't interested in being a hero who operated in the shadows, like Batman. Phil wanted a moment. The Dark Knight aesthetic didn't appeal to him. Even Anton, his boss and the one who had popularized the concept of the Dark Knight, wasn't fully committed to that style. After all, who had ever heard of a superhero who made an autobiographical movie glorifying himself? Anton did. And not just any autobiography. Anton's Batman was a billionaire playboy, the head of Gotham's largest conglomerate, who managed to surpass even Stark Industries in wealth and influence. Phil couldn't help but be envious. Bruce Wayne had it all: money, women, power, and an unwavering sense of justice. He was the embodiment of youthful fantasies, including those of Anton Jameson himself. When can I have my solo movie? Phil wondered. Determined, he resolved that once he made his heroic debut, he would pitch the idea of an independent film centered on his alter ego, the Hobgoblin. As the first rays of sunlight spilled into the room and the morning breeze drifted in, Phil smiled. It was rush hour in New York City, the streets teeming with life and energy. This is it, Phil thought, brimming with excitement. The perfect stage was set for his long-awaited debut. Morning rush hour in New York City. The streets of New York City were packed during working hours. Cars clogged the roads in an endless line, while pedestrians bustled shoulder to shoulder along the crowded sidewalks. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 a man wearing a strange outfit, riding a flying skateboard, shot across the sky like a meteor. The sonic boom snapped the attention of countless onlookers. What the? A flying skateboard? Is it Harry Osborn? No, it's not him. This guy's different. He's someone new. Something's happening. Some people assumed it was Harry Osborn, the newly minted superhero who had recently made headlines. But those who knew better dismissed the idea, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Bold passersby, driven by curiosity, discreetly followed the flying figure to the Manhattan docks. There, they saw the strange figure on the skateboard hovering above the pier, staring down at rows of warehouses below. Come out, Flint Marko. The voice echoed across the docks, calm but commanding. The figure, as the spectators would soon learn, was Phil, recently introduced on the superhero stage. His firm voice stirred a ripple of unease among the dockworkers. Realizing something strange was about to happen, many scattered, fleeing the area. Once at a safe distance, they stopped to watch the unfolding scene. Phil remained motionless in the air. Suddenly, the wind picked up. Whoosh, whoosh, the air swirled violently, carrying yellow sand that stung the eyes. The grains seemed to pour from nowhere, as though all the sand stored in cargo ships at the dock had been unleashed by this mysterious gale. Faraway onlookers began murmuring among themselves, realizing something unnatural was at play. Who are you? A deep, resonant voice boomed through the storm. Phil grinned. I'm Hobgoblin, a full member of the Justice League. I've been sent by Batman himself to deal with you. But on behalf of the League, I'll give you a chance. Surrender Justin Hammer, serve your 10 years in prison, and walk away with some dignity. Humph. The voice scoffed coldly, and Flint Marco Sandman made it clear he wouldn't go down without a fight. The swirling sandstorm intensified, coalescing into a tornado of ferocious power, aiming directly at Phil in midair. Meanwhile, the crowd below buzzed with shock. A Justice League member? The Hobgoblin? A new superhero had emerged, and judging from the conversation, this hero was after none other than Flint Marco, the same robber who had kidnapped Justin Hammer? Hiss. The audience collectively drew a sharp breath. This is no small matter. 10 minutes earlier, Anton had just stepped off a plane at New York's airport. While waiting in the terminal, he opened his phone to a text message and update from Phil. Knowing the situation was approaching a critical moment, Phil had reported his plan to his boss before making a move. After Anton gave his approval, Phil sprang into action. Now in New York, Anton checked the time, realizing Phil was already in motion. Without hesitation, he called the Continental Hotel. Anton, our team is ready, Winston's calm voice greeted him on the other end of the line. Good, Anton replied. Mobilize all your people. Phil will handle Flint Marco. Your objective is to capture Justin Hammer. No problem, Winston assured him, confident in his team's ability to carry out the task. As one of the High Table's key strongholds in America, the Continental Hotel played a unique role. It had become an indispensable part of the High Table's operations, thanks to its association with Batman. In fact, the High Table couldn't bypass the Continental Hotel when dealing with Batman. To communicate or pass messages to the Dark Knight, the Continental Hotel was the only reliable channel. This rule was established from the beginning. If anyone from the High Table attempts to bypass protocol by going directly to the Daily Bugle, DC Company, or contacting Anton or Eddie to communicate with Batman, it is considered a breach of the rules. It's worth noting that the High Table is a highly disciplined organization. Thanks to the unique status of the Continental Hotel, Winston holds a privileged position within the High Table, akin to an unofficial elder. This elevated status, combined with the influence of the Continental Hotel, has allowed Winston to expand its reach. The hotel now dominates Hell's Kitchen and effectively controls all of New York's underground. Winston has essentially replaced Kingpin as the dominant figure in New York's underworld. However, he's keenly aware that this newfound power is entirely due to Batman's influence. He vividly remembers the night months ago when a figure clad in black armor, a flowing cape, and an aura of authority infiltrated his safe house with unnerving ease. The man spoke in a calm yet chilling tone that carried no overt malice but was deeply unsettling. Do not test me, Batman had warned before leaving as silently as he had come. See you later, Winston muttered to himself as he hung up the call. Beep, the line disconnected. Anton climbed into the car waiting for him at the airport. The driver was none other than his employee, Eddie Brock. As Eddie navigated the streets toward the Manhattan Continental Hotel, the agreed-upon rendezvous point, he shared an update. I just spoke to Captain Stacy. He's already dispatched the task force to the location Phil designated. They'll handle the pickup. Good, Anton nodded, satisfied. George will meet us at the Continental. Eddie chuckled as he added, Phil's done a great job this time. When he's back, let's let him write tomorrow's headline himself. He's earned the right to brag a little. Anton smirked. I think so too. Manhattan Dock area. The fight between Phil and Flint Marco, the Sandman, erupted in an instant. Flint's mutant powers made him unpredictable, but Phil had prepared for this encounter. He understood Flint's abilities well, thanks to Anton's guidance. Over the past 10 days, Phil had collaborated with Donatello to create a batch of freezing guns, complete with ample ammunition. These weapons fired bullets with immense impact, capable of instantly releasing extreme cold to freeze targets solid in mere seconds. Inspired by Captain Cold, the notorious Flash villain and leader of the Rogues, these freezing guns weren't quite as powerful but were more than sufficient to handle Flint. Damn it, Flint growled, his expression dark. The freezing gun posed a significant threat to him. It was akin to a Logia-type Devil Fruit user facing an opponent with Haki. His abilities were severely hindered. Without his usual advantage, Flint's arrogance quickly waned. Philosophy, the cavalry's here. Suddenly, the sound of a roaring engine cut through the chaos. A truck sped toward the docks, drawing cheers from the onlookers. The truck was instantly recognizable, its sides adorned with the unmistakable portraits of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, a familiar sight to New Yorkers. Phil grinned as he glanced at the truck. You're just in time, he called out, laughing. Everything was going exactly as he had planned. Although Phil planned to make his public debut under the watchful eyes of New Yorkers, he didn't put all his eggs in one basket. Calling in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was the extra insurance he had arranged. Near the battlefield where Phil and the Sandman clashed in the dock area, a tense situation unfolded elsewhere. Inside one of the bungalows, Justin Hammer's expression darkened as he observed Phil, the so-called Hobgoblin, attacking Flint. He realized with dread that he had been exposed. Batman, the Justice League, what do they want from me? From the Hobgoblin's words and actions, Justin deduced that Batman and others were somehow involved, though the full extent of their plans eluded him. Still, he wasted no time. Flint, keep them busy, he muttered under his breath as he hurriedly began packing. Boom! Just as Justin opened the door, a calm voice greeted him. Hello, Mr. Hammer. The Continental Hotel welcomes you. Standing in the doorway was a tall, confident man, smiling slightly as he addressed Justin. Justin's face went pale. Without hesitation, he tried to slam the door shut. Bang! The Continental Hotel's representative reacted immediately, kicking the door open before it could close. With one swift move, he grabbed Justin by the collar, lifted him effortlessly, and dragged him outside. A black sedan waited at the curb. The man threw Justin into the back seat, climbed in, and the car sped off, leaving the scene just as chaos erupted at the docks. Back at the docks, the fight between Phil and Flint raged on. But now, reinforcements had arrived. The appearance of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles only added to the Sandman's mounting frustration. The sight of the 4 armored turtles, standing confidently alongside Phil, made Flint feel a genuine sense of dread. "Surrender now," Phil said, standing on his flying skateboard, hovering a few meters off the ground. His voice carried a smug confidence, amplified by the mask covering his face. The 4 turtles formed a defensive line beside him, their postures ready for battle. "I'll never surrender," Flint growled. His eyes darted to the freezing gun in Phil's hand, clearly wary of its power. But then, Phil delivered a sharp verbal blow. "If you die here," Phil said coldly, "I'll make sure your daughter finds a good foster family." The word struck Flint like a hammer. His pupils shrank, and his entire body seemed to lose its strength. The defiance in him drained away as he slumped slightly. "Wait," Flint shouted. His scattered sand began to coalesce, swirling around him as he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Stop. I give up." Phil tilted his head, his tone laced with mockery. "Smart choice." He gestured toward Donatello. "Donnie, I assume you brought the special electric shock handcuffs." Donatello nodded, stepping forward with the cuffs in hand. The Continental Hotel. Meanwhile, Justin Hammer had been brought to the hotel. Realizing where he was, Justin's expression turned strange. "The high table," he murmured, looking around warily. With a nervous laugh, he turned to his captors. "If it's money you want, I can pay you 10 times what you're being offered. Do you know who I am? I can afford it. I'm the chairman of Hammer Industries." One of the Continental's men smirked. "The chairman of Hammer Industries is certainly generous," he said sarcastically. Before Justin could respond, a familiar figure stepped into the room. "You." Justin's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the man. "Anton Jameson? It's you?" In every sense, Anton is a celebrity. If his popularity could be measured by the number of fans, Anton would easily rank as a star with over 8 million admirers. His face and reputation had undoubtedly drawn widespread attention and had been recorded in countless files. Justin Hammer, being well informed, would never miss the chance to gather information on Anton. After all, Batman, the most talked about figure in the past year, was closely tied to Anton. To understand Batman, one couldn't ignore Anton. For a significant period, many people had even speculated that Anton himself was Batman. Although that theory had since been debunked, Anton was now widely known as Batman's spokesperson. So, naturally, Justin Hammer recognized him. "It's you," Justin muttered. "It's me," Anton replied calmly. "I'm the one who brought you here, but I'm not the one who will judge you." Justin frowned, about to respond, when the sound of footsteps echoed in his ears. Clack, clack, clack. Turning his head, Justin saw a more familiar figure stepping into the room. George Stacy, the captain of the New York Police Department. "Oh, it's you." Justin took a deep breath, closed his eyes briefly, and then exhaled as he opened them again. There was no longer any trace of hope in his gaze. "Yes," George said coldly. "I asked Batman to locate and bring you back. Now there's no escaping, Mr. Hammer." George's voice hardened as he continued. "Soon, I'll hold a press conference under the authority of the NYPD to reveal the truth, that the kidnapped Justin Hammer, chairman of Hammer Industries, orchestrated the entire event himself. A cheap publicity stunt. When the public learns of your deceit, your company and your reputation will be utterly destroyed." Justin's expression twisted in anger. "You'll regret this," he snarled. "Bringing me down won't help you." Anton smirked, interjecting. "Oh, it helps us a lot. Justice in New York City is restored, and the NYPD can clear its name of the mess you dragged them into. Meanwhile, Hammer Industries will lose its military contracts and a significant portion of its market share. That empty space? Consider it our reward." "Anton Jameson," Justin growled, grinding his teeth. With his sharp mind, he pieced together the implications of Anton's words and the rumors he had heard. His gaze burned with resentment as he hissed, "Even if Hammer Industries collapses, Osborn won't let you win so easily? Your Wayne company is nothing but a pile of trash." Anton shrugged nonchalantly. "But if Hammer Industries is about to be replaced by that so-called trash, doesn't that mean your company is worse than garbage?" He leaned in slightly. "Justin, don't waste time trying to sow discord. I can assure you that Osborn won't oppose us. In fact, Harry Osborn will come knocking at our door, eager to collaborate." Justin's face contorted with disbelief. "Because of Batman?" he whispered. "Exactly," Anton confirmed, his tone calm and deliberate. Justin slumped back, defeated. He had lost completely, and he knew it. "Take him away," Anton said, turning to George. "No problem," George replied. "And please thank Batman for me." "Maybe you should thank the Hobgoblin instead," Anton said with a sly smile. "Hobgoblin?" George asked, raising an eyebrow. "A full member of the Justice League. Today was his first public appearance. Mentioning his name during the press conference will make him very happy." George nodded. "Understood. I'll thank the Hobgoblin as well." With that, Anton left the Continental Hotel. "Escort Mr. Jameson," Winston instructed one of his men, who nodded and followed Anton out. Inside the Continental Hotel, only Justin, Winston, and George remained. Mr. Winston, I also want to thank the Continental Hotel for your help this time, George said as he handcuffed Justin and ordered the police officers outside to come in and take him away. Then, he looked at Winston, paused for a moment, and added, "This has been a good cooperation. I hope I won't be seeing you at crime scenes, in prison, or in court again in the future. Until we meet again. I'm a good citizen, Batman's friend," Winston shrugged, unfazed by George's warning, instead seeming pleased. From George's attitude, Winston could tell that, in the face of Batman, George had already decided to let him and others off the hook. George didn't actually care about Winston or the Continental Hotel. On the surface, the New York Police Department had to maintain order, but the underground world also had its own set of rules. The Continental Hotel was essentially the New York Police Department of the underground world. To some extent, George was even happy to see it thrive. Moreover, with Batman watching over the Continental Hotel, George knew Winston wouldn't dare make any extreme moves. Shaking off those thoughts, George returned to the police station. He immediately held a press conference to announce that Justin Hammer had been found. However, the news didn't cause much of a stir. The battle at the Manhattan dock an hour ago had already caught the attention of several news outlets. The newly emerged superheroes, including the mysterious figure known as Hobgoblin, had revealed a lot of valuable information during their confrontation with the enemy. At the press conference, reporters were more focused on questions about the Justice League than on Justin Hammer. After a few questions about the League, someone finally asked about Hammer. "I'm here to clarify," George said, standing at the podium with a serious expression. He paused before continuing. Justin Hammer was not kidnapped. This was a play he orchestrated in order to escape the police. Before he could finish, an uproar broke out among the reporters. "Excuse me, does the New York Police Department have evidence?" "Of course we do," George replied. "The task force has just arrested Justin's accomplice, Flint Marko, a mutant. You all saw the battle at the Manhattan Pier. What crime did Justin Hammer commit, Captain Stacy? Can you elaborate?" "It's not convenient to say at the moment," George responded. "By the way, the New York Police Department would like to extend its thanks to the Justice League for their help, especially the newly emerged superhero, who calls himself Hobgoblin. Many of you should have seen him, the guy with the flying skateboard and the cloak." At the Daily Bugle, Anton sat in a chair, watching the New York Police Department's press conference on TV, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Phil, have you thought about how you'll write the news tomorrow?" Anton asked, turning to his subordinate, who had just been in the spotlight and now couldn't suppress his grin. "Eddie said he won't ghostwrite for you. He'll do his own thing," Anton added with a chuckle. "Of course," Phil nodded eagerly. "Hobgoblin will be a rising star in New York's superhero scene. Keep it up," Anton encouraged. After finishing the conversation, Anton left DC and headed to Wayne Enterprises, also located in Manhattan, where the old man was at the helm. "Anton, you're finally here. Harry's been waiting for you for a long time." In the office, the old man greeted Anton with an expressionless face, his eyes studying the man who had just arrived. Anton walked into the office and approached Harry, the old acquaintance who had been waiting for him. "Harry, I didn't expect you to come so quickly," Anton said, extending his hand. "Sorry, I was just watching the news and got a little caught up." "It's okay," Harry smiled, shaking Anton's hand. "I saw the news too. I'm glad we share a common hobby. Seeing Hammer's fall is something we can both be happy about." Harry's purpose in coming here was simple: divide the cake. Before meeting Anton, he had been in the office, negotiating with the old man, Jonah Jameson. The two quickly reached a friendly, albeit informal, agreement regarding the division of Hammer's arms orders. Harry's sensibility stemmed from two factors. First, his insane father, Norman Osborn, was still locked away by Batman somewhere, and Anton, as Batman's spokesperson, deserved some deference. Second, Justin Hammer's arrest was largely thanks to Batman's influence, not the New York Police Department, as the public believed. The forces Batman represented included the Jameson family and the newly established Wayne Enterprises, a growing power that could not be ignored. It was clear that Wayne Enterprises deserved a share of the spoils. Refusing Batman his due would only invite trouble. Harry, who had been running Oscorp for half a year, had grown into a capable chairman, adept at weighing matters of interest. "Have you finalized the negotiations?" Anton glanced between Harry and Jonah, shrugging. "Harry, I'm glad you could represent Oscorp." "No, we're just fortunate to be under Batman's protection," Harry replied with a smile. Then, with a touch of hesitation, he added, "Anton, besides this collaboration, I have a personal request." Anton tilted his head, unsurprised. "Let me guess," he said after a pause. "It's about your father, Norman." "Yes." Harry nodded, his nerves showing for the first time. "I want to see him." In that moment, the polished chairman of Oscorp revealed the vulnerability of a young man. Anton's expression softened. "His mental state has improved recently. Our team has made some significant progress. Given more time, the side effects of the experimental enhancement drugs might be completely eradicated." He paused, stroking his chin. "All right, here's what we'll do. Prepare yourself, and I'll have my people reach out to arrange a visit. Your father's being held in a secure location, one that guarantees his safety." "Thank you." Harry's relief was palpable. He hadn't expected Anton to agree so readily. After all, Norman was held under Batman's jurisdiction. Even as Batman's spokesperson, Anton didn't wield full authority. But Anton had agreed after only a brief consideration. As Harry reflected on this, he realized something. Anton's standing within the Justice League was higher than he had anticipated. Yet, through reliable channels, Harry knew with certainty that Anton was not Batman. Anton, he asked, curiosity getting the better of him, what exactly is your role in the Justice League? Anton offered an enigmatic answer, leaving Harry to ponder as he left Wayne Enterprises. Standing outside the building, Harry glanced back at the massive Wayne Enterprises sign, limb regeneration technology, and he trailed off, lost in thought. Advanced but enigmatic weapons technology. Is Batman the source of all this? Boss. His driver's voice snapped him out of his reverie. The car pulled up, and Harry climbed into the back seat. As the car drove away, heading toward Oscorp, Harry continued to mull over his discoveries. Back in Wayne Enterprises, Anton stood by the window, watching Harry leave. A faint smile crossed his face. Old man, Anton said, turning to Jonah Jameson, you look pleased. Got what you wanted today? Jonah grunted, offering no response. Anton continued, I have to admit, Harry surprised me today. Even if Norman Osborn returns to Oscorp, he may not run the company better than Harry. Jonah raised an eyebrow. Harry is a capable chairman, Anton concluded. More generous than his father ever was. The old man smiled and said, he promised to give us 60% of Hammer's orders. 60% of the orders? Old man, don't overreach. I won't, the old man replied with a calm smirk. I've already planned to buy Hammer's arms production line. Now that Justin Hammer has been arrested, we just need to let the news ferment for a few days. Let the bullets fly a bit longer, and Hammer will truly understand what it means to have no way back. Even the military won't protect them this time. He paused, his smile deepening, and continued, at that point, Hammer Industries will be like prey surrounded by wolves, unable to escape the clutches of us hungry predators. Old man, you're really not sounding like a good person right now, Anton said, giving him a scrutinizing look. At that moment, Anton couldn't help but see the old man as a mob boss straight out of The Godfather. Dressed in a suit, a cigar in hand, smoke curling around his white temples, his calm gaze carried an air of calculated ruthlessness. I never said I was a good person, the old man replied with a shrug, exhaling a puff of smoke. But that doesn't stop me from having a good heart or taking action for a good cause. Anton raised an eyebrow at that ambiguous statement, but before he could respond, the old man spoke again. By the way, the old man said, as if suddenly remembering something, if you don't have anything pressing, you'd better stay in New York for a while. John's coming back. You two haven't seen each other in over a year. He'll be happy to see what you've accomplished. John. Anton froze for a moment, the name catching him off guard. It took him a while to realize that the John the old man was referring to wasn't John Constantine who came to mind instinctively but rather John Jameson, his biological father in this body. The same John Jameson who once turned his nose up at jelly and happened to be an astronaut. He's back from space already? Anton asked, surprised. Not exactly, the old man replied. This time, his job wasn't to go to space but to prepare others for it. What do you mean by prepare others? The government has a plan to build a space station. They needed to send a team of scientists to space to conduct some experiments. John, being an experienced astronaut, was hired to train these scientists and assist with their specialized tasks. The old man added, the plan is wrapping up now. The scientists have already been sent into orbit, and John's part in the mission is over. Scientists, in space. Anton muttered, his expression turning strange. The more he thought about it, the more familiar this story felt. How many scientists are in this team? Who are they? Anton asked, an uneasy suspicion creeping into his voice. If they've secured government funding, they must be a pretty notable group, right? I believe there were 4 of them, 3 men and 1 woman, the old man replied, oblivious to Anton's increasingly frozen expression. Their leader is Reed Richards. He's a super genius with PhDs in engineering, mathematics, and physics, among other fields. He was once considered on par with Tony Stark in terms of intellect. Unfortunately, unlike Stark, Reed doesn't have a wealthy family backing him, so he's nowhere near as famous. The old man continued talking, unaware of Anton's dawning realization. Good grief, Anton muttered under his breath. The Fantastic Four. It's really happening. Anton's expression turned strange. He wasn't particularly surprised, though. The chaotic plots he had encountered earlier had already made it clear this was a Marvel movie universe, stitched together like a tailor's patchwork. Still, the appearance of the Fantastic Four made more sense than some of the other elements he had encountered, like Wanted or Transformers. After all, the Fantastic Four were a cornerstone of Marvel, created by the father of Marvel, Stan Lee, and a defining milestone in comic history. In Marvel's darkest days, it was the Fantastic Four that had kept the company afloat. In many ways, they were the saviors of the Marvel Universe. However, when the 21st century rolled around, Marvel realized that most of its valuable superheroes had been sold off. Forced to choose from the remaining roster, they gambled on Iron Man, a second-tier hero at the time, and somehow struck gold. The rest, as they say, is history, with Iron Man leading the charge into the modern era of superhero cinema. How long until John gets back? Anton asked, his tone casual but his mind racing. The return of his cheap dad John signaled that the Fantastic Four had already gone to space and that their story was about to begin in earnest. It wouldn't be long before New York found itself in the midst of chaos. Whether or not John would get dragged into the turmoil remained to be seen. As for the villain behind the upcoming chaos, there was no doubt it had to be Victor Von Doom, better known as Dr. Doom. A truly formidable adversary. Unlike the villains from the Iron Man trilogy, Dr. Doom wasn't just another corporate rival or technological thief. He was a force to be reckoned with. In the comics, Dr. Doom didn't start with any superpowers. Instead, through relentless study and seizing countless opportunities, he became a master of magic, rivaling even Doctor Strange. However, the movie version of Doom was different, less powerful. Here, he was reimagined as a billionaire and former classmate of Reed Richards, who had joined the Fantastic Four's space mission. Like the others, Doom gained unique abilities after their exposure to cosmic radiation. Though the movie version of Dr. Doom wasn't as fearsome as his comic counterpart, he was still a classic villain. Dealing with him could provide a substantial boost to Anton's justice value, a resource he had been struggling to accumulate lately. Half a month ago, he had apprehended a minor criminal at the Stark Expo, earning a measly 2 million justice points. After raking in 10 million points from the Transformers incident, such small rewards barely felt worth the effort. But the Fantastic Four incident? That was different. Dr. Doom was iconic. Even if the movie version wasn't at full strength, Anton was confident the system would grant significant justice points for taking him down. Just like Marvel Studios had once done, the system would likely reward the taller among the short ones. It'll be at least another 2 weeks, the old man replied. Just because the job is finished doesn't mean he can leave right away. I'll let you know when he's back. Good. Let me know the moment he returns, Anton said, waving his hand dismissively. With John's return marking the start of the Fantastic Four plotline, Anton estimated he still had enough time to prepare. The residents of New York, however, were in for a rough ride. They had barely recovered from the chaos of the Stark Expo, and today's battle at Manhattan Pier had only added to the tension. In about a month, the Fantastic Four's next major event would inevitably unfold. This city, Anton muttered, shaking his head, is truly terrifying. After some thought, Anton returned to the DC company to handle his daily work, temporarily setting aside his concerns. Over the next few days, he flew to Los Angeles. The Wonder Woman movie had finished filming and officially entered post-production. Since Anton himself had directed the film, Quentin Beck, the future mystery guest, personally took charge of the movie's special effects out of respect for his boss. With the groundwork and technical support already laid, post-production was smooth and efficient. Quentin's holographic technology, which had become a cutting-edge tool in Hollywood, greatly enhanced the realism of the film and even eliminated several traditional post-production steps, accelerating the timeline. Today, Quentin's technology is regarded as a groundbreaking advancement in the industry. The special effects studio under the DC company is now valued at hundreds of millions, though there are few competitors or avenues for reinvestment. Quentin, holding a significant stake in the studio, had skyrocketed to billionaire status, at least on paper. Despite his newfound wealth, Quentin remained loyal to Anton, ensuring Wonder Woman's post-production was flawless. Anton was more than pleased with the arrangement. He believed the final product would far surpass the original Wonder Woman film starring Gal Gadot in his own timeline. The industry buzz around the film was undeniable, and many anticipated its success. Jim, ever the forward thinker, strongly pushed for pre-production on a sequel to Wonder Woman. However, Anton firmly declined. He had no intention of making a second installment, for 2 main reasons. In the original timeline, the second Wonder Woman film had flopped spectacularly, with weak storytelling and poor reception. By the time his version of Wonder Woman released, Anton was confident it would push Diana's fan value beyond 30 million. Once that milestone was reached, he could redeem the Wonder Woman template for himself, rendering a sequel unnecessary. For Anton, making money was not the primary goal, fan value was. The decision to greenlight a sequel for Batman had been different. Part of it was personal bias, but the other reason was strategic. It served to better connect the audience to Batman v Superman, generating anticipation for Superman's storyline. However, Anton knew Superman wasn't particularly well received in this universe. In a world already wary of aliens due to real-life invasions, the idea of an alien superhero didn't resonate well with the public. While Superman brought buzz to the movies, he failed to evoke a strong sense of connection with audiences. As a result, Superman's fan value grew more slowly than Anton had anticipated, leading him to adjust his strategy. Soon, under Quentin Beck's tireless efforts, post-production on Wonder Woman was complete. The final cut was ready, and Anton led Jim and the team to a private screening. Everyone was impressed, and Anton was satisfied with the result. Jim wasted no time ramping up the promotional campaign. Trailers and teasers flooded the market, generating immense hype for the movie and further bolstering Wonder Woman's popularity. Under Anton's management, DC's reputation had shifted dramatically in just a year. It was no longer seen as a niche studio. With superheroes like Batman, Cyborg, and Green Arrow who had appeared in real life, fans felt a unique sense of pride. To many, it was as if their favorite heroes had stepped out of fiction and into reality. This real-world connection greatly strengthened fan loyalty to DC's works. At the same time, news of Wonder Woman's imminent release quickly reached SHIELD. Agent Carlson, in particular, took immediate notice. Having just managed to contain the fallout from the Ivan Vanko incident involving Hammer Industries, Carlson now faced a new complication, the release of Wonder Woman. It wasn't the movie itself that concerned him, it was the people behind it. Anton, the mastermind, and Diana Prince, the film's protagonist, had deep ties to real-life events. Carlson couldn't ignore the potential ramifications of this Justice League production. Rubbing his temples, Carlson sighed. Another headache. The director of the film is Anton Jameson. Yes, the Anton Jameson who directed the movies Batman and Cyborg. Under orders from director Fury, Carlson, who had watched all of DC's productions, understood the significance of Wonder Woman not just in DC's cinematic universe but also within the comic Justice League. The daughter of Zeus, king of the gods, Diana Prince was a true demigod with the blood of the old gods flowing in her veins. She possessed extraordinary, godlike powers and had even battled Ares, the god of war, in her lore. To Carlson, these stories seemed more like ancient myths than reality. Yet, as a seasoned SHIELD agent, Carlson had access to classified secrets, some of which pointed to the existence of ancient beings with extraordinary powers who could have been mistaken for gods. Could Wonder Woman, the fictional heroine from the movie, actually be a descendant of such individuals? And she wasn't the only one. The Justice League included other intimidating figures, the Flash, Cyborg, Batman, and even Superman. In DC's current works, Batman and Cyborg had already become real-world figures. That alien, Superman, hadn't made an appearance in the real world yet, but who could guarantee that Wonder Woman wasn't next? Carlson had a strong hunch, Batman and Cyborg were just the beginning. In the future, more of these fictional superheroes would emerge in the real world, creating shockwaves. For now, though, he had more immediate concerns. The premiere is tomorrow. I'd better secure a seat, Carlson muttered as he dialed a number. Hey, this is Carlson. Get me a ticket for the earliest screening of Wonder Woman tomorrow. What? Why? Of course, I can't buy it with my own money. Watching Anton's new work is official business. Time flew by, and the premiere of Wonder Woman had finally arrived. Anton, who had just arrived at the event, was intercepted by the old man and brought to meet someone he hadn't seen in a long time, his physical father, his cheap dad. Anton, I was away for a year teaching classes, and I hear you've become a big-shot director. The man, who looked like he was in his early 30s but was actually in his 40s, opened his arms and hugged Anton warmly. John, long time no see, Anton responded, slightly taken aback. When he first saw the man in front of him, he struggled to call him dad. But with the merged memories from his current body and the warmth of John's embrace, Anton found himself feeling a reluctant fondness. Looking at John's familiar yet unfamiliar face, he gradually felt more at ease. You came back just in time. Here for my premiere? Anton asked with a smile. Of course. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Let's go, then. You're about to see a masterpiece, Anton said as they walked toward the venue. John headed directly to the infield, while Anton went to the interview area. After a brief round of media questions, Anton took the stage to greet the audience. Once the formalities were done, the lights dimmed, and the movie began. Before stepping down, Anton's eyes scanned the audience. He spotted several familiar faces and a knowing smirk spread across his lips. Tony Stark and Carlson were here. Though Anton knew they were likely here to gather intelligence, he couldn't help but appreciate their presence. After all, even spies contributed to his film's popularity. Of course, tickets bought for the premiere wouldn't count toward the official box office. But that didn't matter. As long as they helped boost fan value, they were allies in his eyes. Carlson, being the meticulous agent he was, might not add much to Wonder Woman's fan base, but Tony Stark? Now, that was a different story. Tony, the world-renowned playboy, wouldn't be able to resist Diana Prince's beauty, her long legs, or her charm even if he was trying to reform himself. Anton could see right through Tony's thoughts. As a man, Anton thought, amused, Tony's not fooling anyone. The movie begins. As the DC company logo fades, accompanied by glimpses of various heroes, a low-toned monologue by the heroine sets the mood. A woman with striking beauty and long legs enters the audience's view. Everyone knows who she is, Wonder Woman, Diana Prince. The scene transitions to Diana gazing at an old, yellowed photo. Through its aged appearance and the background details, Carlson quickly identifies the historical era it portrays. Wartime. Carlson murmurs, focusing on the rifle in the photo. This model was most commonly used during World War I. Shortly after, Diana picks up a note from a box. The name written on the note, Bruce Wayne. The corners of Carlson's mouth twitch. To him, this detail was a deliberate nod by Anton to emphasize that Wonder Woman and Batman exist in the same world. But others in the audience simply saw it as a clever plot linkage. The film soon transitions to Diana's childhood on Paradise Island, Themyscira. Themyscira is a unique, breathtaking kingdom populated entirely by women. Tall and strong, the Amazons are brave warriors, equal to, if not stronger than, men. The island, protected by a magical force field created by Zeus, is a true paradise where its people are immortal. Through dialogue between Diana and her mother, Hippolyta, Queen of Themyscira, the film reveals its mythological backstory. The Amazons worship the Greek gods, with Zeus as their king. Zeus created humankind, but his son, Ares the god of war, grew jealous. Ares incited rebellion among humans, spreading war and chaos. As war engulfed the world, Ares gained strength. Eventually, his power grew so immense that he killed the other gods and sought to control everything. At a critical moment, Zeus struck Ares down with a thunderous blow. However, Zeus's effort cost him his life. Before his death, Zeus left behind a powerful weapon to defeat Ares should he return, and he cloaked Themyscira with a magical shield to keep it hidden from the resurrected god of war. By now, the plot is clear. The ultimate enemy is Ares, and Wonder Woman will rise as the hero destined to stop him and save the world. Carlson sat thoughtfully. The story's simplicity belied its intriguing premise. It echoed the biblical narrative of God creating mankind, but in this version, the creator was Zeus, the king of the Greek gods. Is this just myth, Carlson wondered, or a veiled truth about humanity's origins? He recalled some classified SHIELD files that hinted at ancient beings with extraordinary powers. Could there be a grain of truth in this cinematic portrayal? Under normal circumstances, Carlson wouldn't give a fictional movie much thought. But this wasn't just any film, this was an Anton Jameson production. Headache, Carlson muttered under his breath. He couldn't decipher Anton's true intentions. If Wonder Woman were to appear in the real world, could this movie be an autobiography of sorts for the hero's arrival? SHIELD had already investigated the events and background shown in Anton's Batman movie. Despite their efforts, they couldn't fully unravel the mysteries. For instance, they still hadn't determined the source of Batman's advanced technology. Sure, they had suspicions. Wayne Enterprises, recently established, clearly had a connection to Batman. The unique weapons designs and cutting-edge tech couldn't have come from a fledgling company without significant backing. Still, the deeper they looked, the more questions they uncovered, questions that left even S.H.I.E.L.D's brightest minds puzzled. The follow-up development of the Wonder Woman movie was entirely within Carlson's expectations. This is not a film with particularly profound connotations, it's a superhero movie dominated by entertainment and action. However, the content and the director behind the film should not be overlooked. The plot unfolds as Diana grows up, introducing the audience to a magical weapon, a sword. In the original comics, this sword was called the Vulcan sword, capable of cutting at the subatomic level. However, in the movie, the sword played no significant role. But that's a discussion for another time. As the early stages of the story conclude, with the background fully introduced, the main narrative begins. A plane crashes into Paradise Island, followed by German soldiers. The island's inhabitants manage to fend off the attackers with great difficulty. From the pilot, Steve Trevor, Diana learns about the world outside. A massive war has engulfed the globe, lasting 4 years, involving 27 countries, and resulting in 25 million deaths. Hearing the name Steve, Carlson's expression becomes noticeably strange. For anyone familiar with superheroes, this name is clearly an allusion to Captain America. The movie's setting easily evokes comparisons to World War II, though the movie itself is set during a different conflict. As a devoted fan of Captain America, Carlson knows Steve Rogers' story inside and out, and it definitely doesn't involve a mystical Paradise Island. This was clearly a creative addition by Anton. No reference value. Carlson mutters, frowning slightly. He begins to suspect that this movie might be purely a result of Anton's personal interests, devoid of any meaningful connection to reality. As the movie progresses, Carlson's predictions hold true. The inhabitants of Paradise Island believe that Ares, the god of war, is responsible for the conflict. Determined to stop him, Diana takes the magical sword and leaves the island with Steve Trevor to face Ares and end the war. Along the way, they gather reliable allies, uncovering that the true identity of Ares is Sir Patrick, who had previously been helping them. After defeating General Ludendorff, Diana discovers that killing him hasn't stopped the war. When Ares reveals himself, he destroys the magical sword with ease and points out that the sword is not the weapon of death Diana herself is. As the daughter of Zeus and Queen Hippolyta, Diana possesses the blood of the old gods and is the only one capable of killing Ares. The climactic battle ensues. In the end, Steve sacrifices himself in a plane explosion, and Diana defeats Ares, ending the war. The plot, while engaging, is fairly straightforward. Watching Steve die in a plane, Carlson can't help but see parallels to Captain America. Knowing the real Steve Rogers personally, the dissonance between his reality and the movie's story deepens Carlson's conviction that the film holds no real-world significance. Of course, this is just his opinion. The audience around him seems to be thoroughly enjoying the movie. The Wonder Woman film offers a different experience compared to previous superhero movies like Batman or Cyborg. Batman emphasizes deeper themes, while Cyborg focuses on futuristic technology. In contrast, Wonder Woman shines with its rich backstory and impressive special effects, creating an equally captivating experience. After the film ended, the general audience applauded warmly, expressing their appreciation. However, Tony, seated in the audience, remained unmoved. He acknowledged that the movie was above the standard of a passable work and could foresee its commercial success. Yet, it lacked the intellectual depth of Batman, the technological inspiration of Cyborg, or even the existential intrigue of Superman. The concept of gods, Zeus, and divine blood felt far removed from reality for Tony. Tony Stark never believed in myths. Unless a god, say, Zeus himself or his demigod offspring appeared before him, he considered such tales irrelevant. To him, the film's only appeal was the heroine, Diana, with her long legs and captivating presence. At the end of the movie, Tony and Coulson left early, not waiting for the creative team's final remarks. Anton noticed this but didn't care. From the audience's reactions, Anton knew the film had achieved the effect he wanted. Thanks to the Flash TV series, Wonder Woman already had 10 million fans. Anton estimated that within a week, an additional 20 million would join them. Once the Wonder Woman template is activated, it'll bring incredible power, Anton mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Analyzing his current situation, Anton realized he had already acquired 3 DC heroes, Batman, Cyborg, and Green Arrow. Among them, excluding Batman's high-tech battle armor, the most powerful in their natural state was undoubtedly Wonder Woman. With her divine heritage and mastery of godly power, Diana Prince was a force to be reckoned with. At this point, the Justice League under Anton's leadership consisted of Batman, Cyborg, Green Arrow, Wonder Woman, Venom, Spider-Man, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Daredevil, and Goblin. Additionally, hidden in the sewer lab were Hulk, Dr. Lizard, and Rat Splinter. The roster was already formidable, and the team also had a war fortress in space, connected to Cybertron, the Transformers' home planet. With this setup, Transformers could be summoned instantly via the Technodrome's teleportation device, providing emergency reinforcements. Looking at the lineup and resources, Anton felt nearly invincible. Of course, he knew this was an illusion. The Earth held countless secrets, and the most notable among them was the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, silently observing and controlling the flow of time. While she had yet to intervene, Anton was certain the Ancient One was aware of him and his growing influence. Batman's identity might be concealed from others, but it was unlikely to escape the notice of a sorcerer with mastery over time and foresight. Another potential threat was Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, who wielded immense power. Anton was sure she would never tolerate any single faction taking control of Earth. As Nick Fury's strongest asset, she would inevitably clash with Anton's Justice League if their paths crossed. "It's time for us to go, Anton. Stop zoning out," Jim suddenly interrupted. Snapping back to reality, Anton smiled, walked to the podium, and addressed the crowd confidently. A short while later, the premiere concluded. Various media outlets gave Wonder Woman high praise, driven partly by the financial incentives at play. Even critics who didn't appreciate the movie found polite things to say. In all seriousness, while Wonder Woman was a solid movie, it couldn't quite compare to Batman, Superman, or Cyborg. The film's subject matter limited its impact, and Diana's overwhelming strength as the heroine overshadowed much of the plot. Aside from the special effects and Diana's stunning appearance, the story felt predictable, almost cliché. The special effects and the heroine's stunning appearance, with her long legs and undeniable charisma, provided the key elements for a commercial movie's success. As long as the plot was reasonable, audiences wouldn't have much to complain about. This became evident from the box office results on the second day. The domestic box office for the first day reached 40 million. Even industry veterans like Jim and others understood that the subject matter of Wonder Woman inherently limited its performance compared to Anton's previous films like Batman and Cyborg. Still, based on current trends, the movie could be considered a success. Unquestionably, Wonder Woman dominated the first day's box office with 40 million, and media outlets projected that the domestic total could exceed 450 million, with the global box office likely surpassing 800 million. Jim was overjoyed. He never expected Wonder Woman to match the success of Batman. However, the film's current performance was already enough to elevate both DC and Anton's reputation further. In just over a year, Anton had released 3 blockbuster films, all with impressive box office results. He was now considered Hollywood's most popular director, unquestionably at the top of his field. The newfound fame brought with it some unexpected challenges. Within days, Anton was bombarded with calls from actresses, chance encounters, and more than a few bold attempts at romantic pursuits. For the first time, Anton experienced the downside of being too popular. To escape the chaos, Anton released a statement announcing that he planned to take a break from filmmaking for the foreseeable future. People accepted the news with understanding. After all, Anton came from a wealthy family and had interests outside of Hollywood, including managing DC and the Daily Bugle. Additionally, the newly rising Wayne Enterprises had strong ties to the Jameson family, Anton's own powerful lineage. Still, the announcement didn't stop actresses and socialites from attempting to woo him. Even if Anton stepped away from directing, he remained a highly eligible bachelor, only slightly less prominent than Tony Stark himself. After all, Tony Stark was Iron Man, the chairman of a global corporation. Anton joked about his troublesome situation, feeling forced into a few days of indulgence and relaxation. Meanwhile, Wonder Woman continued to grow in popularity. In just a few days, the fan base surpassed 20 million, with projections suggesting it would reach 30 million within a week, hitting the target Anton needed for his goals. Anton felt a mix of pain and satisfaction. To his surprise, after a conversation with his father, John, he learned that the Fantastic Four storyline wasn't progressing as quickly as expected. This meant it would be some time before their plotline unfolded, contrary to Anton's original predictions. However, during his supposed rest days, a peculiar news report caught Anton's attention. In New Mexico, near a small town called Puente Antiguo, a strange event had occurred during a thunderstorm. After the storm passed, locals discovered a massive crater several meters in diameter in the middle of an empty wasteland by the highway. At the center of the crater was a hammer. A passing driver tried to remove the hammer but found it immovable. The news quickly spread among the locals, who began calling it a miracle. The report even included a photograph of the hammer one Anton instantly recognized. Thor. Anton muttered, narrowing his eyes. The appearance of Thor signified that only a few months remained before the Battle of New York. It seems my vacation is coming to an end, Anton sighed. Meanwhile, on the other side, SHIELD had also received reports about the incident. A discovery of this nature, a mysterious artifact tied to Norse mythology, immediately caught their attention. Agent Carlson was assigned to investigate and arrived in Puente Antiguo shortly after. Standing at the edge of the crater, he gazed down at the immovable hammer. Seeing the hammer that no one could lift, along with the mysterious runes etched around it, Carlson's expression turned strange. This scene, it seemed familiar somehow. Carlson thought for a moment before his eyes widened in realization, his face betraying a look of horror. Wonder Woman? Those runes, he had seen similar ones in the Wonder Woman movie? They resembled the ancient text inscribed in the cave on the Amazon's Paradise Island. It was the same cave where Diana retrieved the so-called god-killing weapon, the divine sword left behind by Zeus. Gulp. Carlson swallowed nervously, trying to stay composed. He distinctly remembered the details of the movie. He had watched it intently and was confident he wasn't mistaken. However, the memory of leaving the theater early, before Anton could say anything further, suddenly hit him. He resisted the urge to slap himself. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Snapping back to the situation at hand, Carlson barked out an order. Get someone to study these runes immediately, he commanded in a deep voice. Yes, sir. And Carlson hesitated for a moment before continuing. Find a movie theater in the nearby town of Puente Antiguo. Bring a few agents with cameras. You're coming with me. What? We're going to a movie? With cameras? One of the agents looked baffled, before catching sight of Carlson's intense expression. He quickly straightened up. I mean, what movie, sir? Wonder Woman. Carlson snapped. When Anton filmed Wonder Woman, he initially hadn't considered including any ancient language. The idea came from the highly professional production team, who suggested it as a way to enrich the movie's atmosphere. Anton found the suggestion reliable and decided it wouldn't be too troublesome to consult a few ancient writing experts. The final result was impressive, proving once again that teamwork is indispensable for any success, especially in film production. The characters used in the Wonder Woman movie were likely inspired by cuneiform, one of the world's earliest recognized forms of writing, which originated in the ancient Middle East around 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. Between 2000 and 3000 BC, the Sumerians and Akkadians of Mesopotamia developed city-states with early forms of governance, including leaders, councils of elders, and legal systems. This period coincided with the gradual evolution of cuneiform writing, which naturally transitioned into the timeline Anton set for the gods in his movie. In the Marvel world, the timeline of cuneiform aligns with events such as Odin's battles in the Nine Realms. When Anton adapted the Wonder Woman story, he opted to portray Zeus as the king of the gods, incorporating cuneiform writing into the movie to reflect the timeline and cultural evolution of ancient Mesopotamian civilizations. For Carlson, who watched the movie with great attention to detail, this connection was shocking. Realizing the similarities between the runes on the mysterious hammer he'd encountered and those on the god-killing weapon in the movie, he sprang into action. Carlson led his team, armed with cameras, to a small-town cinema, determined to scrutinize the film again from beginning to end. Fortunately, the theater was nearly empty, allowing Carlson to book the entire venue. This time, he paid close attention to every frame, refusing to overlook even the smallest detail. When the divine weapon appeared on screen, its markings reminded him of the runes on the hammer, strengthening his suspicion that he'd stumbled upon a deeper truth. After an entire day of watching, rewinding, and analyzing, the only concrete discovery was confirmation of a connection between the movie's mythological elements and the hammer. The team sent images of the movie's runes to ancient writing experts, but the translation revealed nothing significant, just a collection of mythological references and generic storytelling tropes. Greek mythology. Carlson muttered, frowning as he thought about the hammer that no one could lift. Could it really be a weapon from the gods? The idea seemed absurd and gave him a headache. Growing up in a world of science and logic, Carlson had never believed in myths. Have we located the ancient writing expert who worked on the movie? Carlson asked. We did, one of his agents replied, but the expert said he only provided translations based on the crew's requirements. He doesn't know anything beyond that? Forget it, Carlson said, waving his hand in frustration. He concluded that if the movie contained any hidden clues, Anton, or possibly Batman, who worked behind the scenes, must have anticipated such questions long before. Unless we go directly to Anton, we won't get any real answers. Carlson exhaled and focused on a phrase frequently mentioned in the movie, the weapon of killing gods. Could this hammer really be a god-killing weapon? He murmured, his mind racing. If the hammer was truly a divine weapon, did it mean that Wonder Woman, or someone like her, would appear in real life? And if Wonder Woman were to manifest, would Ares, the god of war, follow? A more troubling thought struck him. If Ares, the god of war, did emerge, would it signal a global crisis? In the Wonder Woman movie, Ares was portrayed as the instigator of World War I. If he appeared on Earth, could it lead to another worldwide conflict, perhaps even a third world war? The possibility left Carlson deeply uneasy. The more Carlson thought about it, the more horrified he felt. His head throbbed with a splitting headache. After a moment's deliberation, he waved his hand and made a decisive call. Forget it. Secure the area immediately. No unauthorized entry or exit. This is bigger than we thought. Understood. With that, Carlson exited the cinema, pulled out his phone, and called his superior to report the situation. If no answers emerged, he might have no choice but to seek help from Anton. New York. Upon seeing the news about Thor's hammer, Anton quickly identified the timeline. This marked the lead-up to the Battle of New York, the final major event before the Avengers assembled in the original Marvel Cinematic Universe. It was clear to Anton that the New York battle was inevitable. He held no expectation that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s version of the Avengers could prevent it. The Avengers of the original timeline barely succeeded, and this universe's iteration missing key members was unlikely to fare better. One critical loss? The Hulk. Bruce Banner, an essential figure in the original team, had been recruited by Anton, leaving SHIELD clueless about his whereabouts. They probably hadn't even begun to investigate where the Hulk had disappeared to. In this version of events, the Avengers lineup consisted of Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, Captain America, Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, and Clint Barton, Hawkeye, with Thor tentatively joining the mix. Among them, only Steve and Tony could be considered reliable core members. Thor, while powerful, was more brute strength than strategy. As for Natasha and Clint, their contributions, while notable, couldn't tip the scales in a cosmic battle. Anton smirked as an idea formed in his mind. After the Avengers' inevitable defeat, he mused, there will be no chance for them to recover. The Justice League will take over the battlefield and drive the Chitauri back into the depths of space. His Justice League roster was formidable: Batman, Cyborg, Green Arrow, Wonder Woman, Venom, Spider-Man, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Daredevil, and Hobgoblin. Non-core members like the Hulk, Dr. Lizard, and the Transformers also strengthened their ranks. In terms of weaponry and resources, the Justice League's war fortress floating in orbit dwarfed the Chitauri's bioships. Even in direct combat, Anton felt confident in his team's superiority. And this wasn't just any battle, it was home turf. The Justice League had the advantage of fighting on Earth, while the Chitauri faced a heavily fortified resistance. Once the New York battle concluded, the Justice League would ascend to global fame, overshadowing anything the Avengers had achieved. The influx of justice value Anton expected to gain from this event would easily surpass all prior records. After all, this was Earth's first large-scale alien invasion, a turning point in history. With the New York War as the catalyst, Earth would inevitably enter a new era. After reporting the situation to his director, Nick Fury, Carlson didn't receive any specific instructions from the other end of the call. However, before Fury hung up, he hinted at something significant. If no other solution presented itself, Carlson was permitted to seek Anton's help. The mention of a killing weapon and the connection to Ares, the god of war, made Carlson uneasy. According to the lore established in the Wonder Woman movie directed by Anton, the First World War was instigated by Ares himself. If such a scenario were to be true, SHIELD couldn't allow Ares to appear. Preventing war at all costs was a fundamental goal of SHIELD, especially with Earth already facing the looming threat of alien civilizations. Humanity needed to stand united. From what Carlson understood, Anton agreed with this principle. However, Anton appeared more composed than SHIELD operatives. He had knowledge of the future's general trajectory. Under the constant threats of alien invasions and global crises, the likelihood of internal wars among Earth's nations was minimal. In fact, Anton believed that within a few decades, humanity would likely unite under a single global alliance. But that was a matter for the distant future. Carlson, still wrestling with unanswered questions, felt the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Still no results from the investigation, he asked one of his agents. No, sir, the agent replied, shaking his head. That hammer won't budge. We've tried everything. Even when we dug out the surrounding soil, the hammer just sank deeper into the ground, completely immovable. Then stop trying to move it, Carlson said after a pause. Secure the area. No one except our team is allowed in or out. After some thought, he added, find me books on Greek mythology and locate experts on the subject. I need to ask them some questions. Understood, the agent replied, immediately setting off. Having spent an entire day watching Wonder Woman, the agent had also picked up on some of the peculiarities Carlson had noted. The concepts of Ares, the god of war, and the killing weapon stuck with him. Carlson's hunch seemed valid. This hammer that had fallen from the sky might genuinely be linked to ancient myths and stories. Even in an age where science reigned supreme, Carlson couldn't ignore the possibility that the most far-fetched explanation might hold the truth. A short while later, Carlson stared at a large pile of books on Greek mythology that his agents had procured from a local bookstore. His head ached at the sight. It reminded him of the time he spent binge-watching all of DC's works during a recent break. But Greek mythology, unlike DC's neatly packaged narratives, was a chaotic tangle of legends and lore. For once, why is it always me who has to do all the reading? Carlson muttered with a sigh. Resigned, he grabbed one of the books and began reading late into the night. A few days later, Carlson felt he had acquired a solid grasp of Greek mythology. Meanwhile, the experts SHIELD had brought in to analyze the hammer finally uncovered some groundbreaking information. Thor, Mjolnir or, more accurately, Mjolnir. With the expert's deciphering of ancient inscriptions, Carlson finally had something concrete to work with. This hammer is Thor's weapon, known as Mjolnir, the legendary Thor's hammer. Zeus. Carlson took a sharp breath. It was already clear that this hammer was tied to Thor. However, his mind wrestled with the connection to Zeus. In ancient Greek mythology, Zeus, the king of the gods, was often associated with thunder and lightning as his weapons, while the bull and eagle were his symbols. But a hammer? Carlson frowned. There was no mention in Greek mythology of Zeus wielding a hammer as his weapon. As he pondered, one of the experts nearby spoke up, addressing the confusion. This is Norse mythology, the expert explained. Thor, the Norse god of thunder, wields a hammer as his primary weapon. But why are elements of Greek mythology and Norse mythology overlapping? Carlson asked, visibly puzzled. The expert continued, around the 1st century AD, Thor's prominence in certain regions rivaled that of Odin. For example, in the Rosala temple, the first holy site in northern Europe, Thor's statue was positioned at the center, flanked by Odin and Frey on either side. In some instances, Thor was even revered as the equivalent of Zeus in Greek mythology. This explanation, supported by historical accounts, began to connect the dots for Carlson. That makes sense, he said, nodding slowly. So, Zeus and Thor could essentially be the same figure in different cultural contexts. This hammer, from that perspective, might actually be Zeus's weapon too. As they continued to discuss, their excitement grew. Unbeknownst to them, their earlier misunderstandings had taken them on a circuitous route, only to bring them back to the correct path. It's possible, the expert said cautiously. But that's only one interpretation. What conclusions you draw from this are up to you. The expert's focus, however, remained firmly on the hammer. After days of study and attempts to move it, he understood the magnitude of the event he was part of. This was undeniably miraculous. No matter how much they tried, the hammer would not budge, as though it were waiting for the one destined to wield it, much like the sword in the stone of Arthurian legend. Only the true king could claim the weapon. This is a monumental discovery, the expert exclaimed, trembling with excitement. A miracle? This is undoubtedly a miracle. It suggests that thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of years ago, gods might have walked this earth. Sir, you need to rest, Carlson interjected, narrowing his eyes. Some things were better left unsaid, and the expert's words were treading dangerous ground. Carlson, without hesitation, gestured to his agents. Take him to rest, he ordered. The expert resisted, shouting, no, you can't do this. You can't let Thor's hammer remain hidden forever. Don't forget the non-disclosure agreement you signed, Carlson said calmly, his expression unchanging. Soon, the makeshift stronghold returned to silence. Carlson stood in the pit, staring at Thor's hammer. His thoughts swirled between Zeus and Thor. His expression darkened. The more he uncovered, the more incredible the truth seemed. Could gods really exist? ZZZZT? Suddenly, an alarm blared from the communicator on his chest. Sir, an agent fell, and the cordon was breached. Someone broke in. The emergency notice jolted Carlson back to his senses, an ominous premonition rising in his chest. Carlson, who had been forced to endure Wonder Woman screenings almost daily, quickly realized this could be one of those so-called gods breaking in, likely someone who wanted to claim Thor's hammer. Stop him, Carlson ordered firmly. Don't let him near the crater. Understood. A few minutes later, Carlson surveyed the chaotic scene at the stronghold near the crater, his frustration growing. The intruder was clearly more formidable than expected. Carlson, I'm in position, Hawkeye's calm voice came through the communicator. He had already drawn his bow and was aiming at the figure causing havoc below. Wait. Carlson stopped him. There are abnormal electromagnetic waves around Thor's hammer. This person might actually be Thor. Do you want me to hold back, or should I send in more agents to get beaten up? Hawkeye asked dryly, his arrow tracking the intruder's movements. He doesn't look like a god to me, just a really strong guy. The sheer number of agents the intruder had taken down was enough to impress even Hawkeye, who grudgingly acknowledged the man's combat prowess. Let him go, Carlson decided after a pause, gritting his teeth. If he's really a god, we can't stop him anyway. But if he isn't, he must know something. Understood. The conversation ended as the intruder reached the crater and set his eyes on the hammer, his dream prize. Behind him, Carlson watched solemnly, gripping his communicator. All units, stand by. Barton, prepare your most powerful arrow. Got it. Meanwhile, the intruder approached Thor's hammer. Mjolnir, we meet again, he exclaimed with a confident smile, placing both hands on the hammer's handle and pulling with all his strength. Thor's hammer didn't budge. It stood as immovable as a mountain. The man Thor himself froze in disbelief. No, he bellowed, falling to his knees in the rain. Father, why would you do this to me? Carlson, unfazed by Thor's despair, exhaled in relief. Looks like he's not Thor after all. As soon as he finished speaking, agents swarmed in, restraining the weakened and despondent Thor with ease. Carlson attempted to interrogate Thor, but his efforts were fruitless. The former god remained silent and dazed, offering no useful information. Frustrated, Carlson left the scene to report back to headquarters and plan their next steps. In the isolated glass holding cell, Thor sat alone, his shoulders slumped in defeat. Swish! A figure suddenly appeared in the room. Loki. Thor's eyes lit up with recognition, his despair momentarily replaced with excitement. Why are you here? Father is dead, Loki said coldly, his voice a sharp and merciless blow. Elsewhere. He definitely knows something, Coulson said, speaking into his communicator with SHIELD Director Nick Fury. Hawkeye stood nearby, arms crossed, silently observing. Hawkeye had no authority to act independently on this mission, all his actions were dictated by Coulson's orders. Still, he had witnessed everything that had transpired and absorbed the key information, Greek mythology, Thor's hammer, Zeus, and the possible connection between the two. That unknown man, his actions earlier are indeed suspicious. We'll get more information from him as soon as possible. After Coulson reported the situation, he returned to the interrogation room with Hawkeye and found Thor sitting silently. I'll ask you again, Coulson began, his tone calm. Who are you? What are you trying to do? And what is your connection to that hammer, Thor's hammer? I heard you call it Mjolnir. You seem to know a lot about it. You know Mjolnir. Thor's slumped expression shifted slightly. He raised his head, and a flicker of light appeared in his previously lifeless eyes. Slowly, he replied, it seems you've already uncovered some details. Of course, Coulson said with a nod. That's Thor's hammer, your weapon. Or perhaps I should call you Zeus. Am I right? Zeus. Thor was taken aback, then let out a short laugh. I've never heard anyone call me that before. It's worth noting that in this unique Marvel world, it wouldn't be unreasonable to associate Thor with Zeus from Greek mythology. After all, Loki, the god of mischief, plays significant roles in both Norse and Greek mythologies. Moreover, Thor's ally Hercules is also known as Heracles, the greatest hero in Greek mythology and the son of Zeus. In this world, however, Hercules is simply a close friend of Thor. You. Coulson frowned, piecing together the implications of Thor's words. Are you saying you're Thor? He hesitated, adding, but you couldn't even lift Thor's hammer earlier. That's because I've lost my powers. Thor replied firmly. Wait a moment. Hawkeye, standing nearby, suddenly interrupted their conversation. His sharp eyes scanned the room as his expression grew serious. Has someone else been here recently? What do you mean? Coulson asked, surprised. No one but me has entered this room, and without my orders, it's impossible for anyone else to get in. No. Hawkeye's tone was grim. Someone has been here. An outsider. Not one of us. Coulson, are you absolutely sure no one has entered besides you? I'm certain, Coulson replied, his gaze shifting to Thor. Hawkeye's eyes also fell on the Norse god. The implication was clear. Fine, Thor admitted with a nod. My brother was here. Your brother? Coulson asked. Loki, the god of mischief, Thor clarified. The moment Thor spoke his name, Coulson and Hawkeye froze. They exchanged glances, their faces tense with unease. A god. An actual god. Things had escalated to a point where even the most skeptical minds could no longer deny the truth. Loki had managed to infiltrate a secure SHIELD facility, bypassing agents and surveillance with ease. This level of ability was extraordinary and deeply concerning. If it weren't for Hawkeye's sharp senses, they wouldn't have even realized Loki had been there. The god of mischief had spoken to Thor without anyone noticing. The situation is getting trickier, Coulson muttered, his expression dark. He turned to Hawkeye. We're going to need external support. External support. Hawkeye's brow furrowed. You mean Batman? No, Batman isn't suited for this situation. Then you mean Anton? Yes, Anton is not only an official member of the Justice League but also a director and screenwriter of the Wonder Woman movie. He's more suited for this than Batman. The most important thing is that he has better control than Batman. No one knows. At this time, Anton was shutting himself in the room, staring at himself in the mirror with a strange look. Don't get him wrong, Anton in the mirror is still a man. He was doing some psychological self-talk. The film works well. The female superhero's looks and long legs have attracted a lot of attention. Wonder Woman's fan value has exceeded 30 million, which can be exchanged at any time. Anton pondered, but didn't confirm the exchange for a long time. He couldn't make a decision. Cross-dressing was of course out of the question. Creating a female hero's clone is by no means the same as cross-dressing. It's about directly changing gender, transforming oneself from a man to a woman. Gender conversion is an unprecedented experience for anyone. It's like a transformation in a past life. When a boy discovers that he has become a woman, his first thought is to go to the toilet. At this moment, Anton was in the toilet. Forget it, this day was bound to come sooner or later. He took a deep breath, just about to confirm the exchange. Ring? The mobile phone placed aside suddenly rang, disrupting Anton's thoughts. Anton picked up the phone, saw the caller ID, and showed a surprised expression. Hey, this is Anton, he said. Coulson, I always feel like I'm in trouble when I get your call. Anton, S.H.I.E.L.D. needs your help. Coulson's words didn't surprise Anton. The next day, a private jet landed at Albuquerque International Airport in New Mexico. Anton stepped off the plane and saw Coulson standing next to a helicopter. Coulson waved to him, and Anton transferred from the private jet to the helicopter sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. Puff 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 puff. The propellers spun fast as the helicopter took off and flew towards the town. The internal voice of the helicopter was not quiet. Anton and Coulson exchanged only a few brief words, not rushing to communicate. They waited until the helicopter arrived in the small town of Ponte before beginning to exchange information. The front is our stronghold. Thor's hammer is located in the central crater of the stronghold. Coulson led Anton to the crater, pointed at Thor's hammer, and said, "The material of this hammer is unknown, but we are sure it is not from Earth. After research, we identified it as Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, the weapon of Thor, the god of thunder, from mythology." "It seems you've done a lot of research," Anton replied lightly. In his face and eyes, Collison couldn't see the slightest surprise, only calmness like a still pool of water. Collison's heart stirred. Obviously, just as he thought, Anton was prepared for these situations, and Anton had probably anticipated this scene long ago. As the spokesperson for Batman, Anton had many secrets hidden within him. SHIELD couldn't uncover these secrets, they could only follow the trend and let Anton and Batman play their roles. As long as the bottom line and rules are not crossed, SHIELD cannot interfere with the actions of the opponent. They need to know that the current Justice League, through the Transformers incident, caught up with the high-level military, reached an agreement with the Department of Defense headed by John Kohler, entered the eyes of senior Americans, and gained a certain degree of official recognition. Batman and others no longer need the World Council to fight for official status. According to everyone from SHIELD, the Justice League has filed a record at the top government level. In this regard, SHIELD and the Justice League, both in the United States mainland, are already on the same level. No one can command anyone. In addition to Thor's hammer, we also met a man who called himself Thor, the god of thunder, and Zeus in Greek mythology. Collison continued to introduce the situation. Okay. Anton finally showed a hint of emotion. Thor is Thor. How did he become Zeus? He was a bit confused. Under what circumstances could a messy movie have slipped into this world? According to our judgment, Thor in Norse mythology is actually Zeus in Greek mythology. Collison saw Anton's expression change and thought to himself that there are finally things Anton doesn't know. He then continued, "The man who called himself Thor admitted this to us. Although we still have some doubts about his identity, we mostly affirm that he is related to Thor's hammer. Don't doubt it." Anton thought for a moment and said, "I can be sure that the person you caught is Thor, the god of thunder in myths and legends." "Why are you so sure?" Collison asked. "You shouldn't have wasted these days. There's some information and intelligence that should have been gathered already. I don't need to repeat it to you, right?" Anton looked at Collison with a smile. The latter was silent. As Anton said, some information and intelligence should have been uncovered long ago. After the man who claimed to be Thor appeared, they traced Thor's steps and found a research team that was out for investigation. This astronomy and meteorological research team included Jane Foster, Eric Selvig, and Daisy Louise. Needless to say, Daisy she's just a real tool. And Jane Foster and Eric Selvig, one is a young astrophysicist, the other is an astronomer and physicist. These two were eligible to join SHIELD as non-staff experts, especially the latter. According to an in-depth investigation by SHIELD, Eric Selvig once had a friend named Bruce Banner. But after his friend disappeared, Eric also quit his job at the institute and became an ordinary university professor. Through inquiries to the three-person research team, SHIELD learned that Thor appeared from a storm and landed in front of their car, causing them to initially think it was a coincidence. The evidence was the weather monitor they had installed on the car and the star chart they had taken. When they were chasing a thunderstorm in the wasteland, they accidentally ran into Thor and took a blurry photo of him in the thunderstorm, capturing the moment he appeared. The star in the sky changed, seemingly revealing a starry sky from another universe. Collison understood this question very well. The alien invasion occurred in New York some time ago, and Anton witnessed the existence of teleportation technology with his own eyes. Obviously, Thor is very likely to have been teleported to Earth through some kind of technology or magic. This seems to be exile. The word exile was the key to mentioning it, and after hearing it, Thor seemed to be pricked by sadness, instantly becoming furious and refusing to have any further communication with Collison and the others. However, Collison and the others used this to basically determine why Thor came to Earth. After coming to the above conclusion, the reason they needed to seek Anton's help was due to Thor's hammer and what Thor had said that night about his brother, the god of tricks, Loki. Loki had easily sneaked into the stronghold, making Collison and the others uneasy. The biggest reason for their unease was the deadly weapon revealed in the Wonder Woman movie filmed by Anton, and the god of war, Ares. Collison and the others consciously correlated the so-called killing weapon to Thor's hammer, and just like Thor corresponds to Zeus, they linked Ares to Loki, who had appeared not long ago. If Loki is hostile to this world, it would undoubtedly be a very dangerous potential threat. From any point of view, Thor is also not trustworthy. Collison and the other SHIELD agents trusted their own judgment more. As a member of the Justice League, Anton has a certain connection with SHIELD, not entirely his own, but compared to these so-called gods, he could be considered half his own by SHIELD. This is why they called Anton to this small town. Anton, however, was not particularly interested in these matters. The reason he returned to Pont Antiguo was purely for the Destroyer, who would inevitably appear soon. The Destroyer is a super armor, the ultimate weapon built by Odin, the king of the gods, and made of URU metal materials. It is nearly indestructible and capable of destroying all known substances on its own. It can be controlled by others or act autonomously. This isn't even the most critical aspect. According to the plot, the Destroyer will inevitably come to Earth at Loki's urging, with the intention of killing Thor. At that time, Thor will awaken, regain the power of Thor, and kill the Destroyer. Anton does not intend to give Thor a chance to awaken. In other words, it doesn't matter if Thor is awakened. What is the Destroyer? Its justice value? If he can kill the destroyer, how much justice does this ultimate weapon, built by Odin, represent? Just thinking about it makes Anton feel like he's about to make a big profit. At first, Anton hadn't thought that much. He didn't intend to interfere with the original plot's development. But after receiving the invitation from S.H.I.E.L.D. and careful consideration, he saw there was no downside. This wasn't him actively interfering with the plot. It was simply because they needed his help. We did affirm the identity of Thor, Coulson nodded. Since you believe our information, I won't hide it anymore, Anton. We're looking for you to understand what the god of war, Ares, in the Wonder Woman movie represents. What? Anton was in a daze, confused. I mean, Coulson continued, if the killing weapon in the movie represents Thor's hammer in the crater, what does the god of war, Ares, represent? Coulson patiently repeated. God of war, Ares. Anton's mind was racing, always feeling like the other party was overthinking things, leaving him, the original creator, a bit confused. This carelessness. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. being fooled? The enemy of Thor is. Anton thought for a moment, decided to follow the plot, and subtly changed the concept, saying, his enemy will be Loki. To Anton's surprise, Coulson didn't seem shocked by the answer. Instead, he showed an expected expression. It is as expected. After thinking for a moment, Coulson's face became serious. Anton, our time may be running out. What? Anton was bewildered. What's wrong? What's wrong? Anton looked at Coulson with a dazed expression, completely confused. What did he mean by our time may be running out? Leave it to the other team? Oh no, doesn't Earth have plenty of time left? Or wait, is it Asgard that's running out of time? What are you talking about? Anton felt like he had completely broken S.H.I.E.L.D's sense of normalcy. But now, after the damage was done, Coulson seemed to use his wealth of experience to drag them both down to a level of confusion Anton could only describe as mental retardation, leaving him in dire need of a recharge. Loki has appeared. I'm sure he's met Thor. Coulson's tone grew solemn. If Ares is actually Loki, we cannot allow Loki to act freely on Earth, let alone start a war. That's what you meant. Anton scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said, Loki is definitely a big problem, a serious threat to Earth. You're not wrong there. But the current fight between Loki and Thor doesn't really involve Earth just yet. As for what S.H.I.E.L.D. needs to do, Asgard's existence was still a temporary secret to S.H.I.E.L.D., but Anton figured they'd learn the truth sooner or later either from Thor or other sources. There was no need for him to hide it. Besides, Anton's target was the destroyer. His goals didn't conflict with S.H.I.E.L.D's mission to maintain stability. If anything, their objectives complemented each other, paving the way for a potential collaboration. The destroyer was a threat that would require extreme measures to neutralize. It could probably only be stopped with nuclear weapons. But deploying a nuke? That was out of the question unless the situation became as dire as the Battle of New York, when aliens had completely overrun the city. Otherwise, the US would never drop a nuke, especially not in America. So, Anton figured it was logical for him to act in the name of justice and deal with the destroyer himself. Hearing Anton's explanation, Coulson paused to think before asking, so, Thor is a threat? Thor is not a threat, Anton replied curtly. His presence just tends to cause trouble. I think I get it, sort of, Coulson said, still a bit unsure. He hesitated before asking, you seem to know a lot about this Thor, Loki, all of it. What do you actually know? Before I explain, Anton said, you need to understand that the starry sky we live in is part of what's called the World Tree. He continued, the World Tree connects 9 realms. Earth, for example, is called Midgard. Because it's at the center of the World Tree, it's also referred to as the Atrium. Beyond Midgard, there's Asgard, Vanaheim, Alfheim, Nidavellir, Jotunheim, Helheim, Niflheim, and Muspelheim. These are the other 8 realms, or planets. Wait, this is mythology, right? Are you saying it's all real? Coulson's surprise was palpable. The World Tree system of Norse mythology. He'd been brushing up on Greek mythology lately, but on the advice of some experts, he'd also picked up a full set of Norse mythology books. Unfortunately, those late-night study sessions hadn't made things much clearer. At least now he had some context for what Anton was saying, but the revelation left him reeling. Of course, it's true, Anton nodded. However, unlike what you might think, magic can also be explained scientifically. Humans are biologically different from those who call themselves gods. These beings naturally possess extraordinary powers, which is why they are revered as deities. He paused before continuing. They use the World Tree system to describe all the realms under this starry sky. Thousands of years ago, during a great war, Odin, the king of the Asgardian gods, came to rule over the 9 realms. Because humans were weak, the gods refrained from interfering with their beliefs and sealed the Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge, a space passage connecting the realms. This is why miracles vanished for thousands of years and why mankind began to consider the gods as mere myths. Then why have they appeared now? Coulson asked, frowning. Have they changed their minds and decided to rule Earth again? On the contrary, Anton replied. The people of Asgard view themselves as far above such concerns and think of Earth as remote and insignificant. Although I'm not particularly fond of their existence, I have to admit that, aside from a few with extreme views, many Asgardians are quite noble. They pride themselves on protecting the weak. Think of it like this, just as elephants don't intentionally trample ants, humans also try to protect endangered species when they disrupt the ecological balance. Do you understand what I mean? Coulson was taken aback. So, to the Asgardians, humans are ants? Or perhaps endangered creatures? You could see it that way, Anton said. As far as I know, Thor is here because he made a grave mistake, offended Odin, and was exiled. Meanwhile, Loki is about to ascend the throne. However, Thor, as Odin's eldest son and first heir, has always had strong support among the Asgardians after years of proving himself in battle. He's seen as an uncrowned king. If he regains his divine powers, he'll be the strongest contender for the throne. Ah, so it's all about the throne, Coulson murmured, catching on. Loki would kill Thor to secure his claim, wouldn't he? So Thor isn't the threat. Loki might send someone to Earth to kill him. That's the real threat we're dealing with. Exactly, Anton nodded. In that case, Coulson suggested, maybe we can just ignore Thor and let Loki deal with him. That would resolve the crisis naturally. Anton's smile was sharp as he stared at the worried agent. Coulson, this is Earth, the domain of humanity. Are you saying we should let beings from other worlds come and go as they please? That no matter the damage they cause to our planet, we should just hold our noses and accept it? Is that how SHIELD operates? His tone grew pointed. The Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D. do they wait until Earth is on the brink of destruction before being forced to act? That's not how we in the Justice League handle things. I'm just speaking hypothetically, Coulson said, shaking his head. Of course, we can't just let that happen. But if Loki does make a move, we need to prepare in advance. As he spoke, Coulson's thoughts drifted to Wonder Woman. Anton, one last question. I hope you'll answer me truthfully. Anton gave him a steady look. Go ahead. Coulson leaned forward. Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, is she real? Given the current situation and the apparent involvement of Zeus, it seemed plausible that Wonder Woman might be a weapon left behind by the god. If so, her existence could explain why Anton and others knew so much about the inner workings of Asgard and other realms. Anton's response was calm. Yes, she's real. Coulson nodded, unsurprised but still processing the confirmation. He couldn't help but ask, where is she? Anton's expression remained unreadable. When the time is right, she'll reveal herself. Although Anton only provided a vague answer, it confirmed many of the conjectures already in Coulson's mind. After gathering enough intelligence, Coulson could finally report the specific situation to Fury at headquarters and help formulate a response strategy. Once Coulson left, Anton moved freely around the crater stronghold. He approached Thor's hammer and, of course, tried to pick it up without success. According to its most basic lore, Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, can only be lifted by someone deemed worthy. Whoever manages to lift it gains the power of Thor. Typically, those recognized as worthy possess a pure heart and unshakable will. Regarding the final battle, when Captain America picked up Thor's hammer in a critical moment, it seemed natural at first glance. However, Anton thought it felt more like Thor's hammer, unwilling to be overshadowed by the Stormbreaker, deliberately sought to reclaim its relevance. Thor's reaction seeing Cap lift Mjolnir and yelling, "I knew it," added a layer of emotional drama that was truly eye-opening. Anton let go of the hammer and shook his head. Until Thor claimed the Stormbreaker, Mjolnir seemed unlikely to open its heart to anyone, even someone who met all the conditions. Still, Anton couldn't shake a vague thought. What if Wonder Woman, with her divine strength, tried to lift it? Would Mjolnir recognize her? It was a question worth testing someday. Anton. A familiar voice interrupted his musings. Turning, he saw Hawkeye standing at the entrance of the crater. Though this is our first meeting, your reputation precedes you. Justice League member and Batman's spokesperson, Hawkeye said, his sharp gaze fixed on Anton. Is there a problem? Anton asked, his tone flat as he met Hawkeye's eyes. I'm Clint Barton, but you can call me Hawkeye, he replied, narrowing his gaze further. Even though I know you already know who I am, I still thought an introduction was in order. If you don't need anything, I'd prefer to be left alone, Anton said coolly. One last thing, Hawkeye added. It's nice to see you here. With that, he turned and walked away. Anton watched his retreating figure, puzzled. Hawkeye's greeting seemed anything but genuine. Was that a show of dominance? Anton wondered. No, it felt more like a child on the losing side of a fight, trying to poke at the opponent's teammate after they showed up on home turf just enough to provoke, but not too much. Was it a test? After a moment of thought, Anton smirked, finally grasping Hawkeye's awkward intent. After his encounter with Anton, Hawkeye ran into Coulson, who had just finished reporting to headquarters. Though Coulson hadn't directly observed Hawkeye's actions, he had a good idea of what his intentions might have been. Did you meet Anton? Coulson asked. I did, Hawkeye replied. What's your take on him? I can't figure him out, Hawkeye admitted. He has this unshakable confidence. From his responses, it felt like no matter what happens, he already knows the outcome. Nothing seems to faze him. Coulson sighed. He knows a lot more than we expected. Some of it goes beyond even what SHIELD is aware of. As Fury's trusted subordinate, Coulson had noticed his superior's recent silence. Fury hadn't shown any outward signs of concern, but Coulson could sense his unease. Thinking back to some of the conversations between the Fury and Batman in New York, Coulson couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. It was obvious there were serious problems within SHIELD. These issues, if left unchecked, could lead to the collapse of an organization that had stood strong for decades. This is why we value the Justice League, Coulson said. If the Justice League only possessed extraordinary powers and overwhelming strength, we wouldn't place such importance on them. The key is that they hold sources of intelligence that surpass SHIELD. They seem to know real secrets that we can barely even imagine. Hawkeye frowned. Incomplete intelligence. Exactly. With incomplete intelligence, the Justice League could lead SHIELD around by the nose. That's what makes them so dangerous. Coulson nodded grimly. From Anton's recent actions, it's clear he's a core member of the Justice League. We don't expect him to betray them, but he doesn't seem as guarded against SHIELD as Batman and the others. Barton, it's critical that we find a way to extract more useful information from Anton. I understand. Hawkeye nodded. After a moment of thought, he recalled Coulson's earlier report to headquarters. Did they give any orders? Headquarters told us to act on the spot, Coulson replied. They'll be monitoring the situation closely, and if a real emergency arises, they'll provide immediate support. Anton also promised me that the Justice League would take action at a critical moment. Who will they send to fight? Hawkeye asked, a flicker of excitement in his voice. He couldn't help but think of his old rivals in the Justice League. Maybe it was time to redeem himself. Wonder Woman. Coulson's response made Hawkeye's expression freeze. He turned his head in shock. You didn't see that coming. Coulson shrugged. I've been telling you for a while Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, is real. Meanwhile, Thor was locked in a glass containment room within the stronghold. To put it bluntly, it was a sophisticated glass prison designed specifically to prevent his escape. In a divergence from the original sequence of events, Jane Foster and her team, who had tried to rescue Thor under the guise of being a research group, were now themselves being detained by SHIELD. Instead of sneaking him out, they had been invited to the stronghold for a polite but firm chat. Now that SHIELD had pieced together much of the cause and effect surrounding Thor's arrival, they weren't overly concerned with Jane and her team's research. However, considering the group might possess valuable insights, SHIELD wasn't about to let them leave just yet. As a result, Jane Foster, Darcy Lewis, Eric Selvig, and Thor were all confined in the same area, separated only by glass walls. They exchanged silent, uncertain glances through the barriers. I knew I shouldn't have come to rescue him, Darcy muttered, slumping in defeat. My future's over. What if they lock me up forever? I'm not even married yet. Darcy, please stop talking, Jane said, rolling her eyes. I'm sure we can still get out of this. Who are you? Eric Selvig stared at Thor, who stood confidently before him. This mysterious organization hasn't tortured us yet, but they've confiscated all our research data, backups, and even the backups of the backups. Clearly, they know exactly what they're doing. I am Thor, God of Thunder, Thor replied. He seemed surprisingly calm, even smiling at the three people in front of him. Trust me, they won't hold us for too long. What do you mean? Jane Foster asked, frowning. They already know who I am. As long as they're certain I'm not a threat, they'll leave me alone. As for you, well, you're of no use to them. When the time comes, they'll let you go. Thor's casual tone betrayed no worry. Despite their current situation, he seemed to take it all in stride. After learning of his father's supposed death from Loki and facing the reality of his exile, Thor had begun to accept his circumstances. He was even prepared to live as an ordinary person for a time. Though he was once the reckless prince of Asgard, Thor was no fool. He could understand S.H.I.E.L.D's reasoning. As long as they confirmed he wasn't a threat, they wouldn't harm him. Even as an exile, Thor remained the prince of Asgard. He wasn't just any alien, he was once revered as a god on Earth, leaving behind myths and legends, including comparisons to Zeus. His reputation alone made him a diplomatic liability for SHIELD, ensuring they would tread carefully. Unbeknownst to Thor and the others, a storm was brewing several kilometers away from the SHIELD stronghold. The storm was not natural, it was caused by abnormal energy fluctuations, as if someone were opening a portal between dimensions. Boom! Coulson was in the middle of a conversation with Hawkeye when an agent rushed into the room, his expression tense and his voice urgent. Sir, we've detected a massive energy spike approximately 3 kilometers northwest of here. The readings are very similar to what we recorded that night. Grab your gear. Let's check it out. Coulson's mind raced as he thought about Anton's warning. Thor isn't a threat, but Thor's presence could bring danger to Earth. Could these abnormal energy readings be connected to the threat Anton had hinted at? Coulson didn't dare let his guard down. Quickly assembling a team, he led a convoy to the site of the highest energy reading on the radar. When they arrived, they were met with an unexpected sight, a large, circular magic symbol embedded in the ground. The design was intricately carved, with exquisite lines glowing faintly, but there was no one there. Am I too late? Coulson murmured, his expression darkening. Fall back? Everyone, get back to base immediately. On the other side, 4 individuals in strange costumes passed through the town and made their way to the crater stronghold where Thor was being held. These were naturally Thor's friends from Asgard, the 3 warriors of the fairy palace Valstag, Hagun, and Fandral, and the female warrior Sif. In their mission to bring Thor home, they had disregarded the orders of Loki, who had temporarily taken over the throne, and descended to Earth. This act could be considered treason, but they were deeply uncomfortable with Loki's behavior and believed only Thor was fit to rule. They didn't care about the consequences. As long as Thor could return to Asgard and reclaim the throne, their charges would disappear. Upon arriving at the crater stronghold, Hagan paused and spoke. Thor is inside. Mjolnir is inside as well. Thor hasn't regained his powers. Would it be too dangerous for him to return to Asgard? We have no choice. Even if he is mortal now, he is still the king of Asgard. You're right. As the group of 4 from Asgard prepared to enter the stronghold, they encountered someone standing in their way. I don't know who you are, but you're not allowed on Earth, Hawkeye said coldly, eyeing the strangely dressed individuals in front of him. He had learned everything from Coulson and quickly realized they were from Asgard. Whoosh! Hawkeye drew an arrow from his quiver, pulled back the bowstring, and aimed it at the group. The palm of his hand glowed red, and the intense heat distorted the air. Even the bow and arrow emitted a red light, a clear sign of overflowing energy. He warned, I suggest you stop right there and surrender. This isn't a place for you to come and go as you please. Earthlings, a friendly reminder, Volstagg said dismissively, ignoring Hawkeye's warning with a laugh. We are not the mortals you think we are. Don't get in our way, or you'll regret it. Try me. Hawkeye's eyes remained unchanged, and as he released the arrow, all the heat from his palm was transferred into the shaft, turning the arrow into a streak of red lightning that flew toward Volstagg. Boom! Volstagg swung his battle axe to deflect the arrow, then casually turned to his companions. You go to Thor. I'll deal with him, Volstagg said. Sif and the others nodded, leaping into the air and heading straight for the crater stronghold. Like Volstagg, they didn't take Hawkeye's warning seriously. Is that how visitors from another world behave so arrogant? Hawkeye muttered, his gaze cold. He quickly knocked another arrow and began shooting continuously, blocking Volstagg's advance while positioning himself between the warriors and the crater stronghold. Hawkeye's mission was clear, prevent them from entering before Coulson returned. In truth, however, he wasn't overly concerned. Anton was still in the pit. Although Hawkeye harbored some hostility toward the Justice League, he had to admit their strength. He clearly remembered Anton's confident expression when they had spoken. With that kind of confidence, Anton should be more than capable of dealing with a few visitors from another world. And then it clicked. Wonder Woman. A thought flashed through Hawkeye's mind. Daughter of Zeus. Since real visitors from another world are here, then she must be here too. Thor. Sif spotted the glass prison. Before they descended to Earth, they had located Thor's position to ensure they could find him as quickly as possible to achieve their goal. Sif. Thor was overjoyed, and through the glass, his face beamed with happiness. Why are you here? Not just me, Volstagg, Fandral, and Hagan are with me, Sif replied. We're taking you back to Asgard. Boom! As she spoke, Sif smashed through the special glass with all her strength. Thor looked at the 3 members of Jane Foster's team in the other room and said to Sif, do me a favor and save them too. No problem. A little while later, they reached the edge of the crater. At this moment, the battle between Volstagg and Hawkeye continued. Fandral and Hagan had finished dealing with the other agents and spotted Sif and Thor. They were overjoyed and sprinted toward them. Thor, it's great to see you. Same here. Guys, although it's good to see you, you will be punished for coming here. Thor looked around anxiously. I won't return to Asgard with you. Why? Sif and the others stared at Thor in surprise. This didn't sound like the Thor they knew. My father died because of me, Thor said. I've decided to live as a mortal and make up for my past mistakes. Thor. Sif and the others exchanged glances before saying solemnly, your father is still alive. What? Thor was stunned. At that moment, he recalled Loki's various statements and the punishment of being deprived of his divine power. He immediately realized there were many issues at play. Loki? There was no doubt that his younger brother was behind this. At the same time, Anton stood at the edge of the crater, watching the battle between Hawkeye and Volstagg. His expression was a bit strange. He was well aware of the Asgard Quartet's actions, but he didn't care about them. He knew they weren't enemies. The misunderstanding at this moment was hardly chaotic, it was merely the drizzle before the storm. The real chaos would begin when the true enemy appeared. Unexpectedly, Hawkeye was injected with the extremis virus. Anton watched the battle in front of him, surprised. The plot had already diverged significantly because of his presence. While the overall direction had remained the same, there were many more variables now. He hadn't expected that, in the original plot, Clint Barton Hawkeye, who had remained unenhanced, would now be injected with the extremis virus. As Hawkeye shot his arrow, a red light flashed in his eyes, and the energy in his body surged into the arrow, increasing its power. Furthermore, the hand-to-hand combat between Hawkeye and Volstagg revealed the effects of the extremis virus on him. Anton, who had once transformed into a steel bone to frustrate Kylian, knew the characteristics of the extremis virus. After being overwhelmed by Batman and Arrow one after another, Hawkeye had likely learned from the pain and decided to improve himself. Anton pondered and thought it was very possible. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research power, extremis, a human body enhancement technology that had solved key difficulties, was easy to master. As for what needed improvement, S.H.I.E.L.D's research team was certainly stronger than Killian's pioneering technology. Furthermore, Tony Stark, the intellectual pinnacle of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, was still working as a special consultant for SHIELD. Solving the side effects of the extremis virus would be no problem for Tony. CH. A black car stopped at the edge of the crater base. Coulson quickly got out of the car. He assessed the situation and immediately saw Hawkeye fighting against a mysterious enemy. His face changed slightly. He ordered the agents around him, "Go and help Hawkeye." Understood. The agents in the car grabbed their weapons and rushed toward Hawkeye's position. Thor and the others were in that direction as well. Sif, Fandral, and Hagun, seeing this, armed themselves and prepared to lead Thor out of the siege. At the same time, Coulson spotted Anton, who was watching the commotion. "Where is Wonder Woman?" He looked solemnly at Anton. "Didn't you say she would appear at the critical moment?" "This is not a critical moment." Anton shrugged. "You don't think that a few of them are the ultimate threat, do you?" "What do you mean?" Coulson suddenly turned his head, staring at the visitors from another world in their strange costumes, then turned back to Anton. "You mean they're not enemies?" "Yes, they're not enemies." Anton nodded. "Coulson, tell your people to stand down, conserve your strength, and save some ammunition. The real crisis is just about to begin." Coulson's face changed slightly, and he immediately pressed the communicator. "Stop the attack. Barton, stop the attack. The opponent is not an enemy." After several commands, SHIELD agents stopped. Boom! Hawkeye happened to bump into Vistog. His whole body turned red, and the two sharp-edged scimitars in his hands transformed into bows and arrows. Heat surged as he swung them. In Anton's vision, Hawkeye at this moment was very different from the one he remembered. The extremis virus had indeed brought extraordinary changes to him. Whoosh! After the collision ended, Hawkeye, having received Coulson's order, took a few steps back. He glanced at Coulson and Anton, not far away, before putting away the machete turned bow and staring coldly at Vistog, as if warning the other party not to move. "Okay, it's a great game." Vistog laughed loudly. "Human, you are a great warrior." "You're good too," Hawkeye replied lightly. At this point, Coulson and Anton stepped forward and saw Sif, Thor, and the others in front of them. Sif took the lead and explained, "We are not malicious. We just want to take Thor away." Through the battle between Vistog and Hawkeye, the Asgardians had realized that humans today were different from humans thousands of years ago. Now, humans had the power to fight the Asgardians. Asgardians could no longer look down on mortals with such superiority. "I already know," Coulson said, looking at Thor. "I know Asgard has no malice toward Earth, but the reason we imprisoned you wasn't to restrict you. I hope you understand." "I see." Thor smiled. "You just did what you had to do." Then Anton. Coulson then thought to ask the key question, "What is the real crisis you're talking about?" Of course. Anton was just about to answer when, boom, the sky above them suddenly darkened. Black clouds gathered overhead, thunder rumbled, and the sun was hidden by the clouds. Horrible energy fluctuations converged, shocking everyone. "Sir, the energy index has risen sharply. Something is coming." Someone reported immediately. Damn it. Anton didn't need to say anything. Coulson already understood that this was the real crisis Anton had been referring to. Hawkeye stared at the black sky above, frowning with an ominous premonition. "What is it?" Thor and the others' expressions shifted accordingly. They were too familiar with this kind of phenomenon. It was the precursor to the opening of a space channel. Bifrost? Something was about to emerge from the other end of the Bifrost. It had to be sent by Loki. Boom! Immediately, a beam of light hit the ground near the crater stronghold, sending a massive shockwave that sent sand and rocks flying. When the energy beam dissipated, a huge magic circle appeared. The figure stepping out of the circle was a massive robot, nearly 5 meters tall. To Coulson and the others, this was just a robot. To Thor and the other Asgardians, this was the Destroyer, a weapon of ultimate destruction made by Odin that could easily annihilate a city. Obviously, this ultimate weapon was now following Loki's orders to erase everything. "Loki." Thor was stunned. "Why? Why would you do this?" "It's the Destroyer." Sif's face changed drastically. "Damn it! Fandral, Vistog, Hogon, we need to stop the Destroyer from moving. You attract attention. I'll attack." After quickly making a plan, the Asgardian 4-man team dispersed. They knew that with the Destroyer's appearance, they couldn't afford to hesitate, so they took the initiative to face the crisis head-on. Hawkeye saw this and understood why Coulson had asked him and the others to stop. He followed Sif and the others toward the Destroyer, and together with the Asgardian quartet, they formed a new, unified team. Everyone was brave, skilled in combat, and knew what each other was thinking. Hawkeye understood that the large figure came from another world, Asgard. Therefore, it must be the Asgardian quartet. He knew the Destroyer's weakness better than anyone else, so he decided to step up and contain it. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he rushed toward the Destroyer, picked up the used arrows scattered on the ground from the earlier battle, and reused them. Whoosh! The heated arrow struck the Destroyer's head, piercing it. Success! Hawkeye's heart leapt with joy, but the next moment, his expression changed drastically. The Destroyer's head ignited with an unusual flame, melting the arrows he shot into its body. At the same time, the Destroyer's face emitted a massive high-temperature beam, instantly targeting Hawkeye, who was standing nearby. Boom! Hawkeye narrowly dodged, but the ground beneath his feet was burned into magma by the beam. The air twisted, and the smell of burnt material filled the atmosphere. Gudong? The SHIELD agents around them were slightly frightened. They had never encountered such a terrifying robot. "I'm afraid Stark's armor couldn't match this thing," Coulson muttered. At that moment, the Asgardian quartet in front of him finally made a move. Sif used her javelin to pierce the destroyer, and the remaining 3 warriors Vistog, Fondrel, and Hogon wielded their weapons, each aiming for the destroyer's legs. But the destroyer shook violently, and a high-temperature beam shot from its face, forcing the Asgardian group to retreat. The Asgardian quartet and Hawkeye's team were easily overpowered, with no means to fight back. "What the hell is this?" Coulson exclaimed. "It's called the Destroyer, and it's the ultimate weapon made by my father," Thor sighed. "Your father?" Coulson asked. "King Odin." "Yes," Thor confirmed. "What do we do to defeat it?" "With the power of Sif and the others, even with the archer's skills, it's impossible to defeat the Destroyer," Thor said, looking at the machine. "There's only one way to end this." He stepped forward. "And that is to let me go." "You?" Coulson hesitated. "But didn't you lose your powers and become mortal?" Seeing Thor step forward toward the Destroyer, Coulson suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Anton. "Didn't you say the time was coming for Wonder Woman to appear? Where is she?" Coulson asked, impatient. The situation was dire, and he couldn't remain calm. "Don't worry," Anton said, his tone strange. "She's already here." As he spoke, Anton paid no attention to Coulson. Instead, from a different angle in front of him, he was watching another version of himself on the glass lens. Tisk. A low, soft voice came from Anton. "Don't say it, that big chest, those long legs. If I were a man." "No, wait, I'm a man. She has arrived." Coulson was taken aback and looked left and right. He always felt that Anton was fooling people. But at this moment, Anton didn't have the time to deal with Coulson. He had just confirmed the exchange of Wonder Woman and split the Wonder Woman clone. At this moment, the Wonder Woman clone, Diana Prince, was dominated by Anton's consciousness, standing behind the crater stronghold, at the edge of the glass facade. Anton, in Diana's form, looked at her reflection in the glass with a strange expression. She subconsciously crossed her arms over her chest, feeling the hard armor beneath. There was something on her chest, but something was missing down below, which felt a little airy. "Damn it, Wonder Woman's armor is actually a skirt?" Anton felt a shiver and shook his head to clear his mind. He quickly discarded the thought of lifting the skirt and turned his attention to the battle. That area was where the Asgard quartet, along with Hawkeye, were fighting against the Destroyer. Now wasn't the time to indulge in the strange emotion of becoming a woman. He needed to focus and find a way to divert his attention. Clearly, the Destroyer was a perfect distraction. Damn, this guy seems to have unlimited auto-repair capabilities. Hawkeye was at his wit's end. He had no more arrows left. Even the ones scattered on the ground had been used up, broken into pieces, or burned to ash by the Destroyer's flames. The Asgard group of 4 shared the same frustration. They knew the Destroyer better than Hawkeye and were well aware of its power. Nearly infinite energy and almost limitless repair capacity. Unless they could smash the Destroyer's body in an instant and completely destroy it, they wouldn't be able to stop its advance. On Earth, the one thing that could probably do this was a nuclear bomb, but releasing one here, SHIELD would never do that. Anton. Coulson was growing even more impatient. "Why hasn't Wonder Woman appeared yet?" "She's coming," Anton replied, his tone annoyed. Anton was in a complicated mood. He glanced at Coulson impatiently. "She'll definitely come. Isn't it normal for a woman to be late? You still want to reason with a woman?" Coulson was speechless. Ahead of them, a high-temperature beam from the Destroyer swept across, destroying most of the crater stronghold. Even Thor's hammer and Mjolnir were exposed to everyone's sight. Boom! At the same time, the Destroyer struck Vistog with a punch, sending him flying dozens of meters. He crashed to the ground, vomiting blood and unable to get up. On the other side, Hogon and Fondrel, seeing their comrades fall, rushed to attack with fury. They met the same fate as Vistog, crashing to the ground. Hogan's foot was twisted painfully, causing him to wail in agony. "Thor." Seeing this, Sif turned to look at Thor, hoping he could lift Thor's hammer. Thor was already trying. He approached the hammer, gripped the handle with both hands, and pulled with all his might, but Thor's hammer remained motionless. "Damn it! Why is this happening?" Thor looked up to the sky, roaring in frustration and anger. Sif watched this, her face showing despair. At the critical moment, the Destroyer fired a high-temperature beam, forcing Hawkeye to retreat, pushing her into a dead end. Boom! Another high-temperature beam. Hawkeye darted around, hiding behind a boulder. The boulder was instantly shattered by the beam, and Hawkeye scrambled toward the shield agents, panic-stricken. She had a wound on her forehead from the impact and her cheek was scratched by small rocks from the boulder explosion. On the other side, the Destroyer approached Sif, who was lying on the ground. It didn't even spare her a glance, walking straight past her toward Thor. "Loki, I don't know what I did to make you hate me so much," Thor said. "No matter what you want to do, no matter how I wronged you, whether I pushed you to this point, I sincerely apologize. But these people are innocent. Killing them won't bring you glory. Kill me if you want to kill me, but spare them." The Destroyer stood before him. Everyone watched, and time seemed to freeze. Thor and the Destroyer stood opposite each other. Shwa! The Destroyer extinguished the flame on its face, and the fire within its body died down. Thor breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh! The next moment, the Destroyer clenched its fist, raised it high, and brought it down fiercely. "No, Thor." Everyone watched in horror, anguish, and sorrow as the Destroyer's fist fell like a hammer. At that instant, a figure, never far away, shot toward the scene. Boom! The figure seemed to break the sound barrier, creating a shockwave that sent air ripples flying, sweeping the surroundings with a gust of wind. Rocks and sand flew. The terrifying power landed on the destroyer's waist, knocking half of its body to the side. Boom! The destroyer was sent flying, its massive body hurtling several dozen meters, plowing a deep trench through the wasteland. Everyone was stunned. They saw the newly arrived figure, a woman, wearing revealing armor, with long, slender legs. The armor accentuated her perfect figure, her long hair flowing in the wind, and her thin lips curled into a slight smile. Her eyes were firm, like a goddess of war. Humph! The woman surveyed the area with calm eyes, exuding an air of authority, as though she were born to stand above all. Who is she? The Asgardians were confused. It seemed that only Asgard had warriors dressed like this. But Sif and the others were certain they didn't know such a powerful Asgardian female warrior. The power she displayed when knocking down the destroyer was nearly on par with Thor's, or even greater. A warrior with that kind of power would not be unknown anywhere. Who is she? Wonder Woman. Coulson said, finally letting out a sigh of relief. She finally appeared. As he spoke, he signaled to his stunned companions and urged them on. Hurry up, our reinforcements are here. Get the people to safety. Understood. The agents, reluctantly tearing their eyes away from the battle, quickly dragged the Asgard quartet to safety. Meanwhile, in the center of the crater, Thor, with Mjolnir by his side, and the new Wonder Woman were focused on something much more important. This was no battle they could intervene in. Who are you? Thor asked, his eyes wide, staring at the woman as though seeing the goddess of his dreams. Diana Prince. You can call me Wonder Woman, Anton inhabiting Diana replied. The appearance of Wonder Woman surprised everyone. At SHIELD, everyone was prepared for her arrival. Although they were shocked, there was not much surprise, more like an expected excitement. The most shocking thing was the four-person team from Asgard, and Thor, who stood next to Wonder Woman. The powerful wave of divine energy emanating from Wonder Woman stunned Thor, who had lost his divine power but still retained his vision and insight. Diana Prince, Wonder Woman, where are you from? Thor couldn't restrain his curiosity and was about to ask a question when, before he could finish, a powerful high-temperature beam slammed toward them from not far away. It was the destroyer, who had been hit by Wonder Woman just moments earlier. Half of its body was sunken, but it quickly repaired itself, straightened up, and launched an attack on Wonder Woman. Boom! Wonder Woman, Anton's clone, thought, and both the divine shield and the Vulcan sword appeared in her hands. Clang! The high-temperature beam was completely blocked by the supernatural shield. The terrifying beam of heat diverged from both sides of Wonder Woman and slammed into the crater. In just a few blinks, the crater had transformed into a quagmire formed by magma. Only the central area, where Quake's hammer and the feet of Wonder Woman and Thor stood, remained intact under the protection of Wonder Woman. At that moment, the temperature continued to rise, and the air in the center of the crater distorted from the heat. As people watched, Wonder Woman and Thor appeared blurry and unreal. Gulp. Some agents swallowed nervously, terrified by the immense power displayed by both sides. Hawkeye watched the scene with a solemn expression. Even after being injected with the Extremis virus, which increased his ability to raise his body temperature, such terrifying heat could likely evaporate him instantly, even with the enhancements. Meanwhile, the Asgardian team of 4 was moved to a safe place by agents and gathered together. Having lost most of their combat effectiveness, they could only watch the battle unfold, unable to assist their comrade-in-arms who had just appeared. Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, who is she? Sif asked, looking at her companion who was worse off than her. Have you heard of her? No, the 3 warriors from Asgard shook their heads together. They then turned their attention to the mortal leader of the team, Coulson. Sif spoke again, the divine power within her fluctuates significantly. This indicates that she has a noble divine bloodline, and she's definitely not an earthling. But you earthlings don't seem surprised to see her. So, do you know who she is? Yes, Coulson nodded, though with some surprise. She is the daughter of Zeus and Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons, Diana Prince. You can call her Wonder Woman. In other words, she's Thor's daughter. Since you're Thor's comrades, how do you not know her? What? Sif and the others were shocked. She's Thor's daughter? Impossible. We grew up with Thor. We've never heard of an Amazon queen, and we've never seen Thor with a child. She couldn't possibly be Thor's daughter. Oh. Coulson frowned when he heard this. He didn't think that Sif and the others were deceiving him, but he also didn't think Anton was lying. This is interesting. If there are no Amazons in this world, then what is Wonder Woman's identity? He turned his head and looked at Anton beside him. Anton didn't bother explaining anything to Coulson. Some things became more unclear when explained. Anyway, he hadn't lied. Wonder Woman was the daughter of Zeus and the Amazon Queen, but Zeus and the Amazon Queen were not characters from this universe. He stared at the scene in front of him, his eyes narrowing slightly, most of his attention focused on Wonder Woman's body. At that moment, Wonder Woman and the Destroyer collided again. This time, the manipulator behind the Destroyer, far away in Asgard, was Loki, realized that he had encountered a formidable enemy. He opened all the limits of the Destroyer, releasing almost endless, horrifying energy that fluctuated throughout its body. Swish! The power of the high-temperature beam increased. Wonder Woman raised her shield to resist and swung her sword to counterattack. Boom! Another massive explosion erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Flames soared into the sky, and magma exploded in all directions. In an instant, the danger grew, forcing the people around to dodge in panic, fearing that they might be affected by the battle between the two sides. Thor still stood next to Thor's hammer. He didn't expect to pick up Thor's hammer in such a critical moment. Instead, he watched the fierce battle unfold before him with a solemn expression. He couldn't help but loudly remind everyone, "The destroyer is the ultimate weapon created by my father. It has almost unlimited energy within its body and an incredibly powerful self-repairing ability. To defeat the destroyer, you must destroy it in an instant." Destroyed in an instant? Anton thought for a moment, then a slash struck the destroyer's shoulder, almost severing one of its arms. He quickly leapt back, taking a few steps to distance himself, watching the destroyer's injuries heal within the blink of an eye. Thor was right. To kill the destroyer, it had to be destroyed in an instant. The same was true in the original plot. After Thor regained his divine power, he wielded Thor's hammer and unleashed his full power to defeat the destroyer in one fell swoop. Wonder Woman may not be weaker than Thor after restoring her divine power, but in terms of explosive power, her divine power attribute was significantly different from the lightning-based attribute contained in Thor's divine power. However, Wonder Woman was not without a move that emphasized explosive power. She relied on the Guardian silver bracelets worn on her forearms to condense divine power within her body, forming a divine shockwave. In some cases, this technique could even harm Superman though, of course, it depended on which version and state of Superman it was. In any case, it was clear that this technique was powerful. Swish. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Wonder Woman sheathed her divine shield and Vulcan's sword, then stretched her hands forward, preparing to unleash the full force of the Guardian bracelets. Everyone kept their eyes open, knowing that Wonder Woman was about to make her move. Especially the SHIELD personnel, who had seen the movies, were eagerly anticipating it. In the movie, Diana Prince used this very technique to cause significant damage to Ares, the god of war. In reality, what kind of power would this move unleash? Everyone held their breath, waiting for the result. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the air vibrated, the shockwave spread, the earth trembled, and terrifying divine power fluctuations rippled out in all directions. The whole world seemed to fall into chaos. The Asgardian quartet and Thor opened their eyes wide, feeling everything around them. This level of divine power fluctuation. Sif took a breath. There must be royal blood in her veins? Is she really Thor's illegitimate daughter? Impossible. Vestag decisively rejected Sif's theory. For hundreds of years, Thor and we have been almost inseparable. If he truly had an illegitimate daughter, we would have known. But what is certain is that this woman is magical. The origin of this heroine must be related to the Protoss. I agree with Vestag, Fandral, and Hagan nodded in agreement. At the same time, the controller behind the destroyer Loki, seated on the throne of Asgard, saw through the destroyer's vision and anticipated the powerful blow that was about to hit. He didn't intend to let Wonder Woman have her way. Buzzing? He urged the destroyer to move at full speed, pushing the energy inside to its peak, unleashing its ultimate power. The red light representing flames blazed within the joints of the destroyer's metal body, shining through the zebra-like stripes. The air twisted and boiled, and the ground beneath melted into a lake of magma. The destroyer seemed to float above the molten lake, its gaze locked on Wonder Woman. Both sides were preparing for big moves. Everyone watched the scene closely, not daring to blink, afraid of missing the exciting action. Boom! The destroyer gathered all its energy into a high-temperature beam, which shot out like lightning, aimed directly at Wonder Woman. The energy fluctuations brewing in the beam were enough to make one's scalp tingle. Under Anton's control, Wonder Woman's Guardian silver bracelets collided, preparing to counterattack. Boom! The Guardian silver bracelets erupted with a violent shockwave of divine power. In an instant, sand and rocks flew, and waves rolled across the area. The air ripples turned solid, like ripples on a lake. Unparalleled supernatural power surged forward. The shockwave collided fiercely with the high-temperature beam. Boom 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 boom. Centered on the point where the divine shockwave and the high-temperature beam collided, a hurricane-like air current was unleashed. The surrounding agents were shaken by the strong gusts, including Coulson, who swayed from side to side, looking nervous. Only Hawkeye remained as stable as a mountain, though his expression mirrored that of his companions. Such a terrifying battle was unfolding in the wasteland. Hawkeye couldn't imagine the devastation that would occur if this battle took place in a city. At that moment, Thor, located in the central area of the crater, stood beside Thor's hammer, indifferent to the battle's aftermath, including the still boiling magma around him. He focused intently on the collision point, waiting for the final outcome. The power Wonder Woman had unleashed was no less than his own when he was once Thor. However, with the destroyer at full power and Loki behind it, it was difficult to predict who would emerge victorious. Even Thor, who is extremely experienced in combat, couldn't predict the outcome. At last, the impact of the airflow gradually subsided. Wonder Woman stood still, her feet planted firmly in a large pit, panting heavily. Her chest rose and fell, clearly exhausted from the intense battle. But she was unharmed, not a single strand of hair out of place. Opposite her, the destroyer's entire chest had been blasted open by the shockwave of divine power, leaving an enormous hole. Flames gathered and burned within the hole. The red light on the destroyer's face flickered before going out, as if it were experiencing a malfunction. Energy damage. Thor immediately assessed the situation. Despite this, his expression didn't improve. Instead, it darkened slightly. Not good. Wonder Woman has consumed too much power. she may not be able to continue maintaining high-intensity combat. At the same time, the Asgardian Quartet, alongside the SHIELD agents, understood the state of the destroyer. To be able to fight like this against the destroyer is already an incredible achievement. Don't forget, the destroyer is the ultimate weapon that Odin, the king of the gods, created at his peak. Even at Thor's prime, it's not easy to deal with the destroyer. The quartet felt a bit discouraged. Thor, however, did not share their despondency. He kept his gaze fixed on Wonder Woman and couldn't help but shout, "Although you've damaged the energy core of the destroyer, you haven't completely destroyed it. It will continue to repair itself. It's almost there, just a little more." Wonder Woman remained silent, her face showing no sign of expression as she listened. Then, among all the agents of SHIELD, the Asgardian Quartet, Thor, and the controller behind the destroyer Loki, watching from Asgard, everyone observed as Wonder Woman slowly approached the center of the crater, stepping up beside Thor. "What are you going to do?" Thor asked, surprised. He turned to his old friend and asked in disbelief, "You want to lift Mjolnir?" "I think I can," Wonder Woman replied calmly, her tone unwavering but filled with undeniable determination. It was as if she was absolutely certain she could lift Thor's hammer. Wonder Woman stood at the center of the crater, reaching out to grasp the handle of Thor's hammer. All eyes were on her. Countless gazes were fixed on Wonder Woman as she tightly held the handle of Thor's hammer. Even the manipulator behind the destroyer, Loki, couldn't look away, his breath caught in his chest. Crack! Everyone seemed to hear a sudden explosion of thunder in their ears. This. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. As the former owner of Thor's hammer, he was too familiar with the sound. At that moment, Thor stared in stunned silence, as though he had foreseen Wonder Woman lifting the hammer. How can this be? Thor was horrified. He remembered the words his father, the king of the gods, Odin, had said when he stripped Thor of his powers and exiled him from Asgard. Whoever is worthy to wield Thor's hammer shall have Thor's power. The thought flashed in his mind. Boom! Thunder erupted, and the sky above shifted. Dark clouds gathered, pressing down ominously. Countless bolts of lightning crackled within the clouds, flashing like fish darting through water. Everyone looked up at the sky, then back down at Wonder Woman. Zi. Lightning surged from Thor's hammer, enveloping Wonder Woman's hands. The lightning coiled around her like a serpent, but miraculously, it didn't harm her. It was as if the lightning were a pet, born to obey her command. "Lift it," Wonder Woman whispered. Boom! A flash of lightning struck from the dark cloud, striking Wonder Woman as she finally raised Thor's hammer. A beam of light, formed by the lightning, enveloped Wonder Woman. All eyes were fixed on the center of the crater. She really did it. Thor? Female Thor. Sif, is she really Thor's illegitimate daughter? Hell if I know. Even the Asgard Quartet, who were absolutely certain Thor couldn't have an illegitimate daughter, were now questioning Wonder Woman's true identity. They didn't understand Odin's magic on Thor's hammer and couldn't explain how Wonder Woman was able to lift it. One by one, they began to doubt everything they knew. Asgard. On his throne, Loki watched the scene unfold. He suddenly stood, straightening his posture, his previously gloomy face now filled with surprise. Thor had returned? Loki, who had witnessed Odin's magic on Mjolnir, understood the significance of the moment. Unlike the Asgard Quartet, he knew exactly what was happening. The woman lifting Thor's hammer meant she had completely inherited Thor's power. With that, the fate of the destroyer was sealed. Loki knew that in the battle with this woman, he had already drained much of the destroyer's energy. Now, with the destroyer significantly weakened, it stood no chance against an enemy who had fully inherited Thor's power. This cannot be called a turnaround, but rather a doomed failure. "You forced me," Loki murmured, lifted the control of the destroyer, put it into a dormant state, waved his hand to deactivate the magic projection in front of him, and walked toward the direction of the Rainbow Bridge. He definitely left without looking back. Earth. After lifting Thor's hammer, Wonder Woman fully gained Thor's power. Zi. While holding Thor's hammer, she stretched out her other hand, spreading her 5 fingers and feeling the slight electric current jumping at her fingertips. The corners of Wonder Woman's lips curled into a smile as her long hair fluttered without wind. She looked ahead, where the destroyer had just repaired itself, but the energy fluctuations in its body were no longer as intense as before. With a powerful slam of Thor's hammer, the battle escalated. Boom! Thor's hammer struck like lightning, and a huge sonic boom resonated in everyone's ears. Clang! The sound of metal colliding filled the air. Under the force of Thor's hammer, the destroyer was once again pushed back, half of its body sinking into the ground, looking like a sandbag under relentless attack, miserable and battered. The next moment, Thor's hammer flew back to Wonder Woman. After testing Thor's power, Wonder Woman had a clear understanding of Thor's level. Now, it's time to end this. Wonder Woman's eyes showed fierce determination as she looked at the destroyer, which was still repairing itself. Whoosh! She jumped into the air. Zzz! Countless electric sparks crackled in the air as thick black clouds gathered overhead once again, accompanied by the roar of thunder. The lightning surged and gathered in Thor's hammer. Wonder Woman tightly gripped the hammer and slammed it down on the destroyer. Boom! Finally, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the already heavily damaged destroyer, whose combat power and abilities had severely declined, was broken apart by the hammer and scattered across the ground. It's over. It's really the power of Thor. Then, will Thor be immortal forever? The Asgard quartet was initially relieved but then exchanged worried glances, anxious about whether Thor could accept the loss of his powers. Everyone from SHIELD, however, was just relieved, letting out a collective sigh of relief. Anton, thanks to your Justice League for this, Coulson said as he motioned for the agents to clean up the aftermath, smiling at Anton beside him. Something's wrong. Anton frowned, not as relieved as Coulson. Huh. Coulson was startled, his voice sharp. What's wrong? Isn't it over? Are there more enemies? No, Anton replied, shaking his head. This has nothing to do with you. What do you mean? Coulson was confused, and the weight in his chest returned. Anton didn't answer, but his attention shifted to Wonder Woman. The reason he was concerned was that he hadn't received the notification of a justice value reward from the system. In other words, the system had judged that this matter wasn't over yet. How could that be? Anton rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. He was a little helpless. Was it because this incident hadn't fully concluded? The destroyer was merely Loki's tool, and the true manipulator behind it all was Loki. The origin and conclusion of this event could not be avoided by Loki, the instigator. Anton began to understand, nothing worth gaining comes easily. To obtain justice, the crisis had to be completely resolved. In other words, the mission wasn't over until Loki, the instigator, was dealt with either arrested or killed. This seems. I'll have to make a trip. Wonder Woman, whose thoughts were in sync with Anton's, raised her head slightly and looked at the sky where the dark clouds had now dispersed. She then grabbed Thor's hammer, jumped, and crossed the lava flow on the edge of the crater, landing in front of the SHIELD team. Under everyone's gaze, she nodded at Anton and then approached the Asgard quartet. This matter isn't over yet, Wonder Woman said. Summon Heimdall. I'm going to Asgard. Anton didn't actually want to go to Asgard. But now that the destroyer issue was resolved, he was furious about not receiving the justice value reward he had expected. It seemed like doing good deeds halfway wasn't enough, he'd have to see them through to the end. Fine, Anton thought, let's help these Asgardians completely solve their problems and go straight to Asgard to face Loki. As for whether this would change the future, like preventing the New York invasion from its source, Anton assured himself he'd tread carefully. After all, killing Loki in front of Odin was hardly realistic. Although Odin was currently in the Odin sleep due to his injuries, he was still a being on par with a supreme sorcerer. His awareness of the outside world likely remained intact, he could even be watching right now. Even if Anton wanted to kill Loki, the bigger question was whether Odin would allow it. Odin wasn't just the Alfathor, he was the ruler who had once unified the 9 realms, a god-king of immense power. In the original story, Loki staged his own death, but it might not have been entirely his decision. Perhaps Odin orchestrated it all. Anton doubted Odin would let his son, Loki, die at the hands of someone like Wonder Woman. Facing a boss-level figure like Odin, no amount of preparation felt adequate. Anton knew his current identity as Wonder Woman wouldn't be enough to overturn Odin's plans. While Wonder Woman was powerful, especially now that she had picked up Mjolnir and gained Thor's powers, she still hadn't reached the ceiling level of strength. Odin, on the other hand, was undoubtedly a galactic-level being. Despite his age and waning physical prowess, his experience and wisdom only grew stronger. Anton even suspected that Loki's betrayal and Thor's exile were part of a grand design Odin had carefully controlled. Even if Wonder Woman wielding Mjolnir altered some details, Odin would likely find a way to ensure Thor's journey to reclaim his title remained intact. What? Sif and the others were still recovering from their injuries, but their Asgardian physiology ensured rapid healing. As top warriors of Asgard, they could survive wounds that would be fatal to humans. Are you going to Asgard? The warriors three exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Then, their eyes shifted to Thor. She's not your daughter, is she? I didn't say anything. Thor stammered, misinterpreting their looks before turning to Wonder Woman. Thank you. No need to thank me, Wonder Woman replied dismissively. I'm going to Asgard, and that has nothing to do with you. Her tone was firm, and she didn't spare Thor another glance. The reason she informed Sif and the others of her intention was simple. She needed them to summon Heimdall, the Rainbow Bridge's gatekeeper, from across time and space. Few knew Heimdall's true significance. He wasn't just the all-seeing, all-hearing protector of Asgard. According to the most basic lore, Heimdall was actually Sif's elder brother. As one of Odin's most trusted allies, Heimdall was not only a formidable warrior but also the guardian of the city's gates, ensuring no intruder could enter unchallenged. Even though Wonder Woman knew Heimdall was watching events unfold on Earth from afar, she couldn't guarantee he would heed her call and allow her passage to Asgard. Only if Sif and the others called for him directly could she be certain Heimdall would respond. According to the timeline of the original plot, Loki had already allowed Laufey to enter Asgard, setting up a sneak attack to kill the Frost Giant King. At this point, Heimdall might have already been frozen by Loki using the Casket of Ancient Winters. The situation was urgent. Anyway, thank you for your help, Sif said. The people of Asgard will always remember your kindness. The group of 4 prepared themselves. Sif called out loudly, Heimdall, open the Rainbow Bridge and let us return. There was no response. Nearby, the agents of SHIELD watched with a mix of unease and curiosity. Are they leaving? Coulson asked, surprised. He speculated that the Asgardians were calling their allies in another world, using some form of teleportation technology to return home. Yes, Anton finally acknowledged Carlson's question, his tone indifferent. But Wonder Woman still has things to take care of. Heimdall. Thor called out, sensing something was wrong with the Rainbow Bridge. His voice grew desperate. Heimdall, we need you. Boom. At last, after several minutes of repeated calls, the sky darkened as swirling clouds formed above them. A vortex of energy crackled, signaling the arrival of the Rainbow Bridge's power. Sif and the others, despite their injuries, hurried toward the teleportation array. Thor supported Volstagg, who was the most gravely injured among them. When they reached the array, the group turned briefly to glance at the slowly approaching Wonder Woman. Whoosh! A beam of light shot down from the sky, enveloping them. In an instant, they disappeared. It really is teleportation technology, Carlson muttered, watching the Asgardians vanish without a trace. He thought back to the teleportation device that had been taken by the Justice League and sighed. Earth's progress was far too slow. With humanity's current level of science and technology, who knew how long it would take to develop functional teleportation systems? Asgard's teleportation technology isn't as perfect as you think, Anton said lightly, overhearing Carlson's remark. The Bifrost only covers the 9 realms that's limited to interplanetary travel within a galaxy. Cross-galactic teleportation is much more complex. Even in this universe, very few civilizations have mastered such advanced technology. What Anton didn't mention, however, was that the teleportation device taken from SHIELD was capable of cross-galactic travel. He wasn't about to disclose that in their presence. For now, Carlson seemed satisfied with Anton's explanation. Setting aside his envy, he focused on directing SHIELD agents to clean up the area and prepare for their return. Asgard. When Wonder Woman and the others arrived on the Rainbow Bridge, the first thing they saw was Heimdall lying on the ground. Heimdall. Sif and the others shouted in alarm, rushing to his side to assess his injuries. You take him for treatment, Wonder Woman said decisively. I know who to call. Before anyone could respond, she gripped Thor's hammer tightly. With a powerful leap, her bent legs launched her like a cannonball out of the Rainbow Bridge Hall. She flew like a lightning bolt toward the palace. Sif and the others watched as Wonder Woman's figure became smaller and smaller in the distance. She moved like the wind, disappearing entirely into the palace. They stood frozen, staring after her, before slowly turning to Thor in unison. Even the injured Heimdall, despite his weakened state, couldn't help casting a curious glance at Thor. As a warrior who could see and hear everything, Heimdall was well aware of Sif and the others' earlier suspicions. What's going on? Thor asked, puzzled, scratching his head. Why are you all staring at me? Thor, just admit it, Sif said with a smirk. Admit what? She's your illegitimate daughter, isn't she? Thor was dumbfounded, his expression blank and full of disbelief. The palace was a prominent landmark in Asgard. From the Bifrost, the tallest and most striking structure visible was the palace home to Odin, the king of the gods. Wonder Woman reached the palace and noticed something unusual. She encountered no guards along the way. The massive halls were eerily silent, with no sound except the echo of her own footsteps. It was clear that Loki had dismissed the guards under some pretense, paving the way for the frost giant King Laufey to infiltrate Asgard and enter the palace unimpeded. Laufey was undoubtedly preparing to attack his old rival, Odin. However, what Laufey hadn't realized was that the one truly planning to kill him was not Odin, but his own son and supposed ally Loki. Although Odin appeared to be in a deep, vegetative sleep, his presence remained formidable. Even in this state, he seemed to loom above it all, aware of everything happening around him. Wonder Woman pressed on, heading for the grandest area of the palace, knowing that Odin would be there. His resting place wasn't difficult to find. Her search was further aided by the frost giants wandering inside the palace. These Jotunheim invaders, with their purple skin and towering forms, stood out starkly from the humans and Asgardians who usually occupied the palace. Clearly, they were Laufey's men. If necessary, Wonder Woman figured she could extract information from them. Inside the palace, Odin's chamber. It is said that you can still hear and see those around you. Then you must know that your death will come at the hands of the frost giant King Laufey. Laufey sneered. He loomed over the one-eyed Odin, who lay motionless on a golden bed. Laufey's voice dripped with hatred and satisfaction as he spoke. An icy spear began to form in Laufey's hand, its tip aimed at Odin's chest. Whoosh! Before the spear could strike, a beam of energy blasted into Laufey. Boom! The frost giant king was thrown sideways, his once mighty body shattered by the force of the attack. Half of him collapsed to the ground, his lower body obliterated by the searing energy. Yet, even in this state, Laufey's incredible vitality kept him conscious. His crimson eyes glared at Loki, filled with disbelief and fury. Why? Laufey hissed through gritted teeth. Why betray me? This is not a betrayal, Loki replied coldly, raising the scepter in his hand and pointing it at Laufey, who was now completely helpless. I was never one of you. I am not of Jotunheim. I am of Asgard. I am the son of Odin, the king of the gods. Loki's voice turned icy. Remember this, you were killed by the son of God King Odin. With those final words, Loki unleashed another devastating energy ray from his scepter. Whoosh! The blast reduced Laufey's body to countless sparks, annihilating him completely. No trace remained, only ashes scattered into the void. Loki. Frigga, Odin's queen, who had been knocked down earlier by Laufey, struggled to her feet and rushed toward her son. You saved him, she exclaimed, tears in her eyes. She embraced Loki tightly, gratitude and relief radiating from her. For a moment, the two held each other in silence. Loki made a solemn promise to Frigga, "I swear to you, they will pay the price." The they he referred to were, of course, the Frost Giants and their realm, Jotunheim. Loki was undoubtedly the archetype of a jealous, scheming younger sibling. Jealous of his brother Thor, he orchestrated events to make Thor commit a grave mistake, angering Odin and leading to Thor's banishment to Earth as a mortal. With his father slipping into the Odin sleep, Loki seized the opportunity to act in his own interest and claim the throne for himself. If the story ended there, Loki would simply be a conniving villain, ambitious, cruel, and calculating. But this was not Loki's story. It was Thor's, and Loki's fate was destined to end in tragedy. In the original timeline, when Loki learned that Thor was on his way back to Asgard to reclaim his place, his jealousy and rage knew no bounds. In a desperate move, he sent the Destroyer to eliminate Thor. Ironically, this only served to help Thor regain his divine power and prove himself worthy. Knowing he had lost, Loki moved on to his final gambit. By luring Laufey, the king of the Frost Giants, to Asgard, Loki planned to assassinate him inside Odin's palace right by the Allfather's sleeping bed. This act of treachery would serve as Loki's justification for waging war on Jotunheim and completely destroying the Frost Giant realm. In doing so, Loki hoped to demonstrate his authority and capability as a leader. In Loki's mind, this would make him the savior of Asgard. Even if Thor returned, Loki's accomplishments would eclipse his brothers, securing his place as the hero and rightful king. In this altered timeline, Thor still had not regained his powers. Even if he returned to Asgard, he was in no position to stop Loki. As long as Loki followed through with his plan, killing Laufey, saving Odin, and declaring war on Jotunheim, his claim to the throne would only grow stronger. "With what I hold in my hands, I will never surrender to you," Loki muttered darkly, his eyes narrowing. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, echoing through the vast, quiet chamber. "Loki." This was Odin's sleeping quarters, an area so sacred that even guards were forbidden from entering. The soldiers stationed at the door dared not step inside, leaving the space accessible only to Odin's closest family, Thor, Frigga, and Loki himself. The voice was unmistakably that of a woman. It was not Thor. That left only one possibility. "It's her," Loki thought bitterly, his gaze snapping to the entrance of the chamber. There, stepping into the dim light, was a tall, graceful figure. She approached with confidence, the hammer of Thor in her hand. Loki immediately recognized her as the woman who had interfered with his plans earlier, the one who had confronted the Destroyer and foiled his efforts. "You dare to trespass in the palace," Loki growled, his voice low and menacing. "You deserve death. You've violated Asgard's most sacred laws." "If I deserve death, then so do you," Wonder Woman replied calmly. Her voice was steady, and her expression betrayed no fear. "Loki, your transgressions far outweigh mine. You've broken every taboo, deceiving the king, plotting against your own brother, and betraying your mother. My intrusion may be forgiven, but your sins are unforgivable." "Loki," Frigga interjected, her voice cutting through the tension. Her eyes darted to the hammer in Wonder Woman's hand before locking onto her son. As Asgard's queen, Frigga was no fool. Though her age had diminished her physical strength, she had once been a formidable warrior and a master of magic. Even now, her keen intuition allowed her to sense the truth behind Loki's schemes. Frigga trusted Loki deeply and had refused to entertain any doubts about him. But now, standing in front of her, someone was openly accusing Loki of treachery. She couldn't ignore the expression on his face. It was grief-stricken, yet unmistakably unnatural. Though Frigga was only Loki's adoptive mother, her love for him ran deeper than that of any birth mother. With a single glance, she could tell that Loki was hiding something. "Mother, I will explain everything," Loki said, his voice calm yet tense. His eyes, however, remained locked on Wonder Woman at the door. Without warning, he raised the scepter high. Energy rays crackled and coalesced at its tip before exploding forth, surging toward Wonder Woman with lethal force. Boom! Wonder Woman leaped back, narrowly avoiding the attack. The energy blast shattered the ground where she had stood, sending shards of stone flying and shaking the palace to its very foundations. Yet, amidst the chaos, Odin remained motionless on his golden bed. His eyes were shut tight, his expression unchanging, as though the destruction around him was of no concern. Suspended midair, Wonder Woman's gaze swept briefly over Odin, taking in his serene, unmoving form. "Is this old man faking it?" she wondered, her lips curling into a wry smirk. Whoosh! Suddenly, Loki darted out of the palace, his robes billowing behind him. He wasn't interested in a direct confrontation with Wonder Woman. Instead, his mind was fixed on the Bifrost Bridge. If he could unleash a destructive energy beam and obliterate Jotunheim, he could present himself as Asgard's savior. That would justify his actions to both Odin and Frigga and cement his claim to the throne. Humph. Loki glanced back at Wonder Woman, who hovered in the air like a storm about to break. Mounting a Pegasus stationed outside the palace, he took off, galloping through the skies toward the bridge. Wonder Woman, unwilling to give him even the slightest advantage, raised Mjolnir high. Crackle, crackle, the heavens roared as lightning gathered around the enchanted hammer. With a mighty swing, she hurled Mjolnir at the fleeing Loki, aiming to cut him off. "Damn it!" Loki cursed, leaping from the saddle just as Mjolnir struck. Boom! Thor's hammer smashed into the Pegasus with devastating force. The creature let out a mournful cry before disintegrating into nothing but blood and fragments. "Such a pity," Wonder Woman muttered coldly. Though her tone seemed regretful, her actions showed no hesitation. She called Mjolnir back to her hand, summoning its full power once more. Thunder crackled around her, illuminating the darkening sky. Loki, for all his cunning, was not a skilled warrior. His strength lay in manipulation, illusions, and deceit traits that had earned him the title of the God of Mischief. But above all, Loki was an expert at escaping. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended, striking Loki dead on, or so it seemed. An illusion. Wonder Woman muttered, narrowing her eyes as the Loki struck by her attack flickered and vanished into smoke. Crack! The lightning slammed into the ground, shattering it. Cracks spiderwebbed outward, splitting the earth beneath the palace. Buildings trembled under the force of her strike, their foundations groaning in protest. Throughout Asgard, citizens looked to the sky, their faces filled with shock and confusion. The power unleashed was unmistakably Thor's. Every Asgardian could recognize the signature of the Thunder God. But when their eyes found the figure wielding the lightning, they froze. It was not Thor. Instead, it was a tall, unfamiliar woman clad in glimmering battle armor, commanding the storm with ease. The people stood silent, struck with awe and disbelief. Who is that? Why does she have the power of Thor? Could she be the king's illegitimate daughter? Asgardians, known for their bravery and unflinching nature, even in the heat of battle, still found time to gossip. Their curiosity about the mysterious woman wielding Thor's power was palpable, despite the chaos around them. Of course, neither Wonder Woman nor Loki paid any attention to the crowd's musings as their battle raged on. Boom! Loki continued conjuring illusions, skillfully dodging Wonder Woman's thunderous attacks as he steadily made his way toward the Bifrost Bridge. He knew better than to engage her directly. If he could just complete the final step of his plan, victory would be his. Hovering midair, Wonder Woman watched Loki's illusions multiply, blocking her path. She snorted in irritation, hurling Mjolnir to destroy most of them. Then, crossing her forearms, she struck her silver bracelets together with a thunderous clash. Boom! A surge of divine power erupted, reverberating through Asgard and sending waves of fear through its citizens. Even the bravest among them stood wide-eyed, stunned by the overwhelming force. Such power, only someone with the blood of the Allfather could wield it, one murmured, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Who is this woman? As the divine power grew stronger, their astonishment deepened. The battle unfolding before their eyes left no room for doubt. This was no ordinary foe. Boom! A massive shockwave, rippling like waves on the sea, exploded outward. The air itself seemed to twist and churn as the wave annihilated Loki's illusions in an instant, exposing his true form. Loki stumbled backward, panic flashing across his face as the shockwave sent him crashing to the ground. His scepter flew from his grasp, clattering far out of reach. Whoosh! Mjolnir, obedient to Wonder Woman's call, returned to her hand with a crackle of lightning. Loki lay sprawled on the ground, momentarily defenseless. His expression shifted from panic to cold defiance as Wonder Woman raised Thor's hammer, preparing to strike. Boom! The ground shattered beneath Wonder Woman as she leapt into the air, her immense power leaving a massive crater in her wake. Boom! 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 Her figure streaked through the air like a meteor, Mjolnir blazing with crackling energy. She descended on Loki, ready to deliver the final blow. No! A sudden voice rang out. Out of nowhere, another figure appeared, throwing themselves between Wonder Woman and Loki. Arms spread wide, they stood resolutely, shielding the fallen trickster. Wonder Woman, don't kill him. The figure who did not know where it came from was, of course, Thor the God of Thunder. To be precise, it should now be called former Thor. Boom! Wonder Woman charged forward, wielding Thor's hammer. As Thor stepped in to block her path, the hammer veered off course, crashing to the ground at their feet. Click, click, click. Countless pillars of lightning descended from the sky, striking with deafening force. The ground sank, forming a massive crater. Spiderweb cracks, wide enough to fit a hand, spread outward for dozens of meters. Wonder Woman narrowed her eyes but made no move to retrieve the hammer lying on the ground. She had been prepared to stop when she saw Thor shielding Loki, but before she could act, the hammer had deviated slightly, striking the earth instead. Was this an attempt to avoid harming its previous master? Frowning, Wonder Woman sensed there was more to the situation than met the eye. Wonder Woman, you cannot kill Loki. At that moment, Sif, whose injuries were less severe than the others, arrived at the scene. Rushing over, she spoke urgently. Loki is the son of the Allfather. Though he has committed crimes, only the Allfather has the authority to judge him. The Allfather. Wonder Woman's tone was cold. Your Allfather is asleep. If Odin remains in his slumber, should Loki be allowed to run free? No. Thor's voice was firm. I will take responsibility for him. Just you? Wonder Woman's piercing gaze fell on Thor, her expression tinged with disdain. You couldn't control Loki when you were the God of Thunder. Now, as a mortal, what makes you think you can? Get out of the way. I don't need your pity. Loki slowly rose to his feet, brushing Thor aside. His cold, piercing gaze locked onto Wonder Woman. If you want to kill me, he said with venom, I'm right here. Do it. Loki. Thor stepped forward to stop him. Stay out of this, Thor. Loki's eyes blazed with fury, his face twisted with hate. The last thing I need is your sympathy. Why? Thor's voice broke, his heart heavy. Why are you doing this? To prove to my father that I'm a capable son, Loki spat. To show him that I am the one who truly deserves the throne. Do you want the throne that badly? No, I despise it. What I want is for everyone in Asgard and the 9 realms to see that I am better than you, that I am more suited to rule. Loki's grin was wild, almost maniacal. Loki, this is my fault. Thor's voice was filled with sorrow as he finally understood the rift between them. No matter what you've done to me, I will face it. But I hope you will think about what you're doing, Loki, Thor said gravely. If you're truly better than me, then you should know that your actions prove nothing to our father. They don't make you worthy of the throne. Shut up. Loki roared in rage. Laufey is dead? I was this close to destroying Jotunheim completely. Laufey is dead. Everyone present, save Wonder Woman, was stunned at Loki's words. Laufey, the frost giant king of Jotunheim, was dead. Had Loki killed him? Loki. Thor stared at his brother, disbelief etched across his face. Laufey was your biological father. Did you really kill him? Thor knew the truth about Loki's origins. Though Odin, the Alfather, had kept the secret when he conquered Jotunheim and adopted Loki all those years ago, it was never truly hidden from Thor. Furthermore, Loki had discovered the truth about his origins through other means long ago. So what? Loki's icy gaze bore into Thor. I have only one father, and he is Odin, the king of the gods. Thor stood there, stunned. Not only did you kill Laufey, but you also sought to destroy Jotunheim and slaughter the entire frost giant tribe, the land that should have been your homeland. I said. Loki roared, his voice trembling with rage. I have only one father. Whoosh! The scepter lying on the ground suddenly flew back into Loki's hand. Loki stepped forward, wielding the scepter like a spear, and thrust it toward Thor. Wonder Woman stood by, her expression calm and unreadable. She could have intervened to stop Loki's attack on Thor, but she chose not to. Not because she didn't want to save him, but because she knew Thor no longer needed saving. The events unfolding before her eyes seemed to realign with the original course of destiny. She realized this the moment she felt Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, slip from her control. Thor Odinson, its rightful owner, had reclaimed the power and authority of the god of thunder. Odin, you truly are a master of calculation, Wonder Woman muttered softly, thinking back to the slumbering Alfather she had seen while battling Loki in the palace. It was now clear to her that the hammer's change in allegiance was no coincidence. No, stop it. Thor. Loki, what are you doing? Sif's horrified voice echoed as she and the others, who had just arrived at the scene, looked on in shock. None of them could believe the sight before them, the two princes of Asgard turning against each other with such ferocity. Frigga watched, sorrow written across her face. Whoosh! The tip of Loki's scepter closed in, ready to pierce Thor's chest. Boom! At the last possible moment, Mjolnir shot into the air like a bolt of lightning and landed in Thor's hand. Thunder roared across the sky, and a radiant electric light enveloped Thor. A surge of godly power swept across the battlefield. In the brilliance of the lightning, the silhouette of a figure clad in armor emerged. Everyone froze. Though the scene was unfamiliar, the figure was unmistakable. It was a sight they knew all too well. Thor. Sif's voice rang out in a mixture of relief and awe. The invincible Thor who had once defended the Nine Realms was back. No. Loki's scepter failed to strike its mark. The blade clashed against Thor's armor, unable to pierce it. The next moment, a powerful force sent Loki staggering backward. Thor's power had returned. You've regained your strength. Loki's voice cracked with fury. No, it's not fair. His sharp mind pieced it together quickly. This was Odin's doing. Loki, Thor said, his voice steady and resolute. I will imprison you until you admit your mistakes and atone for what you've done. As the light surrounding Thor faded, he stepped forward, gripping Mjolnir tightly. Do you think I'll let you catch me? Loki's manic expression softened for a brief moment, his eyes filled with sadness as he glanced toward the palace. Wait. Thor sensed something amiss and lunged forward, reaching for Loki, but his hand grasped only empty air. Loki, stop him. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone searched frantically, but Loki's figure had completely vanished. When it came to illusions, Loki was undoubtedly a master. Once he disappeared into a crowd, no one could find him. He's gone, Wonder Woman said calmly. The moment Loki disappeared, a notification appeared in her mind. The system announced that the crisis originating from Asgard, which had spread to Earth, was now officially resolved. Mission complete, kill the destroyer, defeat the evil god Loki, help Thor reclaim the power of Thor, and save Jotunheim. Reward, 8 million justice points. Justice point balance, 40 million. Clearly, Loki had guessed that Odin had awoken and, in doing so, realized the Alfather's favoritism. Even if he had succeeded in destroying Jotunheim to prove his worthiness for the throne, it would have been meaningless. For Odin, Thor would always be the ideal heir. Thor's return, stronger and wiser after his trials, only solidified his claim. Loki had lost his chance. And so, he left. Finally, it's over, Thor said with a sigh of relief as he watched Loki disappear. Though he hadn't captured Loki, Thor wasn't sure what he would have done with him even if he had. Letting him go seemed like the better choice. Thor believed Loki wouldn't cause trouble in the near future. After all, despite his actions, Loki had a strong sense of belonging to Asgard. Thor trusted he wouldn't intentionally harm it. For now, the long-term decisions about Loki's fate were best left to Odin. Father. A commanding figure suddenly appeared before them. With gray hair and beard, a single piercing eye, and a regal, imposing presence, the man radiated overwhelming authority. The air grew heavy, and everyone felt the suffocating weight of his power. Wonder Woman's eyes sharpened as she turned toward him. It was Odin, the king of the gods. His arrival had gone unnoticed until this moment. That's enough. This is a family matter now, Odin said with a wave of his hand. Yes. Everyone bowed their heads and began to leave. Sif paused briefly, glancing back at Thor and Wonder Woman, her eyes brimming with curiosity before following the others. Wonder Woman also intended to leave, but to her surprise, she found herself unable to move. The pressure emanating from Odin was immense, like a mountain crushing her. She struggled even to draw a breath. You stay, Odin said, a slight smile forming on his lips. I told you this is a family matter. I'm not related to you by blood, Wonder Woman replied with a frown. Though she was the daughter of Zeus in her world, this Marvel universe lacked the Zeus she knew. The blood of the gods flows through you, Odin said calmly. In ancient times, all gods shared a common origin. What are you planning to do? Wonder Woman asked, her eyes narrowing. Despite the pressure pinning her down, she sensed no hostility from Odin. Instead, she felt as though he were seeing right through her. The blood within you may be like ours, but your life force is different, Odin replied, his tone contemplative. I simply wanted to see you. It's been a long time since I've encountered someone as interesting as you. After Odin finished speaking, he waved his hand. Your name is Diana Prince, Wonder Woman. You are a benefactor to Asgard. On behalf of Asgard and as Odin, the king of the gods, I thank you. If you ever need assistance in the future, you may call upon us. Asgard will spare no effort to help you in times of need. All right, I'll remember that, Wonder Woman replied with a nod. Can I leave now? Of course, Odin said with a nod. With that, and to Thor's astonishment, Wonder Woman vanished in an instant. Earth. In the small town of New Mexico, Anton's eyes flashed with intrigue. He couldn't help but think about the Wonder Woman clone being retrieved and the meaningful look Odin had cast her way. There was something about it that gnawed at him, as though Odin had seen more than he let on. Asgard. Father, who is she? Thor asked, still staring at the spot where Wonder Woman had disappeared. Some of the others claimed she was my illegitimate daughter, which is ridiculous, Thor exclaimed. Then, a thought struck him, and he hesitated. But, she's not your illegitimate daughter, is she? The moment those words left his lips, Frigga, who had been silently observing, narrowed her eyes and fixed a sharp gaze on Odin. The weight of her stare was palpable, her expression demanding an answer. Thor's confidence wavered, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Even he could tell if Odin's answer didn't satisfy Frigga, a storm was coming, and it wouldn't be pleasant for the Alfather. However, even though Thor was sweating for Odin, he couldn't deny his own curiosity about his father's answer. Sif's question on the Bifrost Bridge earlier had completely stunned him. In his memory, there was no chance he had an illegitimate daughter. A goddess turned into a daughter? Could anything sound more absurd? Of course, she can't be my daughter, Odin said, rolling his eyes. Frigga, don't you know me better than that? Humph, Frigga snorted and turned to leave. She could see that Odin wasn't lying, so she chose not to press further. Watching his mother walk away, Thor turned back to Odin. Father, if she isn't your daughter or my daughter, then how did Sif and the others come to such a conclusion? And why would people on Earth think she's my daughter? Thor was completely baffled as to where this rumor had originated. Perhaps she really is Zeus's daughter, Odin replied with a chuckle before disappearing from Thor's sight. What? Thor was left standing there, bewildered. I don't understand. Did he actually have an illegitimate daughter? His father's cryptic response made his head spin. Couldn't Odin just explain things more directly? Thor, there are some things you will naturally understand in time, Odin's voice echoed faintly in the air. The royal palace. Frigga glanced at her husband, hesitating before she spoke. That girl is no ordinary being. Her power and purity are comparable to Thor's. There's something eerily familiar about her. I know, Odin said with a nod. She is indeed connected to the gods, but not necessarily to Asgard. What do you mean? Frigga asked, her brow furrowing. As someone who had lived as long as Odin, Frigga had a broad perspective and deep knowledge. In a moment of realization, her eyes widened. The multiverse, she exclaimed. You mean she's a god from another universe? Yes, Odin confirmed, his expression serious. I'm as surprised as you are. Standing on the palace balcony, Odin gazed out at the sun's fading light, as though looking beyond, through countless spaces, to a distant figure. She has an aura that doesn't belong to this universe, Odin mused. I never thought the Sorcerer Supreme would allow someone from the multiverse to enter ours. Earth. This is finally over. Anton exhaled deeply before finding Coulson and stating his intent to leave immediately. Coulson didn't refuse, he had no reason to. Politely, he arranged for an agent to escort Anton to the airport. Although Anton's time in the town, New Mexico, had lasted less than a day, that short visit had witnessed the conclusion of a massive and dangerous event. He said everything is completely over. Hawkeye asked, watching Anton's car disappear down the road. He turned to Coulson with a skeptical look. Yes, Coulson replied. He said Wonder Woman handled everything, including matters related to Asgard. Odin has awakened, the culprit has escaped, and Thor has regained his strength. After a pause, Coulson added, Anton also mentioned that Thor might show up soon to explain everything to us and to apologize. So, that guy really was Thor? Hawkeye asked, still struggling to believe it. Even now, it felt a little too unbelievable to him. Thor was one thing, but what truly shattered Hawkeye's perception was the realization that gods actually existed in this world. Still, Hawkeye understood that these so-called gods were, in reality, nothing more than intelligent beings from a civilization far more advanced than their own. These beings happened to look remarkably human and possessed powers far beyond human capabilities, which led people in ancient times to revere them as deities. But in today's age, Hawkeye thought, no one could truly hold the title of god. No one was qualified to be a god. Are we staying here to wait for Thor? Hawkeye asked, looking around. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the barren wasteland, giving the surroundings an otherworldly charm. No need, Coulson replied calmly. I asked Anton the same question. His response was simple, when Thor wants to find us, he will find us no matter where we are. Oh, Hawkeye raised an eyebrow, intrigued. That statement revealed a lot. It was a subtle reminder that SHIELD, even with all its resources, was still dealing with a civilization vastly more advanced than theirs. I have to head back to headquarters immediately, Coulson said, his tone turning serious. There's a lot that needs to be reported to the director personally. He then turned to Hawkeye. Barton, once I leave, you'll oversee the evacuation and handle things here on my behalf. Understood. You go, Hawkeye replied. As they spoke, the sound of engines rumbled overhead. A cloaked aircraft shimmered into visibility and descended before the group. This was one of S.H.I.E.L.D's specialized aircraft, equipped with advanced stealth technology and capable of flying at speeds more than twice that of standard civilian planes. It was the kind of craft reserved for high-ranking agents like Coulson. Within moments, Coulson was airborne, leaving the town behind. Accompanying him was Dr. Eric Selvig, a physicist and astronomer who had been instrumental in many scientific breakthroughs. This wasn't just a coincidence. After Coulson's initial report, Director Nick Fury had reviewed the personnel list and immediately requested Selvig be brought back for further debriefing. Selvig wasn't just an accomplished scientist, he also had connections with other prominent minds, including Bruce Banner. A friend of a genius was likely a genius in their own right. The flight was swift, and a few hours later, Coulson arrived in Washington, D.C. Dr. Selvig, please take some time to rest, Coulson said kindly as the aircraft landed. Within SHIELD, scientific talents like Selvig were invaluable. You could never have too many. After ensuring Selvig was comfortably settled, Coulson wasted no time heading to the top floor of the SHIELD headquarters, where Nick Fury's office awaited. Despite the late hour, Fury was already waiting. Director, Coulson said, knocking on the door before stepping inside. Wonder Woman has appeared, and her identity as a god is confirmed, Coulson began. He paused for a moment before continuing, his voice turning grave. Based on what I've seen, I suspect Superman may exist as well. But Clark Kent isn't on Earth right now. He's somewhere out in the universe. Fury looked up from his desk, his face unreadable. After a long pause, he let out a sigh. Leave the Justice League theories aside for now, Fury said, his tone low but heavy. We have bigger problems. Coulson frowned, sensing the shift in mood. We've been compromised, Fury said slowly, each word landing like a hammer. Coulson's eyes widened, his usually calm demeanor cracking. The organization has been infiltrated, Fury continued, his voice grave. And the traitors hiding within SHIELD call themselves Hydra. The room fell silent as Coulson stood there, stunned. New York. Anton returned to his base, stretching lazily as he watched the rising sun paint the city in hues of gold. Reflecting on yesterday's events, he summed it up in one word, profit. His Justice Points balance now stood at a staggering 40 million. That was more than enough to purchase a set of Batman's specialized armor from the system, a suit powerful enough to go toe-to-toe with Superman. Of course, whether he could actually defeat Superman was another matter entirely. In the Marvel Universe, where kryptonite doesn't exist, Superman was essentially a flawless powerhouse with no apparent weaknesses. Magic might be able to slow him down a bit, but even then, it wouldn't hold him back for long. As for the conversation between Wonder Woman and Odin in Asgard yesterday, Anton didn't dwell on it. He highly doubted that Odin could uncover Wonder Woman's true identity or origin. While Odin, the All-Father, was unquestionably one of the most powerful figures in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, essentially at its power ceiling only someone like the Ancient One would have the ability to pierce through dimensions or time to discern the bigger picture. From another angle, Anton's confidence in the system remained unshaken. Sure, someone might notice that Wonder Woman's clone was unusual, but the idea that all these heroes were actually just one person in disguise, that was simply inconceivable. Anton returned to New York, and after a few fairly easy days, he received a meeting request from Jim. Jim wanted to discuss the next TV series with him. The filming of the Flash TV series had just wrapped up, and Jim wanted to mobilize the filming team for the next project, the production of The Flash. At the same time, preparations were underway for the shooting of Batman v Superman. Since the release of Man of Steel, DC had no shortage of funds. With every project proving profitable since its inception, the company had long overcome its initial financial struggles. Now, advancing multiple projects simultaneously was practically effortless. However, Jim still intended to allocate investment shares and attract external funding to facilitate resource management, such as follow-up promotions and collaborations. Anton wasn't particularly interested in these details. Although he was the boss, the day-to-day operations of the company were handled by Jim and his assistant, Betty. Anton's role was to oversee the company's general direction and exercise creative control over its content. After laying out the next steps, Jim left. Shortly afterward, Toby, the former gold medal screenwriter and now head of DC's screenwriting department, arrived. To Anton's surprise, Toby wanted to discuss the DC section of the Daily Bugle. In a previous meeting, the company had proposed splitting the novel section of the Daily Bugle into a standalone website. The new platform would host novels, comics, audiobooks, and other entertainment, essentially a new starting point in the Marvel world. Thanks to the writers, cartoonists, and content creators recruited by DC, this section had already gained significant traction and high traffic. Its popularity was no small matter. After all, superheroes like Batman, Cyborg, and Arrow characters active in the real world had become household names, rivaling the fame of Hollywood superstars. Toby volunteered to become the head of this new starting point. Anton thought it over but neither refused nor agreed immediately. He instructed Toby to prepare a proposal and present it at the next company meeting. If no one raised objections, the position would be his. After handling these company affairs, Anton went upstairs to check in on the latest work at the Daily Bugle. What he didn't expect, however, was to be greeted by shocking news from Eddie as soon as they met. Electro Max Dillon has escaped from prison. Eddie spoke solemnly. Just now, New York Police Captain George Stacy called me. He knows we fought Max at the Expo before. He's concerned Max might come after us for revenge. He advised us to stay vigilant and be prepared for a potential attack. It's not us who should be careful. Anton waved his hand dismissively, clearly unconcerned, and curiously asked, but how could Electro suddenly disappear from prison? George said there's a leak in the prison, and the New York Police Department is investigating. Eddie added, by the way, he asked me to contact Batman just in case they need his help. George actually asked Batman for help? Is the situation that serious? Anton was surprised. In his experience, George Stacy had always been a level-headed man. If the NYPD was reaching out to Batman, it meant the situation was more difficult than usual. Besides, the 4 Ninja Turtles were now part of the New York Police Department. As a special task force and even the mascots of New York City, their abilities were not to be underestimated. Anton found it strange. Electro's escape alone shouldn't be enough to overwhelm the Turtles, even if someone was behind the breakout. Couldn't they track down whoever was pulling the strings? It's because Electro isn't the only one who escaped. Eddie stroked his chin thoughtfully. While speaking, he opened a map of New York on the office projector and shrugged. Before George called me, I got some breaking news. There was a major riot at a prison in the suburbs of New York. The facility malfunctioned, and there was a mass prison break. If I'm not mistaken, Electro was being held there. This is serious news, Anton said, suddenly understanding. It seems New York's crime rate is about to spike. George asked us to hold off on announcing the news until tomorrow to give the police some time. They don't want to cause widespread panic, Eddie explained. That prison is right on the outskirts of New York, close to the city. If the escaped prisoners make it into the city, it could lead to chaos. Handle it as you see fit, Anton replied, still unconcerned. To him, this kind of situation was both serious and not. Most escaped prisoners weren't particularly dangerous and didn't pose much of a threat to society. After all, many civilians owned firearms, so the danger was manageable. As for high-level criminals like Electro or other terrorists, dealing with them would fall to the NYPD. Despite public perception, the department was not as ineffective as it seemed. Now that they had the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on their side, they were even better equipped. As long as public opinion could be controlled and widespread panic avoided, this big problem could likely be reduced to a minor issue. After finishing his conversation with Eddie, Anton glanced at the sky outside the window and left the Daily Bugle. When he got home from work, his father, Jonah Jameson, was sitting in the living room reading the newspaper. Since retiring, John had been on vacation, though he rarely went anywhere. He stuck to a routine, going out for runs and workouts at fixed times and spending the rest of his day at home. However, Anton had recently overheard John talking about resigning altogether. John's job as an astronaut had once been his dream, but after achieving it, he seemed to lose his motivation. Now, his focus had shifted, and he was brimming with ideas for running the company. In other words, it seemed likely that John would soon join Wayne Enterprises and work with the old man to grow the family business. Finished with work? John asked. Yeah, where's the old man? Anton replied, glancing around and noticing his absence. John shrugged. He went to Washington tonight with Harry Osborn from Oscorp. Apparently, Wayne Enterprises has finalized its cooperation with the military. They're attending a dinner hosted by the military to celebrate. Ring? The sudden sound of Anton's phone interrupted their conversation. He glanced at the caller ID, a faint look of surprise crossing his face. Carlson, he answered, sounding mildly exasperated. Don't tell me you need my help again. No, I'm calling to apologize, Carlson replied solemnly. What's going on? Anton asked, frowning. He could tell from Carlson's tone that something was wrong. Kingpin escaped, Carlson said in a grave voice. We've conducted multiple searches, but Wilson Fisk is no longer on Purgatory Island. Someone hacked our surveillance systems and rescued him. Well, that's unexpected. I didn't think SHIELD made these kinds of mistakes, Anton replied calmly. Although Fisk's escape was surprising, Anton didn't see it as a major issue. Kingpin was no longer just a gang boss, his time as the emperor of the underworld was long over. With his arrest, his empire had been carved up by other factions. The biggest beneficiary of this shift was the High Table, who were more than happy to cooperate with Anton. In short, even if Fisk was free again, Anton wasn't too concerned. What did surprise him, however, was that SHIELD had allowed such an error to happen. Letting someone like Kingpin escape wasn't typical of the organization he knew. There's a serious problem inside S.H.I.E.L.D, Coulson admitted. And honestly, you and Batman probably know more about it than we do. Regarding Kingpin's escape, we hope you'll convey our apologies to Batman. We're doing everything we can to make amends. According to the intel we've just received, Fisk has likely already returned to New York. He'll almost certainly seek revenge on Batman. Given your connection to him, I advise you to be extremely careful. So, do you know who rescued him? Anton asked. Just a guess, Coulson replied. The forces hidden within SHIELD seem to be aware that we're onto them. And based on the current situation, their target appears to be Batman. Beep. The call ended abruptly. Anton hung up, his expression darkening as he frowned slightly. Coulson's call had revealed a lot of information. The most critical revelation was the existence of a faction within SHIELD seemingly focused on targeting Batman. So, Anton narrowed his eyes, recalling what Eddie had told him earlier about the large-scale prison break outside New York and Electro's disappearance. Hydra is making moves. In fact, it wasn't entirely unexpected. After thinking it over carefully, Anton realized this incident wasn't as sudden as it seemed. Months ago, at Batman's suggestion, SHIELD director Nick Fury had begun investigating internal issues within his organization. In other words, Hydra had already been at risk of exposure, or perhaps it had already been exposed. While the conversation between Fury and Batman wasn't something anyone outside the Avengers would have known about, Hydra's intelligence-gathering capabilities couldn't be underestimated. It wasn't difficult for them to deduce that Fury's heightened internal supervision in SHIELD coincided with his meeting with Batman in New York. From Hydra's perspective, Fury's actions were likely influenced by Batman. Better safe than sorry. The difference between villains and heroes is simple. One side acts purely on logic, while the other is constrained by rules. Acting purely on logic often means ruthless efficiency. If there's any suspicion, eliminate it. Kill all suspects, and you can guarantee results. To Hydra, that outcome was all that mattered. Furthermore, as a superhero, Batman had taken a firm stance against Hydra by forming the Justice League, a team of heroes whose ideology clashed directly with Hydra's. Hydra's infamous tactic penetration and infiltration was unlikely to succeed here. From the beginning, Batman had shrouded himself in mystery. Even after the establishment of the Justice League, its membership remained tightly controlled, with little to no expansion beyond the original lineup. If Hydra wanted to infiltrate, it would find no openings. No alliances, no infiltration. So they've decided to take the direct approach. Anton pondered this for a moment, then chuckled darkly. His eyes grew cold as he muttered, almost to himself. Batman may be a mystery, but everyone knows about his connection to me. Anton and Batman had a well-known association, and because of this, the Jameson family, Anton's family, seemed to have an unusual relationship with Batman. Wayne Enterprises stood as proof of this collaboration. If Hydra wanted to move against Batman, their first step would naturally be to strike at his allies. The Jameson family would be an obvious target. From Anton's perspective, this made it clear, Hydra would come after him and his family, hoping to extract information about Batman. His face remained calm, but a cold glint appeared in his eyes as he analyzed the situation. Hydra is practically delivering themselves to my doorstep. Anton sneered inwardly. I wonder, if I cut off all 9 heads, will they still grow back? Anton. His father, John, noticed his expression and grew concerned. Did something happen? There's been a minor issue, Anton replied, his tone measured. He then turned to John, his voice calm but firm. The old man hasn't left yet, has he? John, I suggest you start familiarizing yourself with the company's operations. Tonight, I want you to attend the military banquet in Washington with him. John's face changed as he realized the implication. Is it that serious? What's going on? Anton gave a faint smile, but his tone carried weight. Washington. A military dinner. It'll be safer there for now. Needless to say, the security at a military-organized banquet is top-notch. With John and the others within a military-protected zone, Anton could move freely to handle his affairs without distraction. Are you in danger? John asked, frowning. Don't worry about me. I'm far safer than you are. Anton smiled and added, as a full member of the Justice League, my safety is pretty much guaranteed. Besides, my biggest secret, the old man hasn't told you yet, has he? What secret? John asked, curiosity piqued. Ever since he had returned, John had been harboring questions. His once rebellious and wayward son had somehow transformed into a world-renowned director, a key ally to superheroes, and an official member of the Justice League. Anton's rise from a rich playboy to a bona fide big deal had been nothing short of extraordinary. What had brought about such a monumental change? John had a feeling that the truth behind it all lay in the secret Anton had just mentioned. Ask the old man. Maybe he'll tell you, Anton said with a sly grin. He wasn't particularly averse to revealing his true identity to those closest to him, but he couldn't resist teasing his father and leaving him in suspense. Without giving John a chance to press further, Anton took out his phone and made a call. Hi, boss, this is Phil. What's your order? Phil's tone was crisp and focused. Anton rarely called him, and when he did, it always meant something important. I have a task for you, protect someone, Anton said. Who? My father, Jonah Jameson. Anton quickly explained the situation. A villain targeting the Justice League might be planning to attack him or his loved ones. To ensure John's safety, Anton was assigning Phil as his personal bodyguard for a while. The old man has John Wick on his side, so his safety is pretty secure. But John here might still be vulnerable. I don't want to leave anything to chance. No problem. Leave it to me, Phil replied confidently, practically buzzing with excitement. Protecting Jonah Jameson meant earning Batman's trust, a responsibility Phil didn't take lightly. Thanks. When this is over, I'll give you a bonus. Also, Wayne has been developing some new tech, feel free to pick out anything you like. Awesome? Thanks, boss. Phil said, his enthusiasm palpable. After wrapping up the call, Anton turned to John. I've arranged for a bodyguard. Let's go, I'll drop you off at the company. Tonight, you and the old man are heading to Washington. It seems you've got everything planned out for me, John said with a resigned sigh. His curiosity about Anton's secret would have to wait. He followed Anton out of the house. Meanwhile, in New York, in a dimly lit safe house, a blue-skinned man sat hunched over, his expression twisted with resentment. Don't act yet. He's left the house. The man's glowing, hate-filled eyes darted between two screens in front of him. One displayed a live surveillance feed, while the other showed a chat window. On the screen, a message appeared. Anton just made a few calls. He seems to have received some information. He's in transit now. His father, Jonah Jameson, is still in the car. How much longer? I can't wait, the man snarled, his teeth grinding as his gaze returned to the monitor, which displayed a live feed of Anton driving out of the wealthy area. Almost there? The hacker on the other end of the chat window was meticulously tracking Anton's route. He seems to be heading to Wayne Enterprises. Don't worry. The venue there is perfect for what you have planned. The blue-skinned man's lips curled into a wicked grin as he muttered under his breath, his anticipation growing. Wayne Company, the gate. Anton led John into the company, where they met the old man. Anton briefed him on the current situation, but the old man remained expressionless, showing no hint of panic. Some people grow more fearful of danger as they age, while others become desensitized to it. The old man belonged to the latter category. He had offended many in his lifetime yet lived comfortably until now. Few things could truly unsettle him. After understanding the circumstances, he asked Anton, so, it's better for John and me to stay in Washington for a while longer? Under military protection, until this incident is resolved. Yes, Anton replied, his tone carrying a hint of menace. I'll handle it quickly and won't delay you for long. Very well. I'll communicate with Secretary Keller and try to extend our stay, the old man nodded. Secretary Keller, Anton added, I'll send him an email in the name of Batman. That should buy you enough time to remain until the situation is resolved. He glanced around. By the way, where's Phil? He's in the weapons showroom. Wayne Company, interior, weapons showroom. Phil was examining the latest high-tech weapons developed by Wayne Enterprises. As a full member of the Justice League, he was privy to many inside secrets. For example, Wayne's advanced technology didn't originate from Earth. Much of it came from another galaxy, specifically, the planet Cybertron, home to the Transformers. The weapons technology provided by the Transformers far exceeded Earth's capabilities. Even so, most of what Phil was seeing now consisted of discarded Cybertronian tech obsolete by their standards. After all, technology that's hundreds of years ahead of Earth's is more akin to magic. Phil focused on practicality. He chose a laser sword to pair with his armor and selected a special energy firearm. This weapon, powered by an energy magazine, could fire hundreds of shots before needing a reload. In combat, running out of ammunition was almost a non-issue. With these additions, along with his goblin suit and the cryogun Donatello had given him, Phil's arsenal had reached an advanced level. He was no less equipped than Harry Osborn, the head of Oscorp. Of course, Harry's advantage lay in his symbiote-based biological armor. Unlike the re-engineered Green Goblin armor, the biological suit was adaptive, responding to the wearer's thoughts and far exceeding the capabilities of conventional tech. Crackle, zzzzz. Just as Phil finished gearing up, he heard a sharp crackle of electricity. He turned to see sparks flying from a power connector. A short circuit, he muttered, startled. But as he stared at the bright flashes, a sense of unease gripped him. Boom! Suddenly, every connected interface erupted in bursts of electricity. The terrifying currents surged like a river, coalescing into a humanoid form in midair. This. Phil froze, watching as the figure took shape, a being made entirely of electricity. Recognition hit him immediately. Electro. As an employee of the Daily Bugle and Eddie Brock's apprentice, Phil had learned a lot from Eddie. He knew exactly who this was. Electro, Max Dillon, it's you. Phil's expression grew serious as he quickly ran to the side, grabbing the box he was carrying. He confirmed his attire. Click, crack. The box unfolded, revealing a hovering skateboard. Simultaneously, the box attached itself to Phil's body, transforming into his hobgoblin armor. Oh, it's you. Max Dillon. Electro hovered midair, suspended by crackling currents. His blue, electrified skin gave him an otherworldly, unsettling appearance. Despite having served time in prison, he clearly recognized Phil after his transformation. Superhero, Hobgoblin. Electro's cold eyes locked onto philosophy suspended high above. He sneered. You superheroes are all the same, he spat, bitterness and anger radiating off him. Whoosh! Electro unleashed a lightning shockwave. Boom! Phil dodged just in time. The shockwave hit the wall behind him, leaving it shattered with spiderweb-like cracks spreading to the corners. If the weapon showroom hadn't been reinforced, the attack would have blown a massive hole through the structure. But Electro wasn't done. He waved his hands, sending a barrage of electric shockwaves that erupted one after another. The entire room shook violently, and even the building itself began to tremble. Damn it, Phil muttered, dodging continuously while firing back. Electro darted through the room with lightning speed, leaving Phil unable to lock onto him. Oops. Phil's face fell as a horrifying thought struck him. Anton's family was still in the building. He paused briefly, scanning the room, but Electro had already disappeared. Realizing his foe had gone elsewhere, Phil's expression darkened. He quickly activated his communicator. Wayne Company, building interior. The entire building trembled slightly. Employees who were still working looked around in panic, mistaking the tremors for an earthquake. Beep, beep, beep. The old man's phone rang. He frowned and answered, listening intently. Voltage failure in the weapons equipment room, came the report. He turned to Anton. Phil is still in there. Just then, Anton's phone buzzed. He picked it up. It was Phil. Boss, it's Electro. He attacked me, and he's still in the building. Phil reported, his voice strained and breathless. Understood. Be careful. Come join us immediately, Anton ordered before hanging up. Without hesitation, Anton strode to the office fire alarm. Smash! He punched through the glass cover and pulled the alarm. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill siren echoed throughout the building, spreading panic among the remaining employees. Building defense measures. Sprinklers activated, misting the air as water began to rain down from the ceiling. While the water wouldn't completely neutralize Electro, it could at least hinder his movements. The building filled with fog-like mist as Anton assessed the situation. The old man's bodyguard, the legendary killer of New York, John Wick, who shared the same name as John, rushed into the office. Is there a problem? He asked, his voice steady but his expression tense. Sensing the shift in the situation, he gripped Wayne's latest energy gun, his face vigilant and ready. You stay here and protect the two of them, Anton ordered, his tone firm. Phil will be here soon. Leave the rest to me. Without waiting for a response, Anton turned and strode out of the office. Anton. The old man said nothing, but John, Anton's father, couldn't help himself. Watching Anton's retreating back, he looked worried, countless words forming in his mind. Yet, when Anton glanced back at him, all he could manage was a single phrase. Be careful. I know, Anton replied with a chuckle. Then, he added, John, remember those who need to be afraid of someone have never been us. With that, Anton turned and left. Anton took the elevator down to the gate of Wayne Company. From there, he crossed to the opposite side of the street. Turning to look back at the brightly lit yet chaotic building, his expression was calm and unreadable. Around him, countless people were fleeing the building in terror, rushing past him without pause. Anton stood still amidst the chaos, speaking in a low, steady voice. Max Dillon, I'm guessing you can hear me. If you're watching, come on. I'm waiting for you at the gate. He remained motionless, his words carrying a quiet intensity. The people running past him shuddered, as if the temperature around him had dropped dramatically. They could feel a cold, menacing aura emanating from him, sending chills down their spines. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, low, maniacal laughter echoed through the street. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, reverberating endlessly. The people fleeing in panic froze momentarily, bewildered by the chilling laughter. The laughter was exaggerated, almost otherworldly, carrying an unsettling blend of madness and menace. It was not the kind of sound one would expect from a good person. Anton, do you think you can beat me with the same tricks as last time? The voice taunted, dripping with madness. Those who heard it couldn't ignore the name it mentioned, Anton. Someone among the crowd recognized the figure standing opposite the gate, Anton Jameson. Anton was no ordinary man. He was the son of a wealthy family, a celebrated Hollywood director, a New York entrepreneur, and the owner of Wayne Company. But these accolades were not what made him a target. Anton's most significant and dangerous identity was that of Batman's comrade in arms and an official member of the Justice League. It didn't take long for the crowd to piece together what was happening. Is this revenge? Someone whispered. Batman's enemies can't find him, so they're coming after Anton instead. The realization sent a wave of unease through the crowd. People hurriedly retreated, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. While Anton, as Batman's ally and the head of an arms manufacturing empire, likely had resources and tricks up his sleeve, the ordinary civilians knew they stood no chance in such a confrontation. Wayne Company, chairman's office. Inside the building, a group of people stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the scene unfold below. Among them was Phil, who had just arrived in the office, and Anton's father, John, who looked visibly worried. Will he really be okay? John asked anxiously, his gaze fixed on Anton's lone figure outside. If something happens to him, New York is finished, someone muttered grimly. Don't worry, John, another reassured with a smirk. He'll be fine. The others exchanged knowing looks, their expressions bordering on amusement. Even the old man chuckled quietly and shot John a sly glance. John noticed their reactions, and his curiosity was piqued. Anton's confidence and the group's apparent lack of concern suggested that Anton had some kind of trump card up his sleeve. Yet, John felt out of the loop. It was clear to him that everyone else in the room already knew Anton's secret. He frowned, feeling like the only one without a backstage pass to the full story. Beneath the towering building, on the now deserted street cleared by the fleeing crowd, Anton stood alone in the center. Looking around, he saw that even the closest bystanders were nearly 100 meters away, anxiously watching from a distance. Meanwhile, the mysterious man who had been laughing maniacally, his voice echoing from an unknown location, finally revealed his extraordinary power. Boom! Several streetlights along the street exploded at their bases, their metal poles hurtling through the air before crashing heavily onto the pavement. One of the streetlights, propelled by the force of the blast, flew toward the distant crowd, narrowly missing several people. The near miss elicited panicked screams as the lamp smashed into the ground, sparks flying and stone fragments scattering in all directions. The tension in the air became almost palpable. Zzzzzztt. The sound of crackling electricity grew louder. The street's billboards began flickering erratically, and many of the cheaper, poorly maintained ones short-circuited entirely, plunging sections of the street into darkness. Before everyone's eyes, streaks of electricity surged from the shattered streetlight bases and flowed upward like rivers. The currents coalesced in midair, shaping themselves into a humanoid form. Gasps rippled through the crowd as the miraculous scene unfolded. Even in New York, a city no stranger to the extraordinary, this was something entirely new. Is this really a person? That question lingered in the minds of everyone who witnessed the phenomenon. At the previous Stark Expo, Max Dillon Electro had appeared only briefly, and few had truly seen him in action. Subsequent media reports, under pressure from the New York Police Department, had merely glossed over his existence. While the name Electro or Max Dillon might have been familiar to some, few had any concept of what he actually looked like. But now, with this dramatic entrance, everyone present knew they would never forget him. It's him, someone shouted. He's Electro? I remember now, Anton just called him Max Dillon? He's the one who showed up at the Stark Expo and got arrested. Arrested? This guy? Who could take him down? Anton Jameson, that's who. What? Anton Jameson? But he's not a superhero? He's just a member of the Justice League's logistics team, right? How could someone like him handle this guy? As the crowd whispered and debated, their murmurs quickly turned into a buzz of disbelief and awe. Zzzzzztt. The electrical currents in the air fully solidified into a figure. Max Dillon Electro hovered in midair, supported by the magnetic field generated by his power. His imposing figure stood over 3 meters tall, and his glowing blue skin crackled with raw electricity. He looked down at Anton, a sneer twisting his lips. This time, you have no chance. Electro raised his hand slowly, gathering a searing orb of electricity in his palm. Anton, standing calmly in the middle of the street, showed no fear. His voice was flat, almost dismissive. I'm not surprised you've come for revenge. What I'm curious about is, who sent you? Electro's expression faltered for a moment, a flicker of unease crossing his face. But he quickly masked it, his sneer returning. You'll never find out, he snarled, hurling the charged ball of electricity toward Anton. Boom! The shockwave of the attack was deafening, the raw energy lighting up the street. Anton didn't flinch. His calm demeanor remained unchanged, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. So, he murmured as the attack hurtled toward him, there is someone pulling your strings. The onlookers, frozen in fear, could hardly believe their eyes. No way. Anton Jameson wouldn't just die like this, would he? Why is he just standing there? The crowd was a mixture of emotions. Some were frightened, others sneered, a few were genuinely worried, and some couldn't bear to watch. Inside Wayne's building chairman's office. That's it. John's face turned pale with anxiety. He spun around, glaring at the others in the room. Why isn't he dodging? Didn't you say it's impossible for Anton to lose? Calm down. The old man, though visibly uneasy, tried to keep his composure as he barked back, watch closely. My grandson won't go down so easily. Don't forget he's already captured Electro once, he can do it again? Don't you have faith in your own son? Phil and Wick remained silent, their confidence in Anton seemingly unshaken. They both knew just how capable Anton was. Phil, as a Justice League member, had personally seen Anton step into Batman's shoes and carve out his own reputation. Wick, on the other hand, had faced Anton in combat, a fight that left him humbled and magnified Anton's power in his mind. Look. Phil suddenly pointed to the scene outside. Someone's appeared. John, tense with worry, immediately turned his gaze back to the window. Boom! At the exact moment when Electro's current was about to strike, a tall, slender figure descended from the sky. Her long hair flowed behind her, and she wore armor that was both revealing and striking. Her entire body seemed to emit a golden light. Clang! The figure landed gracefully in front of Anton, crossing her arms to project an invisible shield of air that completely absorbed the electric shockwave. Who is she? Wait, doesn't her outfit look familiar? Wonder Woman. Diana Prince? That's Wonder Woman? She really appeared. Oh my karma, it's really Wonder Woman. I knew it. I knew Wonder Woman was real. She's so beautiful. The crowd erupted in excitement. The moment they recognized Wonder Woman, everyone cast aside the shock brought on by the Electro and the imminent danger, all of them stamping their feet in excitement. That's Wonder Woman? If Anton took the time to check the fan value inside the system, he would see that the fan value for Wonder Woman had surged by several hundred in an instant and the number was still rising. Because of the crowd, some people began pulling out their phones, snapping photos and recording videos, which they quickly posted to major websites and forums. In the building, inside the office of Wayne Enterprises. Is that Wonder Woman? It's really Wonder Woman. I knew it. I knew Anton wouldn't want to shoot Wonder Woman for no reason. Is it really an autobiographical movie? When can I have my own personal biopic? The old man and John looked on, stunned. Phil seemed envious. As for Wick, the former king of assassins in New York, he appeared calm on the outside, but the surprised gleam in his eyes and the nervous shift of his apple knot were enough to reveal his astonishment. Wick knew the underground world better than anyone. He was aware that there were indeed people with special superpowers, like the Electro. But he also knew, having watched the Wonder Woman movies, that her character came from the myths of Paradise Island, the daughter of Zeus. Did these ancient myths truly exist? Wick's mind raced, thinking back to his own experiences and the old covenants and rules passed down by the High Table. His heart skipped a beat. He glanced over at Wonder Woman, then his gaze shifted to Anton behind her. He was relieved to have joined Anton's side. Who are you? The Electro, clearly unfamiliar with movies or DC works, didn't recognize Wonder Woman. But the cheers from the crowd made him realize he was facing a powerful character. Besides Wonder Woman's stunning appearance, he also noticed her hands were clasped, and the invisible shield in front of her easily deflected his attack. This made him fully aware that he was up against a formidable enemy. Seems like another superhero. The Electro sized Wonder Woman up, noticing the faint golden glow radiating from her. With a clenched fist, he summoned a terrifying surge of electricity, which formed into a spear of lightning, crackling with energy. No matter who you are, you'll die, he shouted in fury, hurling the lightning spear toward Wonder Woman and Anton. Whoosh! The lightning spear sped through the air, heading straight for them. But to everyone's horror, it seemed to be stopped by some mysterious force mid-flight. Its speed slowed, and it eventually came to a halt. After a brief pause, the spear shattered, dissolving into tiny sparks and glowing fragments. What? The Electro's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the first time he had encountered such an outcome. His own power seemed to have met a natural enemy. In reality, this was just a small trick of Wonder Woman's divine power. She used her supernatural strength to disrupt the electromagnetic field created by the Electro, effectively altering the environment around them. Under Wonder Woman's divine influence, the Electro's abilities were severely suppressed. This tactic, however, only worked against electric-based abilities. The Electro's power, which included a slight magnetic field effect, allowed him to levitate and soar through the air. Now, with Wonder Woman's divine power counteracting his field, his abilities were rendered almost useless. It was as if one of his limbs had been broken. Previously, the Electro hadn't been a significant threat to Wonder Woman, but now he was like a turtle trapped in a jar. With the crowd still in shock, Wonder Woman stepped forward. Boom! The ground beneath her shattered as shockwaves rippled through the air. The force of her movement sent sand flying and caused the air itself to ripple. Boom! The Electro didn't even react as Wonder Woman punched him in the chest. Crack, click! His chest caved in instantly, and his body flew out like a rag doll, slamming through the wall behind him and disappearing from sight. After the scene unfolded, the audience fell into silence. Everyone watched in awe as Wonder Woman moved. Her position shifted in an instant, and the Electro was sent flying backward. This is too strong. My God, she's truly a god. The citizens of New York cheered frantically, their voices hoarse and their excitement palpable. Although this was Wonder Woman's first public appearance, the citizens had already become accustomed to the heroes from the DC universe after Batman, Cyborg, and Arrow made their debut. They were thrilled to see more of their favorite heroes come to life. Fans of other DC works eagerly anticipated seeing their beloved characters become real figures, too. Additionally, with the recent release of the Wonder Woman movie, most people had a good understanding of her origin and background. God, that was the essence and origin of Wonder Woman. At that moment, Wonder Woman's performance did not disappoint in the slightest. On the other side, Anton stood still, watching the distant crowd. His expression was a mixture of satisfaction and intrigue. This was the first time he had seen a clone of Wonder Woman in action. One word, impressive. Though Wonder Woman had an outstanding appearance, it was the fierce energy she radiated that captured people's attention, rather than just her looks. From her current performance, Anton was convinced that her appearance was the least remarkable part of her. As a female superhero, Wonder Woman stood apart from Batman, Cyborg, and Arrow. Even though the latter three appeared as clones, they didn't evoke the same feeling in him. It was truly amazing. Boom! As Anton pondered this, the wall that the Electro had crashed into earlier exploded, blasted apart by a surge of electricity. Chunks of white powder floated through the air. Boom! 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 A series of electric shockwaves shot out from the hole, heading straight for Wonder Woman, whose long hair flowed heroically behind her. Clang! Wonder Woman was unhurried, crossing her arms as she summoned a supernatural shield to block the shockwaves. Then, with a flick of her wrist, a golden whip appeared in her hand. The lasso of truth. This unbreakable lasso forced anyone it bound to tell the truth. Seeing this, Anton crossed his arms. He was within the battle range, yet more relaxed than anyone else. He knew the battle was over. Whoosh! Just as the Electro threw a bolt of lightning, he was instantly ensnared by the golden whip, which wrapped around him several times before he could blink. Shocked, the Electro tried to use his powers to break free, but found no effect. The whip had neutralized some of his abilities. How is this possible? The Electro was reeling from the impact. All right. Wonder Woman yanked him closer and tossed him in front of Anton, not even sparing him a glance. But Anton understood her intentions. As a clone of Anton, Wonder Woman shared his memories and possessed an innate understanding with him. Each of Anton's clones was, in essence, another version of himself. Let's talk. Once Anton had collected his thoughts, he looked down at the Electro, now bound by the lasso of truth and kneeling before him. The Electro glared up at him in resentment. With a flat tone, Anton asked, "How did you escape from prison? And who's behind all this?" Faced with Anton's questioning, Electro sneered, prepared to die rather than surrender. But before he could act, his mouth betrayed him, spitting out a strange confession. "They drugged me with the food. I fainted in the prison cell. When I opened my eyes, I was no longer in the prison but in a strange room. I didn't see anyone during the entire process." As soon as the words left his mouth, Electro froze. Staring at Anton in disbelief, he muttered, "How is this possible? How did you do that?" "This isn't your time to ask questions," Anton replied, unfazed. He sneered and pressed on. "Tell me what you know." Unable to resist, Electro confessed further. "The person who contacted me is a hacker whose face I've never seen. But their methods are incredibly advanced. They've been using surveillance cameras across New York to track your movements." "Hacker?" Anton frowned slightly. "Where is the room where you woke up?" "Brooklyn." Under the influence of the lasso of truth, Electro had no choice but to answer obediently. With each word, Anton pieced together the full picture. Within Hydra, there weren't any notable hackers. But when the concept of a hacker is replaced with artificial intelligence, more precisely, a sentient networked intelligence, there was only one possible suspect. Dr. Zola. Anton quickly identified his opponent. He pondered briefly before signaling Wonder Woman. Though unnecessary, as his clone, she already knew what he intended. With a swift motion, Wonder Woman used the lasso of truth to bind the Electro villain. Then, bending her knees, she launched into the sky like a rocket, carrying him far away. "Hey!" Anton suddenly heard a familiar voice. Beep, beep, beep. The truck driven by the Turtles and the police car driven by George Stacy screeched around the corner, arriving too late. "Anton, where did she take the Electro guy?" "Wait, was that Wonder Woman? Damn it! I was only 1 minute late. What did I miss?" The Turtles stared at Wonder Woman as she disappeared into the horizon, their green faces showing various levels of shock. Michelangelo, in particular, looked heartbroken. But as an idea struck him, his expression brightened. "Anton, Wonder Woman's one of us, right? So, we'll see her again, won't we?" "There'll be plenty of opportunities in the future," Anton assured him. George Stacy, however, was less optimistic. Getting out of the police car, he rushed over to Anton, his expression anxious. "Anton, where did she take him? I thought we were returning him to prison." "Captain Stacy, the situation has changed," Anton replied, his tone calm but laced with a hint of menace that sent a chill down George's spine. "We've found a better way to deal with him. I can promise you this, he'll never trouble anyone again." George looked shocked, watching Anton turn and stride into the Wayne Enterprises building. He glanced over at the Turtles, who were doing their best to feign ignorance, and sighed heavily. "Figures," he muttered. "I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Beyond New York lies an endless sea." At this moment, a tall, slender figure dragged another, a blue figure bound by a golden rope soaring across the sky like a streak of lightning. In an instant, they reached the turbulent ocean. "You." Suspended in the air by the golden lasso, the Electro stared at the beautiful yet serene face before him. Panic, unlike anything he had ever felt, surged within him. He roared, his voice trembling. "Are you going to kill me?" "You should have known this day would come," Wonder Woman replied calmly. She released the lasso of truth. Whoosh! The Electro plummeted through the air, crashing into the surging waves below. The vast, unending sea swallowed him whole. Zzzztt, zzzztt. Like a battery falling into water, his powers short-circuit. For the Electro, water was his greatest enemy, a force he could not fight. Facing the endless ocean, even with his superpowers, he had no escape. Hovering in the air, Wonder Woman watched coldly as the Electro struggled against the waves before vanishing into the depths. With her task complete, she turned in a flash and returned to Anton's side. Meanwhile, at Wayne Enterprises, Anton approached the chairman's office. Inside, he found the old man and others waiting for him. "That Wonder Woman." John couldn't help but ask, "Is she part of the Justice League too?" Anton shot him a disgruntled look. "John, you've clearly never seen a single DC movie. How do you even have the nerve to ask that?" "Boss, that was awesome," Phil interjected with a grin, giving Anton a thumbs up. "I just saw a ton of photos and videos online. You're trending again." "I'm already famous enough," Anton replied, brushing off the flattery. After exchanging a few words, Anton noticed the New York police officer entering the room. He turned to the old man and the others. "It's almost time. Head to meet Osborn and then go straight to Washington. It'll be safer on military territory." The old man nodded. "Got it. Be careful, Anton." With that, the group left Wayne Enterprises. George Stacy, ever tactful, refrained from detaining them for statements. It was clear to everyone what had transpired. The Electro's attack on Wayne Enterprises had been directed specifically at Anton. The motive was equally obvious. The Electro was seeking revenge for being subdued by Anton at the previous Stark Expo. Anton. George approached Anton cautiously. As a famous director, entrepreneur, and Batman's ally, Anton held considerable influence. George knew better than to be confrontational. Politely, he asked, "What did you learn from the Electro? Who's behind the prison breakout? This information is critical for the NYPD. I hope you can share it with us." "He's got a hard mouth," Anton replied with a shake of his head, withholding the truth. This wasn't something the NYPD had the authority to handle. However, there was one thing George could assist with. "Captain Stacy." Anton paused, watching George closely. Before the disappointment could fully register on George's face, Anton continued, "I just received some news. It's important for both of us." "What news?" George asked, his curiosity piqued. "Kingpin has escaped from S.H.I.E.L.D. custody," Anton said nonchalantly. "It seems he used certain connections to make his way back to New York." "What?" George's eyes widened in shock, his face reflecting disbelief. "Kingpin's back," he muttered, momentarily losing his composure. The police officers nearby overheard the revelation and mirrored George's stunned reaction. "Don't worry," Anton said, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room, commanding attention. "Kingpin himself isn't the threat here. The group that orchestrated his escape is the real enemy. But since they think Kingpin might cause us trouble, let's remind them who they're dealing with. Even if he's free, Kingpin is just a beaten dog we've already crushed once. He poses no real threat." Turning back to George, Anton continued with authority. "George, mobilize the entire New York Police Department. I want every officer on the streets tracking Kingpin's movements. I'll call Winston and get the Continental Hotel and the High Table to work in full cooperation with the department. From now on, the entire city, every single person will be our eyes and ears." He added, "The Justice League will also support your efforts." When Anton finished speaking, a heavy silence fell over the room. George stood still, unable to find the words to respond. It felt as though Anton, not him, was now the true head of the NYPD. "You heard the man," George barked, snapping out of his daze and turning to the officers beside him. "Get moving." "Yes, sir," the officers replied and hurried to carry out the orders. "George, don't worry," Anton said as he pulled a cigar from the drawer of the old man's desk. Walking to the window, he lit the cigar, the glow of the sunset reflecting off his calm yet fiery eyes. "This is our chance. We'll make sure everyone knows who truly runs New York." George swallowed hard, momentarily stunned. In that moment, he caught a glimpse of Kingpin's shadow in Anton. But there was no comparison. Kingpin was a relic of the past. Anton was now the undisputed power in New York, a force that even the police had to follow. Most of the time, Anton operated quietly, not showing his full hand. But in moments like this, his authority was undeniable. Anton might seem like just an ordinary person, but the forces backing him are anything but small. While he technically has no authority to interfere with the New York Police Department, his close relationship with the Justice League and George, combined with his direct involvement in the current crisis, made George and the others more than willing to follow Anton's friendly suggestions. To be honest, without Anton, the New York Police Department would likely never have established a deeper connection with the Continental Hotel. As Anton himself said, this was an opportunity, a chance to completely clean up New York and restore order. After a brief moment of contemplation, George resolved himself and led the NYPD into action. The news of Kingpin's return brought with it an overwhelming sense of urgency. George couldn't shake the feeling that another storm was brewing in New York. Once George was gone, Anton left Wayne Enterprises, driving off into the night. As he drove, Anton picked up his phone and dialed Winston at the Continental Hotel. "Anton." Winston sounded uneasy, his voice laced with concern. "I just heard about the attack on you. I can assure you, this has nothing to do with the Continental Hotel." "I know," Anton replied evenly. "That's not why I'm calling. I'm calling to tell you that Kingpin is back. I need you to cooperate with the NYPD to track him down." "What?" Winston was stunned. For a moment, even the seasoned and calculating manager was at a loss for words. "Kingpin? How did he escape?" Winston asked, his tone sharp. "How could S.H.I.E.L.D. let this happen?" "It's not that simple," Anton replied. "Your job is to assist the NYPD in locating him. Leave the rest to me." "Understood," Winston said, the gravity of the situation sinking in. "The Continental Hotel will do everything necessary." "Good." Anton ended the call and continued driving until he reached a location in Brooklyn, the safe house tied to the Electro. Crunch. The sound of the door creaking echoed as Anton pushed it open. Before stepping inside, he glanced up at the surveillance camera mounted above the door. His lips curved into a mocking sneer, as if to say, "I've found you." The room was empty, save for 2 display screens hanging on the wall, both in standby mode. "I know you're here," Anton said, his voice steady. He stepped further inside, his gaze fixed on the monitors. "If you've managed to infiltrate the city's cameras and map out my every move, then you must already know why I'm here." As a digital entity, Dr. Zola could theoretically access any computer system. However, cyber life forms differ slightly from artificial intelligence, and Zola was unlikely to show himself without careful consideration. Dr. Zola only appeared in places he deemed secure. This safe house Hydra's territory was one such place. For Zola, the chance to interact with Anton was an opportunity he wouldn't pass up. Suddenly, the display screens flickered to life. Click, text appeared on the screen. Hello, Anton Jameson. Anton's expression didn't change. He stood firm, his tone calm yet pointed. I'm guessing this wasn't your idea, was it? This whole mess doesn't seem like your style, Dr. Zola. For a long moment, the digital figure on the screen remained silent. It wasn't until Anton began to grow impatient that another line of text appeared in the dialogue window on the display. You really know us very well. Dr. Zola was clearly surprised. He hadn't expected Anton to be so familiar with his identity and methods. Humph. Anton scoffed. I've known Hydra's secrets for a long time. I didn't intend to meddle in your ongoing feud with SHIELD, but you made the mistake of targeting me. Hydra has been exposed. It was Batman who alerted SHIELD. The one who crossed the line was Batman. If Batman was the one who exposed you, then go after him, Anton replied coolly. It seems you've been unable to locate him, so you've decided to make me your scapegoat. Are you stalling for time? Cyborg? It's Cyborg? Hashtag yen%and%yen hashtag. Suddenly, the display filled with garbled text. The corner of Anton's lips lifted into a smirk. Just figured it out, did you? For a so-called network life form, you're not that impressive. On the rooftop of the Brooklyn building where Anton was located, Cyborg stood against the evening breeze. His face remained calm, but his electronic eye flickered as countless streams of data passed through his system. Cyborg had been immersed in the digital realm, systematically breaking through Dr. Zola's firewall and taking control of the program. Cyborg suddenly frowned. A duplicate code. It's a clone. No wonder he's survived all these years. He's very cautious. Through their shared connection, Anton immediately became aware of Cyborg's findings. The Dr. Zola he'd been speaking with was nothing more than a minor program, a clone imbued with limited intelligence. This clone didn't share data with Zola's main body, which would periodically retrieve and review the clone's information before deploying a replacement. Destroying the clone wouldn't harm the main body at all. Anton understood that Zola's true form was stored in a massive, outdated computer system from the last century. All of Zola's brain data resided within that hardware. To permanently eliminate Zola, one would first need to locate his main body and prevent him from transferring his consciousness to another system. It was a tedious task, but Anton took comfort in one fact: Dr. Zola was merely a network-based life form, not a true artificial intelligence. Zola's limitations ensured he would never evolve into something like Ultron. With Cyborg's assistance, it wasn't impossible to block Zola entirely. Old Man and the others are already on the plane, Cyborg informed Anton through their link. They're under military protection, so there's no immediate danger. Hydra's main target is still you. They won't provoke the military unnecessarily. Splitting their forces would only weaken them. Hydra isn't that foolish. In the safe house, Anton observed the real-time status of the others through Cyborg's perspective. Satisfied, he left the safe house and began the drive home. On the way, his brow furrowed slightly. Although the situation was mostly clear, one crucial question remained unanswered. Hydra's true target wasn't Anton. It was Batman, a figure shrouded in secrecy and completely untraceable. Thanks to his careful planning and the use of cloning technology, Anton had successfully separated his public persona from his role as Batman. This ensured that Batman remained a mysterious and untouchable entity. But it was precisely this elusiveness that had driven Hydra to such desperate measures. Unable to locate Batman, they had resorted to targeting Anton, Batman's so-called spokesperson, in the hopes of drawing him out. What they hadn't anticipated, however, was running into Wonder Woman instead. Anton's thoughts lingered on one critical issue. Given Batman's unparalleled track record, what made Hydra believe they could defeat him? What gave them such confidence? Rooftop. Cyborg traversed the vast expanse of the internet, diving through countless internal channels and even infiltrating the databases of SHIELD and the military. Before long, he abandoned the fruitless needle-in-a-haystack search and zeroed in on S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters, where he took control of Alexander Pierce's computer. Alexander Pierce, the former director of SHIELD and current Secretary General, was a high-ranking figure within the organization. While publicly second to the council, Pierce held power comparable to that of Nick Fury, who, in many ways, served as a public face to shield Pierce's true identity. After all, much of Nick Fury's communication with the World Security Council went through Pierce. What few suspected, however, was that Pierce was the leader of Hydra. Minutes later, Cyborg unearthed a classified document buried in Pierce's computer. Nanoworm technology. The document detailed how nanoworms were initially developed for medical purposes, capable of destroying viruses and repairing damaged tissues. However, someone had repurposed the technology for weapons development and persuaded the military to fund it, spending tens of billions of dollars to create 4 nanoworm warheads. These warheads were as destructive as high-yield nuclear bombs and stored in one of the world's most secure arsenals. The document also mentioned nanoworm bullets, a smaller, more focused application of the technology. These bullets, while prohibitively expensive, were few in number and devastating in effect. A test video showed a single nanoworm bullet completely devouring a tank, reducing it to dust. This weapon posed an existential threat to technological civilizations and especially to someone like Batman, whose armor made him a prime target. Hydra believed the nanoworm bullets were the perfect weapon to neutralize and kill Batman. According to military records, the nanoworm warheads and bullets had been hijacked by a terrorist group 3 days ago. Investigations revealed the identity of this group. Cobra. It seems this is your confidence, nanoworm warheads, nanoworm bullets, and the Cobra organization, Anton murmured to himself after returning home. Hydra and Cobra. Unexpected, Anton said with a bitter smirk, but not entirely surprising. The Cobra organization sounded familiar. Anton realized it was straight out of a movie from his previous life, G.I. Joe. In that film, Cobra had plotted to use nanoworm warheads for global terrorism. But in this world, it seemed Cobra had been absorbed into Hydra, becoming one of its many branches. Their plan to target major world capitals with nanoworm warheads had been repurposed into a mission against Batman. Things just got simpler. Anton's gaze turned icy. If that's how you want to play it, I'll start by cutting off one of Hydra's heads. Let's see what other tricks you've got. Washington, SHIELD headquarters. Crunch. The door to Alexander Pierce's office swung open as Pierce himself entered the room. Having just received reports from New York and a secret communication from Dr. Zola, Pierce learned that the safe house in New York had been compromised and that their plan to draw out Batman had stalled at the first step. Pierce frowned. The plan to bait Batman through Anton had failed. Still, he wasn't overly concerned. He'd anticipated this possibility and had already prepared follow-up measures. Batman had to be dealt with. Hydra had concluded, after analyzing his actions, that Batman could never be swayed or recruited. There was only one solution: elimination. As Pierce approached his desk, deep in thought, his eyes inadvertently drifted to the computer screen. His expression darkened, and his fists clenched instinctively. On the monitor, a new image had appeared, a glowing Batman logo. Below it, one ominous sentence flashed. "I found you." Seeing these words on the computer screen, Pierce's face changed drastically. A single phrase shouldn't have been enough to unnerve him, but it wasn't just the words that caused his shock. It was the symbol on the screen. The bat insignia. "Batman," Pierce muttered, his expression darkening. As the leader of this generation of Hydra, Pierce's identity was one of the organization's most closely guarded secrets. Only the most loyal Hydra members, those brainwashed to absolute obedience, knew the truth. And those people, Pierce was certain, would take their secrets to the grave. Even with Hydra's growing exposure under the watchful eyes of Nick Fury and SHIELD, Pierce had remained above suspicion. He was confident in his ability to stay hidden. But now, somehow, Batman had found him. How? Was it real? A trick? A trap? Pierce's mind raced, but outwardly, he forced himself to stay calm. His voice was sharp as he stared at the screen. "Batman, I have no idea what you're talking about." Pierce slammed his hand on the table, rose to his feet, and glared at the computer with an expression of righteous fury. "There are infiltrators in S.H.I.E.L.D., he growled. "If you continue to make these baseless accusations, I'll ensure SHIELD takes action against you immediately." Humph. On the other end of the line, Anton and Cyborg exchanged a knowing smirk. "Quite cautious," Cyborg remarked. Anton, however, didn't expect to unearth definitive proof of Pierce's identity so easily. In truth, the battle between him and Pierce had only just begun. SHIELD headquarters. The computer in front of Pierce returned to normal. His initial anger faded, replaced by a cold, calculating expression. He couldn't be certain if Batman's presence had truly vanished or if it was an elaborate ruse. Rising from his desk with practiced calm, Pierce exited his office and took the elevator to an underground base within SHIELD. Deep within the base, he entered a secured, hidden chamber. Inside the secret room was a circular table, with chairs neatly arranged around it. Pierce sat down in his designated seat and pressed an emergency call button. One by one, holographic projections of Hydra's key leaders materialized around the table: Daniel Whitehall, Baron Strucker, and Dr. Zola. "What's going on, Pierce?" Strucker asked, his tone sharp. "I heard the New York operation failed," Whitehall added. "We'll need to move forward with another plan." "The nano warhead is already in New York," Strucker said. "It can be launched at any time, but we must pinpoint Batman's location first. If we miss, we'll not only fail but also expose ourselves entirely." Whitehall and Strucker began a heated debate, talking over each other as tensions rose. Meanwhile, Dr. Zola remained silent. He had just learned that one of his mini-program clones had been wiped out in New York, and he was certain Batman was responsible. Zola knew all too well the power of Batman and the Justice League. One of their members, Cyborg, possessed abilities that rivaled even his own advanced intelligence. In a confrontation with Cyborg, Zola realized his influence would be limited. The thought soured his mood, but he kept quiet, observing the chaos unfolding around him. Finally, Pierce's patience snapped. He slammed the table with his fist, silencing the room. "Enough," he barked. "Listen to me." The tension was palpable as the Hydra leaders fell silent, waiting for Pierce to speak. The room fell into sudden silence. Daniel Whitehall and Baron Strucker turned to look at Pierce, their eyes cold and scrutinizing, waiting for him to speak. The tension between them was palpable. Though Pierce currently held the title of Hydra's leader, Daniel and Strucker, as Hydra veterans, were far from pleased with the arrangement. They resented being subordinate to what they considered a latecomer. For them, obeying Pierce's commands was nothing more than a reluctant performance. Dr. Zola, however, had no such qualms. Now existing as a digital consciousness, Zola had transcended concerns of rank or generational conflict. His only priorities were Hydra's mission and achieving a form of immortality. Everything else was irrelevant. Batman found me. Pierce's voice was heavy, his eyes narrowing as he glared at the projections before him. His tone was deliberate, each word carefully enunciated. He came knocking on my door. And he exposed me. What? Both Daniel Whitehall and Baron Strucker's faces shifted in alarm. Even Dr. Zola's normally impassive projection displayed a flicker of surprise. Among the Hydra leadership, Pierce was the one least likely to be exposed. The idea that Batman had managed to uncover and confront him seemed unthinkable. This isn't something I would joke about, Pierce said coldly. His gaze swept over the group. Accelerate all our plans immediately. We need to eliminate Batman and dismantle the Justice League. Contact Cobra and have them transfer all 4 nanoworm warheads to New York. If necessary, we'll sacrifice the entire city and use it to announce Hydra's return. Batman wants to play the hero? Let's see what he does when New York falls. The room was silent for a moment. Seconded, Dr. Zola said in his mechanical, emotionless voice. Agreed, Daniel Whitehall added. I'm in, said Strucker. The decision was unanimous. Good, Pierce said with a grim satisfaction. He activated the map display, highlighting New York City in red. His voice was icy as he declared. The operation will be named New York Has Fallen. The secret meeting room was well sealed, and Hydra's internal communication systems ensured the discussion wasn't intercepted by outside forces. Anton, meanwhile, had tasked Cyborg with scanning the entire network, but it was impossible to fully uncover Pierce's plans or intercept the meeting itself. Still, Anton was certain Hydra wouldn't sit idly by, and he refused to lower his guard. Nanoworm warheads. Anton murmured to himself. From what he knew, most of Hydra's nanoworm warheads were being moved to New York. The potential devastation of these weapons wasn't lost on him. He thought back to the G.I. Joe plotline, where Cobra's primary objective was often mass destruction, thwarted only by the heroic efforts of the Joes. But this time, the situation was completely different. Cobra had been absorbed into Hydra, and Batman was their target. The original storyline was now a chaotic mess. One thing was certain, at this moment, Cobra operatives and their warheads were likely hidden somewhere in New York. New York. Anton muttered, his expression darkening. If Cobra deployed the nanoworm warheads in the city, the destruction would be catastrophic. These warheads didn't detonate in the traditional sense. They released nanobots that would consume and dismantle everything: buildings, infrastructure, streetlights, billboards, every man-made object in their path. The results would be devastating. New York wasn't just any city. It was Batman's territory and a major international hub. Hydra's plan to lure Batman into the open by threatening the city's destruction was bold and utterly ruthless. Anton clenched his jaw. The Hydra leaders had made their move, and now, the battle for New York was about to begin. If New York fell, it would be a direct slap in the face for Batman. Fortunately, the task had been handed over to members of the Cobra organization. Anton had an excellent memory. While he didn't know all the members of Cobra, he was familiar with a few key figures, individuals who would undoubtedly play central roles in the operation. Conveniently, these figures were relatively easy to locate. Quickly, Anton sent another email, this time to the New York Police Department and the Continental Hotel. The message contained 2 names. Anna Decobre, the Baroness. Distro. At the Continental Hotel, Winston stared at the screen, reading the names. He immediately cross-referenced them with the High Table's intelligence system and found results. Anna Decobre, the Baroness, he read aloud. Wife of Daniel Decobre. Distro, he continued, born into a Scottish noble family and CEO of M.A.R.S. Industries. He's an arms dealer with a penchant for war, and his family has been in the weapons business for generations. Winston didn't hesitate. He sent the information to Anton and issued orders. Send someone to tail the Decobre couple. Be discreet, don't tip them off. Report back if there's any movement. Understood, replied one of his men. Anton reviewed the information Winston had provided. Daniel Decobre, the Baron. His wife, Anna Decobre, is a leading French scientist. Distro, heir to a Scottish noble family. His ancestors supplied arms to both sides during the British Civil War in the 17th century. When this betrayal was discovered, the family was disgraced and sentenced to wear iron masks as a symbol of shame. Now, he is an international arms dealer, a direct competitor of Stark Industries and Oscorp. Publicly, Distro was a well-known figure in the arms trade, but Anton knew there was more to him than what was on the surface. Fortunately, the Continental Hotel's intelligence network was unparalleled in New York. Alongside the basic profiles, they had also uncovered critical details. Columbia University, Cutting-Edge Technology Exchange Conference. Sponsor, Distro. Attendees, Mr. and Mrs. Decobre. The conference ends today, with a dinner starting at 8 p.m. Both the sponsors and attendees will be present. Anton smirked as he read the information. A banquet, huh, he muttered. It's been a while since I've crashed a party. I doubt Columbia University would turn away an entrepreneur, even if I'm uninvited. He glanced at the time. 8:10 p.m. Damn, Anton said with a playful grin. Looks like I'm late. But, hey, important people are always late, it's how we show our status. Anton changed into formal attire, adjusted his cufflinks, and hopped into his sports car. He revved the engine and sped toward Columbia University. Columbia University, located in Manhattan, New York, is one of the world's top private research institutions. As a founding member of the American Association of Universities and an Ivy League school, it's a symbol of prestige and excellence. The route was easy to follow. Starting from Anton's residence, it took him about 10 minutes to reach the campus. Arriving at the dinner hall, Anton parked his car near the entrance. As he stepped out, a security guard approached him, blocking his path. "Excuse me, sir, do you have an invitation?" Anton smirked and tossed the car keys to the guard. "Don't you recognize me? Park the car for me. This banquet doesn't start without me." Anton's face is indeed quite well known, especially in New York, where Batman is more famous than the president. As Batman's spokesperson, Anton is a household name, and few people don't know him. As a result, DC's fans and works are incredibly popular in New York. Every day in major schools across the city, there are people fantasizing about becoming superheroes. When the security guard saw Anton appear, a look of surprise crossed his face. "Can I get your autograph?" The security guard quickly pulled a pen from his pocket and tugged at the hem of his clothes, which were perfectly smooth, without a wrinkle. He couldn't wait to say, "Just sign it on my shirt, I'm your fan. Your movie was amazing. You have good taste," Anton said with a grin, giving the guard a thumbs up. After signing his name, he confidently walked into the banquet hall. At that moment, the people laughing and chatting in the hall didn't even notice the door opening. Only a few noticed, including the Baroness of the Cobra organization, Anna Decobre. Her eyes lit up as she instantly locked onto Anton. As Anton approached the crowd, Anna leaned in, her beautiful face breaking into a smile that seemed as refreshing as a spring breeze. She twisted her slender waist, moved closer to him, and rested one hand on his arm, her chest pressing against his sleeve. Anton narrowed his eyes slightly, even feeling her heartbeat. "Hey, director, would you mind having a drink with me?" Anna asked, blinking at him. "Oh." Anton looked down at the woman who exuded undeniable charm, a smile playing on his lips. "Since you've taken the initiative, I'll gladly accept. Miss, may I have your name?" Anton pretended not to know her, took a glass of wine from a nearby table, clinked it with Anna's, and smiled. "I don't think I've seen you around New York before." Anna Decobre. Anna took a sip of wine and exhaled with a satisfied breath. "I've known you for a long time, Mr. Jameson. Your work has become very famous. You can call me Anton." Anton replied, his eyes seemingly locked on Anna's, though his peripheral vision was actively scanning the room for someone else. "Distro?" But after scanning for a while, he didn't see Distro. "Mr. Jameson, you seem a little distracted," Anna teased, pretending to be slightly displeased. "I'm talking to you, and yet you're not paying attention." "Sorry." Anton smiled. "I just remembered that your last name is quite similar to a French scientist I know. His name is Daniel Decobre. He is my husband." Anna's eyes widened for a moment, but her face remained calm. "Is that so?" Anton chuckled, leaning in close to Anna's ear and gently exhaling. "A married woman like you always has a unique charm in my eyes. I didn't expect you to like a married woman." Anna smiled slightly, her expression full of various emotions. She gave Anton a suggestive look and said, "I remember there's no one on the balcony over there. Would you like to join me for some fresh air?" "Of course." Anton readily accepted and followed Anna to the corner balcony. He walked out onto the balcony with a look of misfortune, his gaze directed downward to the unconscious woman. Anna may have intended to confuse him, as she kissed him as soon as they stepped onto the balcony. Fortunately, Anton closed his mouth fast enough to keep his innocence intact. Although Anton doesn't have any thoughts of guarding himself like a precious gem, he can't be too unscrupulous. According to the information he gathered, the so-called Baroness, Anna Decobre, is not someone loyal to emotions. When performing various tasks for the Cobra organization, she uses her body as a weapon, and he probably doesn't even know how many green hats her husband, the Baron, wears. Of course, the movie portrays her in a slightly exaggerated manner. Anna is controlled by the bad guys, but she's actually a good person. But that argument really sounds a bit too dismissive. In this real world, Anton only pays attention to real information. That was close. Anton looked grim as he walked out. However, recalling the encounter on the balcony, his expression became somewhat troubled. Distro, that guy, actually left the scene less than 5 minutes after the banquet started. The only reason Anna stayed was that her husband, who didn't know how many times he'd been cuckolded, wanted to continue discussing high-energy physics at the dinner, so she stayed behind to wait for Anton's arrival. As for the location of the nanoworm warhead, it is highly classified, and only Distro knows its whereabouts. It looks like the banquet is almost over for tonight. Anton scanned the room with a displeased expression. At that moment, people from the Cobra organization, who had been watching Anton and Anna, began to notice something was wrong and frowned. Only Anton had come out alone. Something was off. Their faces changed slightly, and realizing they might have been exposed, they immediately drew their guns, aimed at Anton, and fired several shots in quick succession without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The tongues of fire erupted, and the peanut-sized bullets shot out of the chamber, streaking toward Anton like lightning. However, Anton had already noticed their movements. As soon as he stepped forward, his body darted behind a pillar. Clang! The decorations in the banquet hall were punctured by bullets. Some unlucky individuals were hit directly, falling instantly into pools of blood and convulsing. What? Terrorist attacks. There's a gunman? Damn, this is a school. Where is the gunman from? People screamed in panic. Call the police. Call the police? Hurry. People scrambled on the floor. Most knew that in the face of a gunfight, they should squat or lie down, finding a safe place to hide. Running around would only make them targets, like the unfortunate ones who were hit by stray bullets and rushed into the streets. Boom, bang, bang, bang. The Cobra organization's gunmen, having locked onto Anton behind the pillar, began to move slowly, intending to surround him. Daniel Dacobre, who stood next to the gunman, was stunned. These gunmen were his bodyguards. Why, in the blink of an eye, did his wife disappear, and why were his bodyguards suddenly attacking strangers? What is going on in this world? Daniel Dacobre still hadn't figured out the situation, but the scene before him changed in an instant. Whoosh! Anton, hiding behind the pillar, took off his coat, pulled off his tie, and threw it toward the pillar next to him. Bang, 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 bang. The Cobra gunmen, who had been nervously watching the pillar, were distracted by the flying clothes and pulled the trigger repeatedly. The valuable, handmade custom suit was instantly torn into rags. Anton took this opportunity to make his move. He leaped forward and reached a glass curtain wall. He smashed the wine glass he had just held and threw the sharp goblet holder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp corner of the goblet pierced the throat of one of the gunmen. The gunman gasped for air, his eyes wide in pain, spitting blood as he struggled to the ground. His comrades, horrified, raised their guns to shoot. The glass curtain wall shattered immediately. However, Anton's whereabouts were lost behind the curtain. How can this be? Where did he go? Whoosh! As the gunmen were shocked, another 2 pieces of broken glass flew toward them, piercing the eyes of 2 gunmen. Ah! I can't see. I can't see. My eyes. They screamed in pain. In just a few blinks of time, it became clear to everyone that there were 4 gunmen in total, and 3 had already been taken down. The last remaining gunman was trembling, his forehead covered in sweat, and he felt an overwhelming sense of panic. He even began to think that it wasn't him attacking Anton, but Anton hunting him instead. Offense and defense had swapped? What kind of opponent was this? It wasn't that they hadn't gathered information on Anton. As far as they knew, Anton had never shown such terrifying skills before. As the spokesperson for Batman, had this guy been trained to demonstrate his abilities? The 2 sides remained at a standoff for 10 seconds. The last remaining gunman was mentally on the edge, his spirit fraying. He gritted his teeth, desperation in his eyes. Come out, raise your hands, or I'll kill everyone here. Aren't you Batman's comrade in arms? Are you just going to let us all die? The gunman was descending into madness. Don't kill us. The people lying on the ground were terrified, with some of the more fragile ones unable to hold back their tears. The gunman could hardly bear the situation any longer. The enemy hadn't shown themselves for a long time. His gun was held up the entire time, but it was useless. His gaze flicked around wildly, then, without hesitation, he moved the muzzle and aimed it at a woman nearby. What? The woman collapsed on the ground, her lower body uncontrollably releasing, the stinking liquid wetting the edges of her skirt and flowing down her calf to the floor. Just as the gunman was about to pull the trigger. Humph! A disdainful snort echoed from Anton's direction. Whoosh! A golden business card suddenly flew through the air, tracing a curved arc, like a bullet, and cut through the throat of the last gunman, severing his trachea. The fate of the last gunman mirrored that of the one whose throat had been pierced by the broken goblet earlier. He vomited blood, his face quickly turning purple, and he lost his breath, dying in seconds. Anton stepped forward with a cold expression, picked up the gun from the fallen man's hand, aimed at the 2 killers whose eyes had been pierced, and pulled the trigger. Boom, boom, both of them were shot in the head. Ended. Anton looked around, his tone low and calm. The police have arrived. No one is allowed to leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation. In the banquet hall, everyone could only feel the relief of surviving. They were too stunned to care about leaving. One by one, they collapsed on the ground and let out long sighs. At this moment, someone noticed Anton's identity. Anton, it's you. Someone exclaimed. Anton turned and saw that it was an old friend. Anton? Is he Anton Jameson? That director. Not only is he a director, but he's also Batman's comrade in arms and an official member of the Justice League. No wonder he can join the Justice League. Damn terrorist. People murmured in low voices. Another moment passed. Ding, ding, ding. The New York Police Department vehicles quickly arrived at the scene. George Stacy led the police squad into the hall. Upon seeing the mess and several corpses on the ground, his face changed slightly, and he hurried over to Anton's side. Seeing that Anton was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 exchanged a few words. Anton said, "The woman is on the balcony. She knows something. After you interrogate her, have the turtles put her in a temporary prison in the sewer. As for Daniel Dacobre, he's a bad luck case. You might not know much about him. You can try to interrogate him." With that, he started walking toward the exit. "Wait, where are you going?" George was stunned. Seeing Anton's demeanor, it seemed he intended to continue his mission, so he persuaded him earnestly. "Anton, I'm not trying to stop you. What I'm saying is, the New York Police Department can help you. After all, this is New York. Do you understand? No, there's no room for you to intervene in this matter." Anton paused, his tone cold. The enemy is dangerous, and they're after Batman. What? George was surprised. For Batman. Anton said a few more words, then walked toward his car. Do you really not need us to help you? George couldn't help but shout. No, you don't need to come. We will solve this. Anton waved his hand as he drove off. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the car engines echoed. Before George, Anton sped away from the Columbia campus in his sports car. With a smooth flow, he disappeared, leaving no trace of the car's tail lights. This guy lives in the Distro Hotel in Manhattan. Yes, the hotel belongs to Distro. Anton knew deep down that although Distro was just an ordinary person, the key was that he was an ordinary person with money. At this moment, the interior of the Distro Hotel had been taken over by the Cobra organization. The rest of the staff were Cobra personnel masquerading as Distro's security team. As an internationally renowned arms dealer, Distro had enemies everywhere. The need for such precautions was undeniable. Boom! Anton drove up. He had no intention of engaging in a prolonged battle. He aimed to resolve the situation quickly and decisively. Whoosh! As he passed through a dark alley, Anton transformed. He became Batman, and his sports car morphed into the iconic Batmobile. Anton drove the Batmobile straight into the hotel lobby. Crash! The revolving door at the entrance shattered. Glass shards flew everywhere, startling passing citizens. Their expressions turned from shock to disbelief. Is that Batman? The onlookers exchanged stunned glances before excitement took over, and they began running toward the commotion. Batman is here. Inside the hotel, Anton wasted no time. He had no intention of giving Distro thugs or the Cobra organization a chance to retaliate. In an instant, he summoned Arrow, Cyborg, and Wonder Woman. Together with his Batman persona, the four heroes launched their assault. Against such a team, any enemy would have no choice but to retreat. The Cobra thugs didn't stand a chance. Boom, boom, boom. Gunfire erupted as the Cobra soldiers pulled their triggers. A few even charged forward recklessly, ignoring their comrades' attempts to stop them. Anton quickly noticed something odd about their behavior. Their faces. He muttered. The Cobra soldiers' expressions were blank, devoid of emotion. Their eyes held no life, as if they were nothing more than moving corpses. Viper soldiers? Anton recognized them instantly. The Viper soldiers, created by the Cobra organization, were not entirely human anymore. Though technically alive, they were nearly indistinguishable from the undead. These soldiers were not the result of simple nanoworm technology but of a more advanced derivative, the nanoworm solution. When injected into a human, the nanoworm solution granted certain enhancements. It strengthened the body, suppressed fear, and eliminated the perception of pain. However, it also shut down the cerebral cortex, erasing all capacity for independent thought or moral judgment. These soldiers became mindless tools, utterly obedient to their superiors. The nanoworms also allowed their bodies to heal quickly and resist toxins. Yet, despite these upgrades, Viper soldiers remained within the bounds of ordinary human capabilities. The drawback? The nanoworm solution was prohibitively expensive, limiting the number of Viper soldiers to just a few dozen. Looks like all of them are here tonight, Anton mused, his lips curling into a cold smile. Time to finish this in one shot. With his cape billowing behind him, Anton stood his ground as the Viper soldiers charged, guns blazing. Take them down, he commanded. Whoosh! Cyborg, Arrow, and Wonder Woman moved like lightning, engaging the enemy with precision and power. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Arrow loosed several arrows in rapid succession, each one striking a Viper soldier square in the chest. Despite their injuries, the Viper soldiers kept moving, their enhanced bodies pushing past normal limits. However, their movements grew rigid, and their bodies began to cool as they succumbed to their wounds. Oh. Anton's face darkened not with fear, but with deep emotion. These soldiers are already dead, he muttered. In a way, they're in a state of brain death. The injection of the nanoworm solution had left the Viper soldiers in a permanent state of brain death, erasing their personal consciousness. The only reason they could move now was because they were being controlled by the Cobra organization. These guys aren't people anymore, Anton thought grimly. They're just tools. Cobra's callous disregard for life disgusted him. Let's send them on their way, he said, his voice cold. The thought had barely crossed his mind when his three avatars Arrow, Cyborg, and Wonder Woman exchanged glances and sprang into action. Boom! Arrow fired explosive arrows. Cyborg unleashed an energy cannonball. Wonder Woman unleashed a divine shockwave. Boom! 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 In the span of a few heartbeats, the three attacks combined into a devastating force of flames, energy, and divine power. The resulting net of destruction consumed the advancing Viper soldiers entirely. The soldiers didn't stand a chance. In an instant, they were reduced to ashes. They were already dead, Anton muttered. We've just destroyed their bodies. Oh. Cyborg's electronic eyes suddenly flashed. Distro is making a run for it? He's heading for the rooftop. He's boarding a helicopter. The rooftop. Anton smirked and strode toward the exit. Let's go, he said. Time to meet the Cobra organization's arms dealer. Whoosh, whoosh. Cyborg and Wonder Woman were faster than Anton and Arrow. They soared upward, smashing through the hotel's ceilings in seconds. It didn't take long for them to reach the helipad on the rooftop. By the time they arrived, Distro had just placed one foot on the helicopter's steps. He was clutching a box tightly in his hands. Hello there, Cyborg said calmly, his expression unreadable. We haven't met before, but I don't think introductions are necessary, Mr. Destro. You don't stand a chance, Wonder Woman added coldly, her eyes fixed on him like a predator locking onto prey. Bang, bang. Suddenly, the helicopter pilot opened fire, launching pulse bullets at the heroes. The projectiles raced towards Cyborg and Wonder Woman, but neither flinched. Boom! The bullets exploded just a meter away, stopped by a transparent energy shield that materialized in front of them. Not even a gust of air made it past the barrier, let alone the heat or shockwaves. The pulse bullets had no effect. Cobra's decades of research, transforming soldiers, and developing advanced weapons, had proved utterly useless against these non-human adversaries. Whoosh, whoosh. Behind Cyborg and Wonder Woman, Anton and Arrow arrived, swinging up to the helipad on steel wires. Anton stepped onto the tarmac and sneered as the fading light from the explosion reflected off his armor. You underestimated us, he said coldly. What he's holding, it's a nanoworm warhead. Cyborg suddenly announced, his voice sharp. Destro took a deep breath, trying to suppress the rising panic. He clutched the box tightly and raised it into the air. I advise you not to come any closer, he shouted, his voice rising with desperation. Otherwise, Destro paused, a manic grin spreading across his face. I'll open the box and activate the nanoworms. If I do that, all of New York City will be destroyed. His declaration sent a wave of terror through the men around him. Their expressions turned pale as they realized the gravity of the situation. But they knew retreat wasn't an option. Against 4 superheroes with extraordinary abilities, even the elite Viper soldiers had fallen. What chance did the rest of them have? Swish, swish. As Destro spoke, the eyes of Anton, Cyborg, Arrow, and Wonder Woman all locked onto him. Then, their gazes shifted to the box in his hands, the one containing the nanoworm warhead. If you're going to do it, Batman said flatly, his voice devoid of emotion, then do it. Let's see your courage, Destro. Let me see your courage. Batman's words left Destro and his men stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. Had they heard him correctly? Was this a superhero provoking them? This was provocation. As a superhero, shouldn't he care about the safety of citizens and the survival of a city? Destro stared at the man in the armored suit, his expression filled with incredulity. You. He swallowed hard, his teeth clenched. Do you think I won't do it? Batman, don't push me. If you force me, I'll do anything. Then do it. Anton's voice was calm but cutting. Activate the nanoworm warhead, Destro. His cold, disdainful gaze sent a chill down Destro's spine. You. Destro froze, his defiance faltering. If he activated the nanoworm warhead, New York would fall, but so would he. He didn't want to die. Yet, if he didn't act, he would undoubtedly be killed here and now. Batman's unrelenting pressure pushed him to the edge, and he now stood at a metaphorical cliff. Below, a raging river offered the slimmest chance of survival. Stay, and he would be executed. Jump, and at least he'd have a desperate gamble. Fine. Destro laughed bitterly, his voice tinged with hysteria. You forced me. He slammed the box containing the nanoworm warhead to the ground. Boom! The box sprang open, and the warhead's activation process began. Click, click. At the same moment, Green Arrow fired a series of arrows, each piercing the hearts of Destro's nearby men, killing them instantly. Destro collapsed in terror, his face ashen. Cyborg stepped forward, transforming his arm into an interface that he immediately plugged into the warhead's system. It's pointless, Destro sneered. Once the program is initiated, it's irreversible. You can't stop it. He had resigned himself to his fate. If he couldn't survive, he would ensure his enemies felt despair. As one of the main investors and developers of the nanoworm warhead, Destro knew better than anyone how powerful it was. Click, click. But then, his smugness turned to sheer disbelief. No. Destro's jaw dropped as he stared in shock. How did you do that? Cyborg had taken over the warhead system in seconds, bypassing its protocols and erasing key parts of the activation sequence. Within moments, the warhead was in a system-down state. This is impossible. For the first time, it was Destro, not his opponents, who felt the crushing weight of hopelessness. It suddenly made sense to him why Batman had been so confident. Cyborg's incredible hacking ability had just rendered one of Cobra's deadliest weapons useless. Anton's smirk deepened. He had seen this skill before when Cyborg hacked Alexander Pierce's computer, gaining detailed knowledge of the warhead systems. He also knew the activation process wasn't instantaneous, it took time. That time had been just enough for Cyborg to disable it. All right, Wonder Woman said as she stepped forward, her voice resolute. My turn. She summoned her lasso of truth, binding Destro tightly. She intended to extract every piece of valuable information about Hydra from him. After a few tense moments of interrogation, their expressions darkened. But then, as if fueled by a renewed sense of purpose, they sneered. There are 3 more nanoworm warheads, Wonder Woman said, her tone grim. And Hydra sees Batman as their greatest threat, Anton added, his voice ice cold. They won't stop until they eliminate him. His fists clenched, and his gaze grew darker. He had underestimated Hydra's resolve. They were willing to risk exposure, willing to gamble everything to destroy him. They're scared, Anton muttered to himself. Cyborg's earlier infiltration of Alexander Pierce's computer must have rattled them, and Batman's actions had clearly made Hydra view him as an existential threat. But that fear? Anton welcomed it. The conflict between him and Hydra was irreconcilable. They were at war now, and there was no turning back. Then let's show Hydra who has the stronger fist, Anton declared. Keep moving. Anton turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the 3 clones standing before him. Even though the avatars shared his thoughts and consciousness, Anton habitually chose to speak aloud. This time, let Hydra see who truly owns New York. As his words fell, Anton raised a hand. In an instant, a massive fighter jet materialized before the 4 of them. The Batwing, designed by Bruce Wayne's trusted ally and head of Wayne Enterprises Tech Division, Lucius Fox, hovered silently in the air. This was the first time Anton had summoned the Batwing. Previously, he had relied on the Batmobile for his solo operations, its size and versatility more than sufficient. But now, with the main body and 3 clones working together, the Batmobile was no longer enough to carry them all. It was the Batwing's moment to shine. This is. Distro collapsed onto the ground, his face pale, still reeling from the effects of Wonder Woman's lasso of truth. He struggled to regain control of his mouth, which had betrayed him moments ago, spilling secrets against his will. Now, the sudden appearance of the Batwing sent another wave of panic through him. To him, the jet must have been hidden all along, using advanced stealth technology to remain undetected. Such technology wasn't unheard of, but its deployment here confirmed his worst fear. The Justice League had anticipated Cobra's plans. This wasn't a chance encounter. It was a trap, and they'd walked straight into it. How could this be? Distro's shoulders slumped in despair. The powerful organization he had served and believed in now felt like a dog being led by the nose. Hydra. His voice was filled with dread. What kind of enemy have you provoked? Anton's cold gaze bore into him. Take him away. He's not allowed to die yet, he commanded. Distro's eyes flickered with a mix of terror and resignation as Green Arrow hauled him into the Batwing. Anton had his reasons for keeping Distro alive. As the CEO of the prominent arms company Mars, Distro's value was immense. Wayne Enterprises, though newly established, was steadily carving out a niche in domestic military channels. By acquiring Hammer Industries production lines at a low cost, Anton had managed to keep the business afloat. But to expand internationally, he needed leverage, and Distro was that leverage. Mars had deep ties to Hydra and a secret production line known as the Foundry. The weapons produced there had been exclusively supplied to Cobra. Anton intended to take over the production line and use it to scale Wayne Enterprises operations. With Distro out of the picture, Mars would falter, leaving a vacuum in the international arms market, a vacuum Anton planned to fill. The Batwing soared into the night sky, its sleek frame cutting through the air as it headed toward New York Airport. According to Distro's intel, Hydra was working with other Cobra members to transport the remaining 3 nanoworm warheads into New York. A high-ranking Hydra operative was overseeing the operation personally. Anton's goal was clear: intercept and eliminate them before they could strike. On board a private transport plane, marked Mars 1, several individuals sat silently, their expressions calm but watchful. Every so often, their eyes flicked toward a figure seated in the corner. He was a broad-shouldered man with slightly long hair, one arm glinting with the cold sheen of pure metal. Since boarding the plane, he had remained motionless, eyes closed, seemingly at rest. Do you know who he is? Someone whispered. Another man, clad in a pristine white uniform, leaned in, his tone low and ominous. He's a ghost, a real ghost. Many intelligence agencies refuse to believe he exists. But those who do know him call him the Winter Soldier. At this moment, aside from the man they called the Winter Soldier, who remained motionless, the others exchanged uneasy glances. It was clear that they all recognized the name. I thought he was just a legend. Is it true? Storm Shadow, are you sure that's the Winter Soldier? The murmurs carried a hint of fear. Over the past 50 years, he's been implicated in more than 24 high-profile assassinations. The man in the white combat suit, with 2 katanas strapped to his back, replied slowly. He was known as the Storm Shadow. 50 years ago, he committed an assassination that shook the world. And now, here he is again. If anyone deserves to be called a ghost, it's him. 50 years ago, one person questioned skeptically. If he's been killing for that long, wouldn't he be at least 60 by now? He looks 30 at most. Maybe Winter Soldier is just a title, passed down from one person to the next. No. The Storm Shadow cast a cold glance at the speaker. A few years ago, when I first arrived in the United States, I took an assassination job. After infiltrating the target's home, I found the man already dead, killed with a clean shot to the head. Before I could leave, I was ambushed. I fought him, and I lost. I barely escaped with my life after being beaten half to death and falling into the river. He paused, his gaze lingering on the Winter Soldier in the corner, his tone wary. After a long investigation, I pieced together his identity. The man I fought that night was him, the Winter Soldier. And he hasn't aged a day since then. Huh? As the Storm Shadow spoke, the Winter Soldier opened his eyes. They were icy, devoid of emotion, like the gaze of a predator. The temperature in the cabin seemed to drop, a chill creeping into everyone's bones. The others froze under his stare, their backs rigid, especially the Storm Shadow, who instinctively moved his hand to the hilt of one of his katanas. His wariness was palpable. But just as quickly as he'd opened them, the Winter Soldier closed his eyes again. The tension in the plane eased slightly, but the oppressive silence remained. No one dared to bring up the topic of the Winter Soldier again. After what felt like an eternity, a voice broke the stillness. Everyone, we're almost there. The speaker was a man who stood with a self-assured smile. He was the team's temporary leader, though few seemed to acknowledge his authority. He was Zartan, the Cobra organization's master of disguise. Zartan is not skilled at fighting, but as a master of disguise, he excels at deception and understanding people's hearts. He can completely assume another person's identity, mimicking their every move, speech patterns, and even the minutest details of their life. In the original movie, Zartan effortlessly became the president, successfully replacing him and using his position to create chaos. However, as a villain, he ultimately met a grim fate. In this temporary assembly of the Cobra organization team, the uncontrollable Winter Soldiers are excluded, leaving Zartan temporarily in charge of the others. Our mission is simple. First, meet Destro, then scatter the 4 nanoworm warheads and release a message to force Batman out. Finally, we activate the warheads to destroy New York and eliminate Batman. Zartan spoke in a calm, measured tone, explaining their objective. No, our enemy isn't just Batman, another team member interjected solemnly. The speaker, Firefly, is a demolition expert from the Cobra organization. In addition to his formidable martial arts skills, he is proficient with various firearms, combining the attributes of a soldier and a ninja. There are over a dozen superheroes hidden in New York City, Firefly continued. If we want to activate the nanoworm warheads, we must avoid their surveillance. Otherwise, we'll fail and suffer the consequences. Among the group on the aircraft, excluding the Winter Soldier, Firefly, and Storm Shadow were the most powerful. As core members of the Cobra organization, Zartan, Firefly, and Storm Shadow stood above the rest, while the others were mere foot soldiers. The Winter Soldier, however, was a different story. Though not part of Cobra, he was a hired killer from a more shadowy organization, a behemoth that had lurked in the dark for decades. In terms of authority and rank, the Winter Soldier far outranked them all. So we must act quickly, so fast that no one has time to react, Zartan said confidently. Once we land, we'll split up immediately. Each person will take a nanoworm warhead and disperse across New York City. Afterward, we'll regroup at the Destro Hotel to spread the news, creating panic across the city and drawing out Batman. He paused, adding, even if Batman isn't the only one who shows up, we'll have the means to confront them. Understood. Firefly and Storm Shadow exchanged a glance and nodded. They shared Zartan's confidence in the nanoworm warheads. As members of the Cobra organization, they had witnessed the destructive power of these weapons firsthand. During testing, the warheads had obliterated an entire experimental site in moments. The fruits of an entire civilization couldn't withstand the might of even a few nanoworm warheads. The nanoworm warhead, they knew, was designed as the ultimate weapon to annihilate a civilization. After finalizing the plan, Zartan gazed out of the aircraft's window. The city below shimmered with neon lights, his eyes narrowing in determination. We're here. New York Airport. A plane circled in the sky before landing slowly. Inside, the team members stared out the windows, observing the city below. Suddenly, their gazes froze, and suspicion flickered across their faces. Why is another plane landing with us? Something's off. It looks like a fighter jet. Wait, do you think that plane looks like a giant bat? A bat. Firefly and Storm Shadow's expressions shifted instantly. Zartan looked out the window, his heart sinking. No, that's Batman. He had studied Batman extensively, creating a detailed psychological profile. His instincts and the unease growing in his chest confirmed that this jet belonged to Batman. It was the enemy. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, multiple barrels extended from the wings of the Batwing. Powerful cannon rounds erupted, streaking through the night sky like meteors, trailing fiery tails before slamming into their plane with devastating force. Rumble! A thunderous explosion echoed. The Mars 1 aircraft carrying Zartan and the others suffered catastrophic damage, spiraling out of control. Luckily, the plane was already in its landing phase, just tens of meters above the ground. Even with the sudden crash, the distance wasn't fatal for the trained operatives on board. Jump out of the plane, Zartan commanded urgently. He knew Batman wouldn't let them escape so easily. He'll keep firing, the plane will explode. Whoosh! Before Zartan finished speaking, the Winter Soldier leaped into action. Without hesitation, he smashed the cabin door with a single punch and dove out midair, unprotected. His judgment aligned with Zartan's. As a super soldier, his enhanced body could withstand high-altitude impacts without sustaining serious injuries. Seeing this, the Cobra operatives swallowed hard and scrambled to follow, diving out of the damaged aircraft one by one. When the plane was still about 10 meters off the ground, the remaining team members, including Zartan, Storm Shadow, and Firefly, jumped. Each carried a nanoworm warhead and used their specialized equipment and skills to ensure a safe landing. Unfortunately, the less trained soldiers weren't as lucky. Those unable to escape in time met a grim fate as the plane plummeted. Zartan's fears were justified. Batman wasn't about to let them regroup. The Batwing continued its relentless assault, bombarding the wreckage until the enemy aircraft was obliterated. Finally, after reducing the Mars 1 to nothing but smoldering debris, the Batwing touched down in front of the scattered Cobra operatives. Boom! The Cobra plane exploded, sending a massive mushroom cloud towering into the sky. Flames roared, illuminating the chaos at the airport. Even before the explosion, the sight of the Batwing's attack had plunged the airport into disarray. Dididididi! Alarms blared loudly. Airport personnel scrambled to evacuate as panic spread among the bystanders. Whoosh! The Batwing landed smoothly. Inside the airport, all eyes were on the iconic jet as several familiar figures stepped into view. The tension melted into relief when they recognized them. Batman? Cyborg? Green Arrow? Wait, is that Wonder Woman? Airport staff gawked, stunned. Their faces shifted from dread to a mix of awe and reassurance. It's the Justice League, someone exclaimed. A flurry of phones came out, snapping pictures of the heroes as they emerged. The staff hurried to relay the news to their superiors, though many couldn't resist documenting the moment for themselves. The destroyed plane burned fiercely, sending waves of searing heat toward the nearby Cobra operatives. The oppressive warmth made their bodies feel hot and their nerves tense. The rising smoke mirrored the charged atmosphere surrounding them. Zartan and his team stared ahead. Emerging from the Batwing were several figures, their presence tightening the tension in the air. Instinctively, muscles tensed, and fists clenched. We've been found. They knew from the beginning. How did they figure it out? Zartan's face was ashen, his gaze fixed on Batman and the others stepping out of the Batwing. His mind raced with panic as a creeping sense of dread clawed at him. Then his eyes landed on a figure bound hand and foot, being dragged out of the plane. It was Destro. We've been exposed. Every move we've made has been under their watch. No wonder. The realization hit Zartan like a brick. His shock quickly morphed into fury. They captured Destro and forced the information out of him. Damn Destro. Seeing their captured leader explained everything. The Cobra organization's actions had been compromised, their every move anticipated. It was clear now why the Batwing intercepted them so decisively. Anton stood silently, observing the burning wreckage of the plane. His expression was unreadable as he watched the Cobra members who had jumped to safety. Faint screams echoed from the smoldering wreck, a grim reminder of the soldiers trapped inside. There was no chance they would survive the flames. The destruction, however, wasn't Anton's doing. The Batwing had been piloted by Cyborg, allowing Batman to maintain his no-kill principle. This sort of indirect action was a loophole often exploited in movies. Batman himself wouldn't kill, but he wouldn't stop others from doing so. Anton's gaze swept over the Cobra operatives before him, quickly identifying each one. The information provided by Hydra had been thorough, including profiles of all Cobra's top brass, Zartan, Firefly, Storm Shadow. They were second only to Destro and the commander in rank. Among them was the Baroness, Anna, who held a special status as the commander's sister and Destro's lover. However, Anna's elevated position hadn't saved her. She had also been captured. Anton thought coldly to himself, soon, these accomplices of Anna will share her fate, or worse. Are you still planning to resist? Anton asked, his voice calm and steady, his eyes locking on the box they carried. Batman. Zartan sneered. Don't think that capturing Destro means we'll give up. We're not done yet. He turned to his companions. Everyone, don't forget our mission to release the nanoworm warheads in New York. Firefly's expression shifted the moment he saw Batman, now played by Anton. His excitement bubbled to the surface, his tone laced with exhilaration. I've never feared a superhero, Firefly said, his eyes alight with challenge. The more dangerous the opponent, the greater the thrill. Storm Shadow, however, was cold and calculating. He set down the box he carried and unsheathed two katana from his back. His masked face reflected a serious and focused demeanor. As a trained ninja, Storm Shadow recognized the same energy in Batman, the presence of a master ninja. Anton's gaze remained steady, falling on Zartan, Firefly, and Storm Shadow. Despite his calm exterior, the intensity of his stare made their hair stand on end, as though they were being watched by a predator. They were all too familiar with this feeling. It was the same oppressive aura they'd felt from the Winter Soldier earlier on the plane. But this time, the threat from Batman was even more overwhelming. Attack. Zartan growled, his voice desperate. We have no choice but to fight. You don't need to tell me. Firefly retorted, already springing into action. Firefly sneered, stepping forward and throwing several homemade bombs into the air. Boom! The bombs detonated midair, lighting up the night like dazzling fireworks. But Firefly froze in shock. He hadn't even seen what triggered the detonation. Bang! Before he could react, a massive force slammed into his chest, radiating pain through his entire body. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed as his body crumpled under the sheer force. Damn! Firefly managed to think, his mind racing. His gaze locked onto a silver figure approaching him, a man who looked more machine than human. Cyborg. He muttered before the realization hit him. Cyborg. In the next instant, Firefly's body flew through the air like a rag doll, crashing heavily into the ground. Crash! The impact created a dent in the airport tarmac. Firefly lay motionless, bloodied and unconscious in the shallow crater. What? The other members of the Cobra organization were stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they took in the scene. Firefly, arguably one of the strongest among them, had been taken out in a single blow. Storm Shadow's jaw clenched as he processed the situation. But he quickly snapped out of it, gripping his twin blades tightly. Taking advantage of the brief lull in the fight, he lunged at Cyborg with incredible speed. Before Storm Shadow could strike, his attack was intercepted. Thwip! A green blur appeared between him and Cyborg. It was a man in a green suit, armed with a bow and quiver. Green Arrow. Your fight is with me, Green Arrow said, his sharp gaze piercing like one of his arrows. You. Storm Shadow started, but didn't finish. In a flash, Green Arrow spun his bow like a staff and struck Storm Shadow's shoulder with precise force. Thunk! Ah! Storm Shadow cried out, staggering back. The sharp pain in his shoulder was enough to make him falter, but what truly unnerved him was Green Arrow's speed. Storm Shadow hadn't even seen him move. Zartan, watching from the sidelines, felt panic grip him. This wasn't how he'd expected things to play out. He'd always been cunning and resourceful, preferring escape over direct confrontation. While he had some combat ability, he knew he wasn't a match for opponents like these. And now, his strongest allies Storm Shadow and Firefly were completely outmatched. It's like we're nothing more than a distraction to them, Zartan thought, a chill running down his spine. No, Storm Shadow suddenly shouted, his voice filled with desperation. It's not over yet. He turned to Zartan, his teeth clenched and his eyes blazing with determination. Zartan, don't forget that he's still here. Storm Shadow growled, his voice laced with hope. Zartan blinked, then realization dawned on him. Yes, there's still one more, Zartan said, clutching at the last sliver of hope. The Winter Soldier. The name brought a surge of renewed confidence to the Cobra operatives. The Winter Soldier, a shadowy figure with a history of over 20 high-profile assassinations in the past 50 years. A relentless killer, feared and revered in equal measure. For decades, if there had been only one Winter Soldier, it meant one thing. He wasn't just a soldier. He was a transformed superhuman, an extraordinary being forged for war. If anyone could turn the tide of this battle, it was him. The thought of the Winter Soldier's intervention was the lifeline Zartan and Storm Shadow clung to in the face of overwhelming odds. At that moment, Zartan and the others deeply understood a harsh truth. An ordinary person cannot destroy someone with extraordinary abilities. Only another extraordinary person can. Firefly and Storm Shadow were already among the strongest of humans. With their bodies slightly enhanced and wielding advanced weapons supplied by the Cobra organization, they could be considered half extraordinary. But even as masters of their craft, they couldn't survive a single round against Batman and his team. It was terrifying. No wonder terrorist organizations rooted in the dark world for decades devoted so much effort to dealing with Batman. And now, Zartan and the others realized just how gravely they had underestimated him. The entire Cobra organization had underestimated Batman. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of the ground splitting pulled Zartan's attention. Behind the burning wreckage of the plane, a towering figure emerged from the shadows, tearing through the darkness like a claw. The figure crushed the airport tarmac beneath him, exploding forward with terrifying speed like an arrow loosed from a bow hurtling straight toward Batman. Whoosh! The figure moved like a predator, its speed akin to that of a charging cheetah. In the blink of an eye, it bypassed Cyborg and Green Arrow, closing in on Batman. Boom! The metallic arm of the attacker swung forward, creating a deafening explosion in the air. The sheer force of the punch compressed the surrounding air, forming a shockwave. It was the Winter Soldier. Zartan's eyes lit up with a spark of hope as he watched the Winter Soldier attack. Finally, he's making his move, Zartan thought, his heart racing. If anyone could turn the tide, it was the Winter Soldier. Storm Shadow, watching from the side, felt a similar surge of expectation. Years ago, when he was just starting out, the Winter Soldier had nearly killed him. That encounter had haunted his nightmares ever since. The memory of that battle was still vivid, a chilling reminder of the Winter Soldier's lethality. Now, like Zartan, Storm Shadow silently prayed that the Winter Soldier's attack would shift the balance in their favor, or at least give them a chance to escape. Ha! Green Arrow sneered as he observed Zartan's hopeful expression. Not far away, Cyborg saw the change in Storm Shadow's eyes and smirked. You people, Cyborg said, his voice laced with disdain. You just don't know when to give up. Storm Shadow, trained as a ninja and fluent in multiple languages, immediately understood the meaning behind Cyborg's words. A chill ran through him as he caught the scorn in Cyborg's tone. In front of him, the Winter Soldier launched his attack. His metal arm, like a hammer weighing tens of thousands of pounds, hurtled toward Batman with destructive intent. Anton, standing as Batman, remained unfazed. His expression didn't change, but a faint hint of sarcasm flickered in his eyes. He had already anticipated the Winter Soldier's move. In fact, Anton had identified the Winter Soldier long ago. When the Batwing had fired upon the Cobra organization's plane, Anton had been watching closely. The moment the Winter Soldier jumped out of the crashing aircraft, Anton had confirmed his true identity. Bucky Barnes, the best friend of Captain America, is the Winter Soldier, brainwashed and controlled by Hydra. Boom! At the moment of the flash fire, under the gaze of the audience, Batman threw his fists and clashed head-on with the Winter Soldier. The heavy, muffled sound resonated. The shocking airwave seemed to set off ripples, swelling in all directions. Click, click. The ground beneath Anton's feet cracked instantly, leaving two small holes. This shows just how incredible the strength of the two fighters is when they collide. The Winter Soldier wasn't surprised to see his fist blocked. He powered up and continued to attack. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows. Anton didn't show mercy to the Winter Soldier simply because he was Captain America's comrade in arms. The Winter Soldier was just an executioner with blood on his hands. His past may deserve sympathy, but as an enemy now, Anton wouldn't waste his time trying to save him. The Winter Soldier's metal arm is extremely lethal. He has been transformed by Hydra multiple times and possesses the characteristics of someone with extraordinary abilities. Unfortunately for him, he ran into Anton. Anton wore the Arkham Knight armor, which was on par with Iron Man's suit in terms of technology. Combined with his grandfather's physical prowess, which was at the human limit, Anton was never weaker than the Winter Soldier, he was only stronger. After all, with the Winter Soldier's strength and physical capabilities, facing Anton's armor made him completely outclassed. They fought for a while, and after only a few blinks, the Winter Soldier began to find it troublesome. But Anton grew more confident. With a knee strike, he forced the Winter Soldier back a few steps, then stepped forward and grabbed his hair. Fighting and pretending to be cool, isn't this waiting for someone to overwhelm him? Immediately, Anton thought, I'll turn you into the same hairstyle as Coulson. Anton sneered and yanked hard. The Winter Soldier let out a sharp pain from his scalp, his head feeling empty. He didn't need to touch it to know his head was already bloody. Tick, tick. The blood ran down his cheeks, dripping to the ground. With his cold gaze, he looked like a demon from hell. Unfortunately for him, the devil had met Anton. To the bad guys, Batman was certainly a more terrifying character than any demon. Forget it. Anton waved his hand. I'm too lazy to keep fighting with you. Tonight's business ends here. Whoosh. As soon as Anton finished speaking, Wonder Woman, who had understood his intention, turned into a flash of lightning. She rushed forward, like a locomotive speeding down a railroad track, and hit the Winter Soldier hard. Boom! The Winter Soldier had no resistance. His body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing directly into the burning plane. Boom! The plane exploded again, its cabin severed. The explosion tore the entire plane apart, scattering it into several pieces. The Winter Soldier was in the center of the explosion, surrounded by the wreckage of the burning plane. What? Storm Shadow and Zartan were dumbfounded. The audience was silent. Only the crackling sound of the burning wreckage of the plane reverberated in their ears. How could they have imagined that the Winter Soldier, whom they had placed high hopes on, was actually like the fireflies from before, knocked down by the enemy without the strength to fight back? Especially Storm Shadow. The Winter Soldier he had high hopes for was like a child looking for an adult to fight. He played no role at all and fell faster than him. Storm Shadow couldn't believe it, muttering to himself, is he really that Winter Soldier? Boom! The next moment, Cyborg punched him down. Then, looking at Storm Shadow figure lying on the ground, he clapped his hands. This guy feels weird. He also likes to wear a white suit. Do you like men? At this moment, only Master Disguise Zartan remained sober in the audience. He looked around and truly felt what it meant to be weak. Even if he was good at running away, it would be difficult to escape under such circumstances. More importantly, the box that had originally held the nanoworm warhead in his hand had long been dropped during his fight with Arrow. Even the threat he once had was gone. So, with a wry smile, he raised his hands very wisely. Stop fighting, I surrender. Once again, the New York Police Department was long overdue. Before George Stacy could settle the Columbia University and Anton's terrorist murder cases, he received an alarm saying that Batman had appeared at the Distro Hotel. But just as he arrived at the Distro Hotel and saw the bodies scattered on the floor, he received another alarm. Batman and others had appeared at New York Airport and shot down a plane. George almost felt like Batman was torturing him that night. When they arrived at New York Airport, George was stunned by the scene. Not only George, but the other police officers who followed him were also stunned. Aircraft wreckage was scattered everywhere. Among the wreckage, scorched corpses were visible, and even broken arms and limbs could be seen. The New York airport at that moment didn't seem like a normal place at all. It looked more like a flesh and blood mill that had just experienced a war. In fact, it was quite appropriate to say that. Standing in a row with his three avatars, Anton nodded at George, who was leading the team, as he saw the police arrive. I'll leave it to you here. Batman, what the hell is going on? George was shocked and helpless. As he spoke, he glanced at Wonder Woman standing next to Batman. Although they had learned about Wonder Woman's emergence through the Omnipotent Network, this was undoubtedly the first time she had officially appeared in front of the police. Afterwards, George stood still in front of Batman, looking at these superheroes. He truly felt that what Anton had said before about the New York Police Department not intervening was correct. If such a terrifying incident were really handed over to the New York Police Department, George wasn't sure if he could lead his task force members and still feel safe. Opposite George, Batman, played by Anton, remained expressionless and spoke in a low tone. These guys are all members of the Cobra organization, Batman said. They brought me out with an amazing weapon, the nanoworm warhead, to destroy New York. Obviously, they succeeded. Nanoworm warhead. George was surprised again. The name sounded unusual, but George had never heard of such a weapon. Nanoworm warheads are strategically equivalent to nuclear bombs. They carry 4 warheads. If activated within New York, they can reduce the entire city to rubble in just a few minutes, Batman explained. George's heart trembled. The status is equivalent to that of a nuclear bomb? And there are 4 more. Damn. George swallowed, staring at Batman's captives, gritting his teeth. They are the culprits. No, Batman replied. They're just pawns, and they're not that important. However, they've been captured for the military. The Cobra organization is colluding with some scum in the military. I'm passing them to you to hand over to the military. The military will understand what I mean. George asked again, wait, the battle at the Distro Hotel tonight is also related to this incident. Yes, it is, Batman nodded. The CEO of Mars, Distro, is a member of the Cobra organization, one of the people in power. Now, the entire senior cadre of the Cobra organization has been wiped out by us, and only one person remains at large. Who? George's eyes lit up. Commander Rex, Batman said. Rex is a cunning guy. He didn't come to New York on this plane but is hiding behind the scenes. However, we in the Justice League won't let this matter go. The forces behind the Cobra organization will soon face the Justice League. At that point, Rex, who will have lost his support, will no longer pose a threat and will naturally be caught. Anyway, thanks to you again this time, Batman. George sighed. He always felt that New York had been plagued by disasters recently. If Batman hadn't appeared, he, as the chief of the New York Police Department, would have likely been dismissed by now. Even though he seemed to be doing a good job, George had considered resigning. Whoever holds this position knows how uncomfortable it is. George, leave these people to you. But if SHIELD asks for them, don't give them to them for any reason. You must hand them over to the military, Batman reminded. By the way, the guy with the metal arms asked the Turtles to take him away and lock him up in the same place. I have another use for him. Can't hand him over to S.H.I.E.L.D. George paused, then felt the weight of the question. Why? Could it be that this time, Batman didn't plan to communicate any further? At this moment, Arrow walked into the Batwing parked nearby, threw distro to George, and then Batman and the others walked into the Batwing. Whoosh! The fighter jet rose into the air, quickly became invisible, and disappeared from the sight of the many police officers. This plane is invisible. George stood still, watching the fighter jet Batman was in, now invisible. He was lost in thought. Batman was becoming more and more mysterious. George was almost certain that the fighter jet Batman was riding in wasn't just equipped with the high-tech function of invisibility. Forget it, I'm not qualified to control Batman. George came back to his senses, looked at the ruins scattered across the floor, his face gradually darkening, and thought of Batman's reminder before he left. Don't hand people over to S.H.I.E.L.D. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. This matter actually has something to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. George felt a chill run through him. He had dealt with SHIELD several times and knew a little about the organization. In particular, the headquarters of SHIELD was located on the American mainland, right in the political center, Washington, D.C. If there was a problem with SHIELD, then the problem was huge. Inside the invisible Batwing, Anton waved away all his avatars, removed his disguise, and restored his actual appearance. He then lowered the fighter plane, appeared on the roof of the Daily Bugle, jumped off the fighter, and retrieved it. Ringing? As soon as Anton arrived on the rooftop, his phone rang. It was Eddie calling. I just received the news. Eddie couldn't wait, asking like a bullet. Anton, the noise you made tonight is massive. Now the internet is full of discussions about the Justice League and Wonder Woman. The New York airport is blocked, and someone recorded a video of you shooting down another plane with a fighter jet. What happened in New York that made you pull out all the stops with the fighter planes? This matter is a bit complicated, Anton replied, but I've already arrived at the Daily Bugle, and you'll understand soon. Anton walked off the roof to the Daily Bugle. At this time, Eddie was the only one left in the Daily Bugle, as everyone else had already left for the day. With major incidents happening one after another, Eddie had chosen to stay and work overtime, knowing that Anton would definitely bring him explosive news. Are you ready? I hope you won't be too shocked by the news after you hear it, Anton joked, his tone plain but with a hint of tension. He then explained the cause and effect of the situation to Eddie without holding anything back. After watching Eddie's shocked expression, he sneered and slowly said, Eddie, you know, I don't want to be beaten blindly. It's time for us to take the initiative and declare war on the enemy. Proactively declare war. Eddie was startled, but soon his face lit up with excitement. From Anton's words alone, Eddie had already grasped the existence of Hydra and the massive underground empire they had constructed, an empire that had emerged from S.H.I.E.L.D's failures. Unlike Kingpin's criminal network, which was formidable but local, Hydra's reach was global. The two were entirely different beasts. Though Kingpin held immense power, in comparison to Hydra, he was little more than a regional warlord. Hydra was an empire in the shadows, a regent pulling the strings on a much larger scale. Anton, you need to think this through, Eddie said, suppressing his initial excitement and speaking with gravity. If Hydra is as vast and entrenched as you say, with bases spread across the globe, we're not just dealing with the chaos of the S.H.I.E.L.D bureau anymore. The pressure on us will be enormous. Eddie wasn't afraid of Hydra. When he'd been an ordinary journalist, he'd dared to challenge the Life Foundation. His courage was never in question. But he raised the concern now out of caution and calculation. I don't care. Anton's sharp gaze made Eddie realize just how resolute he was. If we're going to fight, we need to hit them where it hurts, Anton said slowly. Otherwise, they'll always see us as insignificant, easily crushed. Eddie, the Justice League has been established for so long, but we've yet to act together. This time, we'll announce to the world that a new era is upon us. All right, I'm with you, Eddie said, his voice firm. He clenched his fists and nodded. Just like you said, let's stir the pot until it boils over. I'll start by exposing Hydra. I'll write the article and blow this open. Move fast, Anton urged. By tomorrow, I want the name Hydra to be known worldwide. No problem, Eddie replied, thumping his chest. Exposing evil forces is my specialty. Sometime later, Batman returned, and New York erupted with excitement. When news broke that Batman had led members of the Justice League to defeat a dark force, the internet exploded with cheers for the Caped Crusader and his allies. Photos of Wonder Woman began circulating online, sparking a wave of admiration. At the entrance of Wayne Enterprises, Wonder Woman had been spotted dispatching enemies with ease. At New York Airport, she stood alongside Batman, a radiant beacon against the night sky. Screens across the city lit up with her image, and countless fans clamored to share their admiration online. Little did they know, every hero who appeared that night regardless of their identity was actually the same person. If the truth were revealed, the reaction would be unforgettable. Batman's reappearance in New York, alongside 3 Justice League members, and their defeat of the dark forces became the talk of the city. Rather than quieting down as the night wore on, the story gained momentum. Thousands of people stayed up, refreshing their feeds for updates, desperate for an official explanation. The media scrambled to report on the event, throwing out speculation and fabrications to get attention. Yet amidst the noise, one source stood above the rest, the Daily Bugle. Known as Batman's go-to platform for announcements, the Daily Bugle had become a trusted source for Gotham and New York alike. Eddie, as its lead reporter, knew the weight of this responsibility. True to form, Eddie didn't let anyone down. By midnight, he released a statement. The update teased more to come. I've been in contact with Batman, and we're sorting through the details. By early tomorrow morning, we'll have the full story, everything you need to know about what happened tonight. Although people were eager to uncover the truth, they understood that this was undeniably explosive news. At the same time, another story caught the public's attention. Anton shows his talents. A 3-minute video explains why he became Batman's spokesperson. The Anton Jameson You Never Imagined Colombian Banquet Attack, how Anton saved over 100 people. These reports, supported by a 3-minute video recorded at the scene, instantly set the internet ablaze. In the banquet hall of Columbia University, chaos erupted when several gunmen opened fire. Anton moved swiftly, navigating the turmoil with precision. Though unarmed, he managed to neutralize the attackers using the simplest tools at hand. In less than 2 minutes, the crisis was over, and the gunmen were no longer a threat. The video, which should have been blocked by law enforcement, was obtained and released by an enterprising media outlet. Coupled with survivor interviews praising Anton's bravery and quick thinking, the story's popularity soared, rivaling even the news about Batman. The connection to Batman was evident to many. Anton, seen as Batman's spokesperson, was thought to be part of the same group. Previously, some had doubted why Batman would choose Anton as his representative. Many assumed Anton had capitalized on Batman's mystique to reinvent himself. But with this video, public perception shifted. It now seemed more likely that Batman, before his public debut, had sought out Anton to document his mission. The prodigal son of New York had transformed, earning respect and admiration. With the release of this footage, people began to recognize Anton's potential. Though the full details of Batman's mission to thwart terrorist organizations hadn't yet been revealed, Anton had already become the center of attention. Observers pieced together the events of the night and began to speculate. Perhaps Batman had orchestrated Anton's involvement. Perhaps the attack at Columbia University was tied to the terrorist group Batman was targeting. Unbeknownst to them, their guesses contained fragments of truth. Yet they lacked critical pieces of the puzzle and could only speculate. The truth, set to be revealed by the Daily Bugle the next morning, promised to be earth-shattering. This was not just news, it was a revelation that would shake the world. Especially in America, the revelations would spark a storm of fear and shock. Washington, D.C. News from New York had reached SHIELD headquarters almost immediately. Alexander Pierce's face was grim. In just a few hours, everything had unraveled in a way Pierce hadn't anticipated. The Cobra operation had failed. The New York occupation plan, documented in Hydra's archives, was destroyed before it could even begin. Pierce knew what lay ahead. Batman would retaliate. But how? Pierce couldn't begin to imagine. His head throbbed as he considered the possibilities. One thing was clear: there was no chance for a peaceful resolution. Batman wouldn't negotiate. Even if Hydra offered concessions, a settlement was impossible. Cobra, what a bunch of incompetence. Pierce snarled, his expression dark. Ringing, the sound of his phone interrupted his thoughts. It was a call from Rumlow, codename Crossbones. Pierce answered, forcing himself to remain composed. Rumlow, what's your status? We've completed the mission. Rex is in custody, Rumlow replied. Well done. Bring him in, Pierce ordered. Then, with a sharp edge to his tone, he added, but make sure he doesn't say anything he shouldn't. Understood. Understood, Rumlow said before ending the call. He turned to face Rex, who knelt before him, bound and wearing a cold metal mask. Rumlow's eyes gleamed with icy determination. At this moment, they stood by the beach, surrounded by abandoned vehicles, bullet casings scattered across the sand, and scorch marks left by bomb explosions. A corpse in a high-tech battlesuit lay at the edge of the beach, occasionally swept by the crashing waves. These were Rex's men, the last remnants of the Cobra organization. However, all of them were now lifeless. In other words, only Rex, the commander of the Cobra organization, remained, and he was staring down annihilation. Rumlow, what are you going to do? Rex raised his head slightly, his knees pressed into the ground. Beneath his mask, his face was pale, and his eyes brimmed with fear. He had expected Hydra to discard him when his usefulness ended, but he hadn't thought it would happen so quickly. Half an hour earlier, When Rex's combat team reported the catastrophic failure of their mission, he immediately sensed danger. With growing dread, he fled his base, hoping to escape. But Hydra's agents moved faster. Rex hadn't even managed to get 200 kilometers away before they caught up to him. The men who had accompanied him were now nothing more than corpses strewn across the sand. Only Rex remained alive, and that terrified him even more. He knew exactly who these people were. Though nominally under the banner of SHIELD, they were in fact Hydra operatives. After all, it was Hydra that had propped up the Cobra organization from the very beginning. Rex, you've disappointed us, Rumlow said coldly. He opened a small box handed to him by one of his subordinates and retrieved a syringe from inside. But don't worry, Rumlow continued. We won't kill you. This is the latest formula, a highly addictive drug that induces powerful hallucinations. Once you've had a dose, you'll forget many things. You've failed us, yes, but you'll still have your uses. With deliberate precision, Rumlow jabbed the needle into Rex's neck. No. Rex struggled violently, his voice desperate. The Cobra organization still has value. I'm its commander, you can't do this to me. His protests were met with cruel laughter. Within seconds, Rex's pupils dilated, his expression growing vacant. He clutched at his throat, his face turning blue as though he couldn't breathe, yet he seemed completely oblivious to the pain. Take him back to headquarters, Rumlow ordered, watching Rex collapse to the ground in convulsions, a grotesque grin frozen on his face. And keep a close eye on him, don't let him kill himself. Understood, a subordinate responded, snapping handcuffs onto Rex and hauling him to a waiting vehicle. 2 hours later, the convoy rolled into downtown Washington, arriving at SHIELD headquarters under the cover of early morning. Despite the hour, the building was brightly lit, humming with activity. Rumlow took the elevator to the upper levels, stopping at the office of Alexander Pierce, the Secretary General of SHIELD. He knocked briefly before entering. Is it done? Pierce asked, his tone neutral, his expression unreadable. Yes, Rumlow replied with a nod. Good. Place Rex in the highest security cell. The meeting is about to begin, we'll need him soon, Pierce instructed, rising from his chair and heading toward the conference room. This meeting was convened by Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. The reason for the meeting was the alarming news from New York. Batman, along with 3 Justice League superheroes, had thwarted a terrorist organization's conspiracy. SHIELD had no direct involvement in the events but had pieced together the details from their informants planted in the police department, the underground world, and the Continental Hotel. At the meeting, Nick Fury began with a grim tone. The Cobra organization, he declared. The culprits behind this are the terrorist group Cobra. They attempted to destroy New York with nanoworm warheads, aiming to bring the city to its knees. Naturally, their target couldn't escape Batman's attention. Fortunately, Batman resolved the situation. He paused, his face darkening. However, SHIELD cannot afford to relax its vigilance. The fact that we didn't have any intel on such a dangerous plot is a failure on our part. Mars's planes, armed with nanoworm warheads, were flying above us, and we had no defenses in place. This is an unacceptable oversight. Nick, there's something I'd like to address, Pierce interjected. Nick Fury glanced at him but remained silent. Pierce continued, SHIELD has been aware of the Cobra organization for some time. You know what I mean, Fury replied, his tone sharp. That's not the point I'm making. While we've been monitoring Cobra, we were completely in the dark about their plans to target New York. That's the real issue, and it should never have happened. You're right, Pierce conceded with a nod. I agree completely. So, we need to adapt, Fury stated firmly. The current SHIELD must evolve. We need new capabilities to help us respond better to these crises. The room fell into silence. Although Fury was the director of SHIELD, as a multinational organization, it often had to contend with conflicting directives from the World Security Council. Still, the director's voice carried significant weight. What do you propose? Pierce asked, finally breaking the tension, a faint smile on his face. Fury's expression hardened. We need to form a special combat team much like the Justice League Batman has established. We need people with extraordinary abilities, whether they are scientists or enhanced individuals. Their skills will be crucial for eliminating threats and preparing for crises, including extraterrestrial ones like the attack on New York not long ago. He paused dramatically before continuing. I propose we call it the Avengers. The name didn't come as a surprise to the attendees. Many had seen the idea in drafts on their desks, but Fury had never officially submitted it for approval until now. This was the moment he formally presented the concept of assembling a superhero team, seeking recognition from his colleagues before submitting it to the World Security Council for deliberation. Pierce picked up the folder in front of him, flipping through its pages. Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Dr. Octopus, Captain America. Are these the candidates you have in mind? Fury nodded. That's correct. Pierce closed the folder, setting it down with a faint smile. In addition to them, I have a recommendation. Who? Fury asked, his brow furrowing. Pierce replied, Brock Rumlow S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Rapid Response Special Forces Captain. His skills are on par with Hawkeye's, and I believe he's more than qualified to join the Avengers and become a member of the superhero team. I have no objection if he's willing, Nick Fury replied after a moment of thought. Fury was well aware of Brock Rumlow and had seriously considered him during the initial planning of the Avengers. However, for specific reasons, he had ultimately ruled him out in favor of Black Widow and Hawkeye, whom he trusted more. Now that Pierce had brought it up, Fury didn't mind conceding on this matter. After all, Pierce, as the former SHIELD director and current Secretary General, had significant influence with the World Security Council. Gaining Pierce's support could provide critical momentum for forming the Avengers. Very well, I'll discuss it with him, Pierce said, nodding in satisfaction. For a brief moment, their eyes met, and there was an unspoken understanding between the two seasoned leaders. The meeting continued until its conclusion. Does anyone have any questions? Fury asked, scanning the room. Pierce raised his hand. There's something I'd like to bring up. Please, go ahead, Fury said. Regarding Cobra, we actually had some intel prior to today, Pierce began. Once the news from New York came in, I immediately sent Rumlow to lead a team. The mission went surprisingly well. We captured the Cobra commander, Rex. What? Fury's eyebrows shot up. You captured Rex? Indeed, Pierce replied with a slight smile. Rumlow has already brought him back to SHIELD, and I imagine you'd want to see him. The room was filled with murmurs as everyone exchanged surprised glances. Prison. Fury and Pierce were soon standing before Rex, held in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal prison. The Cobra commander sat slumped, his expression dull and lifeless. We interrogated him, Rumlow reported, standing at attention beside them. But from our observations, it appears Rex has lost most of his memory. He's unable to answer our questions. Fury frowned, his frustration mounting. This complication made the situation even more difficult. In that case, I'll find a way to contact Batman and figure out the full story, Fury sighed. Pierce, Rumlow, SHIELD owes you both for salvaging some of our reputation. You're welcome, Pierce replied. Turning to Rumlow, Fury added, don't let me down. With a sharp nod, Rumlow saluted. I won't. Fury's office. Returning to his office, Fury found Agent Coulson waiting for him. Director, we did recently receive intel on the Cobra organization, Coulson admitted, sounding guilty. But we've been so focused on establishing contact with Asgard that we overlooked it. That was our mistake. We didn't anticipate it would escalate this much. What's done is done, Fury said, waving it off. What about Anton? Anton didn't answer the call, Coulson reported. It seems he's refusing to communicate with SHIELD. In other words, Batman is refusing to communicate with S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury muttered, his expression darkening. It's Hydra. I'm sure of it. From the start, Fury had suspected that Cobra wasn't acting alone. The idea that Cobra, on its own, would suddenly attempt to destroy New York with nanoworm warheads didn't make sense. Someone had to be pulling the strings. Fury thought deeply, replaying the events of the meeting in his mind. He scrutinized everyone's reactions, particularly Pierce's. He couldn't pinpoint the exact culprit yet, but something didn't sit right with him. Fury knew from experience that the person who appeared the most confident and cooperative might very well be hiding the darkest secrets. Pierce. Fury muttered, his voice heavy with suspicion. A complex expression flickered in his eyes. Could it be you? Pierce was not just his superior. Fury's rise to the position of SHIELD director was in large part due to Pierce's support. The thought that Pierce might be a Hydra agent lurking within SHIELD made Fury's stomach turn. If it were true, he wouldn't just feel the pain of losing a trusted ally, he would feel an overwhelming despair for SHIELD itself. This would mean the rot had reached the very roots. Director, what should we do now? Coulson asked, his tone cautious. He could see how complicated the situation had become. Batman clearly had his reservations about SHIELD, and from Anton's behavior, it seemed Batman had begun refusing any communication with the agency. Did this mean Batman saw SHIELD as irredeemable? For now, we do nothing, Fury said after a moment of thought. His tone was low but decisive. Let's watch and see what Batman does next. He leaned back slightly in his chair, his gaze darkening. If this is Hydra's doing, Batman won't let it slide. When he goes after them, Hydra will slip up. That's when we'll have the chance to identify who in SHIELD is Hydra's mole. But what if SHIELD gets caught in the crossfire? Coulson hesitated. Batman might think we're complicit, or worse, that we let it happen on purpose. Doing this could alienate him further. Don't worry, Fury said with calm determination. Batman has never been on the same side as us. But if uncovering the Hydra agents hiding in our ranks means upsetting Batman, so be it. It's worth the risk. Coulson fell silent, his expression conflicted. As Fury's trusted right-hand man, he understood the reasoning. In the end, Batman was a superhero, and despite his tension with SHIELD, his ultimate goal was the same, to make the world a better place. SHIELD, as a law enforcement agency, stood for justice, or at least, that's what they strived to represent. Fury and Coulson believed that, at their core, Batman and SHIELD shared the same mission. Their judgment of Batman's actions relied on the assumption that he thought and operated like a typical superhero. But there was one crucial piece of information they didn't know. This Batman wasn't Bruce Wayne. He was Anton Jameson. One night in usual terms, just the span between closing and reopening one's eyes can fly by quickly. But for many people driven by curiosity, it felt endless. They stayed up all night, refreshing their phone screens under the covers, fueled by the steady stream of leaked information on the internet. They eagerly awaited the next morning, when the Daily Bugle would reveal the truth behind Batman's actions the previous night. Among them was Peter Parker, who hadn't slept a wink, completely absorbed in the gossip. Why? Peter lay sprawled on his bed in a starfish-like position, his phone glowing next to him. He stared at the ceiling, his expression conflicted. Why didn't Batman call me for last night's mission? Spider-Man hasn't been around for a while now. He sighed and muttered to himself. I mean, I've been under a lot of pressure lately studying, interning at Oscorp after school and on weekends, and spending hours in the sewers with Dr. Connors and Dr. Banner trying to refine the green detox serum. But still, that's no reason for Batman to forget about me. Did he actually forget me? Peter's mind raced, filled with spiraling thoughts. Peter, a voice called out from outside his room. It's time for breakfast. Don't be late for school. Got it. Peter replied, rolling out of bed. Despite the sleepless night, his enhanced spider abilities ensured he wasn't fazed by the lack of energy. The official Daily Bugle site usually updates at 8:30 a.m., Peter mused, checking the time. He tucked his phone into his school bag, quickly ate breakfast, said goodbye to Uncle Ben and Aunt May, and hopped on his bike to head to school. At the school gates, he bumped into his girlfriend, Gwen Stacy. Hi, Gwen, Peter greeted her with a bright smile. Hi, Peter, Gwen replied with a warm smile of her own. Walking side by side, their conversation naturally turned to the hottest topic of the day. Earlier this morning, my dad came home to rest after a long shift. He said the situation last night was really complex, Gwen began. Batman was up against some very dangerous people. Without him, New York could have been completely destroyed. What kind of organization is that powerful? Peter asked, his curiosity piqued. I don't know, Gwen admitted. It's classified. But my dad mentioned that before dawn, the army came and took the prisoners away. Not even the NYPD knows the full story. If we want the details, we'll have to wait for the Daily Bugle's update. Hearing this, Peter's astonishment grew. Whatever had happened last night, it was far from ordinary. At the same time, frustration welled up inside him. In such a dangerous situation, why hadn't Batman thought to call him? Did this mean Batman really didn't need Spider-Man anymore? Hey, the Daily Bugle just updated. Look at this. Excited murmurs spread across the schoolyard, drawing Peter and Gwen's attention. They both pulled out their phones, navigating to the newspaper's official site to read the latest headline. The darkness hidden in the world, Hydra. Washington, military base. Far from the bustling streets of New York, an older group of men sat together in relative leisure. Apart from being restricted in movement, their routines hadn't changed much. They had already seen snippets of last night's events circulating online, but they knew the real story. Only those directly involved understood the full truth. Still, out of respect for Anton, they had kept quiet all night, waiting for the morning's revelations. It's out. Open it already. I want to see who dared to stir up this mess. They quickly turned on their computers, eager to read the Daily Bugle's take on the night's events. In another corner of the military base, the Secretary of Defense, John Keller, and his colleagues gathered around a computer. Although they were privy to more information than the average person, even they didn't know everything. Earlier, Anton had warned them that Batman was going to confront a powerful enemy. To avoid any mishaps, Anton had sent the old man and others to the military base, instructing them to remain there for a couple of days. Shortly after that, a terrorist attack erupted in New York. The military learned that Mars, the organization responsible for developing the nanoworm warhead, had both guarded and stolen it. Together with the Cobra organization, they had activated the stolen weapon with the intent of attacking New York, aiming to plunge the city into chaos. Without Batman's intervention, New York City would likely be in ruins today. This revelation left the military enraged, none more so than John Keller, who was visibly trembling with anger. A terrorist attack of this magnitude was nothing short of a slap in the face. Though the military acted quickly, transferring the prisoners from the New York Police Department to their custody, numerous unanswered questions remained. John Keller and the rest of the military, like everyone else, turned to the Daily Bugle for answers. SHIELD? Hydra. John Keller's expression darkened as he skimmed through the article. Damn it, he shouted, his eyes blazing with fury. He slammed the table hard. Shit, I knew something was off with those bastards at SHIELD. Hydra, it's actually Hydra. SHIELD headquarters. Hydra. Nick Fury wasn't surprised when he read the Daily Bugle's exposé. He had already surmised that Batman's anger was tied to Hydra. If Batman wasn't afraid to face them, Fury wasn't shocked that he'd lift the lid on everything. However, the level of exposure was unprecedented. This wasn't just revealing Hydra, it was a full-blown exposé, dragging SHIELD into the mix. And it didn't stop there. The article named specific individuals, including one name that sent a chill down Nick Fury's spine. Alexander Pierce. Nick Fury's eyes narrowed with a mix of confusion and sadness. Is it really you? He muttered under his breath. If the evidence was genuine, it was hard to reconcile. Pierce had been Fury's trusted ally, a man who helped him rise to the directorship of SHIELD. Now, as the Secretary General of SHIELD, Pierce was among the most powerful figures in the organization. Could it really be true that he was a Hydra operative, intent on subverting the world? Boom! The door to Fury's office flew open, slamming against the wall. Nick. Alexander Pierce strode in, his face cold and his demeanor tense. His eyes locked onto Fury's as they silently assessed one another. You're not seriously believing the nonsense in that report, are you? Pierce's gaze flicked to the computer monitor on Fury's desk. He leaned over, reading the Daily Bugle's article that had set the world ablaze. His face twisted with anger. Nick, there's no problem within S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce insisted vehemently. And even if there were, it's not me. For all these years, I've been nothing but loyal to you. Have I ever done anything to betray your trust? Pierce, calm down, Fury said, waving his hand. I believe you. No. Pierce snapped, his tone resolute. Your stance is critical. If I'm innocent, then the problem is with Batman. Don't you see? He's trying to divide S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't think it's that serious yet, Fury replied with a weary smile. Pierce didn't seem convinced. In any case, I've already called for a meeting with the World Security Council, Pierce declared. At this meeting, your Avengers initiative will be discussed. And we'll also address how to handle Batman's attacks on SHIELD. Attacks. Fury's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, attacks. Pierce said through gritted teeth. This is nothing short of an assault not just on me, but on SHIELD itself. Meeting began. This was not an internal SHIELD meeting but rather an inquiry conducted by a higher-level organization. That organization was, of course, the World Security Council. As such, only 2 SHIELD representatives were allowed to attend, Director Nick Fury and Secretary General Alexander Pierce. The meeting lasted all morning, and aside from those present, no one knew what had transpired. Coulson only saw his director and Pierce emerge from the conference room afterward, with Fury looking visibly troubled. Are they here? Back in his office, Nick Fury, rubbing his temples, glanced at Coulson with a weary expression. The situation isn't good. The World Council has serious concerns about Batman. They believe Batman has exposed SHIELD and endangered public safety, and Pierce along with others shares that sentiment. They've arrived, Coulson confirmed, then hesitated before adding, Alexander Pierce, the reports say he's tied to Hydra. The meeting approved the self-examination procedure I proposed, Fury replied. Next, SHIELD will initiate an unprecedented internal cleanup. It won't be quick or easy, but at least we've reached our first goal. It's a start, and for that, we should thank Batman. Of course, rooting out Hydra from within SHIELD would take much more than a self-examination. It wouldn't be resolved overnight. Still, as Fury pointed out, it was a good beginning, a signal that SHIELD was finally willing to confront its internal flaws and take action. The hidden operatives of Hydra would be uncovered and dealt with slowly but surely. Now, public opinion is boiling over, Fury said, rising from his desk. Let's go. We need to address it immediately. Coulson followed Fury to another conference room. The best way to manage public outcry was to release bigger news to divert attention. And what better way to do that than by introducing the Avengers to the world? An officially recognized superhero team, featuring not only the world-famous billionaire and playboy Tony Stark, but also Steve Rogers, the legendary Captain America. Frozen in time for 70 years and recently thawed, Rogers was the perfect embodiment of American ideals. Other team members included Black Widow, Hawkeye, Dr. Octopus, and even Rumlow, who had confirmed his membership just the day before. However, in the eyes of the public, these individuals were merely supporting players compared to Stark and Rogers. The Avengers would serve as a demonstration of S.H.I.E.L.D's strength and resolve, offering a counterpoint to the Justice League, which had already begun to take shape. From the public's perspective, this would be seen as a clash between 2 rival superhero teams, effectively distracting from S.H.I.E.L.D's Hydra problem. After all, Hydra was a relic of World War II, largely unknown to the general population. Most people lacked awareness of its existence, let alone its role during the war. Instead, public attention would naturally gravitate towards something more familiar and exciting like the Avengers, led by Iron Man and Captain America. Fury entered the conference room, where several people were already seated around a massive table. Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Dr. Octopus, and Rumlow. These 6 individuals were the first-generation members of the Avengers that SHIELD planned to launch. While additional candidates might be added later, for now, Nick Fury intended to promote these 6 to the public. You should already know each other, Fury began. SHIELD is facing some unique challenges. We must address them seriously and directly. Therefore, it's time to reveal the existence of the Avengers to the public. This announcement caught Tony Stark and the others by surprise. They had assumed today's meeting was merely to formalize the Avengers within SHIELD, not to go so far as to make them public knowledge. However, given the article in the Daily Bugle, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Hydra, Tony murmured thoughtfully. Across from him, Steve Rogers, Captain America, wore a grim expression. As someone who had fought Hydra on the front lines, led the Howling Commandos, and clashed with the organization countless times, Rogers knew better than anyone how dangerous Hydra was. After 70 years, seeing Hydra's resurgence only solidified his sense of purpose. Let's begin, Rogers said, rising to his feet. He looked at Fury. I assume you've made the arrangements. I have, Fury replied with a nod. The media is ready. The press conference will start shortly. Today, SHIELD will make its public debut, and for the first time, so will the Avengers. Tony, Rogers, you will be the stars of the show. Got it, Tony said, waving his hand dismissively. I'll take care of it. Before long, the group made their way to the lobby of SHIELD headquarters. Numerous media outlets from across the United States had already gathered, buzzing with anticipation. When Fury and his team entered, all eyes turned to the figures behind him. The reporters' expressions shifted from excitement to outright shock. Tony Stark. Someone murmured. Wait, look at that guy in the Captain America uniform. Is he the new Captain America? No, he looks exactly like Steve Rogers. Is he a descendant of Rogers? Impossible. The Captain never had children. The murmurs of speculation gave way to a wave of excitement. Among the journalists, one stood out, Eddie Brock, editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, who had flown in as quickly as possible. The article published that morning, which had ignited much of the public furor, had been written by Eddie himself. As a prominent media figure, he was both respected and reviled, especially within SHIELD. Several agents eyed him with thinly veiled hostility. Captain America, Eddie muttered to himself, stunned as he looked at Steve Rogers. Despite the 70-year gap, Rogers looked just as he had in his youth. Has he not aged? Fury stepped up to the podium, his voice calm but commanding. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, I am Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. Today, I'm here to address certain doubts and to introduce a team. Long before Batman formed the Justice League, we began screening candidates worldwide and internally, culminating in the formation of a superhero team. A superhero team, someone called out from the crowd. Indeed, Fury replied. Let me introduce you to the team's most prominent members. First, Iron Man Tony Stark, who needs no introduction. The room buzzed with murmurs of recognition. And second, Fury continued, Captain America Steve Rogers. Steve Rogers. He's alive. It's really him. The crowd erupted into chaos as disbelief turned into awe. Countless eyes locked onto Rogers, stunned by the revelation. Yes, Fury said firmly. Nick Fury nodded. The Steve Rogers you see before you is the Captain America everyone remembers. He's not dead. During the war, at a critical moment, he sacrificed himself by crashing a plane loaded with bombs into the polar ice caps. He was frozen there for 70 years, his body preserved in time. Recently, we discovered him in the glacier and successfully awakened him. He's back. Captain America is back. This revelation hit the media like a nuclear bomb, instantly igniting a frenzy of excitement. Even Eddie Brock was stunned. Before Eddie had left for Washington, Anton had cryptically told him that he would meet someone extraordinary. Though curious, Eddie hadn't thought much of it. Who could have imagined it would be Captain America? This news will overshadow the Daily Bugle completely, Eddie muttered, his face darkening. It wasn't just the diminishing spotlight on his publication that bothered him. Eddie also harbored deep mistrust of SHIELD, believing them to be no better than Hydra. While Anton had assured him that Nick Fury, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director, was trustworthy, Eddie couldn't shake his skepticism. After all, how could someone be clean while operating in what he considered a den of thieves? Following the press conference, news of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formation of the Avengers spread like wildfire, plastered across every major media outlet. The entire world was abuzz. The headlines weren't just about Tony Stark's official announcement of his alliance with SHIELD, the real shockwave came from the miraculous return of Captain America, Steve Rogers. 70 years after being presumed dead, Rogers had re-emerged unscathed, a living legend. His incredible story, combined with his symbolic role as a hero of the people, captured the imagination of the public. America erupted in celebration, cheering for their long-lost hero. Meanwhile, in his office, Alexander Pierce scrolled through the news coverage. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had predicted. Nick Fury, Pierce's hand-picked successor, had managed to turn the tide of public opinion in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s favor. The press was no longer focused on the controversies surrounding the organization but instead on the Avengers and Captain America. As for the self-examination procedures authorized by the World Security Council and the impending internal cleanup of SHIELD, Pierce paid them no mind. The door creaked open, and Romlo stepped in. How's it going? Pierce asked calmly, without looking up. We've got everything in place, Romlo replied evenly. The preparations are complete. We're ready to move. Pierce's lips curled into a faint smirk. Public opinion has shifted. The timing is perfect. Execute the plan tonight, bring them in. He rose from his chair and walked over to the window, gazing out with a contemplative expression. Nick is beginning to suspect me. If this drags on any longer, it'll put us at an even greater disadvantage. Understood, Romlo said with a nod before exiting the office. Pierce remained by the window, his reflection staring back at him, his face stoic yet pensive. Nick Fury had become a liability. Tonight, Pierce would deal with him, once and for all. By the end of the night, SHIELD would be his again. That evening, at Nick Fury's home in a quiet Washington neighborhood, the day's events weighed heavily on him. Exhausted but relieved, Fury reflected on how things had unfolded. So far, everything was going according to plan. Since most people are unaware of the threat posed by Hydra, public opinion has now shifted. The focus has moved away from SHIELD and Hydra to the superhero team established by SHIELD, the Avengers. At the same time, the news of Iron Man joining the Avengers and Captain America, Steve Rogers, returning after being frozen for 70 years spread worldwide in an instant. People have even begun comparing Captain America to Batman. In many ways, Captain America's prestige surpasses that of Batman. After all, Captain America is a legendary figure who grew up alongside this generation of Americans, whereas Batman is a recently emerged superhero who has only recently risen to fame. Indeed, compared to Captain America, every modern-day superhero feels like a newcomer. Captain America's significance lies not only in his legendary history but also in his deeply national identity. As long as Steve Rogers' Captain America stands at the forefront, his presence legitimizes any action he takes. By placing Captain America as a leading member of the Avengers and aligning him with SHIELD, Nick Fury knew the symbolism would be immeasurable. Captain America represented hope and integrity, his impact on public perception far exceeding even that of Batman within the Justice League. As Nick Fury reflected on this, a shadow flickered in the corner of his eye. His sharp gaze focused as he stood up and walked over to the dining table, pretending to pour himself a glass of water. With his other hand, he reached into a hidden compartment beneath the table, where a pistol was securely stashed. Hydra. Fury muttered under his breath, immediately piecing the situation together. The enemies surrounding his home could only be Hydra. Clearly, Fury's recent actions within SHIELD had become too much of a threat. Hydra was making their move to eliminate him. "I've been expecting you," Fury growled. He dived behind the wall just as silenced gunfire erupted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dining room was shredded by bullets, glass shattering and furniture splintering as the powerful barrage tore through the space where Fury had been moments before. Pinned down by the relentless firepower, Fury's expression darkened. His face, already grim, seemed etched with stone. For Hydra to attack him so brazenly, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. there was no longer any pretense. They had torn off their mask entirely, showing their hand in the open. Fury pressed a hidden button on his communicator, summoning the Avengers who were still in Washington. If they want a fight, he thought grimly, then I'll show them what the Avengers can do. As the house continued to shake from the assault, Fury noticed the ground beneath him trembling. His sharp instincts kicked in, and his expression shifted. Boom! A massive explosion erupted from beneath the house. A wave of fire and shock blasted through the entire structure, obliterating it in an instant. The flames and force consumed everything, leaving the once standing home in ruins. Fury's position was swallowed by the inferno, leaving no trace of him behind. Elsewhere, the Avengers received the alert almost simultaneously. Each checked their devices to find a red dot blinking on their screens, signaling Fury's location. Without hesitation, they sprang into action, using their individual means of travel to rush toward the scene. Tony Stark, encased in his Iron Man armor, was the fastest. He reached the location in mere minutes, but what he found made his heart sink. The house had been utterly destroyed, reduced to smoldering rubble. Smoke billowed from the ruins, filling the air with an acrid scent of burning materials. Around the perimeter of the destroyed house, heavily armed Hydra operatives were stationed, their weapons at the ready. The team of enemies, clearly still awaiting extraction, hadn't yet had time to retreat. Tony hovered above the scene, scanning the devastation below. His jaw tightened, and his voice was cold as he muttered to himself. Big mistake. Tony's expression was solemn, though not out of concern for himself. His worry was for Nick Fury, whose home had been reduced to rubble. Analyzing the situation, Tony couldn't shake the thought that even with Fury's skill as S.H.I.E.L.D's top-level agent, the legendary king of spies, his survival seemed unlikely. Boom, 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 boom. Tony swiftly dealt with the remaining enemies, his armor's repulsors flaring. As the dust settled, other Avengers began arriving on the scene. Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Dr. Octopus, and Rumlow, recently codenamed Crossbones. The Avengers were assembled. "How is it?" Captain America asked, his face serious. "I don't know," Tony replied grimly, his gaze fixed on the smoldering ruins. The uncertainty of Fury's fate weighed heavily on him. The enemy moved fast, and I can't tell if Nick is still alive. Damn it! Rumlow cursed, visibly enraged. Without hesitation, he rushed into the ruins to search for Fury. "You handle the fire. Rumlow and I will dig him out," Captain America commanded, following Rumlow into the burning wreckage. As a super soldier enhanced by the serum, Rogers' resilience far surpassed that of the others present, making him uniquely capable of enduring the harsh conditions. Meanwhile, Black Widow and Hawkeye exchanged glances before moving to secure the perimeter, while Dr. Octopus began helping to extinguish the flames. Before long, Captain America and Rumlow emerged from the ruins, carrying a severely burned and injured man. Fury's body was riddled with bullet wounds, and his breathing was faint. "Nick." The team gathered around him, their expressions grim. "He still has a heartbeat," Rogers said, his voice steady but tinged with urgency. "As long as there's a heartbeat, he can be saved. The priority now," he continued, "is to identify the mastermind behind this attack. We need to determine if Hydra sent these assassins." As Tony scanned Fury's injuries with his suit's sensors, the injured man suddenly opened his eyes and mouth. "Nick." Rogers knelt beside him, grasping Fury's hand tightly. "What is it? What do you want to say?" Through gritted teeth, Fury rasped, his voice barely audible. "Behind the scenes, it's Batman. The one who wants me dead is Batman." "What? Batman? That's impossible." The group erupted in disbelief. Tony's eyes widened beneath his helmet, his shock evident in his voice. Even Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Dr. Octopus wore expressions of sheer incredulity. Captain America furrowed his brow. While he was familiar with Batman's reputation, he knew little about the man himself and had never interacted with him. For Rogers, the accusation wasn't entirely implausible, but it was puzzling. Nearby, Rumlow froze, his face registering shock. But if anyone had been paying close attention, they might have noticed something unusual. As Nick Fury struggled to speak, his gaze briefly met Rumlow's. In that fleeting moment, a knowing look passed between them, one of mutual cunning. New York. Anton received a message from the military. What? He muttered, his face showing a mix of surprise and disbelief. Dead? All of them. The Secretary of Defense, John Keller, had delivered the shocking news. The Cobra operatives detained by the military from the New York Police Department, Storm Shadow, Firefly, Zartan, and even Anna and Destro were all dead. They had been killed in military prison. The military was outraged, scrambling to find the spy responsible. When they finally located the culprit, the spy committed suicide on the spot, shooting themselves in the head. To be honest, if the spy hadn't killed themselves, it might have been harder for them to escape punishment so quickly. This incident was a glaring example of how deeply Hydra had entrenched itself in the United States and across the world. Their influence was vast and far-reaching. Anton leaned back in his chair, his frown deepening. I don't have any intel on this, but I know one thing: Hydra's top brass is inside S.H.I.E.L.D., he said decisively. Put pressure on SHIELD, especially Alexander Pierce. I'm convinced he's one of Hydra's leaders. I have evidence, but it's not enough to conclusively prove he's one of the heads. He paused, weighing his words carefully. Come to New York immediately. I'll show you the evidence. It's concrete, but handling it is tricky. I don't want to risk anything, especially with the current situation. Look at what happened, they're all dead. As the conversation ended, Anton's expression darkened, his brows knitting together. Ringing? Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was Eddie. Boss, I've got news, Eddie began. Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he's been attacked. He's in the hospital now, and things aren't looking good. Eddie hesitated, as if unsure whether to continue. Is that so? Anton replied, raising an eyebrow. Though surprised, he couldn't say he hadn't seen it coming. An attack on Fury felt almost inevitable given the circumstances. There's more, Eddie continued. Tony Stark reached out to me directly. He said Fury managed to name the culprit before falling unconscious. Anton straightened. Who was it? He asked, his curiosity piqued. Eddie hesitated before answering. Nick Fury said the mastermind behind it all is Batman. He claimed the person trying to kill him is Batman. Anton's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable. Are you sure that's what Nick Fury said? Anton asked, his expression turning strange. I sent someone to kill the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Why don't I know about this? I'm very sure, Eddie replied in a deep voice. When Tony Stark contacted me, I heard the news directly from him. I even confirmed it with him multiple times. He said he saw it with his own eyes and heard it with his own ears. That's interesting. Anton suddenly chuckled. Hydra's reaction is stronger than I expected. Anton, this is serious, Eddie said, frowning. If Nick Fury truly believes we're trying to kill him, SHIELD will turn against the Justice League. Then we'll be facing not only Hydra's hidden forces within SHIELD but the entire organization itself. Things are looking bad for us. We need to clear up these suspicions quickly. There's no clearing this up. Anton shook his head. Nick Fury isn't stupid. If he's calling Batman the mastermind behind this, then it's not Nick Fury talking. But he did say it. Eddie trailed off, then seemed to realize something. He drew a sharp breath. You mean to say, Nick Fury's been replaced by Hydra? Exactly, Anton confirmed. It's highly likely. No, it's almost certain. I'm telling Tony right now, Eddie said, ready to end the call. Wait. Anton raised an eyebrow. When did you and Tony Stark get so close? During the alien invasion of New York. I saved his life once, Eddie said with a small chuckle. After that, during the time you were busy making a movie, he invited me to a few of his parties. Parties? Anton thought for a moment, piecing together the timeline. Eddie was referring to the period between the alien invasion and Iron Man 2, when Tony was indulging in his reckless lifestyle. Anton smirked. All right, but remember you're still part of the Justice League. Don't let him lure you into the Avengers. Of course not. They don't pay me a salary, Eddie joked before hanging up. It was clear that he had already shared limited information with Tony Stark. Anton leaned back in his chair, frowning slightly as he processed Eddie's update and the military's earlier intelligence. Ding dong? His phone buzzed with a message from John Keller, the Secretary of Defense. Anton, meet me at New York Airport in half an hour. So urgent. Anton muttered, clicking his tongue. A flight from Washington to New York typically took 40 minutes, but Keller's demand to meet in half an hour suggested they were using an emergency channel. Keller's urgency made it clear, the military was furious. It wasn't just frustration from being unable to act, they were being humiliated. Hydra's deep infiltration had allowed them to eliminate the captured Cobra operatives in military custody without leaving any actionable evidence. The military, convinced Hydra was responsible, had already zeroed in on SHIELD as its hideout. The Daily Bugle wasn't helping matters either. According to their reports, Hydra's influence extended into SHIELD leadership itself. The paper's connection to Batman only complicated things. Although the military trusted Batman due to past collaborations, they couldn't risk further conflict with SHIELD based solely on his word. They needed proof and fast. Half an hour later, Anton arrived at the New York airport to meet Keller, who stepped off a military plane looking grim. The meeting between the two was notably cordial. After all, Batman was now closely aligned with the military at nearly every level. This bond was not just due to Batman's promise to make the Justice League a nominal part of the military but also because of Anton's connections. The Jameson family and Wayne Enterprises had formed a solid partnership. Wayne Enterprises, deeply entrenched in the arms industry, had taken over a substantial number of military contracts from Hammer Industries. The relationship between the military and Batman was more than just political, it was financially beneficial to both sides. Where's the evidence? Keller asked as he got into the car Anton was driving. His expression was serious. Anton, we're willing to trust you, but you need to provide solid proof. Without it, we have no grounds to intervene. SHIELD is backed by the World Security Council, which represents not just us but other United Nations members. The subtext was clear: any action against SHIELD needed to be justified and carefully planned. I understand, Anton replied. Driving down a quiet lane, he stopped the car, stepped out, and opened a manhole cover. Gesturing toward it, he said, "This way. The person you want to meet is down here." Keller hesitated for a moment, then followed Anton into the sewer. He knew this area was part of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles territory, and sure enough, the first sight greeting him was the Turtles and their mentor, Splinter. Anton carefully avoided introducing Dr. Connors and Dr. Banner. Although the military likely suspected Bruce Banner was under Batman's protection, they chose to overlook it in light of their cooperation with the Justice League. Officially, Banner was still a fugitive, but as long as Batman maintained their partnership, Banner's presence was tacitly ignored. In this context, Banner had effectively become an unofficial asset of the military. The person you want to meet is just ahead, Anton said, leading Keller deeper into the sewer. At a turn, Anton paused and glanced back at Keller. Right through there, Anton said, motioning ahead. Keller trusted Anton enough not to hesitate. As he turned the corner, his eyes fell on a man with metal arms sitting silently in the shadows. The man's face came into focus, and Keller's expression changed drastically. "You." Keller turned sharply to Anton, his voice full of shock. This is. "Yes," Anton interrupted, confirming before Keller could finish. "I'm 100% sure. That man is Bucky Barnes, Captain America's former comrade in arms." "What the hell is going on here?" Keller demanded, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He looked between Anton and the Winter Soldier, his mind racing with questions. "I have a theory," Anton said calmly. "It's a long story, but luckily, we've got the time for it now." Anton began to explain, his tone measured and deliberate, as Keller listened intently. Washington, D.C., a private residence. After receiving Eddie's report, Tony Stark sat in deep thought. His brow furrowed as he considered the implications of what he'd just heard. Nick Fury was replaced. The idea seemed absurd, yet plausible. He thought back to the man they had pulled from the ruins. Fury had been severely burned, riddled with bullet wounds, and barely clinging to life. Yet something about him felt off. Tony couldn't shake the sense that this situation was becoming increasingly complex and dangerous. "Jarvis." Tony suddenly spoke, his tone sharp. "Pull up the surveillance feed from Nick Fury's hospital room." "Yes, sir," Jarvis responded. Moments later, the screen displayed Nick Fury, fresh out of surgery, lying on the hospital bed in recovery. Tony observed the footage intently. Though he didn't know Nick Fury well enough to spot any subtle differences, he couldn't shake the nagging suspicion gnawing at him. After a brief pause, he made up his mind and headed to the hospital. Upon arrival, he found Coulson, Black Widow, and Hawkeye stationed outside Fury's room. Their faces were grim, worry etched into every line. "Tony, what are you doing here again?" Black Widow asked, surprised to see him. "I couldn't sleep," Tony replied nonchalantly. "Thought I'd drop by and check on things." He studied Natasha for a moment before asking, "Do you really think Batman is behind this?" "I don't know," she admitted, her voice laced with uncertainty. "Batman's complicated. No one really understands him." "Fair enough," Tony muttered. He shifted gears. "How's Fury holding up?" "He woke up briefly after surgery," Natasha explained. Said a few words, then fell back asleep. Tony narrowed his eyes. "And you don't think there's anything off about him?" Natasha tilted her head, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Never mind." Tony waved her off, glancing at Fury through the glass. "Take care." With that, he turned and left. Natasha and the others exchanged confused glances as they watched him go. Once Tony was out of sight, he issued a quiet command, "Jarvis, gain control of the hospital's surveillance system." "Understood." Tony made his way to the operating room. Outside, he spotted a trash can containing Fury's discarded, blood-stained surgical garments. Retrieving a piece of the material, he left the hospital discreetly. Hours later, in his private lab, Tony compared the DNA from Fury's blood-stained clothing with records in S.H.I.E.L.D's internal database. "No discrepancies," Tony muttered to himself. "The DNA matches Fury's exactly." He leaned back in his chair, his mind swirling. "If the person in that hospital is Nick Fury, then Eddie lied to me." He closed his eyes, grappling with doubt. On one hand, the evidence pointed to Fury's authenticity. On the other, Eddie's warnings lingered in his mind. Batman, he murmured, is it really you? Tony's thoughts drifted back to when Batman had helped him during the Ironmonger crisis. Batman had seemed more of an observer, someone who intervened only out of necessity. Tony wanted to believe in that version of him, but doubt had taken root. SHIELD headquarters. In another part of the world, a message popped up on Alexander Pierce's phone. Unauthorized access detected. Nick Fury's DNA records were queried in the SHIELD database. Likely Stark's AI. Pierce smirked as he read the notification, then watched it auto-delete from his device. Trying to outmaneuver me, he muttered coldly. Batman, you're still too naive. Pierce leaned back in his chair, satisfied. His plan to replace Nick Fury with a Hydra operative was running flawlessly. By using Cobra's master of disguise, Zartan, and swapping his DNA into the database with Dr. Zola's digital expertise, Pierce had left no trace of the deception. Now, even Tony Stark's high-tech probing would only lead to one conclusion: Nick Fury was genuine. Soon, Pierce thought, Tony's doubts would spiral, and he would direct his suspicion toward Batman. Within days, Pierce planned to have Fury, his Hydra puppet, approach the World Security Council to demand sanctions against Batman. Once that happened, the Avengers could be unleashed against the Justice League, setting the stage for a catastrophic clash. Pierce grinned. It didn't matter who won. Hydra would reap the benefits of the chaos. As for Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce mused, his grin widening. No one will suspect the director and deputy director are both spies. New York. Sewers. Ninja Dojo. Makeshift prison. Anton, hand over the Winter Soldier to us, the Secretary of Defense, John Keller, said solemnly. If what you're saying is true, then only the military can handle it. Captain America has joined SHIELD, and soldiers are under military command. This ensures that the military and SHIELD are on the same starting line. This is very important to us. The same starting line referred to the super soldiers created with super serum. Although the Justice League was nominally affiliated with the military, it did not fully submit to its control. For the military, which lacked super soldier combat capabilities, the pursuit of such power far exceeded Anton's expectations. We have no intention of keeping the Winter Soldier. He's as much trouble for us as he is for you, Anton explained. Secretary Keller, the military can take him anytime. But through the Winter Soldier, you can track Hydra and verify that what I've told you is true. He's the evidence you need. So, I hope you'll consider meeting our terms. The Winter Soldier is evidence, yes, Keller admitted, his expression strained. But he can't be the conclusive evidence. Keller understood Anton's implication. The Justice League and Batman wanted the military to sanction their attack on SHIELD in order to root out Hydra agents hidden within. And truthfully, if the evidence were strong enough, the military wouldn't mind seeing the Justice League and SHIELD come to blows. After all, who put S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters in Washington? It was like SHIELD had moved onto the military's front lawn. From the beginning, the armed forces had never fully trusted them. But the current problem was clear: the Winter Soldier, brainwashed by Hydra, only held fragmented information. Key details remained elusive. If the military allowed the Justice League to launch an attack on SHIELD without solid proof, they would face harsh scrutiny. Behind SHIELD stood the World Security Council, a body akin to the United Nations, where the US was only one of several permanent members. A military-sanctioned assault on SHIELD without irrefutable evidence could lead to international outrage. This was Keller's dilemma. Without undeniable proof, he couldn't authorize action. As long as the military agrees to let the Justice League act, the evidence will come naturally, Anton argued. You've heard Nick Fury was attacked and is now lying in the hospital, but what you might not know is that before he fell into a coma, he claimed Batman was behind the attack. What? Keller exclaimed, visibly shocked. Is that true? It is, Anton confirmed with a nod. But I can tell you with certainty, the Nick Fury in that hospital bed isn't Nick Fury at all. Then who is he? Keller asked, his brow furrowing. Who has the ability to impersonate the director of S.H.I.E.L.D? Think about why you came to New York, Anton countered. Keller looked confused for a moment. He had come to New York because the prisoners from the Cobra organization, who were taken from the New York Police Department yesterday, had all mysteriously died. The evidence was gone, and the military was furious. Realization dawned on Keller's face. This has something to do with those dead prisoners. Exactly, Anton confirmed. One of those prisoners was Zartan, a master of disguise from Cobra. He's capable of perfectly mimicking someone's appearance, movements, voice, and even their mannerisms. So, you're saying the person lying in that hospital bed isn't Nick Fury but Zartan? Correct, Anton replied. Keller's eyes lit up as he pieced it together. Then, does that mean the corpse in the army morgue is fake too? It doesn't have to be fake, Anton said with a shrug. Cloning technology has come a long way. Creating a clone corpse is child's play. However, I assume your military tech is capable of verifying whether the corpse is cloned or not. Of course, Keller assured him. Keller nodded. The most irreplaceable part of a clone is the brain. The brain is the most remarkable organ in the human body. No matter how advanced cloning technology becomes, it's impossible to replicate the brain of a fully developed adult in their 30s. After saying this, he grew restless. In truth, the military had high expectations for the Justice League. If the League could defeat SHIELD under the military's banner, it would greatly enhance the military's image. However, any action by the Justice League needed to be justified. There could be no reckless fighting. All official forces operated within established rules. Organizations that didn't follow these rules were labeled as terrorist groups. Hydra's schemes weren't just about erasing their presence, they were carefully constructing a framework to pit the Avengers against the Justice League. Their ultimate goal was to frame the Avengers for an attack on the Justice League. Anton, on the other hand, had been patient. He hadn't moved against SHIELD immediately because he needed the military's approval. A strategic approach was necessary to maximize the Justice League's benefits in this situation. Charging into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters in Washington, apprehending Alexander Pierce, and using Wonder Woman's lasso of truth to expose the truth might seem like a bold move. However, it would humiliate the military. After all, Washington was firmly under military jurisdiction. A direct intervention by the Justice League would imply that the military was incapable of handling matters on its own turf. Batman's cooperation with the military had been smooth so far. To maintain that relationship, a little finesse was required. Anton needed Kohler and the others to place greater trust in Batman. In reality, once the military approved Anton's request and allowed the Justice League to act against SHIELD, any lingering friction would resolve itself. Anton already knew, thanks to Eddie's warning, that Hydra agents within SHIELD were conspiring against Batman. But Anton didn't care. He was confident he already had enough resources to handle SHIELD. "Give me one night," Anton said calmly. Keller perked up. He realized that Anton had provided the key information the military needed to re-engage in this situation. "As long as the corpse is confirmed to be fake, your request will be approved. The military won't tolerate being toyed with any longer," Keller declared. As he spoke, he took out his phone to relay the critical information to his superiors. The military might have been patient once, even twice, because of a lack of evidence. But if provoked further, they wouldn't wait for evidence, they'd create it themselves. Anton, unfazed, knew his deductions were accurate. The timing was too suspicious. Prisoners in military custody mysteriously died. Nick Fury was attacked and hospitalized, and just before losing consciousness, Fury accused Batman of being the assailant. Zartan must have replaced Fury. "In that case, stay here tonight, Secretary Keller," Anton said with a faint smile. "In all of New York, there's no place safer than the sewer dojo." With that, Anton gave a polite nod and left. There were preparations to be made. After enduring these past 2 days, the tedious steps were finally complete. It was time to gather the team and launch a full assault. A residence in Queens. Peter Parker lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. His eyes fluttered closed, but sleep wouldn't come. With a frustrated sigh, he turned over. "What should I do?" he muttered to himself, anxious thoughts swirling in his mind. Finally, Peter swung out of bed, slipped on his Spider-Man suit, and walked to the window. Looking out at the glittering city lights, he took a deep breath. "Batman won't forget me," he said resolutely. "I'm Spider-Man." Peter opened the window, ready to head out for a late-night patrol. Beep, beep. Suddenly, his phone rang. Sensing something, Peter immediately picked up his phone. When he saw the caller ID, he perked up. "Hello, Anton," Peter asked excitedly. "You finally remembered me? Can I help you?" "I can do anything. Take the day off and wait for me at the school gate tomorrow," Anton replied calmly. "Tomorrow's exercise won't be light. You'll meet a lot of interesting people and maybe even some of your old idols." Interesting people? Old idols? Peter froze for a moment, trying to piece together what Anton meant. Clearly, something big was about to happen tomorrow. "Got it," Peter agreed enthusiastically. After hanging up, he quickly took off the suit he had just put on. The idea of a midnight patrol completely vanished. He pulled the quilt over himself, closed his eyes tightly, and willed himself to sleep, not wanting to be tired for whatever lay ahead. Hell's Kitchen. Daredevil's residence. Matt Murdock answered the call. "It's been a while since we last talked," Anton began with a small chuckle. "Are you calling for Hydra?" Matt asked, his voice steady. "That's right," Anton confirmed. Over the past 2 days, the news cycle had been relentless. Batman's resolution of the New York crisis, the Daily Bugle's revelation of Hydra's infiltration of SHIELD, Tony Stark joining the Avengers, and the rebirth of Captain America, who had been presumed dead for 70 years. These stories had sent shockwaves through the US and beyond, leaving the public overwhelmed. But sharp minds could extract the crucial details hidden in the chaos. From the beginning, it had always been a game between two forces, the Justice League, led by Batman, and Hydra, embedded within SHIELD, as exposed by the Daily Bugle. As a member of the Justice League and one of Batman's allies, Matt Murdock Daredevil unconditionally supported Anton. His loyalty made the truth easier to see. "It sounds like you're about to make your move," Matt said, unsurprised. "Have you thought this through? If the Justice League acts without official approval, it will be seen as a threat by all sides." "Tomorrow, we'll get the military's permission," Anton replied confidently. Hydra thought they were being clever, but their arrogance has backfired. They've pushed the military too far. Now, with the military's approval, the Justice League can act under official orders. "We'll enter SHIELD, expose Hydra, and cut off every one of its heads." "Good," Matt said firmly. With Anton's plans in motion, he saw no reason to press further. "Contact me tomorrow." The call ended. Anton turned to the window, gazing at the starry sky, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Meanwhile, Eddie, still in Washington, relayed the latest updates to Tony Stark. However, Stark's reply was delayed, leaving Eddie to sense that the situation was becoming even more complicated. The next day, SHIELD headquarters. With Director Nick Fury hospitalized following an attack, SHIELD was temporarily being led by Secretary General Alexander Pierce. At the same time, Deputy Director Maria Hill had returned in haste to oversee the unfinished tasks, assuming the role of acting director. Although Hill rarely appeared at headquarters, she was one of Fury's most trusted subordinates. This time, she didn't come empty-handed. She brought with her the aerospace mothership. The aerospace mothership represented the pinnacle of S.H.I.E.D.'s technological advancements. It was equipped with an aerodynamic control tower, anti-gravity systems, a combat command center, a bridge, a prison, computer facilities, a flight deck, observation and medical rooms, a nuclear power control room, and a world observation research station. Designed with versatility in mind, the carrier could remain airborne using its 4 massive turbo engines even if one were damaged. It also featured cloaking technology for stealth operations, and its flight deck could accommodate F-35 fighter jets and launch nuclear weapons. The one notable downside? Its defense was relatively weak. However, Nick Fury had originally envisioned the mothership as the Avengers' mobile stronghold. This concept mitigated its defensive shortcomings. With the combined strength of the Avengers aboard, the ship's power would be more than sufficient to deter and resist external threats. It's a meeting. Coulson knocked on Hill's office door, stepping inside to see the acting director after her long absence. The Secretary General has called a meeting with the Avengers to discuss the Batman issue, Coulson said hesitantly. There might be a lot of tension at the meeting. You'll need to manage it carefully, Maria. Manage it how? Hill replied, her expression cold. Have you considered what happens if the person behind the attack on Fury really is Batman? Coulson, you put too much blind faith in him. Coulson defended his position. Because I know Batman wouldn't do this. It's all part of Hydra's conspiracy. Hill crossed her arms. Yet we haven't captured a single Hydra agent so far. This. Coulson faltered. Hill pressed on. Have you ever considered the possibility that Batman might be deliberately misleading us? That from the start, he's been feeding us misinformation to make us doubt ourselves. Coulson fell silent. He couldn't counter Hill's argument outright. There were things he couldn't reveal to her. Come on, Coulson. The meeting is about to start. We can't be late. Hill left the office, leaving Coulson standing there, frowning slightly as he watched her walk away. He knew Maria Hill well, and he understood that she truly believed her suspicions. It gave him a headache. Hill's personality was shaped by her harsh upbringing. Born in Chicago during a bitterly cold winter where temperatures dropped below -44 degrees Fahrenheit, her mother had died in the hospital from exposure on the day she was born. Her father, who blamed her for her mother's death, never forgave her. This shaped Hill into the tough and emotionally detached individual she was. Though Hill was ruthlessly efficient in her work, she didn't share the unwavering loyalty that Fury's inner circle typically had for him. Because of this characteristic, Maria Hill was highly valued by the upper echelons. In many ways, Hill was seen as a more qualified director than Nick Fury because she adhered strictly to the orders of the World Security Council. Nick Fury, on the other hand, was a deeply strategic and independent thinker. At times, not even his closest allies, the senior SHIELD leadership, or the World Security Council itself could influence his decisions. This independent streak often left the council dissatisfied with his leadership. The meeting room. The members of the Avengers were all present. In addition to the Avengers, the meeting included SHIELD Secretary General Alexander Pierce, Acting Director Maria Hill, and Level 8 Agent Phil Coulson. The man presiding over the meeting was Alexander Pierce, the highest-ranking official in the room. Before we begin, I have a few words to say, Pierce began, standing with a solemn expression. First and foremost, there are indeed Hydra operatives embedded within SHIELD. However, I categorically deny any accusations that I am the so-called head of the snake. My current position is Secretary General of SHIELD, and I previously served as its director. If even I were compromised by Hydra, then there would be no hope for SHIELD. Pierce's tone became heavier as he shifted topics. Now, regarding the attack on Nick Fury. Yesterday, I had an extended discussion with several permanent members of the World Security Council. Before falling into a coma, Fury identified Batman as his attacker. I don't know the exact reasoning behind his claim, but as his comrade in arms, I trust him completely. Therefore, early this morning, the World Security Council approved a plan to sanction Batman. Pierce paused, letting the weight of his words settle in the room. In other words, as of now, Batman is officially an enemy of SHIELD. This includes the Justice League he founded. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense. The attendees exchanged uneasy glances but remained silent, unable to influence the situation. Both of S.H.I.E.L.D's most influential leaders Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce were now hostile to Batman. Pierce's dislike for Batman was no secret, especially after the Daily Bugle labeled him a corrupt figure. Pierce would not allow such public humiliation to go unchecked. Fury's sudden shift in attitude was less expected but appeared justifiable under the circumstances. His statement before hospitalization that Batman was the mastermind behind the attack left little room for doubt or debate. If SHIELD intends to take action against Batman, I have nothing to say, Tony Stark said suddenly, breaking the silence. But have you considered the relationship between Batman and the military? This decision was made after thorough deliberation by the World Security Council, Pierce replied sharply. When we take down Batman and the Justice League, the Council will handle any repercussions with the military. Furthermore, SHIELD is fully capable of stepping in to replace Batman's role and fostering closer ties with the military. I believe the Avengers you are far more reliable than Batman and the Justice League. Tony's expression darkened, but before he could respond, another voice cut in. Before we discuss Batman, I'd like you to address something else, said Captain America, Steve Rogers. Rogers stood, immediately drawing the room's attention. His commanding presence added a touch of gravity to the already tense atmosphere. I've fought Hydra for years and understand their threat better than anyone here. In my opinion, we need to deal with the enemy within before focusing on external threats. Pierce, since you claim to have intel on Hydra, I suggest you share it with us now. Pierce hesitated for a moment before nodding. Very well, if you insist. He stood and motioned for the group to follow. The attendees left the conference room and descended into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s underground base, where Pierce led them to a secure prison facility. His name is Jasper Sitwell, a level 7 agent. After a long investigation, we finally confirmed that he is the Hydra spy embedded within SHIELD. What? Coulson was stunned, his face betraying his shock. Sitwell? He had a good relationship with this man. They often went out for drinks together. He considered him a trustworthy colleague and even a friend. Yet now, this same man was revealed to be a Hydra operative. Inside the prison, the bald-headed Sitwell sat in a chair within a glass cell. He wore a standard-issue prison uniform, his hands and feet bound with cuffs. Cuts and bruises marked his body, evidence of recent interrogations. Despite this, he sat stoically, coldly staring at Pierce and the others gathered outside the glass, saying nothing. We subjected him to the harshest interrogations but learned nothing, Pierce said, spreading his hands in exasperation. I have to admit, he's exceptionally tight-lipped. Coulson frowned deeply, while the rest of the group exchanged calm, knowing glances without comment. At that moment, Captain America Steve Rogers stepped closer to the glass, narrowing his eyes as he stared at Sitwell. I won't say anything, Sitwell muttered. Rogers' intense gaze seemed to bore into him, making the imprisoned agent visibly uncomfortable. Under the weight of the captain's eyes, Sitwell cracked a faint, unsettling smile. Combined with the fresh wounds on his face, the effect was downright eerie. Then, Sitwell mouthed something silently but provocatively, long live Hydra. Bring in the Veritaserum. Maria Hill's sharp voice cut through the tension. Her cold gaze shifted from Sitwell to Pierce. I recall that we developed a Veritaserum drug, Hill said. It has side effects, yes, but it's a perfectly reasonable method to use against an enemy. The Avengers exchanged uncertain glances, but none spoke up against the idea. I agree, Rogers said firmly, breaking the silence. A man hardened by years of war, Rogers felt no compulsion to show mercy to a Hydra agent. After some time, Sitwell finally broke under the Veritaserum's influence. The name he uttered next sent a wave of tension through the room. Batman. Everyone's faces darkened. Steve Rogers clenched his fists tightly, his expression turning cold and grim. Coulson, meanwhile, looked visibly panicked. Things are spinning completely out of control, he thought anxiously. What had initially been an attempt to pit the Justice League against Hydra now seemed to have evolved into a direct conflict between the Justice League and SHIELD. Things are crystal clear, Pierce declared loudly, ignoring the barely conscious Sitwell slumped over in his glass cell. Turning to the group, Pierce's voice lowered, but his tone carried a commanding finality. The enemy is Batman. He paused, letting his words sink in. I now declare a state of war. Prepare to take action against Batman. Elsewhere, Anton received a message from John Keller. Zartan's body has been confirmed as a clone. Proceed as you see fit. The military will stand firmly behind the Justice League. After announcing that SHIELD had entered a wartime state, Pierce instructed the team to prepare for battle. He then took Hill and Coulson aside to discuss strategies for dealing with Batman. Combat meeting room. The team members exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mixture of uncertainty and suspicion. Do you all believe Batman is the mastermind behind this? Captain America Steve Rogers frowned as he looked around the room at his companions. There's unambiguous evidence, Crossbones, Rumlow, responded. Both the chief and Sitwell confirmed that Batman is behind this. Do we have any other suspects? But have you considered this? Rogers countered. Hydra has been infiltrating SHIELD for years, and the first person to publicly expose the connection between Hydra and SHIELD was Batman. If Batman really is associated with Hydra, why would he do that? Now that Hydra has been exposed, how does it benefit him to target Nick Fury? Last night, Rogers had gone through all the available information on Batman in S.H.I.E.L.D's database. He even watched 2 films, Batman and The Dark Knight. After analyzing Batman's actions, his initial suspicions began to waver. Instead, his doubts turned to Alexander Pierce. Batman had accused Pierce of being a Hydra member from the start. Now, with Nick Fury hospitalized, Pierce had assumed full control of SHIELD. Rumlow retorted. Nick Fury suspected Hydra's existence long before Batman came into the picture. Batman saw the exposure coming and acted first, pointing the finger to deflect attention from himself. No, it's not like that, Black Widow interjected suddenly. We were tipped off about Hydra's presence in SHIELD by Batman himself. Long before the Daily Bugle exposed Hydra, we had warnings from him during earlier encounters. Rumlow raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you know Nick Fury that well? Are you certain he only became aware of Hydra's existence after Batman's warning? What if Fury had already picked up on the signs before Batman appeared? This question caused Black Widow to frown. Even Hawkeye looked uncertain. Given Nick Fury's secretive nature, no one could claim to know him completely. Even Coulson, one of Fury's most trusted agents, would hesitate to say so. Rogers frowned deeply. While he didn't entirely agree with Rumlow's words, he couldn't bring himself to fully trust either Pierce or Batman. From his perspective, both sides were throwing accusations at each other, leaving him and his team in the middle. We're caught in a crossfire, Rogers muttered. Rumlow broke the silence. There's one more thing you should consider. Since his first appearance, Batman has been shaping his public image, making movies, publishing comics, writing autobiographies. He's turned himself into a real star, a symbol of justice. This kind of self-promotion makes him seem like the last person anyone would suspect. He paused, letting his words sink in. I believe Batman is using all of this to hide his true face. Think about it right now, you're all questioning each other while giving Batman the benefit of the doubt. This is exactly what he wants. His argument wasn't without merit, and the room grew quiet. Even those who had interacted with Batman, Tony Stark, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Dr. Octavius couldn't entirely dismiss Rumlow's words. Eventually, we'll receive orders to act, Rogers said after a long silence. If we do, where do we start? I've identified a good first target, Rumlow replied. Eddie Brock, editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle. He's also a Justice League member. Venom. He was one of the first to ally with Batman and a founding member of the Justice League. Capturing him could give us invaluable information. Eddie. Tony frowned. He had a good relationship with Eddie, and something about this situation felt off. With Pierce and Batman hurling accusations at each other, Tony found it hard to trust anyone at the moment. Emotionally, he leaned toward Batman, but strategically, Pierce's approach wasn't necessarily wrong. Eddie Brock is in Washington right now. This is our best opportunity, Rumlow said, his voice heavy as he scanned the room. Since opinions are divided, let's vote on whether or not to take action against Eddie Brock. After speaking, he raised his hand. I agree. Dr. Octopus, Otto Octavius, slowly raised his hand. He had no personal connection to Eddie and, given the current circumstances, sided with SHIELD as a matter of practicality. I agree, Hawkeye said after a moment of thought, casting his vote. Abstain, Tony said, his expression calm. Abstain, Black Widow added, shaking her head. Captain, what do you think? Rumlow turned to Rogers, the last to weigh in. As the highest-ranking and most respected member of the Avengers, his opinion carried the most weight. The votes were already in favor of action, even if Rogers opposed. Clearly, Rumlow wanted to gauge Rogers' stance. Take action, Rogers said after a moment of deliberation, his voice firm. The situation didn't allow for prolonged indecision. Without more information, pursuing Eddie had become inevitable. Good, Rumlow said with a cold smile. No time to waste. Captain, you'll lead the operation. Is that acceptable? No problem, Rogers replied with a nod. New York, Midtown High School. Peter Parker slumped over his desk, staring blankly ahead. He was distracted. Anton had promised to pick him up today, but there had been no word so far. Had he forgotten again? Peter's mind raced with a million thoughts. Hey, Peter, why do you look so out of it today? Ned, the chubby boy sitting next to him, asked curiously, eyeing his friend. Peter shook his head. It's nothing, Ned. I just didn't sleep well last night. Oh, Ned grinned mischievously. Were you up late following the news? Captain America, frozen for 70 years, now reborn? Isn't that amazing? Can you believe it? Captain America is still alive. Ned, Peter groaned, massaging his temples. Please, let me have some peace. Hey, the teacher up front slammed a ruler on the desk. You two, quiet down, this is class. Just then, the classroom door swung open abruptly. Everyone turned their heads as the principal entered, scanning the room. His gaze landed on Peter. Peter's heart raced. He had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, the principal spoke. Peter, come out. Peter stepped out of the classroom, nervous but excited and full of anticipation. His heart nearly leaped with joy when the principal spoke. The reporter from the Daily Bugle is here again. The principal smiled and said, do you remember last time, during the Daily Bugle's New York Top Schools Rankings event? They mentioned that the top-ranked schools would have to conduct student interviews. This time, you're up. Just make sure to say nice things about our school. No problem, principal. Peter said, practically beaming. I won't let you down. Good. Go ahead. The principal watched as Peter left, a proud smile on his face. School entrance. Anton. Peter hopped into the passenger seat, grinning. You're finally here? I thought you forgot about me. How could I forget you? Anton laughed, shaking his head. Are you ready? What we're about to face won't be any easier than last time. Is it? Peter asked, his eyes lighting up. I'm even more excited. Anton smirked. Even if you're up against Captain America one-on-one, would you still say that? Peter froze, his grin fading. What? He blinked, confused. Captain America, Washington. Pierce's actions, now officially sanctioned by the World Security Council, were quickly relayed to the Avengers. From their earlier discussion, the team had agreed on their first target, Eddie Brock, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle. As Rumlow had pointed out, Eddie wasn't just a journalist. He was also Venom, a veteran member of the Justice League and one of the first superheroes to ally with Batman. This meant Eddie likely knew many of Batman's secrets. Extracting information from him could prove invaluable. The team mobilized immediately. Tony Stark, however, frowned. Eddie was a friend, and this mission left him conflicted. He had no decision-making power in this situation, which only added to his frustration. On one hand, Tony didn't want to turn against Eddie. On the other hand, capturing him might be the only way to uncover the truth. Tony thought back to the message Eddie had sent him last night about Nick Fury. Eddie claimed Fury might have been replaced by someone else, but Tony hadn't responded after verifying the information. He clenched his jaw. He had made up his mind. Downtown Washington. At a high-end hotel, the Avengers team arrived in a convoy. They exchanged glances, activated their comms, and confirmed the signals before springing into action. The target is in room 2701 on the 27th floor, one team member reported. He's alone. Be careful, another cautioned. The symbiote, Venom, is highly intelligent and can sense danger in advance. He might already be aware of our presence. Meaning, said Rumlow, we need to act fast. Fast. Tony interjected, his expression serious. Leave it to me. I'll try to convince Eddie. Eddie's room. Eddie sat in his hotel room, deep in thought. He was analyzing the current situation, piecing together what he knew. Nick Fury had been attacked, and Eddie had relayed the news to Tony, warning him that Fury might have been replaced by an imposter. Yet Tony hadn't responded after receiving the message. Two possibilities crossed Eddie's mind. Tony had verified the information and found it to be true. Tony had verified the information and found it to be false. If it were the first scenario, then things wouldn't be as calm within SHIELD as they seemed. There would be chaos. But if it were the second, Eddie sighed, his face darkening. That would mean trouble. This would only push Tony Stark into Hydra's camp. Eddie frowned. Suddenly, Eddie, run. The low, urgent voice of Venom echoed in his mind. What? Eddie jolted, rising instinctively. Crash. A red figure burst through the open-air balcony of the hotel. Eddie turned his head sharply to see Iron Man. Tony. Eddie growled as Venom's tendrils began to cover his body, leaving only his head exposed. The transformation gave him the appearance of a two-headed monster. What do you mean by this? Eddie's expression darkened, his sharp eyes locking onto the man in front of him. Perhaps Tony was no longer a friend, but an enemy. Eddie, we need to talk, Tony said, landing on the balcony and opening his helmet to reveal his face. His expression was serious but tinged with helplessness. Regarding Hydra, Batman has some unresolved suspicions against him. Even Nick identified inconsistencies. I need you to stand up and answer some questions. Is that what you call talking? Eddie's tone was icy. You broke into my home and came at me with force. This isn't the conversation I envisioned. I don't want to fight you, Eddie, but I had no choice but to come, Tony said with a resigned sigh. But since I'm here, I'd prefer this doesn't escalate as long as you cooperate. Cooperate? That's not my style. Eddie's head fully retracted into Venom's body, allowing the symbiote to take complete control. Roar. In an instant, Venom stood before Tony, a black, humanoid monster with bulging muscles, jagged fangs, and eerie white eyes. Click. Tony closed his helmet, his face hardening. A fight was inevitable. If I were Eddie, I wouldn't surrender either, Tony muttered to himself. Putting your life in someone else's hands is a gamble that almost always ends poorly. This is the symbiosis. Jarvis's voice broke through, analyzing the figure before Tony. Sir, fighting this creature seems unwise. Shall I arrange an insurance policy for you? Damn it. Tony groaned. Who taught you to say stuff like that? You did, Jarvis replied smoothly. You're my greatest teacher. Zip it. As Tony prepared to engage, Venom acted first. Both of Venom's arms morphed into massive sledgehammers and swung not at Tony but at the door behind him. Boom! The wall crumbled as the door flew off its hinges, revealing Black Widow and Hawkeye standing on the other side. Tisk. Tony remained silent, but Jarvis chimed in. Perhaps I should arrange insurance for your teammates instead. Please, shut up. Tony snapped, then lunged at Venom. Venom, anticipating the move, reshaped his hammer-like arms into tendrils, wrapping them tightly around Tony's armor. With incredible strength, Venom twisted Tony's flight path, sending him careening through several walls. Crash. Tony, unable to deactivate his thrusters in time, ended up far from the fight. Whoosh. Venom seized the opportunity, leaping off the balcony and onto the wall of the building across the street. Scaling rapidly, he disappeared from the team's sight. Can't let him escape. Hawkeye gritted his teeth. The bodies of Hawkeye and Black Widow, standing nearby, began to emit an intense heat. Red light burst forth, and the extreme temperature melted the metal door debris around them. Thankfully, they were wearing specialized heat-resistant suits designed for such situations. At the same time, Captain America dashed after Venom's retreating figure. Without hesitation, he leapt off the balcony, smashed through the opposite building's wall, and continued his pursuit. "He's heading to the rooftop," came the calm, commanding voice of Maria Hill, the acting director of SHIELD. Although Captain America was leading this operation on the ground, Hill, stationed aboard the helicarrier, was actively coordinating the citywide surveillance network to provide real-time intel for the Avengers. Go. Dr. Octopus arrived belatedly but wasted no time. Using his mechanical arms, he vaulted off the balcony and clambered across to follow Captain America. Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Crossbones exchanged a brief glance before dashing forward at full speed. Whoosh! Tony Stark, in his Iron Man suit, flew past them with ease. "Damn it," Hawkeye muttered, his frustration mounting. "I knew I should have been outfitted with some kind of aircraft." Rooftop. Venom's voice resonated in Eddie's mind. "Eddie, they're catching up fast. Send an emergency signal to Anton. Get him to bring reinforcements," Eddie replied, irritation evident in his tone. "All the Avengers are here. And this is Washington, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s home turf," Eddie added after a pause. "If the Avengers want a fight, then let's give them one." He had just received crucial intel from Anton. The military had approved Batman's request. The Justice League had full authorization to go to war with SHIELD at any moment. Eddie hadn't expected the Avengers to make the first move, but it didn't matter now. "Fair enough," Venom agreed. "We're not exactly scared of numbers." Venom retracted slightly, exposing Eddie's arm. On his wrist was a Justice League-issued teleportation bracelet, a tool Anton had provided. Not only could it teleport its wearer, but it also functioned as an emergency call device for reinforcements. But Eddie wasn't planning on escaping. He activated the bracelet's distress signal, intent on summoning Anton and the Justice League. If the Avengers wanted to see who had the numbers advantage, Eddie was happy to oblige. Whoosh! Before Eddie could plan further, Iron Man rocketed onto the rooftop, landing just a few feet away. "Don't even think about running," Tony Stark called out, exhaling sharply. "Run." Eddie sneered, his voice now overlapping with Venom's deeper growl. "We were never planning to run." "Is that so?" Tony landed lightly, his armor whirring as a missile launcher emerged from his shoulder. The small but lethal Sidewinder missile locked onto its target. "Good," Tony said calmly, "because if you so much as twitch, I won't hesitate." As he spoke, Captain America arrived, his shield in hand and his expression grim. He immediately positioned himself defensively, eyeing Venom warily. Soon after, Dr. Octopus, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Rumlow joined them. The 6 Avengers surrounded Venom in a tight formation. "You're outnumbered, Eddie," Tony said, his voice firm. "There's no way out. Surrender now." Eddie, his voice blending with Venom's, replied coldly, "Opportunities aren't given. They're created. And as for who's surrounded," he paused for effect, "it's not us, it's you." The Avengers froze, momentarily caught off guard. Suddenly, Tony's sensors picked up a strange energy surge. Space itself seemed to distort and ripple around them. This is... Tony's mind raced. A teleportation device. He barely finished the thought when space folded, and a wave of blinding light enveloped the rooftop. "Are we surrounded?" Except for the contemplative Tony, the reunion members encircling Eddie seemed dazed, as though they had just heard a joke. "What are you talking about? Do you really think one person can take all of us on?" Rumlow sneered. "Rumlow, shut up." Before Eddie could respond, Tony suddenly looked solemn and shouted, "Alert. Everyone, immediately alert, they're coming." "What? Who's coming?" "Tony, what are you talking about?" The others froze, confusion clouding their faces. Tony's serious demeanor unsettled them. Could it be that Eddie truly had some kind of trump card? "It's a teleportation device." Tony gritted his teeth and said anxiously, "The Justice League has a teleportation device. Eddie must have called for backup. His team won't ignore this. They're all coming? Batman is coming." At those words, realization dawned on everyone, even Captain America Steve Rogers. The seasoned veteran understood the implications of teleportation. Boom! Though Tony's warning was timely, it was already too late. Through Tony's armor's HUD, the energy fluctuations around them spiked to their peak. The once untouched space around them distorted as if a mirror had shattered, revealing an ominous void. At the same time, the others, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Dr. Octopus, and Crossbones, noticed beams of energy materializing around them, shooting into the sky like glowing pillars. From these beams emanated a terrifying, unnatural energy. Whoosh! Beams appeared one after another, encircling the reunion members in a strange, layered formation. The team surrounded Eddie, and now they themselves were surrounded by the beams. "Damn it, it's too late," Tony muttered darkly. Gritting his teeth, he shouted once more, "They're here." Whoosh! As his voice trailed off, figures began materializing within the beams of light, silhouettes of various shapes and sizes. Batman, Cyborg, Green Arrow, Wonder Woman, Spider-Man, Daredevil, and 4 muscular turtles, New York City's own mascots, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, emerged from the beams. Including Venom, there were 11 members of the Justice League present. No, wait, there should have been 12. One was missing, Phil, the Hobgoblin. But Phil was currently busy following Anton's previous orders, acting as a bodyguard for the old man and others. Even without their full roster, the Justice League's presence in Washington was more than enough to unnerve the reunion members. Dr. Octopus Otto Octavius swallowed hard. He turned his gaze towards Cyborg, his mechanical eyes locking onto his adversary. As someone who had once faced and been defeated by Cyborg, Otto understood the gap between them. Even with the upgrades he'd received from SHIELD, his mechanical arms were no match for Cyborg's advanced technology. The more he learned about Cyborg's capabilities, the more he realized they surpassed even Tony Stark's armor. Everyone, you Avengers, seem a little too distracted to handle our Justice League. Batman's cold gaze swept across the Avengers like a sharp arrow, making them tremble. Goosebumps rose on their arms as his intense aura filled the room. You'll pay for this, Green Arrow interjected, standing beside Batman with a scowl. Batman maintained his stoic, intimidating demeanor, leaving the talking to Green Arrow. After all, Batman preferred to let others handle the verbal sparring. Green Arrow, with his flair for dramatic declarations like "you have failed this city," seemed perfectly suited for this role. His penchant for theatrics added a mocking edge to the situation. Batman. Tony Stark took a deep breath and stepped forward. We don't want a full-scale war with the Justice League. Is that so? Then are you surrendering? Eddie's glare bore into Tony. Eddie had considered Tony a friend, yet here he was, leading an attack against him. If it hadn't been for the teleportation device, escape would have been impossible, and summoning reinforcements would have been out of the question. Surrender. Crossbones sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. He clenched his fists and stared at Eddie. Don't think having more people means you can beat us. Crossbones. Cyborg's electronic eyes glowed as he scanned him. His real name is Brock Rumlow, captain of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Rapid Response Special Forces, but his true allegiance lies with Hydra. He's Alexander Pierce's most loyal subordinate. What? The Avengers turned to look at Crossbones, their faces a mix of shock and suspicion. Rumlow, too, was taken aback. Not only had Cyborg exposed his allegiance to Hydra, but even his connection to Alexander Pierce had been laid bare. Still, his years of subterfuge had made him an expert actor. Stop spouting nonsense, he barked, his expression twisting into one of feigned outrage. Turning to his fellow Avengers, he roared, "Are you really going to fall for their lies at a time like this?" Rumlow is right, Captain America interjected, gripping his shield tightly. We can't let the enemy's words divide us. Steve's calm authority carried weight. He glanced around at his teammates and declared solemnly, "This is the situation we prepared for. Get ready to fight. No matter what, we knew this confrontation was inevitable." As the leader of the Avengers, Steve Rogers commanded the most respect among the team. At his words, the others fell silent, realizing there was no use debating further. Before embarking on this mission, they had anticipated the possibility of facing the Justice League. The decision had already been made. If it came to a direct clash, they would stand their ground and fight. As for making peace, that would require one side to concede first, and neither group seemed willing to show weakness. Whoosh! Rogers finished speaking and swung his shield. The motion acted like a signal, igniting the metaphorical fuse. The fire spread quickly, detonating the powder keg. The battle had begun. Black Widow and Hawkeye's bodies glowed with red light. Their enhancements from the Extremis virus granted them extraordinary powers. Seeing this, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles charged forward, weapons raised, meeting the challenge head-on. Thanks to their thick skin, muscular frames, and sturdy shells, the turtles were far less vulnerable to high-temperature flames than ordinary humans. Nearby, Spider-Man looked around the battlefield. His eyes fell on Captain America, his childhood idol. He paused for a moment, pondering whether now was the time to introduce himself. Just as he was about to swing over, Dr. Octopus Otto Octavius lunged at him. Still haunted by his last defeat, Otto wanted to avoid facing Cyborg again. As a scientist, he understood the overwhelming technological superiority of his opponent and didn't want a repeat of his humiliation. Spidey seemed like a less dangerous target in comparison, so Otto focused his attack on him instead. Elsewhere, Rumlow, Crossbones, faced off against Daredevil with his usual underhanded tactics. However, Eddie Brock, now fully merged with Venom, was watching closely. Venom's vengeful nature wouldn't allow Rumlow's earlier insults to go unanswered. Seeing Rumlow fighting Daredevil, Venom dove into the fray. Rumlow quickly found himself outmatched. The combined attacks from Daredevil and Venom made him realize the cost of running his mouth too much. Above them, Iron Man's opponent was, naturally, Cyborg. The two technological powerhouses launched into the sky, engaging in a high-speed aerial battle. Their clashing armors painted the skies with bursts of light and explosions as they turned the sky into their battlefield. Meanwhile, on the ground, the most notable standoff involved Batman, Wonder Woman, and Captain America. Of the three, Batman remained motionless, observing. It was Rogers who initiated the attack. With precision, he hurled his shield like a boomerang, aiming directly at Batman. Clang! Just before the shield could strike Batman, Wonder Woman stepped in. Her silver bracelets flashed as she deflected the shield with ease. The metallic clash reverberated across the battlefield. The shield ricocheted back into Captain America's grasp. Wonder Woman, unfazed, summoned her divine shield and the legendary sword. With a wave of her sword, she pointed it toward Rogers. Whoosh! Waves of divine energy radiated from Wonder Woman, like an 8-level windstorm tearing through the battlefield. Her power whipped her hair into a wild, mesmerizing dance. Rogers stood firm, gripping his shield tightly. But as he stared at Wonder Woman, he felt a pressure unlike anything he'd encountered before. He had done his homework on the Justice League. Gathering intel on Venom, Daredevil, Spider-Man, and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles had been straightforward enough. But Batman, Cyborg, Green Arrow, and Wonder Woman? They were enigmas. It was as if they had materialized from thin air, leaving no traceable history. Even Anton, the person most likely to be Batman, had been ruled out as a suspect by SHIELD director Nick Fury himself. Of all these unknowns, Wonder Woman was the most unsettling. Not because of her association with Batman, who had built the Justice League from the ground up, but because of who she was. The daughter of Zeus. A literal god. Not long ago, SHIELD had provided Rogers with intel that forced him to rethink his worldview. As a man of science and logic, he'd never believed in the existence of gods. But now, facing Wonder Woman, he couldn't deny the truth. The gods were real. The thought lingered briefly in Captain America's mind. Perhaps these so-called gods were nothing more than beings from advanced planets, their superior intelligence and abilities making them seem divine. Their human-like appearances only added to the mystery. These musings evaporated in an instant. Boom! Wonder Woman attacked, snapping him back to reality. Her movements were a blur of golden light, her body seemingly transforming into a streak of lightning. A powerful wind surged outward, slapping Rogers' face like an unseen hand. His pupils contracted in alarm. As Wonder Woman lunged, time itself seemed to slow. The world around him crawled, yet Wonder Woman moved at her normal speed, her ancient, gleaming sword poised for a lethal strike. The air shimmered as the tip of her sword carved through it, ripples spreading like waves on water. Sweat gathered on Rogers' brow. He gritted his teeth, breaking through the divine pressure that sought to immobilize him. With a swift motion, he raised his shield to intercept the incoming blade. Ding! The sharp clang of metal meeting metal echoed across the battlefield. Rogers had managed to block the strike but just barely. Beads of sweat rolled down his face, a testament to the immense effort it took to withstand her attack. And then, a surge of unimaginable power coursed through his shield. The sheer force blasted through his body, overwhelming him. Rogers was flung backward like a rag doll, his body tracing a perfect arc through the air. He plummeted from the rooftop, his shield slipping from his grip as he fell. Captain. The other Avengers froze in shock. Their leader, Captain America, known for his unyielding strength and skill, had been struck down with a single blow. Captain. In the sky, Iron Man caught sight of Rogers' fall. He had been engaging Cyborg in a tactical back and forth, but now his focus shifted. With a burst of energy, Tony Stark's suit roared to life, propelling him toward Rogers' rapidly descending form. Going somewhere. Cyborg sneered. You're underestimating me, Tony. As he spoke, his mechanical arms transformed, morphing into energy cannons. He aimed directly at Iron Man and fired, unleashing a barrage of blasts to intercept Tony's rescue attempt. Captain America plummeted from the rooftop. In the blink of an eye, he had descended several meters, closing the distance to the ground. However, as a seasoned warrior, Captain America had extensive combat experience and knew how to adapt and use his environment to his advantage. With a swift twist of his waist, he angled his body toward the building's wall. Boom! He slammed his shield into the wall, embedding it deep into the structure. The impact tore a deep gash into the side of the building, revealing the steel bars beneath. Stone chips flew up, striking his face, but he showed no sign of injury. The shield had significantly slowed his fall. Just 10 meters from the ground, Captain America jumped, his powerful legs driving him into the earth with such force that a deep crater formed beneath him. He landed safely. Phew. Captain America exhaled in relief and looked up at the rooftop with a solemn expression. At that moment, the citizens of Washington saw the newly resurrected Captain America, who had just appeared in the headlines and was still a hot topic worldwide. Is that really Captain America? He's really been resurrected. Wait, didn't he join the Avengers of SHIELD? Who is he fighting against? Look, there's Cyborg and Iron Man in the sky. Wait, isn't that Wonder Woman on the edge of the rooftop? Oh my gosh, are the Avengers fighting the Justice League? The citizens gawked, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Had they seen all the heroes appearing on the rooftop, they would have been too stunned to speak. The conflict between the Justice League and the Avengers had just erupted. In reality, the entire confrontation had lasted only a few minutes. The citizens of Washington had only just realized that an extraordinary battle was taking place right above them, one involving terrifyingly powerful figures from both sides. The Justice League had long been established and had been gradually winning over the hearts of the public. The Avengers, though newly formed, had already become a global phenomenon, especially with Captain America, America's first true hero, helping to shape the spirit of the nation. The passing crowd gasped. As the situation escalated, they quickly scrambled to leave the area, fearing for their safety. Meanwhile, passers-by farther away looked up at the building's roof, now scarred by a deep gash. They saw a tall, beautiful figure, glowing with golden light. Without hesitation, she leaped from the edge of the roof, plunging straight downward. What? The crowd stared, stunned. They immediately recognized the figure. There were few female superheroes known to the public, and Black Widow had only recently made her public debut at a press conference held by the Avengers. So, as of now, there was only one female superhero who had captured the public's attention. That was Wonder Woman, whose rise to fame had been meteoric. Her autobiographical film had grossed over $1 billion, and she had become a dream goddess to many. Her bold, wild leap from the rooftop seemed perfectly fitting for a god. Boom! With the eyes of hundreds of onlookers trained on her, Wonder Woman plummeted like a meteor, her speed accelerating as a terrifying sonic boom echoed through the air. The deafening sound rang in everyone's ears as she continued her descent. Boom! Immediately afterward, Wonder Woman crashed to the ground, her long, slender legs not even slightly bending. She forcefully pressed her feet into the earth, causing the ground to sink 10 centimeters. Instantly, a crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared, with a spiderweb-like crack pattern radiating in all directions. Damn! So horrifying. The crowd in the distance stared at the scene, their faces pale as they realized the sheer magnitude of the power before them. To them, Wonder Woman's actions were beyond human. Even Hill and the other SHIELD members, who were observing the battle from the sky through the city's surveillance system, were stunned. Among them, Coulson sighed deeply. He was the first person in SHIELD to encounter Wonder Woman. Back when he was dealing with the Thor incident in New Mexico, Wonder Woman's appearance and the destruction of the technological creature known as the Destroyer made him the first to understand the true power of gods. Even now, watching it again, the shock in his heart had not faded. Ready to support. Coulson took a deep breath and snapped out of his daze. He turned to acting director Hill and said, "We can't rely on the Avengers to stop the Justice League. Batman's power far exceeds what we imagined. The Avengers need support from the Sky Mothership." "You're right," Hill responded after a brief pause. She nodded and issued orders. "Everyone, prepare to deploy. Head to downtown Washington and stand by to support the Avengers." Yes. The SHIELD agents nodded, their faces solemn. From the image they had just witnessed, they understood that they were about to face a fierce battle. Meanwhile, downtown Washington. The battlefield between the Justice League and the Avengers. When Captain America saw Wonder Woman fall from the sky, his heart sank. He realized just how outmatched they were. If all the Avengers were assembled, he believed there might be a chance of victory. But the Justice League was not just Wonder Woman. They had more people than the Avengers. This is trouble. Captain America sighed in resignation, the shock of the situation still settling in. Even with his own confidence, he couldn't shake the feeling that he wouldn't be able to defeat Wonder Woman easily. The power she had displayed went far beyond what he had ever considered humanly possible. The power of the gods. He gritted his teeth, squeezing his shield tighter, his expression hardening with resolve. Humph. Wonder Woman's voice was cold, her gaze lofty. A mortal struggle. Whoosh. With a burst of speed, she was off again, her figure a flash of lightning. She struck Captain America once more, sending him flying backward. He was thrown 100 meters, knocking down over a dozen streetlights and plowing the ground beneath him into a deep trench. He landed, unable to muster any strength to fight back. Rooftop. After handing the Captain America over to Wonder Woman, Anton, disguised as Batman, felt a sense of relief. Although the Captain has the strength to face anyone on PAR, they are still far from being able to face a godlike figure such as Wonder Woman. The transformation from the super soldier serum can at most turn the Captain into soldiers on Earth, but they stand no chance against Wonder Woman, a god-level being whose power far exceeds Earth's level. From Anton's point of view, although Wonder Woman might not reach the level of the universe, she is still far beyond the Earth level, at least on PAR with someone of galactic level. According to Anton's records, a headbutt from her could take down Superman, no question. His thoughts flashed. Anton then shifted his focus to the battlefield in front of him. The battle between the 4 teenage mutant ninja turtles, Black Widow and Hawkeye, was becoming more intense. Black Widow and Hawkeye had both been injected with the Extremis virus, which not only gave them the ability to unleash thousands of degrees of heat but also provided remarkable self-healing abilities. While the turtles' thick skin and tough flesh allowed them to suppress Black Widow and Hawkeye, they found it difficult to land a decisive blow on them. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Otto and Romlo were engaged in a far less frantic fight. In the battle between Otto and Romlo, things seemed to be tipping in one direction. Romlo had been using his own power to face Daredevil and Venom, but he couldn't handle it. He had been thoroughly beaten into misery. As the captain of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Rapid Response Force and a member of Hydra hidden within SHIELD, Romlo's abilities were not weak. The main problem, however, was his big mouth. It would have been fine dealing with Daredevil alone, but Venom was attracted to the fight and began to chase him down relentlessly. Boom! Romlo crashed into the roof's attic entrance, buried under rubble and bricks, unable to get up for quite some time. No matter how advanced his equipment was, facing a joint attack from Venom and Daredevil, it was impossible for him to turn the situation around. As for Dr. Otto Octavius, he was also in a bad position. He had chosen to fight his old enemy, Spider-Man, but he hadn't anticipated the large number of Justice League members involved. Green Arrow, observing the situation, realized that he had been overlooked and was furious. After a moment of thought, he decided to aid Spider-Man. Let's not forget that Dr. Octopus first appeared on the Manhattan Bridge in New York. Arrow and Cyborg had once defeated Dr. Octopus. Although Arrow had merely been a backup in that fight, he was more than willing to step in again and add to Dr. Octopus' misfortune. Once the battle began, Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus changed positions, scurrying across the walls of the building, sending shouts of fear through the office workers inside. The workers recognized the identities of the combatants. These were not strangers, both had made a huge impact in New York. Spider-Man? Spider-Man, a member of the Justice League, had appeared in the Daily Bugle numerous times and was frequently reported on by New York media. Dr. Octopus, Otto, too, had recently re-emerged in the public eye, following the latest Avengers news. What's going on? What did Spider-Man fight with Dr. Octopus? There were Captain America and Wonder Woman just now. Did the Justice League really go to war with the Avengers? Aren't they all superhero groups? God, can someone tell me what happened? The battle between Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus caught the attention of the onlookers nearby, leaving them shocked. At this point, the conflict between the Justice League and the Avengers had escalated into a full-blown battle. Although the rooftop fight hadn't yet come into the public's view, based on what they had seen so far, it was clear that Wonder Woman and Captain America, Spider-Man, and Dr. Octopus, Cyborg and Iron Man, these three sides of the battlefield, were all engaged in combat. They were wreaking havoc around this innocent building quickly. The public saw another figure join the battle. Green Arrow fired an arrow with a suction cup tip. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, he arrived on the roof of another building, bent his bow, aimed at Dr. Octopus, and released the arrow, letting go of the hand gripping the arrow's tail. Whoosh, whoosh, arrows flew one after another, striking the joints of Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms. Click, click, click. An explosive fire ignited in the building almost instantly. Dr. Octopus's mechanical arm, hit by the explosive arrow, emitted black smoke not too strong, but still noticeable. Damn it. Otto's face changed. He manipulated his slightly damaged mechanical arm, attempting to reposition it to avoid further arrows from Green Arrow. But he greatly underestimated Arrow's ability. Whoosh, whoosh, another arrow sliced through the air. This one was an acid-tipped arrow. Upon hitting the robotic arm, the arrow released a powerful acid that immediately began corroding the arm, which had already been damaged by the explosive arrow. Even though Otto's robotic arm might have been reinforced with vibranium or adamantium, any metal reacts to acid. Zi. Otto's mechanical arm malfunctioned, with its circuits damaged. The arm, once firm and precise, became limp, like a hand opening and closing weakly. Click, click. At the same time, the fierce battle tore through the wall where the arm was fixed, like paper, and Otto lost his focus. Whoosh! Otto's pupils shrank as he fell helplessly from midair toward the ground. His situation was no different from that of the Captain America earlier. However, Otto lacked the resilience of the Captain America. In addition, the acid corroded his mechanical arm, rendering it useless. It's over. Otto closed his eyes, seemingly accepting death's arrival. Whoosh! Just as he was about to hit the ground, a web shot through the air and caught him between the two buildings. What? Otto opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. His body swayed as the webbing held him aloft. The images and figures around him grew clearer as his vision adjusted. At this moment, Spider-Man was seen perched on the web between the two buildings, striking the classic Spider-Man pose that most Europeans couldn't replicate. He was balancing in midair, seemingly walking in the clouds, then spread his arms in a relaxed, nonchalant manner. It seemed as if he were saying, "Take a moment, brother." On the rooftop of another building, Green Arrow watched this scene and smiled. Spider's way of saving people didn't surprise him at all. Through Arrow's perspective, Anton wasn't surprised to see Spider-Man saving Otto. Spider-Man's nature is inherently kind, and Otto isn't truly evil at heart. Now, Otto had shed his former villainous reputation and risen to become a superhero as part of the Avengers. Even though the two were on opposite sides, Spider-Man was never the type to kill. He always chose to subdue his opponents instead of eliminating them, staying true to his mission as a superhero. Shifting his focus, Anton looked at the rooftop battlefield under his watch. The clash between the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Black Widow, and Hawkeye. In this melee, these six combatants dominated the scene. The Turtles felt particularly frustrated. In pure combat skill, they had a slight edge over Black Widow and Hawkeye. Years of relentless ninja training, combined with their mutated superhuman physiques and natural turtle shell defense, gave them the upper hand. However, Black Widow and Hawkeye, enhanced by the Extremis virus, could now release intense heat and heal rapidly. This transformation turned them into practically unkillable foes, evening the odds and making the battle particularly grueling. Hey, Wonder Woman is about to knock Captain America flat. Venom and Daredevil have already dealt with their opponents. Even Spider-Man and Arrow took care of Doc Ock, and yet it's still us and these two we haven't dealt with yet. Michelangelo, gliding on his flying skateboard, glanced at the other battlefields surrounding the rooftop with a grimace. Losing to anyone else is fine, but losing to Spider-Man? That stings. Do you think I don't want this over already? Donatello snapped while parrying Hawkeye's attacks. Too bad Phil confiscated the cryogun. That would have made short work of these two. Danny, is there any way to deal with them? Leonardo asked, frowning as he fought off Black Widow. It's not that we can't handle them, it's just that their new powers make it nearly impossible to end this, he added. Nope, Donatello sighed. We left in a rush. I didn't have time to grab anything useful. What about Venom? Raphael suggested, eyes lighting up with an idea. He could shapeshift into some kind of rope and tie these two up. Not happening, Donatello shot back. The symbiote's greatest weakness is fire, and these two can crank out heat in the thousands of degrees. Venom wouldn't stand a chance. Damn it. Michelangelo cursed, weaving around Black Widow and Hawkeye on his skateboard. The Turtles had no intention of killing their opponents. None of the Justice League or Avengers did. That was their unspoken agreement, a mutual understanding to avoid a blood feud. A death would irreparably deepen the divide, leaving a lasting scar even after the battle ended. The Turtles had opportunities to deal fatal blows to Black Widow and Hawkeye, but they couldn't bring themselves to cross that line. Anton, watching from above, clicked his tongue in irritation. The Turtles clearly couldn't restrain the two enhanced Avengers. Sighing, he drew the claw gun from his waist and toggled its setting to fishing net mode. Turtles, get out of the way. His calm, authoritative voice cut through the noise of the battlefield, and the Turtles instinctively retreated. Batman's reputation preceded him. He wasn't just the founder of the Justice League but also the one who had helped the Turtles step out of the shadows. He had solved their biggest problems and given them the chance to leave the sewers and become celebrated heroes, the beloved mascots of New York City. For the Turtles, Batman was a figure worthy of trust and respect, and they followed his command without hesitation. This recognition was second only to the respect the Turtles held for the rat who raised them, Splinter. Whizzing? As soon as Anton finished speaking, the Turtles instantly abandoned the battlefield. Black Widow and Hawkeye tensed, their instincts warning them of incoming danger. Before they could react, they saw a massive fishing net descending upon them. Both of their faces froze in shock as they moved to escape the net's reach. But the Turtles weren't just standing by. Seizing the opportunity, one of them grabbed a corner of the fishing net with a swift motion, pulling it like an experienced wrestler, and slammed it over Black Widow and Hawkeye. The others quickly joined in, tightening the net from all directions and trapping the pair. Natasha, burn this net with everything you've got. Hawkeye shouted, his voice low and urgent. His entire body began to glow red, his skin radiating intense heat. Even his face, normally calm and composed, emitted a fiery glow like magma, as though he were on the verge of exploding into a human bomb. Got it. Black Widow nodded, her body beginning to glow with the same fiery intensity. Blazing heat erupted from the two Avengers as they unleashed the full extent of their Extremis virus-enhanced abilities. At this point, their bodies glowed so brightly, it was as if two miniature suns had appeared on the battlefield. Oh, Donnie, they're gonna burn the net. Michelangelo shouted, panic evident in his voice. Sorry, but they won't, Anton said coolly as he stepped forward. His calm demeanor carried an air of authority. He glanced at the two glowing figures and sneered, they'll burn themselves out before they even put a scratch on this net. As equipment designed by Bruce Wayne, the fishing net was built to withstand extreme circumstances, and Anton had complete confidence in it. Sure enough, even with Black Widow and Hawkeye going all out, the fishing net only turned red from the heat. The floor beneath their feet began to warp and melt from the incredible temperatures, yet the net remained intact. Damn it. Black Widow and Hawkeye's faces twisted in frustration as they realized their efforts were futile. The net completely ensnared them, leaving them trapped and vulnerable. Pressed back to back, with their arms and legs bound, they were at the mercy of the Turtles, who dragged them off and fully secured them. You guys keep an eye on them, Anton instructed, his tone firm. The Turtles nodded in unison, standing guard over the restrained Avengers. Anton, meanwhile, turned his gaze upward. The next fight worth mentioning was the intense battle between Cyborg and Iron Man. As for Wonder Woman and Captain America, well, the outcome of that battle didn't even need to be said. Sky. Tony flew through the air, dodging the relentless attacks from Cyborg behind him. At the same time, parts of his armor transformed into weapons, with the Sidewinder missile launcher on his shoulder standing out as one of his key offensive tools. Boom, boom. However, none of his attacks seemed to faze Cyborg. The energy shield surrounding him blocked every single projectile, effectively cutting off all of Tony's offensive options. Damn it. Tony gritted his teeth, his mind flashing back to the alien invasion in New York just a few months prior. The massive technodrome piloted by the alien commander Krang had used a similar energy shield mechanism. This felt eerily familiar, as if he'd returned to that moment of helplessness, watching others save the day while he stood powerless. And, worst of all, he'd almost died back then. If it hadn't been for Eddie catching him. The memory of Eddie stirred a pang of guilt in Tony's chest, but it was quickly overshadowed by determination. He refused to let himself fall into despair. He believed in his decisions, he'd made his choices, and there was no room for regret. Boom! A sudden shockwave of energy struck Tony's armor with precision, hitting him at an unexpected angle. Crack! The impact destroyed the Sidewinder missile launcher on his shoulder. One of his key weapons was gone. But Tony wasn't one to give up. Adjusting his position midair, he boosted his thrusters and rocketed over Washington at incredible speeds, pushing his armor's energy systems to their limit. Whoosh! Flying low, he zipped past vehicles on the highway. Drivers below stared in shock as a red and gold blur streaked overhead. Moments later, another silver figure raced past, chasing after the first at breakneck speed. What the? A driver gaped at the sight, barely comprehending what he'd just seen. Grabbing his radio, he turned it on to catch any news updates. The airwaves were buzzing with urgency. At 2:12 this afternoon, a fierce battle broke out in the heart of Washington, D.C. The combatants? The Justice League and the Avengers. Yes, you heard that right, the Justice League and the Avengers. It's unclear why these two superhero teams are clashing, but eyewitness reports confirm that every member of both teams is involved in the fight. So far, Dr. Octopus and Captain America have been defeated. Crossbones, Black Widow, and Hawkeye seem to be out of the fight as well, likely taken down by their opponents. Currently, Cyborg and Iron Man are battling it out over the city. Reports indicate that Iron Man is struggling to hold his own and is being relentlessly pursued by Cyborg. The driver's jaw dropped as he processed the information. He exhaled sharply, releasing a gust of air that could only add to global warming. Whoosh, whoosh. Over the city of Washington, two figures darted through the air, weaving between towering buildings as if the cityscape were their personal playground. Explosions from brilliant shells lit up the sky, eliciting gasps and cheers from citizens below. It was a spectacle far more thrilling than any fireworks display. Although the battlefield between Cyborg and Tony Stark spanned all of downtown Washington, both combatants made deliberate efforts to avoid harming the crowd during their exchanges. Unbeknownst to them, their battle was being broadcast live to the entire city. Live text updates, video streams, and even call-ins flooded the airwaves. They're heading toward Washington Square. Someone stop this madness. It looks like Cyborg and Iron Man are about to settle things in Washington Square. The radio host's voice crackled with excitement, his words sharp and captivating. As he juggled a phone call with a reporter on the scene, he kept his audience riveted with his rapid-fire updates and magnetic delivery. The station's ratings soared, reaching an all-time high. Within 10 minutes, nearly 1 in 10 Americans had tuned in to follow the battle, clinging to every word of the broadcast. On highways and streets across the country, drivers pulled over, cranking up the volume in their cars, their faces tense as they listened intently. For many, it felt like witnessing an epic clash akin to the World Cup final, only this time, the stakes were far greater. Washington Square. Cyborg and Tony Stark hovered in the air, facing each other from a distance. "This will do," Cyborg said coldly, his eyes locked on Tony. "You're the only one left, Stark. So fast." Tony's heart sank as he grasped Cyborg's meaning. The entire Avengers team had been defeated, he was the last one standing. Beneath his helmet, his expression darkened. Cyborg raised his arm, energy gathering in his palm. "No need for more talk. Since you're the only one left, let's end this." Boom! A devastating energy beam tore through the air, streaking toward Tony like a meteor. Tony raised his hand, firing back with a beam of his own. Boom! The clash of their attacks created a massive explosion. The fountain below them shattered instantly, sending water and debris flying in all directions. The pool and the surrounding ground erupted, with shards of the fountain scattering like shrapnel. The onlookers, a mix of thrill-seekers and curious citizens, watched in awe from a distance. But as stray energy beams ricocheted from the clash, mixed with shards of debris and rubble, the danger became all too real. Chunks of concrete and wild energy flew hundreds of meters, smashing into the ground and piercing a nearby fire hydrant. A geyser of water erupted, drenching the unfortunate spectators standing nearby. Panic set in. Faces turned pale as they screamed, shielding their heads before bolting from the scene. In that moment, they understood the true scale of the battle. Even being near the fight, let alone directly involved, was a risk of unimaginable proportions. The only people who could safely watch the duel between Cyborg and Iron Man were those perched in the tall buildings nearby. Cyborg and Tony had avoided causing serious damage to these structures, focusing their fight on open areas. The aftermath of their collisions did little more than shatter glass. In short, many of these people, seemingly unafraid of danger, decided to take a calculated risk. They pulled out their phones and began snapping photos, their faces a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Among them were radio reporters who had hurried to the scene to cover the story. Rumble? In their view, Cyborg and Iron Man were technological titans, superheroes clad in advanced armor. The sky was filled with missiles and weaponry, streaking through the air in every direction. Yet, the projectiles seemed to have minds of their own, carefully avoiding the towering buildings. The violent collisions in the air unleashed bursts of fire and shockwaves, which crashed into the ground with ferocious force. Crack, crack, crack. The pavement of Washington Square split apart. Every tile crumbled into dust, and fissures as wide as a fist spread outward, carving deep into the earth as if piercing straight to its core. Thick black smoke billowed from the explosions, consuming Washington Square entirely. Whoosh! A silver figure suddenly shot through the smoke, its massive hand gripping the red figure by the neck. Cyborg had seized Iron Man. Without hesitation, he slammed Tony into the ground with incredible force. Boom! The impact created another massive crater, tens of meters in diameter, merging with the network of cracks in the square. Washington Square was now a war zone, torn apart and unrecognizable. Crunch! Everyone watching saw it, the instant defeat of Iron Man. He was pinned to the ground by Cyborg, his armor groaning under the strain. Joints buckled, and the metallic creaking sounded like the armor might give way at any moment. "Tony, it's over," Cyborg said, his voice calm yet firm. "It's still too early for that, Cyborg." Tony gritted his teeth, struggling to move beneath the powerful grip. "Coulson, haven't you arrived yet?" Boom! Cyborg suddenly lifted his head, sensing something above. Those watching from afar followed his gaze to the sky, where the smoke had cleared, revealing the blue heavens rippling with strange distortions. The sky seemed to fold like waves on a pond. A massive warship emerged from stealth, its colossal frame materializing overhead. It loomed above Cyborg and Iron Man, casting a shadow that swallowed the square below. "The helicarrier," Cyborg murmured, his eyes locked on the massive SHIELD warship. "I told you," Tony said with a hint of triumph, his voice trembling slightly with exhaustion but carrying a smile beneath his helmet. "It's not over yet. Checkmate." But Tony quickly noticed something strange. Cyborg remained calm, eerily calm. There was no panic, no surprise. It was as if the sight of the helicarrier had been anticipated all along. Tony, Cyborg said, standing up and releasing him. If this is your ace, I'm afraid I'm disappointed. What? Tony froze, startled by the cyborg's words. There was a note of disdain in Cyborg's tone, as if the helicarrier wasn't a threat at all. Could the Justice League still have a hidden trump card? As the thought crossed Tony's mind, the sky opposite the helicarrier began to ripple, distorting sunlight in the same way the warship had done when it appeared. What is this? Tony's voice quivered as his helmet HUD registered the disturbance. Then it appeared. A sleek black and white aircraft emerged from invisibility, its shape reminiscent of the Batplane. It hovered menacingly in the air, directly facing the helicarrier. While the Batplane was only a fraction of the helicarrier's size, perhaps 1/10, it commanded undeniable presence. It wasn't its size that struck fear, but its design and the legacy of the one who piloted it. The crowd immediately recognized it. This was Batman's plane. Just as Batman's Batmobile and Batcycle had left their mark on Gotham's criminals, the Batplane exuded the same ominous authority, a chilling counterpart to the helicarrier's dominating presence. Gulp. Tony finally understood why Cyborg had remained so calm. The Justice League had been meticulously prepared. Click. Tony's gaze snapped to the Batplane as its hatch opened. A tall figure leaped out, clutching a golden rope. Boom! The figure landed with a thunderous impact, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Despite the force of her descent, the golden rope she wielded kept its captives safely restrained. Wonder Woman. Tony's teeth clenched as he watched her in disbelief. She ignored him entirely, her focus on the individuals bound by her golden lasso. His heart sank when he recognized them: Rumlow, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Otto, Captain America. Cyborg hadn't been bluffing. Everyone else had already been defeated. No, he corrected himself bitterly, even he was as good as defeated now. Tony glanced at the virtual screen displayed in his helmet. His suit had 29% energy remaining, but most of his weapon systems were damaged beyond use. The only functional weapon left was his palm repulsor, but even that, given his energy reserves, the power of a palm blast would be no more effective against Cyborg than throwing a rock. The Avengers had fallen. All of them. Meanwhile, the radio waves buzzed with frenzied excitement. Iron Man is defeated, the host announced breathlessly. Cyborg has unsurprisingly triumphed over Tony Stark. At the same time, Batman has arrived on the scene, armed with brand new equipment. His Batplane now hovers over Washington, marking the debut of this advanced fighter. All of the Avengers have been captured. Wonder Woman has used her lasso of truth to bind the entire team at the ruins of Washington Square. It's an unbelievable sight. The host's tone grew even more intense. However, this confrontation isn't over yet. The Avengers seem to have activated their final weapon, a super battleship, a colossal sky aircraft carrier that dwarfs anything we've seen before. He paused briefly for dramatic effect, then exclaimed, "Batman's fighter is barely 1/10 the size of this monstrous ship. The sheer scale of it is incredible." Then his voice trembled with a mixture of awe and fear. Wait, could this warship be alien technology? The radio host had no idea that, as he mentioned, the helicarrier did incorporate extraterrestrial technology during its construction. This world differs from the original Marvel Cinematic Universe, as it incorporates elements from various other movies, creating a chaotic but fascinating reality. For instance, during the construction of the helicarrier, New York faced an alien invasion by Krang, and the Transformers battled at the Hoover Dam. None of these events escaped S.H.I.E.L.D.'s watchful eyes. Although their contributions were minimal, Nick Fury's resourceful leadership ensured that SHIELD benefited significantly from these incidents. Tony Stark went to great lengths to acquire a Decepticon corpse from the military, which he used as a reference to develop his car-based armor. When the Sky Mothership was nearing completion, Nick Fury handed over a relic left by Tony's father, Howard Stark, and enlisted Tony's help for the final stages of the project. Tony showcased his brilliance, integrating Decepticon technology into the Sky Mothership, significantly enhancing its technological capabilities. This was why Tony held such high expectations for the Sky Mothership. Of course, Tony wasn't naive enough to believe that the Sky Mothership and the SHIELD agents aboard it could defeat the Justice League. Still, he was confident the ship could pose a significant threat to them. However, when Tony caught sight of Batman's stealth fighter and the Justice League gathered together with Cyborg standing unflinching, his confidence wavered. Well, for now, all I can do is count on Coulson and the others, Tony muttered to himself, sighing heavily. Beside him, his fellow Avengers exchanged grim looks. It was clear that every member of the team was acutely aware of the massive gap in strength between them and the Justice League. Even more demoralizing was the realization that none of the Justice League's heaviest hitters had appeared yet. Phil, for instance, was far from the Justice League's core, yet he was still a full member and someone not to be underestimated. Had Phil known how highly the Avengers regarded him, he would have been overjoyed. Washington, Military District. Phil, Jonah Jameson, and John Jameson sat tensely, listening to the animated report from the radio host. Hearing that the Justice League had defeated the Avengers, they could barely contain their excitement. As photos uploaded by netizens flashed across their phones, they felt an intense sense of pride, as though they themselves had become part of the Justice League. For Jonah and John Jameson, the excitement ended there. They had no regrets. But Phil was different. Phil was devastated, kicking himself for accepting the mission to protect Jonah and his son. If not for this task, he would have been standing in Washington Square, basking in the glory alongside the Justice League. The radio broadcast hadn't mentioned the word evil even once, framing the Justice League's victory as a triumphant moment. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to stand out, and Phil had missed it. The thought alone turned his face green with envy and regret. His stomach churned as if his intestines were tied in knots. The defeat of the Avengers wasn't what hurt most, it was the embarrassment of being absent. Just then, the radio host mentioned the Sky Mothership, the super battleship, bringing Phil back to his senses. From the host's tone, it was clear that the Sky Mothership was S.H.I.E.L.D's last-ditch effort. The Justice League had defeated the Avengers but hadn't entirely secured victory. Phil, Jonah, and John froze, their faces tense as they strained to catch every word of the broadcast, unwilling to miss a single detail. Washington Square. The Batplane hovered in the air, suspended like a dark omen above the square. Under the watchful eyes of the public, several figures leapt down one after another, drawing gasps of amazement from the crowd. Spider-Man, Venom, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Green Arrow, and others landed gracefully amidst the chaos in the already devastated Washington Square. All but Batman stood together, forming a circle around their captives, members of the Avengers. Meanwhile, Cyborg glanced at the scene briefly before activating his thrusters. He ascended rapidly, heading toward the sky. What's going on? The Avengers exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions tense. It didn't take long for them to understand. Both the Batplane and Cyborg were moving toward the Sky Mothership. Are Batman and Cyborg planning to take down the Sky Mothership? Rumlow muttered, his pupils shrinking. No, it's probably just Batman. Cyborg's there to act as his chauffeur, Tony said bitterly through gritted teeth. Then, his expression darkened further. Don't forget Cyborg's abilities are on par with artificial intelligence. If he connects to the Sky Mothership's network, no one will be able to regain control from him. At these words, the Avengers' faces grew grim. They realized the battle ahead could end in total defeat. Shame? This was beyond humiliating. Inside the Sky Mothership's command room, Batman is approaching. Along with Cyborg? Everyone, stay alert. Open fire immediately. Enable both auto-aim and manual targeting. Keep them away at all costs. Hill's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. Her eyes darted between the radar screen and the black shape of the Batplane, which was growing larger through the glass window. Her heart clenched with a tension she had never felt before. The Justice League was unlike any opponent she had ever faced. Even S.H.I.E.L.D's strongest asset, the Avengers, had been crushed effortlessly by them. Deep down, Hill doubted the Sky Mothership could stop them. But there was still a glimmer of hope. Batman wasn't attacking with the full might of the Justice League. He and Cyborg were attempting to break in on their own. Hill's lips tightened as determination ignited within her. This is our last chance to save face, she thought. We must hold them off. The ship's countless cannons whirred to life, their barrels locking onto the incoming Batplane. A storm of fire erupted, and shells rained down, filling the air with deafening booms. But the Batplane, piloted with surgical precision, evaded every single shot. Under Anton's control, the fighter seemed almost alive, darting nimbly through the air and retaliating with bright red energy beams. Boom, boom, explosions ripped through the Sky Mothership as its launchers were obliterated. Black smoke billowed from the damaged sections of the ship. At the same time, Cyborg broke through the energy barrier, flying amidst the chaotic shellfire. With calculated precision, he intercepted stray shells before they could fall onto Washington City below. Wait, is Cyborg protecting the city? One Avenger muttered in disbelief. He's not just helping Batman, another added. He anticipated that the Sky Mothership's attack would endanger Washington. He's shielding the city. The Avengers froze, their earlier anger replaced by stunned silence. Tony, watching Cyborg's efforts from the ground, felt a pang of regret. For the first time, he realized just how poorly he had judged the situation. The crowd below, ordinary citizens who had come to witness the chaos, saw the truth, too. Their murmurings grew louder, a wave of emotion rippling through them. Cyborg, he's a hero, someone whispered. He's a superhero, another shouted, their voice trembling with excitement. A cheer erupted from the crowd, filled with admiration for Cyborg's actions. For them, in that moment, he had proven himself to be the very definition of a superhero. Cyborg. Upon witnessing this scene, Carlson began to doubt the legitimacy of the war between SHIELD and the Justice League. Hill, however, felt no such doubt. Her tragic childhood had shaped her into a person of cold, decisive action. With SHIELD and the Justice League now embroiled in such chaos, there was no turning back. Before firing the cannon, Hill had considered that the Sky Mothership's attacks might impact the city below. But at this point, the damage was already done. SHIELD couldn't afford to back down now. Furthermore, capturing Batman could still turn the tide in their favor. To Hill, the sacrifice would be worth it. After all, it was Nick Fury himself who had taught her this hard truth. The Justice League is too arrogant, Hill declared firmly. Since Cyborg has no intention of engaging in the fight, that leaves Batman alone to break into the Sky Mothership. This is to our advantage. Redirect all firepower, ignore Cyborg and focus everything on that fighter. Batman must be stopped at all costs. Understood. Yes, ma'am. The SHIELD agents obeyed, accelerating their attacks. Yet, the Batplane was as elusive as a slippery eel, weaving through the barrage of cannon fire with uncanny precision. Unable to land a direct hit, the agents resorted to saturating the air with ammunition, trying to force the Batplane away from the Sky Mothership. Meanwhile, Cyborg remained on the outskirts, intercepting stray shells with his bare hands to protect the city below. At that moment, the citizens of Washington turned their eyes skyward, unable to ignore the spectacle above. The massive Sky Mothership loomed like a dark cloud, relentlessly firing on a Batplane that was no more than a fraction of its size. Online, the news exploded. Photos and videos spread like wildfire, shared and reposted by countless users. Among the most viral images were those of the Avengers. Captain America included, captured and bound on the ground. Surrounding them stood the Justice League, Wonder Woman, Green Arrow, Spider-Man, Venom, Daredevil, and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And high above them, Cyborg, who had earlier fought Iron Man, now stood as a silent guardian, catching stray shells with his hands. That left only Batman, who had yet to make a proper appearance. For those familiar with the Justice League, there was one more name missing, a mysterious hero known only as the Hobgoblin. But at that moment, no one gave much thought to him. The public was certain that the figure piloting the Batplane had to be Batman. And they weren't wrong. Anton, piloting the Batplane, expertly evaded the Sky Mothership's barrage, firing precise energy rays to disable its shell launchers. In a desperate bid to stop him, SHIELD scrambled their F-35 fighter jets, hoping to deliver a decisive blow. But they underestimated Anton, or rather, Batman. What Anton had been waiting for was this very moment. When the F-35s were deployed, the Sky Mothership was forced to reduce its cannon fire to avoid hitting its own aircraft. This thinning of the barrage gave Anton the opening he needed. As the first F-35 fighter began to take off, Anton seized the moment. With calculated precision, he fired a single energy ray, striking the jet's wing and disabling it before it could fully ascend. Using this distraction, the Batplane surged forward, finally reaching close range with the Sky Mothership. Click! The rear compartment opened, and Anton jumped out. Under the gaze of all eyes, Anton transformed into Batman. He glided for about 100 meters, skillfully avoiding the barrage of shells, before landing on the deck of the Sky Mothership amid countless astonished stares. Batman is here. The Sky Mothership has been breached. All agents, move out. We must stop him from reaching the command room. Hurry. On the Sky Mothership, Hill remained calm, but her expression darkened. A flurry of orders was issued as agents scrambled to arm themselves and take down Batman on the deck. She hadn't anticipated that after all their effort, Batman would seize the opportunity so decisively. Coulson sighed, the grim possibility of defeat looming over him. He could almost see the Sky Mothership falling to its opponent. At the same time, the radio host received a report from an on-site reporter. That pilot in the Batplane, it's really Batman. Batman piloted the Batplane, destroyed an enemy fighter on the super battleship, and covered over 100 meters while dodging countless shells. He then glided onto the battleship's deck. We can't yet predict what will happen next. After Batman arrived on the super battleship, the enormous ship ceased its attacks, and Cyborg returned to the team. He seemed confident in Batman's abilities. Now, let's stay tuned for the final outcome. Across the internet, countless people refreshed the photos shared by Washington's citizens. These were uploaded to major forums, websites, and social media, while live radio continued broadcasting the host's impassioned commentary. Everyone now knew that Batman had entered the enemy's camp. The final result would soon be revealed. After reaching the deck, Anton raised his hand and fired a bat-shaped dart. Did it die? The dart exploded instantly. The shockwave sent agents in protective gear flying. Their heads were bloodied, their ears ringing with a deafening buzz. Though S.H.I.E.L.D.'s equipment was advanced and could withstand ordinary explosions, it couldn't prevent them from losing most of their combat effectiveness. Boom! Anton wasn't holding back now. He fired a flash bullet, blinding the agents who were coming in behind him, before charging forward like a wolf among sheep. His fists, shoulders, knees, calves, and head became weapons of destruction. Although S.H.I.E.L.D's agents were well trained, they couldn't withstand the full force of Anton, now fully embodying Batman's combat style. The entire clash on the deck lasted barely 2 minutes. When it was over, only one person remained standing on the spacious deck, Batman. Anton glared coldly at a camera in the corner of the deck, said nothing, and moved forward. He crossed the first line of defense with ease, and the command room seemed within reach. Command room. Hill's face was one of utter shock. She hadn't expected Batman to wipe out all the agents so quickly. Not only had he overpowered them, but he also seemed to have complete control over his actions, maintaining his principle of non-lethal force. We've lost? Coulson's voice was bitter. He turned to Hill and said, "We need to surrender. Let Batman come through. It's the only way to minimize the damage." Washington Square had been reduced to ruins. All the Avengers watched as Batman entered the Sky Mothership, knowing that the outcome was sealed. SHIELD had lost. Before this battle, some might have had doubts, but after seeing the Justice League's strength firsthand, those doubts were completely erased. The power of the Justice League far exceeded anything they had imagined. No one could fathom that Batman, as the leader of the Justice League, would be defeated by a mere battleship. In a sense, the defeated Avengers now held even more confidence in Batman than those who were only listening to the radio broadcasts. Whoosh! Cyborg returned to the square from the sky and joined his companions. This had been the Justice League's largest mobilization yet. Except for Phil, everyone was present. Of course, this battle also marked the Justice League's greatest triumph, showcasing their strength and momentum. No one would dare underestimate the Justice League now. Even the military personnel in the Washington Military District were secretly astonished when they saw the news and pictures online. On site, as Cyborg returned to the ground, Tony spoke up. Even if you win, this matter isn't over yet. Tony's voice was serious. Cyborg, how do you explain Hydra and the assassination of Nick? Before we came here, we removed the military personnel and helped Nick Fury escape the hospital, Cyborg responded, his gaze shifting to one of the Avengers who was tied up. Soon you'll know the truth about Nick Fury identified Batman as the mastermind behind the scenes. As Cyborg continued, he spoke of incredible revelations, shocking the Avengers, who had no idea what was unfolding. By the way, whether or not there's a fake Nick Fury doesn't really matter. Based on our investigation, we have reason to believe there is a Hydra member among you. Who do you think that could be? The words hit like a bombshell. Not only the Avengers, but even the Justice League, except for Anton's clone, were stunned. Spider-Man, Daredevil, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and others had learned of the threat before the Justice League took action. Moreover, recent reports from the Daily Bugle had revealed that Batman was battling a terrifying organization operating from the shadows. This organization was Hydra, with agents embedded worldwide. But they never expected that even S.H.I.E.L.'s own superhero team, the Avengers, which was designed to be a counterpart to the Justice League, representing peace and justice, had Hydra members in their ranks. The Avengers were, for the most part, high-ranking members of SHIELD, and the revelation that Hydra spies had infiltrated their ranks sent shockwaves through them. Rumlow's heart went cold. He was horrified that Batman's intelligence network had uncovered his identity, but he tried to mask his shock with composure. Don't believe him, Rumlow gritted through his teeth, his voice low. They want to create division within our ranks. This is it, Cyborg said, his eyes narrowing at Rumlow. Do you still think this is unnecessary? He looked directly at Rumlow and chuckled. Crossbones Rumlow, or should I call you, a member of Hydra? The room fell silent. In the next moment, every eye was on Rumlow. Cyborg burst into loud laughter. Not just him, other members of the Justice League standing beside him wore amused expressions as well. The Avengers wouldn't stand a chance against us, split or not. Whether you divide or stay together doesn't make a difference, Cyborg said confidently. Spider-Man couldn't help but chime in, aren't you giving yourself way too much credit? The remark wasn't harsh, but it stung a subtle yet sharp insult. The Avengers' faces darkened immediately, their gazes locking onto Spider-Man. Their expressions were grim, their eyes almost predatory, sending chills down Spider-Man's spine. Startled, he instinctively stepped back, hiding behind a cyborg and cautiously peeking out to observe the scene. Cyborg, stop slandering me. Rumlow's voice cut through the tension, anger lacing every word. Don't you dare pin your Justice League's dirty tricks on me? Are you still trying to cover up your schemes? Pausing for a moment, Rumlow's expression shifted, as if something had just occurred to him. But his mouth kept running. I'm Hydra. Wait, what? The room fell silent. Rumlow froze, his face a mix of confusion and horror. What did I just say? His shocked expression turned towards Cyborg, then stiffly shifted to his companions. His body trembled as he stammered, Don't listen to him. They're messing with me? This isn't real, I'm not. He faltered, the words spilling out of his mouth against his will. I am. No, I'm not. I am. Desperation flashed across Rumlow's face as he clamped his mouth shut. He glared at Cyborg with unrestrained hatred, but the truth had already been laid bare. Lasso. Tony Stark took a deep breath, suddenly understanding the situation. Having watched Wonder Woman, the answer was obvious. The Justice League was behind this. More specifically, it was Wonder Woman's doing. Her lasso of truth. Anyone ensnared by it could only speak the truth. Tony glanced around at his Avengers teammates and noticed the shimmering golden lasso binding them. Clearly, the lasso was doing its job. The others seemed to grasp the same realization. This wasn't just a rope, it was a magical artifact tied to Wonder Woman's Amazonian heritage. Several Avengers exchanged grim looks before Steve Rogers finally stepped forward. His voice was firm, commanding. Rumlow, what's going on? Is Batman really behind Nick Fury's assassination? And Alexander Pierce, what's his role in all this? Tell us everything. Rumlow's face contorted with rage and helplessness. He tried to resist but failed. His words spilled out, his voice tight with anger. Nick Fury is dead. The one in the hospital is Zartan, Cobra's master of disguise. The Avengers froze in shock, but Rumlow wasn't done. His tone grew more bitter as he revealed. Alexander Pierce is the leader of this generation's Hydra. I'm one of his subordinates. This entire conflict between the Avengers and the Justice League? It's all part of our plan, a deliberate scheme to sow chaos. Pierce. Steve's expression turned grim. He's Hydra. Yes, Rumlow confirmed reluctantly. He's our leader. But Hydra has many leaders these days. Aside from Pierce, there's Dr. Zola, Baron Strucker, Daniel Whitehall, Madam Viper, and others. Pierce isn't in full control of Hydra, but he's the most influential among us, the one who's managed to rebuild much of our power. The weight of Rumlow's confession sank in. For a moment, the room was silent. Rumlow, pale as a sheet, avoided the furious gazes of his fellow Avengers. He could practically feel the murderous intent radiating from them. Meanwhile, the Justice League members, who had been adversaries moments ago, watched with unrestrained amusement. On the helicarrier, Anton moved carefully, his steps echoing in the eerie quiet. The once chaotic battleship was now unnervingly calm. It seemed SHIELD had given up their assault, resigning themselves to inaction while mocking him from a distance. Still, Anton remained cautious as he approached the command room. Inside, only Hill and Coulson awaited him. The rest of the crew had been sent to the rear of the massive ship, presumably to prevent this conversation from being overheard. Batman, Coulson greeted, his tone weary but resolute. We meet again. Anton tilted his head, his voice calm yet cutting. I warned SHIELD to clean up its act. He paused, narrowing his eyes. Looks like the Justice League had to step in and handle what you couldn't. Hydra isn't simple, Coulson began, his tone heavy. Someone deliberately created the conflict between SHIELD and the Justice League. This isn't S.H.I.E.L.DS doing its Hydra. They've been the ones targeting you. But the Avengers acted recklessly, Anton countered, his voice calm but firm. Let's be clear, I didn't start this. I've only been forced to defend myself. Coulson straightened, his expression serious. Regardless, this needs to end now, he said. Batman, the actions of the Avengers were sanctioned by the World Security Council. We had valid reasons to question the Justice League's legitimacy. Enough. Anton cut him off with a wave of his hand. I don't have time to listen to your excuses. Tapping the bracelet on his wrist, Anton activated something. What are you doing? Hill asked, her eyes narrowing. Both she and Coulson tensed, readying themselves for another potential attack. But instead of a fight, a strange energy shimmered in the air. The light distorted their vision, and ripples cascaded through the room like waves in a pond. Teleportation. Coulson murmured, his face a mix of confusion and awe. In an instant, the Justice League members and the captured Avengers vanished from the ruins of Washington Square, reappearing aboard the Sky Mothership. Hill and Coulson stood in stunned silence, looking helplessly at the Avengers now standing before them. Anton crossed his arms, his eyes scanning the room before resting on Rumlow. A sly smirk played on his lips. I told you before, Rumlow is Hydra. But you thought you were so clever, didn't you? His gaze lingered on Tony Stark for a few extra seconds, making the billionaire squirm uncomfortably. This mess? You brought it on yourselves. What are you talking about? Hill blurted out, her voice sharp. Coulson looked equally alarmed. Rumlow is Hydra. Correct, Steve Rogers confirmed grimly, his jaw clenched. We were deceived. This was all part of Alexander Pierce's plan. Turning to Batman, Rogers spoke with uncharacteristic humility. Let us go, Batman. This was our mistake, and I'll take responsibility for it. But please let us take down Pierce ourselves. He's already escaped. Anton raised an eyebrow. Don't worry. Pierce won't get far. The others exchanged confused glances. Rogers frowned. What do you mean? Didn't you notice? Anton asked coolly. One of us didn't make it to the mothership. It was then they realized, Cyborg wasn't with them. Before they could react further, Coulson stepped forward, his voice measured but tense. Since you've caught the masterminds, what are you going to do with us? Anton didn't answer directly. That's not my call. Someone else will handle that. He tapped his bracelet again. Another flash of energy consumed the room. In an instant, everyone Avengers, Justice League members, and the entire Sky Mothership vanished. Back on the ground in Washington, the citizens were stunned. The battlefield that had been Washington Square was suddenly empty, save for the ruins that bore the scars of a massive fight. Many rubbed their eyes, wondering if they'd just imagined everything. In the nearby Washington Military District, the Sky Mothership reappeared in the sky. Inside a military meeting room, Secretary of Defense John Keller had just returned to Washington after a morning meeting with the Winter Soldier. He'd been discussing the growing chaos with top military officials when news of the Washington battle reached him. As reports poured in, Keller's instincts told him what was coming. Batman was on his way. Moments later, his suspicions were confirmed. The doors to the conference room burst open, and a soldier rushed in, his face pale and his voice shaky. Generals, outside, he hesitated, swallowing hard before continuing. A massive warship just appeared. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After the Avengers' defeat, the Sky Mothership under SHIELD vanished from the skies above Washington. Back at headquarters, Alexander Pierce quickly received reports from the scene. Pierce's face twisted with anger, his brow furrowing deeply. Useless, he spat, slamming his fist on the desk. They're all a bunch of incompetent fools. The outcome had caught Pierce off guard. He had placed high hopes on SHIELD and the Avengers to neutralize the Justice League. Instead, the result was a crushing defeat. The scenario he had envisioned, a mutual loss that would weaken both sides, was nowhere to be seen. To make matters worse, Batman and the Justice League had emerged as the heroes of the battle. Even the Sky Mothership's reckless attack on the city in its final moments had only served to elevate the Justice League's image, particularly Cyborg, who had stolen the spotlight. In the end, Pierce's plan had backfired spectacularly, unintentionally bolstering Batman and his team. Batman, you may have won this round, Pierce muttered darkly, gripping the phone on his desk. But this isn't over. He dialed a number, a direct line to the U.S. representative on the World Security Council. After all, it had been the council that had approved S.H.I.E.L.D's operation against the Justice League. Now that the battle was lost, Pierce intended to employ political tactics. He would manipulate public opinion, paint Batman and the Justice League as villains, and shift the narrative to protect SHIELD. But the call didn't go through. What's going on? Pierce muttered, his expression darkening as unease settled over him. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, someone knocked on his office door. Who is it? Pierce barked, his voice laced with suspicion. He turned his gaze toward the door, his hand instinctively moving beneath his desk to press the hidden alarm button. The door creaked open. My name is Cyborg, came a low, steady voice. The Justice League member stepped into the office, his presence imposing. He stopped a few feet from Pierce, staring him down. Pierce, we're not strangers to each other. Pierce's eyes widened in shock. How dare you come here, he snapped, his hand discreetly pressing the alarm. You're criminals? Aren't you afraid of being hunted by S.H.I.E.L.D? Criminals. Cyborg chuckled, his expression mocking. Coming from you, the highest-ranking leader of Hydra, that's rich. A bit of magical realism, don't you think? He paused, glancing at the desk where Pierce's hand hovered. Oh, and don't bother pressing that button. Pierce froze. I disabled the entire security system before I got here, Cyborg continued with a faint smile. Why do you think it took me a bit longer to show up? Cyborg's smile grew sharper. By the way, your precious Sky Mothership? It's already in the Washington Military District. Your men are waiting for me to bring you in. Pierce's pupils dilated in fear. His plan had unraveled completely. All he could do was stare at Cyborg in desperation as the Justice League member approached. Washington Military District. A massive warship just arrived outside. The soldier's report sent shockwaves through the conference room. Secretary of Defense John Keller and the military leaders seated around him exchanged knowing glances. The Sky Mothership. Earlier that morning, the military had convened to approve the Justice League's request to take action against SHIELD. Hours later, the battle in Washington had erupted, pitting the Avengers against the Justice League. And now, the Sky Mothership had appeared at their doorstep. During the battle, the Avengers were defeated despite S.H.I.E.L.D's urgent deployment of the Sky Mothership in their support. Even with such reinforcements, the outcome remained unchanged. The events of the battle were widely broadcast, eliminating the need for military intelligence channels. Furthermore, it was now clear that the Justice League had mastered alien teleportation technology, which explained how Batman and his team had arrived so swiftly. Don't be nervous, John Keller said, rising from his seat. Let's go. A group of officials departed the conference room and headed toward the military training grounds. Despite it being broad daylight, the massive shadow cast by the floating Sky Mothership blanketed the area. So, this is the Sky Mothership, Keller murmured, his eyes gleaming with interest. The Sky Mothership represented the pinnacle of Earth's advanced military technology. In fact, its capabilities even outstripped the technology of the current military base. To Keller, it was clear this vessel was like an aircraft carrier in the sky, the ultimate symbol of military power. A sudden thought crossed his mind: if the military could seize and utilize the Sky Mothership, their power would grow exponentially. Mr. Keller, a commanding voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see Batman standing at the forefront of the Justice League. Behind him stood his team, along with the prisoners they had taken from S.H.I.E.L.D, including all the captured Avengers. Batman didn't wait for Keller to speak. If you came here to question me, I've already handled everything. Keller raised an eyebrow as Batman continued. We retrieved Nick Fury from the hospital and brought him here. Based on DNA extracted from him, he's an exact match to the Zartan clone lying in your morgue. Keller nodded grimly. It's confirmed. The Nick Fury in the hospital is an imposter Zartan, the master of disguise from the Cobra organization. What? The Avengers stared in shock and disbelief. They had already heard this revelation from Romlo under the lasso of truth, but now hearing it officially confirmed by the military shattered any lingering doubt. The most stunned among them was Tony Stark. That's impossible, Tony exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. I compared Nick's DNA myself, it matched the data in S.H.I.E.L.D's system. How could he be a fake? His voice faltered as the implications sank in. Could Fury have been replaced from the very beginning? It's not hard to replace DNA records when SHIELD has been infiltrated by Hydra, a calm voice replied, cutting through the air. Whoosh! Suddenly, a silver figure descended, carrying a thin, frail man. It was Cyborg. The frail man he carried was immediately recognizable to many of those present. Alexander Pierce. Wrong. Tony, still full of doubt, spoke in a deep voice. Jarvis has checked the data in the SHIELD database. There were no signs of tampering. I wouldn't have been fooled by such a simple trick. That's because you underestimated Hydra, Cyborg interjected. Hydra has a cyber life form, Dr. Zola. He's like a ghost on the internet, able to move freely, just like your AI butler, Jarvis. Covering up traces? That's child's play to him. A network ghost. Dr. Zola. Tony's face darkened as realization hit him. He had been outplayed by Hydra. The other Avengers, as well as Coulson and Hill, exchanged uneasy looks. Their expressions were a mix of shock and shame. All the evidence made it clear, SHIELD had been manipulated from the start. Hydra's audacity in operating so brazenly beneath their noses was unprecedented. Dr. Zola? But he's dead. Coulson protested. He was diagnosed with a terminal illness in 1972 and died shortly after. Plenty of senior agents in the bureau even attended his funeral. Hill nodded in agreement. As key figures in SHIELD, both Coulson and Hill were familiar with Zola's history. Zola's full name was Arnim Zola. During World War II, he was a brilliant geneticist from Switzerland and a close ally of Hitler. He was the first human genetic engineer in history, tasked with helping create Hitler's vision of a superior race. However, the Nazis lost the war, Hydra was dismantled, and Zola was captured by the US military. Later, Zola supposedly died. Before his death, Zola was even trusted by Howard Stark, Tony's father, one of the founding members of SHIELD. Then you should ask the relevant person directly, Cyborg said, his gaze shifting to Pierce, who was now restrained. Of course he isn't dead, Pierce sneered, his expression twisted with triumph. Shortly after being diagnosed with a terminal illness, Zola transferred his consciousness into a massive computer. He became a cyberlife form, a ghost on the internet, as you said. A collective shiver ran through the room, and many present felt a cold sweat forming. But as Pierce spoke so freely, some couldn't help but feel suspicious. Why was he being so cooperative? Why didn't he try to conceal Hydra's secrets or his own identity? The answer became obvious when they noticed Wonder Woman's golden lasso of truth wrapped around Pierce's body. Realization dawned on the group. They had gathered enough information about Wonder Woman through the movies Anton had made to recognize the lasso's power. The lasso of truth, a tool of absolute honesty. A perfect weapon for extracting confessions. But Hydra was wiped out after World War II under the Coalition forces' assault, Coulson said, still struggling to comprehend. How did you come back from extinction? Thanks to Howard Stark, Pierce replied, his gaze falling on Tony. What? Tony froze, his mind racing. He hadn't expected his father to be mentioned in any of this. Stop spouting nonsense. Tony snapped, gritting his teeth. My father would never be part of Hydra. You're right, Pierce smirked, but it's not what you think. Captain America Steve Rogers nodded firmly. Howard wasn't that kind of person. As a comrade in arms during World War II, Rogers had absolute faith in Howard Stark, despite Stark's eccentric behavior. But as he glanced at Rumlow, doubt crept into his mind. The reason I say this, Pierce began slowly, is because your father approved a certain plan after founding SHIELD with Peggy Carter and Chester Phillips. That plan is what allowed Hydra to resurrect and preserve its legacy. The Paperclip Project, Coulson murmured, his eyes widening in realization. So that's it. The Paperclip Project was an operation to recruit select German scientists after World War II to work for SHIELD. Among those brought in were remnants of Hydra, like Dr. Arnim Zola, who embedded Hydra's roots deep within SHIELD. In hindsight, it was undoubtedly the worst decision SHIELD ever made. Exactly, Pierce confirmed. Suddenly, John Keller chuckled and began clapping slowly. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He wasn't alone. The military leaders standing beside him shared knowing smirks, their expressions full of schadenfreude. They weren't strangers to the Paperclip Project. Thanks to the competitive relationship between SHIELD and the US military, this old classified information from the 20th century was no longer a secret. After all, Chester Phillips was not only a founder of SHIELD but also a representative of the military. Back then, many SHIELD operations weren't kept hidden from the US government. It was only in the modern era that SHIELD had distanced itself from US control, becoming a thorn in the side of the military. SHIELD made its own mess, Keller sneered. Now there's no one left to clean it up for you. Turning to Batman, Keller gave a nod of approval. Batman, this time we owe you. You pulled out this deeply embedded thorn. From here, we'll take over. Don't worry, we won't disappoint you. I'll work with the generals to apply for the Justice League to officially become an affiliate of the military. From now on, the military will share law enforcement authority with the Justice League. Pausing for emphasis, Keller added, the Justice League and the military will become close allies, partners, if you will. Hearing this, the Justice League members except for Anton and his clone couldn't hide their excitement. For them, being officially recognized was a great honor. It was reminiscent of Captain America during World War II, who was a celebrated hero with official status and endorsement. Everything felt legitimate. Unfortunately, the current Captain America, Rogers, was nothing more than a figurehead within the military. In reality, he was just another SHIELD employee. After all, it was SHIELD that had dug him out of the ice in the polar regions. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., Keller continued, turning his attention to its representatives, the president will be holding you accountable for this disaster. Smiling coldly, he added, after this, your headquarters will likely be relocated assuming you don't get dismantled entirely. The implication was clear, even if SHIELD survived, it would emerge severely weakened. The SHIELD representatives looked grim. There was no denying that they bore responsibility for the catastrophe. The resurgence of Hydra and the battle SHIELD triggered this time were all tied to S.H.I.E.L.D's questionable operations. Regardless, the punishment was unavoidable. The punishment SHIELD deserves, we will accept, someone from SHIELD stated. However, these kinds of incidents were part of the plan. To draw out Hydra, we've made significant sacrifices. By the way, Mr. Secretary of Defense, Mr. Keller, I will explain the full context of this matter to you and the President, the speaker added. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hearing the familiar tone, Carlson and the others stiffened. Their pupils dilated in shock, and they instinctively turned toward the source. Emerging from the crowd of SHIELD agents surrounded by the military was a figure many believed to be long dead. This person removed his disguise, revealing himself to be none other than Nick Fury, the current director of SHIELD, presumed to have died. The crowd was stunned. "Nick, you're alive." John Keller's mind raced as conflicting thoughts flashed through his head. His face darkened, realizing the sudden shift in dynamics. Fury's reappearance wasn't just unexpected, it was a calculated move. Nick Fury's presence, given the current situation, could salvage at least 30% of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s losses. Batman, the avatar of Anton, observed Fury with curiosity. Although mildly surprised by Fury's resurrection, he wasn't entirely caught off guard. Knowing Fury's cunning and calculated nature, Anton understood that Hydra wouldn't have been able to take him down so easily. "Yes, I'm alive," Fury said with a smirk. His eyes swept over Rumlow and Pierce before settling on the latter. "If I hadn't faked my death, they wouldn't have revealed themselves so openly." "Pierce, I never expected you to be Hydra." Pierce's face darkened, and he sneered. "Nick." Seeing Fury, he immediately realized he had walked into a trap. Everything was part of a plan to lure Hydra out of hiding. "You really are meticulous," Pierce said sarcastically. "Your fake death act was so well hidden that no one suspected it. You stood by and watched the Avengers get beaten and SHIELD suffer devastating losses. Nick, you've proven again that you trust no one." Fury remained calm. "No, I trust certain people," he said, locking eyes with Pierce. "You were one of them once, but you disappointed me." "Enough." Keller interrupted, his voice sharp. "This is our territory, not the place for your arguments. Nick Fury, what explanation do you have? This operation of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s caused massive destruction and losses in Washington. You will bear full responsibility." "As I said," Fury replied coolly, "SHIELD will accept responsibility for everything we're accountable for." He turned to Batman and added, "If possible, could you ask Wonder Woman to release our people?" Batman glanced at Wonder Woman and gave a small wave. "Fine." Hearing the signal, Wonder Woman loosened the golden lasso of truth. The Avengers, now freed, quickly recovered and restrained Rumlow, who had been exposed as a Hydra spy among their ranks. At the same time, Alexander Pierce, standing by the robotic figure, was cuffed. "In that case, I'll leave the rest to you," Batman said nonchalantly. He shrugged and added, "The Justice League has no further involvement in this matter. As for the remaining Hydra operatives," his gaze shifted to Nick Fury. "I trust certain people have their own plans for dealing with them." After saying this, Batman and the other Justice League members understood it was time to leave. The next confrontation was now a matter between the military and SHIELD. From Batman's demeanor, it was clear he had no intention of intervening in the political or power struggles between the two sides. The Justice League had upheld justice and achieved its goals. Following this incident, no organization including SHIELD, the CIA, FBI, Interpol, or any other shady group would dare to challenge the Justice League lightly or label them as outlaws. Moreover, Batman used this opportunity to establish deeper ties with the military and foster cooperation in certain areas. This collaboration also benefited Wayne Enterprises, controlled by the Jameson family, which stood to gain significantly. Let's not forget that the Cobra organization had also been involved in this situation. The Cobra organization's funder, Distro, was the CEO of Mars Industries, an arms company responsible for developing the nanoworm warhead, a superweapon that cost over 10 billion euros to produce. Mars held a considerable share of the international arms market. However, after this incident, it was foreseeable that Mars would face severe repercussions from the US government and SHIELD, even if it didn't completely collapse. Once Mars lost its market share, the military would likely use the opportunity to endorse Wayne Enterprises, helping it claim a portion of Mars market as compensation to Batman. Meanwhile, Anton had long set his sights on the Ares factory, a privately controlled ammunition production base owned by Distro. Anton had already confirmed the factory's location through Distro and was merely waiting to send his team to seize it. Of course, the takeover process would not be peaceful, but none of that mattered. In the end, the benefits from this incident, both overt and covert, were enough to satisfy Anton. "Let's go. I look forward to seeing you again," Anton said, glancing at his companions. Without lingering, he activated his teleportation bracelet and vanished instantly. Following his lead, the other Justice League members also used the teleportation devices on their bracelets, disappearing before everyone's eyes. This scene left John Keller, the SHIELD agents, and others present feeling both envious and intrigued. Teleportation devices? This advanced technology would be revolutionary if they could get their hands on it. However, for now, Batman and the others had used it only to travel. What a waste. Tony Stark, observing this, narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. He had taken an interest in teleportation technology back when the alien Krang invaded Earth. However, after all the chaos that followed, he had set the idea aside. Seeing Batman and the Justice League employ it in this battle reignited his interest. He resolved to revisit and explore this advanced and practical technology. "Hey!" At that moment, as Batman and the others disappeared, a loud shout interrupted the quiet. "Batman, wait for me." The voice belonged to Phil, Hobgoblin, and an official member of the Justice League. Noticing the commotion outside, Phil had come to check, only to see several familiar figures standing in the center of the training ground. But just as he was about to greet them, Batman and the others teleported away in an instant. Phil froze in shock, disappointment washing over him. He stood there, despondent, his chance to join them gone. Why did they leave as soon as I arrived? Standing in the shadows beneath the Sky Mothership, Phil looked up at the distant lights and sighed. Am I truly destined never to act with the main team? Oh. Suddenly, Jameson and his son approached him. Did Batman just leave? Jonah Jameson glanced at the massive Sky Mothership overhead and couldn't hide his amazement. So, this is the super battleship they mentioned in the broadcast. Tisk, tisk, no wonder they claimed it might be based on alien technology. It really doesn't look like something Earth's current technology could produce. What? John Jameson, standing beside him, was startled, sensing that his father had said something he probably wasn't supposed to reveal. In the vast reaches of space, a massive spherical spacecraft floated silently in the corner of a distant galaxy. Anton and his team materialized aboard the vessel. This was their base, an alien tech spacecraft known as Technodrome. It's over, Anton said, glancing around at his companions with a smile. We've gained a lot this time. No one will dare interfere with our operations again. Still, Daredevil interjected, from what we've heard, Hydra hasn't been completely destroyed. What's the plan? Are you going to deal with Hydra yourself? Anton shook his head. No. Hydra's motto is to cut off one head and grow another. No matter how many we kill, they always find a way to regenerate. They're like weeds, you can never fully uproot them. Are you leaving Hydra to S.H.I.E.L.D? Eddie asked, deep in thought. Given the circumstances, SHIELD won't let Hydra off the hook. Maybe it's best to let them handle it. After all, by thwarting their plans, we've already sent a clear warning. Hydra won't dare come after us again. Exactly, Anton replied with a nod. Hydra no longer poses a threat to us. If they do, we'll crush them in an instant. Besides, they'll never know how much we've uncovered about their operations. On every front, they're outmatched by us. Fair enough, Daredevil said. Since you've got things figured out, I won't argue. Now that this mission's over, I should head back. After a few farewells, Daredevil departed. Soon, the others followed Spider-Man, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and the rest of the team dispersed one by one. Anton retrieved his avatar projections, leaving the vast Technodrome empty once more. He let out a long breath, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Beyond the material rewards of the mission, there was one particularly satisfying gain, justice points. Mission completed. Arrested Alexander Pierce and Brock Rumlow. Thwarted Hydra's conspiracy. Severely damaged S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Hydra branch. Reward, 5 million justice points. Current justice point balance, 45 million. Anton checked the system log and smiled. I'm getting closer to my small goal of 100 million points, almost halfway there. He couldn't help but reflect on how much time and effort it had taken to accumulate the 5 million points from this mission, especially compared to his earlier operations. It was hard work, no doubt. Still, it wasn't a bad haul. After all, Alexander Pierce, while a nominal leader of Hydra, wasn't truly regarded as such by many of Hydra's bosses. Most of the organization viewed him as the head of one large branch rather than the sole leader. His downfall didn't equate to the complete destruction of Hydra. In that context, the 5 million justice points felt fair. Anton leaned back in his seat aboard Technodrome, a sense of accomplishment settling over him as he prepared for what lay ahead. Speaking of justice points, it seems there's nothing particularly urgent to focus on right now. Oh, wait, the Fantastic Four are still floating around in space. They should be returning to Earth soon. When that happens, I'll probably be able to squeeze some benefits out of Dr. Doom. Anton pondered this with a smirk. As he mulled it over, he entered the system space and began checking the armors in Batman's arsenal. With a hefty balance of 45 million justice points, Anton didn't even glance at anything priced below that. His eyes went straight to the ultimate prize. Just 100 million justice points for the ultimate battle armor? It's basically a guaranteed win. Anton chuckled to himself. Once the New York battle is over, I'll be even closer to reaching my small goal. Suddenly, something caught his eye, a line of text under the ultimate armor's description. Anton had never noticed it before, likely because it had only appeared now that he was carrying such a large amount of justice points. The line seemed to hint at an additional requirement for acquiring the armor, something akin to a capital verification purchase. Curious, he read it more closely. The moment the meaning became clear, it hit him like a lightning bolt. All traces of his smile vanished. Damn, no wonder the ultimate battle armor is priced like a small goal. There are extra conditions to unlock it. Anton's heart sank as he read the details. The text explained that the ultimate battle armor, as Batman's strongest suit, required compliance with the cosmic laws of equivalent exchange. And in the Marvel Universe, what treasures embody those laws? The Infinity Stones, of course. In other words, to unlock the ultimate battle armor, Anton needed not only 100 million justice points but also 5 Infinity Stones. 5 Infinity Stones plus a small goal's worth of justice points? Are you kidding me? Anton groaned, clutching his chest as though physically pained. Still in disbelief, he quickly scrolled to check the other armors. What he discovered made him even more exasperated. The Hellbat, the second most valuable suit, also came with additional restrictions. This legendary armor was forged through the collective efforts of the Justice League's most powerful members. Superman forged it in the heart of the sun. Aquaman tempered and condensed it in the deep sea. Wonder Woman enchanted it. Cyborg and his father, Dr. Silas Stone, built the electronic engineering systems. The Flash infused it with the Speed Force, and Green Lantern cast the cloak. The Hellbat warframe was practically invincible, second only to the ultimate battle armor, with even the Fenrir armor/Justice Buster having minor flaws in comparison. It was the same suit Batman once wore to beat Darkseid into submission. But here was the catch: to unlock the Hellbat warframe, Anton had to first redeem several Justice League heroes of the highest caliber who contributed to its creation. On top of that, he needed an additional 80 million justice points. Anton took a deep breath, the reality hitting him hard. This feels like reading a novel back in the day, where the author panicked about plot holes and patched them up overnight. So frustrating. A small goal? Forget it. The effort needed to unlock the Hellbat warframe was nearly on par with the ultimate battle armor, apart from being 20 million justice points cheaper. Fortunately, as Anton scrolled further, he noticed that only those two suits came with extra conditions. The remaining armors could still be exchanged purely with justice points, including the Fenrir armor, which was also priced at 80 million. That small silver lining eased his frustration if only slightly. Speaking of Fenrir's battle armor, it boasts incredible defensive capabilities and can track the Flash's speed. It also stores red solar energy in its gloves, allowing it to weaken Superman's powers. In simple terms, Batman designed it specifically to exploit the weaknesses of the Justice League's strongest heroes. This idea traces back to the New 52 Endgame storyline, where the Joker used a specialized toxin to control the Justice League and turn them against Batman. The Dark Knight managed to defeat them one by exploiting their individual vulnerabilities. From this perspective, Fenrir's battle armor, like the Hellbat armor, has direct ties to the Justice League's top heroes. However, in terms of combat effectiveness, it's clear that Fenrir's battle armor isn't on par with the Hellbat. Anton reflected, in that case, once I save up 80 million justice points I might consider it, though it doesn't seem worth it. Anton frowned, clearly dissatisfied. By the time I accumulate 80 million points, the Superman clone might already be available. Batman's armor may not even be as useful by then. With that thought, Anton's mood shifted. Might as well create a brand new armor for fun. After everything that had happened, Anton had come to a realization: Batman was falling behind. During the conflict between the Justice League and the Avengers, Batman had remained on the sidelines, only entering the helicarrier at the end to conclude the battle. Was it because he wanted to show off? Not at all. The real reason was that the Arkham Knight's armor, despite its advanced features, was struggling to keep up with the rapidly growing power levels of the Avengers. Forget Captain America, who can go toe-to-toe with anyone. Even Hawkeye and Black Widow, both enhanced with the Extremis virus, were leagues ahead of their former selves. The days of Batman easily overpowering Hawkeye were long gone. As for the heavy hitters like Iron Man and Dr. Octopus, both were far more dangerous than before, especially Tony Stark. The only remaining Avenger Batman could comfortably handle was Crossbones, Rumlow. And even he wouldn't be a guaranteed win if paired with someone like Arrow or Venom. This forced Anton to rethink his strategy. The only real success Batman had during the battle was using the Batwing to put on an impressive show without exposing his weaknesses. But the situation drove home an undeniable truth: Batman's current gear wasn't cutting it anymore. Anton began reviewing his options, focusing on two sets of armor he could realistically afford next: Batman Beyond Armor, 40 million justice points, and Anti-Superman Battle Armor, 50 million justice points. The Beyond Armor comes from a future world where the traditional heroes have aged and retired, replaced by a new generation. In this world, humanity has suffered as collateral damage in the battles between superheroes and supervillains. Superman, having retired, returns as an all-powerful godlike figure. To stand against him and other superhumans, Batman created the Beyond Armor. It's equipped with flight capabilities, unmatched durability, and grants the wearer the strength of a god among mortals. The Anti-Superman Battle Armor, on the other hand, is a classic suit, famously featured in Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. This armor can absorb the energy of an entire city and release it through its fingertips, drastically enhancing Batman's strength and making him a formidable match for the Man of Steel. After careful consideration, Anton concluded that the Beyond Armor was the better deal, offering more utility for the cost. Although the Anti-Superman Battle Armor was designed to defeat Superman, its success in that battle was largely due to the use of kryptonite to weaken the Man of Steel rather than the inherent strength of the armor itself. In Anton's view, despite its iconic reputation and popularity, its combat effectiveness doesn't surpass the Beyond Armor. Forget it, no rush, Anton muttered to himself. After some thought, he decided to resist the temptation to exchange justice points for any armor just yet. His plan was to save up to the upper limit of 80 million justice points and only exchange for armor when absolutely necessary. The existence of additional conditions for redeeming the Ultimate Battle Armor and the Hellbat armor had shifted his strategy. Blindly accumulating justice points with the goal of unlocking the Ultimate Battle Armor no longer made sense. For now, Anton reasoned, the more practical approach was to strengthen Batman's combat power incrementally as needed, rather than focusing entirely on long-term goals. He muttered under his breath, the events of Thor 1 have already passed, and the Avengers were established earlier than expected. Judging by the timeline, the next major Marvel event should be the Battle of New York. Anton's thoughts turned to Loki, the key figure in the New York War. Although Loki had been soundly defeated by Wonder Woman during the recent events of Thor, he had still managed to escape under King Odin's watchful gaze. This meant the Battle of New York was inevitable, though its timing remained uncertain. The altered timeline could make it occur sooner or later than in the original story. In either case, resolving the New York War would undoubtedly yield a significant amount of justice points. But Anton's goal wasn't just to resolve it was to achieve a perfect resolution. The key to that, in Anton's mind, was destroying the biological mothership of the Chitauri. Simply closing the space portal was a reactive, passive solution. But actively destroying the enemy's core forces would be a bold, decisive move with a far greater payoff in terms of justice points. The difference was clear, one was a defensive approach, while the other was an offensive one. The rewards for each approach would naturally differ. However, with the current power level of the Justice League, directly storming the Chitauri mothership and annihilating it seemed like a daunting task. The only one with that kind of firepower was Superman, and he wasn't available just yet. Perhaps, Anton thought, this could be the perfect opportunity to redeem new battle armor. He rubbed his chin in thought. Still, no point in overthinking it now. Worst case, we let the Avengers take the first beating. If things really don't go as planned, closing the space portal directly is an acceptable fallback to isolate the invasion. The battle in Washington quickly spread across the globe, causing a massive sensation. More people came to know about the Justice League, led by Batman, especially its key members, Batman and Cyborg. Batman, as the leader of the Justice League, needs no introduction. Cyborg, on the other hand, stole the spotlight during the confrontation between Batman and the warship by catching shells with his bare hands. His actions saved Washington billions in damages and safeguarded the city. This heroic move instantly made Cyborg the most popular superhero in Washington, even surpassing Batman in popularity. From Anton's system panel, it was clear that the fan value numbers of the 4 DC superheroes Batman, Green Arrow, Cyborg, and Wonder Woman had all soared by at least 50%. Of course, for Anton, these redeemed superheroes and their respective fan points were not as valuable as before they were redeemed. However, such hidden gains were still something he was happy to accept, the more, the better. As for the newly established Avengers, the battle did increase its reputation, but mostly in the form of ridicule from netizens. Positive remarks were few and far between. Even Captain America's loyal fans hesitated to bring him up in discussions about the fight. After all, the duel between Wonder Woman and Captain America was witnessed by hundreds of onlookers, and videos and pictures of their fight spread like wildfire on the internet. Major media outlets sensationalized the story, leaving Captain America's fans with little to defend. What could they say? That he tried hard? While technically true, the phrase only came off as sarcastic. Another member of the Avengers, Tony Stark, was also targeted by relentless mockery online. During the battle, his fight with Cyborg was broadcast live, narrated by the host on the radio for countless listeners. Tony, furious after replaying the events and seeing the internet's reactions, locked himself away at home. He resolved to design a new and more powerful suit of armor to ensure he would never lose to Cyborg again. At this time, Anton was home alone, watching the president's speech on TV while scrolling through the internet on his phone. He couldn't help but smile as he saw netizens mocking the Avengers while praising the Justice League. Of course, in addition to these remarks, many netizens were also calling for transparency. The battle had left Washington Square in ruins, with the aftermath turning it into a wasteland. Surrounding buildings were damaged to varying degrees. Fortunately, thanks to the deliberate control of both sides, there were no significant casualties. As for property damage, affected citizens would likely receive satisfactory compensation from the relevant departments. The public, however, demanded to know the full story behind such a catastrophic and high-profile incident. Their attention turned first to the Daily Bugle. As Batman's only trusted media outlet, the Daily Bugle was seen as the most reliable source of information. Other news agencies were suspected of spreading rumors, but the Bugle maintained credibility. Notably, Eddie, who had been the first victim attacked during the incident, was enraged after the fight. Upon returning home, he immediately wrote a scathing press release condemning the Avengers and SHIELD, accusing them of having trouble on their hands. However, this press release was not sent out immediately. The Secretary of Defense, John Keller, personally called Eddie, requesting that, for the sake of the military, the news be delayed and polished before being published. Eddie understood the implications without needing Anton's reminder. Thus, at a press conference held at the White House, the president personally addressed countless members of the media to recount the incident. During the meeting, the president first announced that the Justice League had officially become a partner of the military, solidifying a strategic cooperative relationship. He explained that the battle in Washington was caused by an internal division within SHIELD. A group of terrorists had forged administrative orders, compelling the Avengers to launch an assault on Washington. Fortunately, the military uncovered the conspiracy, informed the Justice League, and coordinated their timely intervention. Together, they defeated the Avengers and apprehended the masterminds behind the scheme. At the conclusion of the press conference, the president awarded the Medal of Honor to Secretary of Defense John Keller and several military leaders. Additionally, a Batman Medal of Honor was introduced and displayed in the White House. John Keller had originally contacted Anton, hoping Batman would come to the White House to personally receive the medal. However, Anton declined, opting to keep things simple. Following the conference, Eddie revised his report for the Daily Bugle and published it. The Daily's official website was almost overwhelmed with traffic. Eddie's revised report closely mirrored the president's speech but emphasized the separatist forces within SHIELD while praising the military and the president's swift response. The Justice League's contributions, though apparent to the public, were not overly highlighted in the article. While the military's role was exaggerated and many details were omitted, astute readers on the internet could easily read between the lines. At the same time, SHIELD issued a compensation plan. They announced that all losses from the incident would be covered by SHIELD, and additional manpower and resources would be invested to rebuild Washington. The World Security Council representatives also issued formal apologies. With this, the curtain closed on the incident. The behind-the-scenes competition for interests didn't need to be publicized. According to Anton's understanding, the military had forced S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier to remain grounded and showed no intention of returning it. It was clear SHIELD wanted to resolve the situation as quickly and quietly as possible, even if it meant cutting losses, compensating heavily, or conceding certain advantages. This strategy worked. By admitting fault and paying reparations, SHIELD avoided being ousted from its headquarters in Washington by the military. Still, the fallout was significant, with immense losses to address. Following an internal review, Nick Fury voluntarily stepped down as director of SHIELD, taking the role of deputy director instead. Surprisingly, Phil Coulson, Fury's original deputy, was appointed as the new director, not Maria Hill. Maria Hill, however, was promoted to fill Alexander Pierce's vacant position as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Secretary General. In this way, the director's position remained under Nick Fury's influence, ensuring he still held the reins of power. Truly, he was a cunning strategist. Meanwhile, the senior representatives Anton had sent to the military did not return to New York immediately after the incident. Instead, they stayed in Washington to finalize negotiations with the military about investing in Wayne Enterprises. Yes, the military had decided to take a stake in Wayne Enterprises, cementing a shared interest with the Justice League. This move was unsurprising after all. The Stark Group already had numerous shareholders, including the military. Naturally, Anton's representative welcomed the partnership with open arms. Having a powerful backer willingly come knocking on your door shouldn't be taken for granted. With the technical support of Cybertron and the funding and influence provided by the military, Wayne Enterprises was poised to grow into a massive consortium. This brought Batman one step closer to turning Wayne Enterprises into a money-making powerhouse. Everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction. Anton's influence expanded further after the incident, and Wayne Enterprises now had the resources to push its growth even further. Ringing? The old man's phone buzzed. The shares have been negotiated. As for the factory you mentioned, I'll have Wick take over. From now on, we'll proceed steadily. We can't afford to move too quickly in just a few months. After a brief pause, the old man chuckled and added, "That said, you did well this time. You're far better than your cheapskate dad." "You didn't always say that," Anton replied with a smirk. "You used to call me a prodigal son, telling me I'd be better off shooting adult films in Hollywood rather than being compared to your son." "Humph," the old man sneered. "That was before. Now it's clear an astronaut who can only float around in space isn't as capable as Phil, who's standing right beside you." Phil, listening nearby, blinked in surprise. He felt like he was being praised, yet a strange wave of sadness washed over him. "Why? Don't underestimate astronauts," Anton said. "They might surprise you one day." "What surprise could John possibly give me?" the old man retorted. "The only surprise he's ever given me is fathering you when he was just 18 years old." After the call ended, Anton rubbed his temples. His phone screen was still frozen on a small piece of news from the internet. Small, because if Anton hadn't been deliberately paying attention, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. The article read, "Affected by a cosmic storm, the space station suffered significant damage. Reports suggest that several returning astronauts have been affected by cosmic radiation." Anton leaned back with a knowing smile. The Fantastic Four and Doctor Doom must have returned to Earth by now. Soon enough, it'll be time to reap Doctor Doom's rewards. Though the ultimate battle armor still had stringent exchange conditions that weren't attainable for now, the justice points it required were a crucial resource. Without them, it would remain out of reach. Justice points, after all, were non-negotiable. The news of the Washington incident is still fermenting, and at this stage, everyone is talking about Batman and the Justice League. However, Anton is no longer concerned about this matter. He has returned to his normal routine, commuting to work as usual. The operations of DC remain steady. The only notable development is that by the end of the first season of the Flash TV series, the system panel shows that the Flash's fan value has reached 23 million. Although it's still far from the goal of 50 million, Anton has clearly seen the impact of the show. With the conclusion of the first season, preparations for the second season of The Flash are now underway. At the same time, the scripts and production for Smallville have been finalized, and filming has begun. Currently, Superman's fan value sits at 42 million. The last time Anton checked, it was at 37 million, an increase of 5 million in just 2 months, which is a reasonable progression. Based on this trend, Anton predicts that by the end of the first season of Superman, its fan value should exceed 60 million. Meanwhile, DC's next big movie, Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, is about to begin production. With Batman's global renown soaring, Anton plans to leverage Batman's popularity to boost Superman's fan value significantly. This strategy could push Superman's fan value to over 80 million. The remaining 20 million could be achieved through intensified promotion, utilizing novels, comics, animation, and other media to further build Superman's audience. Anton estimates this entire process will take roughly 6 months. After pondering for a moment, Anton checked the fan values of other heroes. Aquaman, 5.24 million. Green Lantern, 6.71 million. Constantine, 10.13 million. Shazam, 8.14 million. The relatively low fan values of Aquaman and Green Lantern didn't surprise Anton. DC and Anton have no immediate plans to produce film or TV content for these heroes. Their current fan value primarily comes from novels, animations, and comics. For IPs without major media exposure, having over 5 million fans is actually quite respectable. Fan value doesn't equate to overall popularity. Popularity is almost always much greater. For example, a fan value of 5 million suggests that tens of millions of people are at least familiar with the characters. Thanks to the efforts of DC's Big Four heroes Batman, Green Arrow, Wonder Woman, and Cyborg, many people have started paying closer attention to the DC universe. This growing interest has naturally contributed to Aquaman and Green Lantern's fan numbers. What surprised Anton, however, was the higher fan value of Constantine and Shazam. Unlike Aquaman and Green Lantern, these two magic-based superheroes have grown faster than expected. Constantine, in particular, now boasts over 10 million fans, more than a third of its overall target of 30 million. How did it grow so fast? Anton wondered. Curious, he picked up his phone and called his secretary. Betty, I need a report on the recent stats for Constantine and Shazam: clicks, comments, fans, everything. I want the most accurate data possible. Being the boss had its perks. Anton sipped coffee in his office, doing little else while waiting. 2 hours later, the report was delivered to him. After reviewing the data, Anton discovered that initially, Constantine and Shazam had lower numbers compared to Aquaman and Green Lantern. However, following the release of the Wonder Woman movie, interest in Constantine and Shazam surged. Their stats quickly overtook Aquaman and Green Lantern's. The report included a 2-page analysis suggesting that Wonder Woman's story appealed to audiences interested in theology and the mystical world. These viewers, after discovering Wonder Woman, were drawn to Constantine and Shazam within the DC universe and became avid fans. It makes sense, Anton thought. Although Wonder Woman, Batman, and others exist in the same universe, the fundamental source of Wonder Woman's power belongs to the theological realm, which is completely different from the science-based origins of Batman and others. Even Superman's abilities can be explained by genetic science except for Wonder Woman. Similarly, Constantine's and Shazam's powers are rooted in magic, fundamentally opposing the scientific explanations that ground other heroes. Yet, many people are drawn to these magical settings. Wonder Woman's appearance in the real world has led people to consider the possibility that magic might actually exist. Theology might truly be the ultimate destination. That being said, since magic-based heroes are gaining popularity, it might be worth considering making a magic-focused hero movie first. After reading the report, Anton realized the appeal of magic-side heroes, despite their challenges. While their audience may be smaller compared to the Justice League's heavy hitters, magic-side heroes have an undeniable advantage: fan loyalty. The fans of these characters are incredibly dedicated, and as long as the movie is well produced, the fan value gained could rival, or even surpass, that of the standard DC heroes. Moreover, magic occupies a significant role in the Marvel universe. The Ancient One, for instance, safeguards the multiverse and monitors Earth. Sooner or later, Anton knew he would cross paths with her. Anton couldn't help but feel slightly uneasy about someone like the Ancient One. While he doubted she could see through his cheat, her ability to foresee the future and correct the course of fate could pose a problem. What if she saw his actions as a disruption and decided to reset things? During the climactic events of Avengers: Endgame, the Hulk had to convince the Ancient One to hand over the Time Stone, which she initially refused, citing disruptions to the timeline. Only after careful reasoning did she agree. This demonstrated the Ancient One's reverence for fate. Anton couldn't predict her attitude toward him. By now, his actions had significantly disrupted the Marvel timeline. Even the original protagonist team had been altered. He'd already taken advantage of them enough to draw attention. By logic, the Ancient One should have confronted him long ago. Yet, she hadn't made a move. This lingering uncertainty was unsettling. Perhaps it was time to prepare for their eventual encounter by creating a magic-based hero. Constantine. Shazam. Anton pondered for a long while before picking up his phone and calling the company's producer, Jim. Anton? What's up? Jim was surprised to hear from Anton. Not long ago, Anton had told him he was taking a break and didn't plan to jump into another project immediately. Jim hadn't been shocked. With Anton's wealth and family background, filmmaking was more of a hobby than a career. After all, selling arms and running Wayne Industries was far more lucrative. Since then, Jim had been promoting other projects and rarely saw Anton at the company. He would occasionally send in a report to keep Anton updated but hadn't expected much beyond that. Now, hearing from Anton out of the blue was unexpected. Was this a work check-in? The next words Anton said caught him completely off guard. Jim, I want to make a movie, Anton said casually. Same as before, I'll handle the script. You just need to get the crew ready. No problem. What's the project? Jim was surprised but intrigued. He hadn't expected Anton to come up with a new idea so soon. He'd assumed Anton was tired of filmmaking and would take at least a year or two if not a decade before jumping back into it. Even though Anton had gained worldwide recognition as a director, everyone knew it was just a side passion. No movie he made could ever generate as much revenue as one of Wayne Industries' contracts. Constantine, Anton said lightly. Constantine's story isn't complicated, it's simply about wandering between hell and heaven and eventually slapping Satan, the king of hell. In Anton's mind, Constantine also includes the original Keanu Reeves movie version as well as Hell Detective as references. He figured he could just copy those and save a lot of effort. For context, Hell Detective was released in 2005 with a $100 million budget, but its final box office only reached $230 million. While it received widespread acclaim and is considered a cult classic among many movie fans, its financial return was underwhelming, even losing money when accounting for expenses. However, with the right strategies, it still managed to break even over time. In this world, Anton had just seen a report, and combined with the fan value displayed on his system panel, which only he could see, he confirmed that the magical world represented by Constantine didn't appeal to just a niche audience. Its potential was far broader. Moreover, with DC's reputation under Anton's leadership and the popularity of the Justice League spearheaded by Batman, a properly promoted Constantine movie was unlikely to lose money. The real question was how much profit it could generate. And truthfully, Anton wasn't making movies to turn a profit anyway. So, he made the decision without hesitation. Constantine. On the other end of the call, Jim sounded surprised and a little disappointed when he heard Anton's choice. As a DC employee, Jim was familiar with their catalog of characters. To him, Constantine was a relatively obscure hero, far less popular among audiences compared to others. In Jim's mind, the most logical choice for a movie right now would have been one of DC's bigger names: Batman, Cyborg, Wonder Woman, or even Green Arrow. Better yet, The Flash. The recent Flash TV series had ended on a high note. Following it up with a feature film seemed like a guaranteed success. But Jim knew Anton couldn't be persuaded. Resigned, he graciously accepted the decision. Anton's position in the DC ecosystem was unique. To the public, he was a member of the Justice League, although not a superhero himself. He was often seen as the League's butler, responsible for logistics and operations. The Daily Bugle was the Justice League's unofficial media mouthpiece. DC, as a company, was a crucial channel for the public to engage with the League. Anton controlled both. He wasn't just making a personal decision, his actions inevitably reflected on the Justice League as a whole. Constantine. After hanging up, Jim rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. So far, every movie Anton had spearheaded had introduced a new superhero to the public. Could the production of Constantine mean that the Justice League was about to gain a new member? John Constantine. A magic wielder, rooted in theology, and potentially tied into Wonder Woman's mythological side. To Jim, it felt like the doors to an entirely new world were opening for ordinary people like him. Meanwhile, Anton didn't waste time worrying about Jim's musings. He called Toby from the screenwriting department and spent the day outlining the plot with him. Anton provided the framework for the script, while Toby and his team of writers would handle the detailed development. Since Constantine's story wasn't particularly complex and the core of it was inherently engaging, Anton expected a first draft to be ready soon. After wrapping up for the day, Anton wandered home. By now, the old man and John had returned to New York from Washington ahead of schedule. After several days of negotiations, further collaborations between the military and Wayne Enterprises had been finalized, bringing substantial benefits to all parties involved. Anton's cheap old man, Jonah Jameson, really learned the details of Wayne's operations during this negotiation and was quite shocked by what he found. After a period of absence from home, the house had undergone drastic changes. The cheap son had become a world-renowned director and even the only non-superhero in the Justice League. The cheap old man had become the chairman of an arms company. The Jameson family's once dominant business, Daily Bugle, now seemed to be the least important part of the family empire. This series of changes took John a long time to get used to. However, his adjustment was completely disrupted after the events in Washington a few days ago. John realized he had underestimated both Anton and the old man. Based on the content of the negotiations between Wayne and the military, Wayne had already built the foundation to become an arms giant. Within the next few years, Wayne would certainly carve out a significant position in the global arms industry. From the discussions between John and the old man, it was clear that he would soon join Wayne Enterprises as the old man's deputy. The ultimate goal was to transform Wayne into a conglomerate akin to Stark Industries, with the Jameson family playing a key role in the company's future. Anton, you did a great job this time, the old man said, smiling as Anton walked in. The Avengers' reputation is in tatters. The military is thrilled, and they gave Batman a lot of respect during the negotiations with Wayne. The Avengers, as a subsidiary of SHIELD, had long been a thorn in the military's side. After all, SHIELD operated in the United States. Luckily, the military had successfully partnered with the Justice League, which had become a major player. The League's reputation and goodwill now far surpassed S.H.I.E.L.D.S. After this, many people saw the Avengers as vastly inferior to the Justice League. Even with Captain America's endorsement, the Avengers had lost the overwhelming appeal they once had when they first emerged. Now, just mentioning Batman left Captain America's fans with nothing to argue. It was inevitable, Anton replied. Without Batman, the military would have suffered a major setback. After speaking, Anton asked, so what's the final verdict? Did SHIELD pull out of the US, or at least leave Washington? Did the military recognize that? For a sky mothership. Of course, there's no way there's only one sky mothership or the technology to make them. The old man was well aware of this. During the negotiations between Wayne and the military, there were also parallel discussions between the military and SHIELD. John Keller didn't hide anything from the old man when it came to Anton and Batman. It wasn't something to be ashamed of. Perhaps he knew that Batman was paying attention to the situation and hoped that, through the old man, Anton would be informed of the specific details of the negotiations, as well as the Batman behind him. All the technology to make the sky mothership. Anton raised an eyebrow. SHIELD is being generous. Won't the military just everything? It's not as simple as you think, the old man replied. The technology behind the sky mothership is solely controlled within SHIELD. Even the World Council knows about it, but they don't know how it works or have access to the technology. He continued, but this time, Nick Fury directly shared all the technology involved with the permanent members of the World Security Council, in exchange for their forgiveness and support. Of course, the US representative also used this as leverage to keep the only sky mothership in the Washington military district and played his hand during the negotiations between SHIELD and the military. Anton listened thoughtfully. From this incident, it was clear that since Nick Fury wasn't dead, the conflict between the Avengers and the Justice League was mostly the result of Fury's deliberate indulgence. Nick Fury understood the value of diplomacy and playing both sides, so he faked his own death and exposed the internal corruption within SHIELD. Given his bold move, Fury must have anticipated the consequences. This is something Fury had planned all along. Anton mused. Regardless of Anton's thoughts, the old man continued. In addition, SHIELD and the military have shared a lot of intelligence and even proposed a powerful research project named Pegasus, hoping to get military backing. I don't know the details, but the military agreed to the terms. He paused. Lastly, Nick Fury stepped down as SHIELD director, with Phil Coulson taking over. Maria Hill, who's trusted by the World Security Council representatives, replaced Alexander Pierce as SHIELD Secretary General. This is all public knowledge, I don't need to explain much. You should be aware of it. The old man noticed a subtle shift in Anton's expression. Why? Do you have other thoughts on the matter? Anton narrowed his eyes, recalling what the old man had said, then shook his head. Not really. I just think Nick Fury is colder and more calculating than I expected. Coincidentally, John Keller said the same thing about him, the old man replied, surprised. After listening to the old man's words, Anton caught the mention of a particular project. The Pegasus Project? According to the timeline, this project first appeared in Captain Marvel. It was Dr. Lawson and Howard Stark, disguised by the Kree, who initiated the research project on the Tesseract. Later, in Thor's Egg and the Avengers 1, Nick Fury restarted the Pegasus Project. When SHIELD was using the Tesseract to study dark matter, it was stolen by the invading Loki. The military is actually no stranger to the Pegasus Project. From the start, the Pegasus Project was a joint research initiative by NASA, the Air Force, and SHIELD to develop alternative energy sources and light-speed engines. However, due to the Kree's interference, the death of Dr. Lawson, the absorption of all energy sources by Captain Marvel, the disappearance of the Tesseract, and other chaotic events, the Pegasus Project was reluctantly shelved. No one wanted it until decades later, when the Tesseract reappeared. SHIELD then restarted the Pegasus Project, but it ultimately led to the New York battle in the Avengers 1. From Anton's perspective, it was foreseeable that the military would agree to restart the Pegasus Project with SHIELD, driven by the desire for unlimited energy and a light-speed engine. Even the military, with its limited knowledge of the Tesseract, could recognize its value. No wonder SHIELD was able to retreat after this incident. When Anton heard this key point, he finally understood. Nick Fury, the old fox, had used the Tesseract to lure the military. However, after the Pegasus Project hit a snag, the relationship between the Justice League and the military gave the Justice League more reason to get involved. For Anton, this was also a good thing. By the way, Wick has gone to take over the Ares factory, and news will come soon. The old man shifted the topic. What are your plans lately? Since you don't plan to continue making movies, maybe you should join Wayne with John. No, the new movie has been approved. I'll head to Los Angeles in a few days. Anton replied. I won't get involved in Wayne. You know, company management is not my strength. He glanced at John. Your cheap son is back. I believe he can be your successor and help you build Wayne Group. A new movie. The old man was intrigued. Anton's rise was quite legendary. What was most interesting was that every time Anton made a movie, a new superhero appeared in the Justice League. This fact had been analyzed over and over by countless people. No one wanted to acknowledge it, but this was Anton's golden touch. There was a theory online: the Justice League wasn't a new organization but a mysterious one formed long ago. Batman was simply one of the founders. Perhaps, with the changing times, Batman believed it was time for the Justice League to go public. He found Anton, filmed a biopic on Batman's debut, and then helped form the new Justice League. As Batman's old comrades saw him getting involved, they changed their minds and joined one by one. To introduce these old comrades, Batman ordered Anton to shoot a biographical film to announce their return. Although this theory hadn't gained universal acceptance, it had garnered some attention online. After all, with Batman's appearance, people were starting to realize that the world was much more complex than they had imagined. In the shadows, aliens, mutants, tech conglomerates, and magical creatures were emerging in droves. Who knows what the future holds? What are you going to shoot? Even John couldn't help but be curious. Constantine. Anton wasn't afraid of spoilers in advance and said, a story about the devil, involving God and Satan. What? The old man and John were both stunned. God? Satan? They had known it was related to Christianity. The Wonder Woman movie Anton had previously made was tied to Greek mythology. How did it feel like they were on a similar wavelength? Are there really demons and gods in this world? The old man stared straight at Anton, and John's expression mirrored his, both of them filled with curiosity. I don't know if there is a devil, but there must be a god. Anton thought for a moment and said, isn't Wonder Woman a god? You'll see two gods in the near future. However, it's not so much a god as it is an alien. Alien. The old man and John exchanged looks, understanding the scientific explanation behind the so-called gods. So, this Constantine, is he also a member of the Justice League? John asked again. As previously known, every time Anton makes a movie, a new Justice League hero appears. As for Constantine, John wasn't very familiar with DC's works, so he'd never heard of the name. No, Constantine is not a member of the Justice League. Strictly speaking, he's just a less intimate friend of Batman. Anton thought for a moment and said, if you have to classify him, he's a member of the Dark Justice League. The founding members of the Dark Justice League include Madame Xanadu, Constantine, Zatanna, Deadman, and the Shadow Pact. In addition to these founding members, the organization has continued to add new members. It's worth noting that the Dark Justice League consists entirely of supernatural heroes from the DC universe who use magic. Most people believe they're not suited for the traditional Justice League, which is led by Batman. The two groups are different. In previous iterations, the well-known members of the Dark Justice League included Wonder Woman, Etrigan, the Human Bat, Zatanna, and the Swamp Thing. Dark Justice League. Hearing Anton's answer, the old man and John exchanged glances. They felt like they'd learned another important piece of information. Then, they recalled some of the speculation circulating on the internet and suddenly felt they had unlocked the truth. They decided not to ask any more questions. At that moment, in a building in New York, in a laboratory. Reed, all the investors withdrew their capital. Our experiment lacks funds and can't continue. Sue Storm looked at her frowning lover, worried that Reed Richards couldn't handle the blow. She felt a little down. But to her surprise, Reed broke into a big smile. Sue, we made it. The future Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, clenched his fists, his expression filled with unprecedented excitement and ecstasy. He repeated and emphasized, we made it. What? Sue still thought that Reed couldn't handle the disappointment. She was about to say something when she saw Reed slam his hand down. His arm stretched out like rubber, extending several meters. This. Sue's eyes widened as she thought of their friend, the researcher who had accompanied them to space, Ben Grimm. After Ben Grimm returned from space, his body had changed, gaining a rock-hard body and immense strength, but he was disfigured as a result. Sue had initially thought Ben's experience was a unique case, but now she realized an unbelievable change had occurred with Reed. So, Sue. Reed looked at his girlfriend with intense eyes. Something must have happened to you, to your brother Johnny, and even to Victor Von Doom. We made it? Our bodies were altered by the cosmic storm. The radiation from the sacred energy caused a transformation. Though it wasn't what we initially expected, we succeeded. If Iron Man is considered the cornerstone of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, then in the comics, that mantle naturally belongs to Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards, the leader of the Fantastic Four. Before Iron Man ascended to godlike status through the movies, he was more akin to a mortal with extraordinary abilities, a description often applied to DC's Batman. In the comics, however, Mr. Fantastic is hailed as Marvel's smartest individual. For Reed Richards, time travel, like the final battle in Avengers Endgame, is just another tool in his repertoire. With his intellect and inventions, he has ventured through countless parallel universes using space shuttles of his own design, even forging connections with extraordinary beings from other dimensions. Reed's genius and contributions have earned him immense respect among Marvel fans, who sometimes refer to him as a sacred intellectual beacon. However, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Reed Richards must take a back seat to Iron Man Tony Stark. through his intelligence, charisma, and sacrifices, revitalized Marvel's cinematic presence and is often seen as the father of the MCU. This parallels how the Fantastic Four once kept Marvel Comics afloat during tough times. In the movies, Tony is always portrayed as a successful, confident figure, maintaining his suave demeanor even in the face of adversity. In contrast, Reed Richards is often depicted as a struggling scientist, burdened by failure and near bankruptcy. At one such critical moment in Reed's life, his personal research institute faced an existential crisis. The four-person research group he led was barely holding together, trying to make sense of the extraordinary effects of the cosmic storm they had endured. Reed's teammates Sue Storm, Johnny Storm, and Ben Grimm began noticing strange and profound changes in their bodies. Ben Grimm's transformation was the most visible. His entire body was now composed of rock-like material, earning him the nickname The Thing and subjecting him to psychological torment. Reed discovered that he could manipulate his body like rubber, stretching and reshaping it at will, even becoming immune to physical attacks. Sue Storm developed the ability to become invisible and generate protective force fields, while her brother, Johnny, could produce flames at extreme temperatures, fly, and even became immune to fire. These incredible changes signified that they had gained superhuman powers, far beyond the genetic engineering research Reed had initially pursued. Despite the unexpected nature of their transformation, Reed viewed it as proof of his research's potential. This means we've achieved results preliminary, yes, but promising. We can save our investors and continue our work, he suggested. Johnny, later known as the Human Torch, was thrilled. Despite his reckless nature, he understood the implications. If Reed's research succeeds, my status will skyrocket, he thought. Johnny, an avid Batman fan, even entertained the fantasy of joining the Justice League someday. However, Reed rejected the idea of returning to their former investors. No, he said firmly. They pulled out at the most critical moment. That's their loss. If they don't trust our results, then we'll find someone who does. Do you want to keep looking for Victor? Sue Storm responded. Victor is one of us. If our bodies have changed, then his must have too. Reed frowned. Victor isn't the investor I have in mind, he said with clear disdain for his rival. However, I'll contact him later to explain the situation. Who are you looking for? Ben Grimm, the Thing, asked, his voice heavy with frustration. No matter what you want to do, I'm with you, Reed. But my abilities are different from yours. The changes in my body have been nothing but torment. I just want to go back to being normal. Ben, I'll help you. Reed's expression softened. He wasn't an arrogant man, and he understood the pain Ben had endured because of his transformation. I'm going to find John, Reed announced after a moment of thought. John Jameson, Reed clarified. Wait, Coach John Jameson. The others exchanged puzzled glances. As a retired astronaut, John Jameson had once been their coach during their space training. Why him? Sue asked, still confused. Do you remember when we were in training? I used to chat with John a lot, Reed began, smiling faintly. He told me that after he retired, he'd most likely go home and take over his family business. Wait, John's family is rich. Johnny Storm's eyes lit up. Reed nodded. Not just rich, very rich. How rich are we talking? Johnny pressed, his excitement growing. Reed chuckled. Think about it. Who's the most famous Jameson in America right now? The group froze for a moment, then gasped in unison. Anton Jameson. Exactly, Reed confirmed. John once mentioned he had a son. Are you telling me John's son is Anton Jameson? Batman's ally. Johnny exclaimed, his jaw dropping. The others were equally stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. This is huge. Johnny nearly jumped out of his seat. If John's son really is Anton Jameson, then we could meet Batman. I could finally join the Justice League. God, who knew John was this low-key? Sue marveled. Reed smiled, amused by their reactions, but his thoughts turned serious. He remembered how John had once vented to him about his son, a so-called prodigal who spent his time chasing girls and wasting money. Who could have imagined that after one trip back home, the Jameson family would soar to such heights? The next day, Anton Jameson, currently at the DC offices supervising the script revisions for Constantine, looked up in surprise when his father walked in. Dad, what are you doing here? Anton asked, raising an eyebrow. John Jameson hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. I need to discuss something with you, he admitted after a pause. Anton smirked. If it's something that'll make the old man lose his temper, I'll agree to it right now. But if you're about to tell me you don't want to work with Wayne anymore and want to go back to being an astronaut, don't even bother. Of course not, John assured him quickly. It's about a friend of mine. He's hoping Wayne Enterprises can invest in his project. Anton frowned. Shouldn't you talk to the old man about this kind of thing? I thought so too, John said with a helpless shrug, but my friend specifically asked to meet you. I couldn't turn him down. Who's the friend? Anton asked, now curious. Reed Richards, John replied. I coached him and his team during the space station project. Anton's eyes lit up. Reed Richards? Say no more. He stood up, his interest piqued. Let's go. I've been wanting to meet him. Anton had no idea that when he followed John to Reed's research institute, other familiar faces were also on their way to meet Reed and his team. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Reed and the others assumed it was John bringing Anton for a visit. Excited, they rushed to greet them, eager to present their discoveries. But when they opened the door, they were greeted by an entirely different group. Standing at the front was a bald man with a stern expression. Flanking him were a man and a woman who exuded authority and composure. These three seemed oddly familiar. "Hello," Reed began, surprised. "Who are you looking for?" "The people we're looking for are you, Reed Richards, and your team," the bald man said calmly, his sharp gaze scanning the group. "Sue Storm, Johnny Storm, and Ben Grimm." Reed frowned. There was something unsettling in the man's tone. "And who are you?" Before the man could respond, Johnny's eyes widened as recognition dawned on him. S.H.I.E.L.D. Johnny exclaimed. Reed, Sue, and Ben looked at him in confusion, but Johnny continued with excitement. "You're with SHIELD, aren't you?" Johnny, always fascinated by superheroes and their exploits, was well versed in the latest developments from SHIELD. He had eagerly absorbed all the information released during their recent press conference, memorizing the details of the Avengers and their activities. Unlike the others, who focused on science and research, Johnny thrived in social situations and had a knack for keeping up with the latest gossip. He pointed at the man and woman behind the bald figure. "You're Hawkeye, and you're Black Widow." Then his gaze returned to the bald man, narrowing in thought. "And you're the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. Deputy Director," the man corrected. "I'm the Deputy Director now." Since Coulson had taken over as director, the responsibility for field missions had fallen to Nick Fury, who now preferred to keep things low-key. Reed crossed his arms, his expression tense. "All right, so SHIELD is here. What do you want with us?" Despite his calm tone, there was an underlying sense of unease. The sudden visit from a once secretive organization made him suspect they had uncovered more about his team than he was comfortable with. Fury, however, remained composed and polite. "Let me reintroduce ourselves. SHIELD is a special task force under the International Security Council, created to handle unusual occurrences." He paused, his sharp eyes on Reed. "Mr. Richards, your research now falls into that category. We'd like to request your cooperation." "Unusual occurrences?" Reed echoed, his brows furrowing deeper. "What's so strange about my research?" Fury allowed himself a small smile. "Let me clarify. Take your friend Ben Grimm, for instance. He's now widely known as the Thing. Or your girlfriend's brother, Johnny Storm, who spontaneously commusted yesterday afternoon and is somehow perfectly fine today." Fury gestured at Johnny, who blinked in surprise. "We have reason to believe that all of you now possess extraordinary abilities. In fact, we've been collecting information on you," the Black Widow suddenly interjected. "After your return from the space station, your bodies have undergone noticeable changes. We suspect these changes have caused mutations, resulting in the superpowers you now possess, and this puts you in danger." Her words caused Reed and the others to exchange uneasy glances. While they had known this was the truth, they hadn't expected government agents to show up at their door so soon. What Reed and his team didn't realize was that, after S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reconstruction under Nick Fury, the agency had grown desperate to bolster the Avengers. Compared to the Justice League, the Avengers lacked the same level of raw power and combat versatility. This led SHIELD to aggressively search for individuals with extraordinary abilities who met their recruitment criteria. Reed and his team, unfortunately, had drawn attention too quickly. Ben Grimm's transformation into the Thing had been far too conspicuous, and when paired with Johnny Storm's recent public incident of spontaneous combustion, it wasn't difficult to connect the dots. SHIELD, monitoring such phenomena obsessively, was swift to act once they confirmed the signs of mutation. "You want to arrest us for research, don't you?" Reed's voice turned cold as his sharp eyes scanned Nick Fury and his team. His expression hardened, now full of distrust and resentment. "No, you misunderstand," Fury said quickly, maintaining his composure. "We're not here to take away your freedom, but your current condition is unstable, potentially dangerous. SHIELD has the most advanced equipment and resources, and we can provide the help you need." His tone was measured, firm yet reassuring, as he attempted to sway the group with the promise of support. "And so," Ben Grimm spoke up, his voice filled with suspicion. "You want us to join SHIELD, is that it?" "Yes, that's exactly right," Fury confirmed, forcing a smile. "Your research has significant value, and SHIELD is prepared to provide you with all the funding and protection you'll need." Though the offer of funding was tempting, the mention of protection made Reed and his companions pause, their expressions briefly betraying their doubts. "Nick, they don't need your protection," a calm but firm voice suddenly interrupted. Everyone from SHIELD turned toward the source of the voice, their faces shifting to surprise and, in Fury's case, irritation when they saw who it was. Anton. Black Widow and Hawkeye looked genuinely surprised. Anton. Reed and his team were equally startled. They quickly spotted John standing beside Anton, confirming his identity. Their initial shock turned into excitement. Compared to SHIELD, Anton had a much better reputation in their eyes. Public opinion firmly placed the Justice League above SHIELD in terms of reliability, and more importantly, Anton was the son of their former coach and a comrade in arms of Batman himself. These two factors alone were enough to make Reed and his companions trust him far more than Fury's team. "Why are you here?" Fury asked, his tone growing darker as an ominous feeling settled over him. Anton's unexpected arrival spelled trouble for his plans. "Shouldn't you already know that?" Anton replied with an amused smile. "Reed's investors pulled out, leaving him without funding. He came to my father who, as you're well aware, trained them when they were preparing for the space station mission. Anton's smirk widened as he added, if you didn't even pick up on that, I have to say, my already low expectations for SHIELD were too generous. You've managed to underperform even those. As he spoke, Anton shrugged. No wonder Hydra keeps throwing you guys around. Fury and the others looked visibly irritated at this unreserved ridicule. Hawkeye, in particular, gripped his bow tightly, his mind flashing back to the time he was ensnared by Batman's fishing net on a Washington rooftop and subsequently restrained by Wonder Woman's lasso of truth. The memory of such humiliation made his teeth clench with hatred. It was well known that SHIELD and the Justice League had always had a tense relationship. Moreover, the Justice League had formed a shared interest alliance with the US, making them natural competitors. Hearing Anton's jibe, the agents of SHIELD weren't exactly shocked. It was in line with his usual behavior. Anton, Fury said calmly, masking his frustration, if you're planning to invest in their research, you shouldn't claim they don't need protection. Anton replied, unfazed, I think they can handle protecting themselves just fine. And let me correct you, it's not me investing in them. It's Batman. Batman is interested in us. Reed and the others, overhearing the argument, were visibly taken aback. Hearing Anton mention Batman's approval made their breathing quicken. As a legendary figure and a major force in the superhero world, Batman's support was both unexpected and thrilling news. Considering Batman's vast network and resources, it wasn't surprising he had discovered their research. After all, if even SHIELD could locate them, so could the ever-enigmatic Dark Knight. In that case, I wish you the best of luck, Fury said coolly. He knew the excited expressions on Reed and his team's faces meant that SHIELD had lost its chance to recruit them. With a glance at his team, he said, let's go. As the group stepped into the elevator, Hawkeye broke the silence. We're just giving up like this. What else can we do? Force Reed to join us. Fury's voice was composed now, though tinged with frustration. With Anton in the picture, even that wouldn't work. Public opinion favors the Justice League over SHIELD or the Avengers. If we want to change that, we'll need to wait for the right opportunity. He continued, we'll need a major event, something that can rebuild the Avengers' reputation and shift people's trust back to us. Only then can we reverse this perception. In the meantime, we need to focus on strengthening our team. Fury's expression darkened as he thought of the current roster of superheroes. The Justice League has a clear advantage over us right now. We need to close that gap. There's one potential recruit, Black Widow interjected suddenly. He's currently locked up in a New York prison. I plan to bring him in. You're talking about the Sandman, Flint Marko? Fury asked. Exactly, Black Widow replied. Even though he was manipulated by Justin Hammer, he never deliberately hurt anyone, and he has no blood on his hands. He's a solid candidate for the Avengers. Go ahead. Sandman could be a good addition, Fury agreed after a moment's thought. Then, turning to Hawkeye, he added, Barton, you and I will pay Victor Doom a visit. If we can't get Reed, we'll start with Victor. Understood, Hawkeye responded. Inside Reed's institute, Reed and his team were noticeably friendlier toward Anton and John compared to their attitude toward SHIELD. At least when they first saw Anton, they immediately invited him and John into the institute and offered them seats on the sofa for a conversation. Anton, is it true that Batman is optimistic about us? Once SHIELD had left, the person who couldn't wait any longer wasn't Mr. Fantastic Reed but Johnny Storm. As a die-hard Batman fan, Johnny's enthusiasm was unmistakable. So, can we meet Batman in the future? Johnny asked eagerly, his eyes wide with anticipation as he stared at Anton. Even the others, including Jonah Jameson, Anton's self-proclaimed cheap dad, were curious. To this day, John had no idea about Anton's true identity. No one had bothered to tell him. In fact, it seemed like everyone, including his father, enjoyed keeping him in the dark just for laughs. Maybe, Anton replied, his smile enigmatic. Batman is very interested in your research. If an opportunity arises, I'm sure he won't miss a chance to meet you. The discussion with Reed and his team went surprisingly smoothly. Unlike the now disgraced SHIELD, Anton had no trouble earning their trust. Additionally, Reed and his team hoped that Anton would become an investor, especially since he presented himself as someone with a direct connection to Batman. Being the only person in this world capable of communicating with Batman, Anton's claims carried undeniable weight. Even Jonah Jameson believed that Batman had been aware of Reed's research for a while. Otherwise, why would Anton agree so readily when the topic was first mentioned? He even took the initiative to meet with Reed in person. John dismissed the idea that Anton was helping out because of him, his so-called cheap dad. He knew he wasn't important enough to warrant that. After finalizing the negotiations, Anton had John sign a contract with Reed and his team on behalf of Wayne Enterprises. Then, Anton said, Batman actually admires you, Reed. You're one of the few people in the world he considers truly brilliant. He believes you have untapped potential. Really? Reed was pleasantly surprised. He never imagined that someone of Batman's stature would not only know his name but hold him in such high regard. Of course, Anton nodded. Aside from your project, there's some other research that could use your expertise. If you're interested, would you come with me now? Where to? Reed's heartbeat quickened. He had a feeling he was about to stumble upon something extraordinary. You'll find out soon, Anton replied, knowing it would be difficult to explain everything up front. It made more sense to show them instead. With that, the group followed Anton to a surprising location, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles' secret sewer laboratory, adjacent to their ninja dojo. The laboratory was vastly different from its humble beginnings. The walls had been reinforced and hardened, and advanced circuitry and cutting-edge research equipment had been installed. It was now one of the most advanced research facilities in the world. As they entered, two men in white lab coats approached them. "Allow me to introduce you," Anton said. "This is Dr. Curtis Connors and Dr. Bruce Banner." Turning to Reed and his team, he continued, "This is Reed Richards, Sue Storm, Ben Grimm, and Johnny Storm. You're all experts in biology and genetics, so I imagine you'll find a lot to discuss." "Connors? Dr. Lizard?" Johnny blurted out, unable to contain his curiosity. When Johnny heard the name, he took a deep breath, then glanced at Bruce Banner. Finding Bruce to be unassuming, Johnny decided to ignore him for the moment and rushed forward to shake hands with Connors. "Hello there," Johnny said enthusiastically. "It's an honor to meet you, Connors." Reed, on the other hand, didn't recognize Bruce Banner's name, but he was very familiar with Curtis Connors. Dr. Lizard was one of the villains Batman had dealt with shortly after his debut. Since then, Connors had seemingly vanished. Reed had assumed Connors was arrested and imprisoned, but he never imagined he'd resurface as one of Batman's allies. As the realization dawned on him, Reed's expression shifted. "Wait, so Wayne Enterprises' body regeneration technology, this is based on your research? Dr. Connors, that's incredible. Bruce also helped me a lot," Connors admitted humbly, his tone tinged with embarrassment. While they conversed, Jonah Jameson, Anton's cheap old man, observed the surroundings and glanced at Connors and Banner with growing astonishment. He'd heard of Dr. Lizard before, but Bruce Banner was an unfamiliar name. Still, based on Anton's introduction, it was clear Banner wasn't an ordinary scientist. John couldn't help but feel curious and a little bewildered. He wanted to know what his prodigal son had gone through in just over a year to transform so drastically. And then there was Batman. Who exactly was he? What kind of person would take such an interest in Anton and shape him into what he had become? "I can't believe it," John muttered to himself, shaking his head. Anton used to be a reckless playboy who spent his time wasting money and chasing women. And now, he sighed, feeling a mix of pride and disbelief. Meanwhile, Connors continued introducing the lab's research to Reed and the others. "Like you, we wanted to crack the code of human genetics to free humanity from disease. Initially, our focus was on developing a human enhancement serum." Connors and Banner had a pleasant exchange with Reed and the others. Even Johnny, a scientific researcher, listened with enthusiasm. Although Johnny didn't fully grasp the technical content, he learned from Connors and Banner that the history of human enhancement medicine could be traced back to Captain America's super soldier serum during World War II, a key milestone in global research. This historical insight happened to overlap with Reed's ongoing genetic engineering research. "So, Batman wants us to help you develop the perfect body enhancement serum." Reed suddenly frowned, turning to look at Anton. There was a trace of unease in his expression. Reed harbored reservations about such research. The origin of human enhancement agents, the super soldier serum, was born during wartime, a period rife with ambition and conflict. Reed believed that further development of such a serum could fuel human greed and even lead to war. He had no intention of becoming a villain in the annals of history. "No," Anton clarified. "To be precise, our research goals align with yours." Anton continued, "Most human enhancement medicines currently have significant side effects. Take the Green Goblin, for instance. I'm sure you've heard of him. His transformation was caused by injecting a flawed human enhancement serum, leading to schizophrenia and making him a violent, bloodthirsty villain. Our original aim was to heal him and restore his mind to normalcy." After a brief pause, Anton added, "Now, with your research, we may finally have the ability to eliminate human genetic defects, protect people from diseases, and improve overall health." Anton acknowledged that human enhancement medicines could indeed fuel ambition and incite conflict. He had no intention of creating an army of super soldiers. After all, not everyone could be Captain America. Most people, when given immense power, would lose themselves, becoming consumed by it and inevitably falling into darkness. Moreover, the side effects of enhancement drugs were undeniable. For many, using these drugs meant becoming lawless supervillains, endangering society rather than helping it. From the outset, Anton's team sought to develop an antidote to counteract the side effects of these enhancement drugs. Their ultimate goal was to correct genetic flaws, protect against diseases, and even extend human lifespans. If successful, their work could surpass the impact of traditional enhancement serums. Such a breakthrough would undoubtedly cement Wayne Enterprises as a global leader in wealth and power. "Understood," Reed said, nodding thoughtfully. Anton's words resonated deeply with him. They reflected Reed's own values and thoughts. With newfound determination, Reed's eyes burned with conviction as he immediately replied, "I'm in." Trusting Batman's judgment, Reed and the others agreed to collaborate after understanding Anton's true intentions. On one hand, the genetic engineering project naturally aligned with Reed's research interests. On the other hand, after Reed's discussions with Connors and Banner, scientists capable of matching his intellectual level, he felt he'd finally met peers who could challenge and inspire him. With a team like this, success seemed inevitable. Reed couldn't wait to get started. In this way, Anton successfully recruited the Fantastic Four. However, their roles deviated from the original storyline. They showed no interest in becoming superheroes. Instead, they chose to focus their efforts on research, especially Ben Grimm, the Thing. Their research had the potential to reverse the changes in the Thing's body structure, restoring him to an ordinary human form. Ben Grimm's stone-like figure had caused him considerable trouble over time. Under Ben's influence, apart from Johnny Storm, who had an inherently brash and showy personality, the rest of the Fantastic Four had no desire to flaunt their abilities. Recently, thanks to his frequent visits to the sewer laboratory, Johnny Storm had gotten to know the 4 turtles living in the sewer's ninja dojo and even Peter Parker, who occasionally visited to train with his martial arts teacher. With Johnny's outgoing personality, he quickly bonded with the group. With Donatello's help, he used the uniform he'd brought back from space to create a flame-resistant battlesuit. He even gave himself the nickname Human Torch. "Johnny, you'll stick with us from now on," Michelangelo said, patting Johnny on the shoulder. Although Johnny was muscular, standing next to the 4 turtles made him look like a baby chick. "When we meet Batman, we'll suggest he lets you join the Justice League," Michelangelo added. "But before that, why not come with us to the NYPD? You can join the task force. Don't worry, we've got your back. No one in the task force will mess with you. And while you're at it, you can start building up Human Torch's reputation." "That's a great idea." Johnny's eyes lit up, thrilled by the prospect. He already felt like he was halfway to becoming a full-fledged superhero. Meanwhile, Reed and the others didn't bother paying attention to Johnny's antics. They fully respected his choices after all. His contributions to their research were minimal at best. It made more sense for him to team up with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and do some good. Given Johnny's current superpowers, the chances of him encountering serious danger were slim. When Anton heard about Johnny's activities, he didn't take it to heart. In fact, he fully supported it. Gaining the cooperation of the Fantastic Four was a significant win for the Justice League. Reed and the others not only excelled at research but were also capable fighters, helping to cover the League's shortcomings and raising its overall potential. As for Johnny Storm, while he didn't have much to contribute scientifically, teaming up with the Turtles and joining the NYPD task force seemed like a positive direction for him. However, something unexpected came up. Victor Von Doom was missing. Over the past few days, in conversations with Reed, Anton had heard about Victor Von Doom, also known as Dr. Doom, who had accompanied the group to the space station. Reed, despite his past conflicts with Doom, had no intention of causing him harm. However, Victor's own arrogance and inflated ambitions after gaining powers often led him astray. Reed had planned to inform Victor about the changes in his body but discovered that Doom's phone was unreachable, and no one knew where he was. Alarmed, Reed approached Anton for help. Anton was also concerned. If Dr. Doom had truly disappeared, it would mean losing a valuable opportunity to gain an ally or at the very least, to keep an eye on him. After some investigation, Anton called in Cyborg to review surveillance footage from the past few days. What they uncovered was shocking. Victor Von Doom had been taken by SHIELD operatives. On the same day that SHIELD approached Reed and the others, they failed to recruit them for their plans. Frustrated, they turned their attention to Victor Von Doom's company. After a conversation, Doom surprisingly chose to leave with SHIELD willingly. To investigate further, Anton used Cyborg's surveillance abilities to monitor S.H.I.E.L.D.'s activities that day. He discovered that, after Natasha failed to recruit the Fantastic Four, she visited a prison and took the Sandman into custody. Dr. Doom, Sandman, and Dr. Octopus, Anton muttered to himself, a look of amusement crossing his face. After a moment of thought, he sneered. "Looks like SHIELD is assembling a villain team. Are they running out of actual heroes to recruit?" But that wasn't the only thing Anton uncovered. Before leaving New York, Nick Fury, acting alone, had visited Oscorp and met with Harry Osborn. The meeting lasted about an hour before Fury left. Anton's mind raced. While he couldn't be certain what Fury and Harry had discussed, the timing and Fury's attempts to recruit both Doom and Sandman suggested a clear motive. SHIELD might also be targeting Harry for their plans. Anton decided to act. Picking up his phone, he called Harry. Shortly after, Anton arrived at Oscorp and met with Harry Osborn. "Anton," Harry greeted him, gesturing toward a seat. "Have a seat. Let's skip the pleasantries, Harry," Anton began bluntly. "SHIELD approached you recently, didn't they? They're trying to recruit you into the Avengers. What did Fury say to you?" Harry blinked in surprise, then smirked. "Fury, or as you know him, Spy King? That's quite the description," he said with a chuckle. After regaining his composure, Harry continued, "You're right. Fury wanted me to join the Avengers. He even dangled the promise of alien technology to enhance my combat capabilities. On top of that, he offered to funnel a large number of contracts to Oscorp under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s banner. But I told him I'd think about it and ultimately declined his offer." Harry leaned back and spread his hands. "You know as well as I do the relationship between SHIELD and the military is terrible. Oscorp's arms industry still relies heavily on military contracts. If I were to side with SHIELD, it'd put me at odds with our biggest client." "Actually," Anton said, his eyes glinting, "I suggest you reconsider and join them." Harry froze, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion. "What did you just say?" I said you should join the Avengers, Anton repeated calmly. On the military front, I'll personally secure their continued support for Oscorp in the name of Batman. Your company won't suffer for it. Harry stared at him, his expression skeptical. After a moment of thought, his face twisted into a curious smile. Why would you want me to join the Avengers? Honestly, I'd rather work with you and the Justice League. It's simple, Anton explained. First, the military will want to monitor S.H.I.E.L.D.'s movements closely, especially with how erratic they've been lately. If you're on the inside, you can help us keep tabs on them. Second, SHIELD and the military have recently launched a joint research project that has dangerous implications. Batman needs someone on the inside to watch it closely. So, this is Batman's request? Harry asked, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. After a pause, he added, if that's the case, I can agree to it, but you'll need to handle the military and explain things on my behalf, right? Anton nodded. Of course. You have my word. Yes, the Spy King might discover our meeting, but it doesn't matter. He won't give up trying to win you over, Anton said. If you'd like, I can contact Secretary of Defense John Keller and inform him about this. All right. Harry nodded decisively, no longer hesitating. For you and Batman, I'm willing to join the Avengers. After saying that, he looked at Anton and added, I do have one small request. Go ahead, Anton replied. I want to see my father again, Harry said, his expression clouded with worry. The last time I saw him, he wasn't doing well. Don't worry, Anton reassured him with a smile. Our research has made significant progress. We've found a few rare talents whose abilities rival even those of Dr. Connors and Dr. Banner. With their help, we'll soon create what your father needs. At the same time, the genetic illness hidden in your body might also be treatable. Really? Harry's eyes lit up. Trusting Anton deeply, he stood up, excitement clear in his expression. That's incredible news. It shouldn't be delayed, Anton said. I have some matters to handle, but if you want to see your father, head to the ninja dojo in the sewers and find the turtles, they'll take you there. After that, Anton bid Harry goodbye and left, saying, I'll contact the Secretary of Defense right away. Understood. As Anton walked out of the office, Harry took out his phone and called the number SHIELD had left him. Nick, I've made my decision, Harry said after a pause. I've decided to join. After leaving Oscorp, Anton called John Keller to inform him about S.H.I.E.L.D's ongoing recruitment of extraordinary individuals for the Avengers Initiative. Keller's response was calm. He had already been aware of this. However, when Anton mentioned Nick Fury's recent meeting with Harry Osborn, Keller's expression darkened. I plan to let Harry join the Avengers, Anton said, causing Keller to freeze momentarily in surprise. After a brief pause, Keller narrowed his eyes and replied, That's actually a solid idea. I thought so too, Anton agreed. I'm calling to keep you informed so there's no backlash that might affect Oscorp. There won't be any direct impact, Keller replied hesitantly. But Nick Fury will likely suspect that Harry is aligned with us. That doesn't matter, Anton said firmly. I don't intend for Harry to spy on S.H.I.E.L.D's secrets or dig too deep into their operations. I only want him to monitor their surface-level movements. And even if Fury suspects, so what? SHIELD is desperate for talent right now. They won't risk missing out on Harry. Besides, even with Stark Industries on their side, SHIELD would be foolish to ignore the influence and resources Oscorp brings to the table. It's worth noting that a massive, corporate powerhouse like Oscorp can provide unparalleled support for an organization. From cutting-edge technology to funding and top-tier talent, Harry's involvement would help fulfill nearly all of Nick Fury's demands for the Avengers Initiative. You're right. Keller understood Anton's implication. It was equivalent to the military and the Justice League openly placing Harry in the Avengers to keep an eye on the enemy. This wouldn't impact S.H.I.E.L.D's decision-making. On the contrary, SHIELD, which had just managed to calm public opinion, needed Oscorp's resources to bolster its strength within the United States. By the way, regarding the Pegasus project, I want to remind you. Anton paused, thinking for a moment, before continuing. The Tesseract, it's very dangerous. You need to be cautious. Dangerous. Keller frowned. He wasn't entirely surprised by Anton's mention of the Tesseract. Batman had access to highly classified intelligence through unknown but effective channels, a fact both the military and SHIELD had come to understand. What kind of danger? Keller asked. Is this a warning from Batman? The Tesseract is tied to alien worlds and could potentially attract extraterrestrial enemies. Given the cooperative relationship between the two, Anton decided to warn him. That's all I can say and, honestly, all I know. Loki's inevitable arrival was something Anton couldn't stop. However, he hoped his warning would prepare Keller and his team, ensuring they weren't caught off guard, reacting recklessly with nuclear missiles or overly relying on the concept of nuclear deterrence. After the call ended, John Keller was left deep in thought. Anton's warning about the Tesseract possibly attracting alien enemies left him both surprised and skeptical. But considering Earth's history, aliens had indeed appeared on the planet more than once. Perhaps Anton's information about the Tesseract had come from studying alien remnants. Keller's expression shifted as he recalled events from the previous century. Shortly after the Pegasus project was initiated, there had been alien incursions, the death of Dr. Lawson, and the subsequent disappearance of the Tesseract. These events had led to the suspension of the Pegasus project. His face darkened slightly. Could it really be, as Anton said, that the Pegasus project, or more specifically, the Tesseract, could draw alien threats to Earth? After wrapping up affairs in New York, Anton is finally ready to launch his own business. Jim is working at lightning speed, ensuring everything meets Anton's requests, and Constantine's crew has nearly completed the preparations. With that, Anton departed for Los Angeles to assist with casting. As a world-renowned director, Anton's new film project has already caught the attention of numerous Hollywood stars. Entertainment tabloids have been quick to report on the development, dedicating extensive coverage, including feature articles and exclusive pieces. Even fans of DC, especially those devoted to the Justice League, are paying close attention to this project. Everyone knows that whenever Anton directs a movie, there's speculation about the introduction of a new member of the Justice League. Though, of course, new member is always up for interpretation. Netizens have their own theories. Since Anton founded DC and laid out so many superhero stories and concepts, they suspect these new members aren't new at all but are actually Batman's old comrades in arms. According to online chatter, the movies Anton produces are autobiographical tales based on these veteran allies of the Dark Knight. Still, speculation is just that, speculation. No one can say for sure. Regardless, the question dominating conversations online is, does Anton's new project signal the emergence of another one of Batman's former comrades? The buzz is intense, and discussions are growing more heated. Meanwhile, some influential media outlets have managed to uncover details about the project, including its title, Hell Detective. The name immediately grabbed attention, igniting a fresh wave of speculation. Hell. The term alone is intriguing and needs no introduction. It suggests that Anton's film will be another mysterious and potentially suspenseful work. The title's genre doesn't quite align with a traditional superhero movie, leaving fans and critics alike curious about what Hell Detective will entail. The news only fueled the hype. Washington, D.C. SHIELD headquarters. Cowlson, now promoted to director, sat in his office reviewing a report handed to him. After skimming through the details, he frowned. Hell Detective. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources, Cowlson had access to far more information than the entertainment media. He not only confirmed the title of Anton's new movie but also identified its connection to a specific character in DC's expansive roster of heroes. Constantine. Cowlson murmured, deep in thought. John Constantine. An Englishman born in Liverpool, Constantine had demonstrated magical abilities since childhood. As a magician, he rarely relied on magic, preferring to avoid its often painful costs. Instead, he employed tactics like reasoning, investigation, bargaining, and deception to resolve issues. Cowlson was fully aware of Constantine's story. After all, long ago, when Nick Fury was still director, he had tasked Cowlson with studying all the works produced by DC novels, animations, comics, and beyond. Ever since then, Cowlson had been following DC's content closely. So, another story steeped in mystery. Cowlson muttered with a hint of exasperation. Anton's last film, Wonder Woman, had already ventured into the realm of mythology, touching on figures like Zeus, the king of the gods, and Ares, the god of war. Now, it seemed Anton was diving even deeper into the supernatural with Hell Detective. The most significant thing is that during the film's release, Thor appeared in New Mexico, bringing Norse mythology to life. This immediately confirmed the existence of gods, though, after making contact, it became clear that these gods were, strictly speaking, just highly advanced alien civilizations compared to humanity. Interestingly, Wonder Woman seems to have some connection to Thor. Cowlson, however, hasn't fully figured out the link. Meanwhile, Anton is preparing to shoot Hell Detective, a movie centered around Constantine. What does Constantine represent? Hell, Satan, God. In essence, Christianity is being reinterpreted. From Cowlson's understanding of Constantine, the story also features numerous angels and demons, including the Archangel Gabriel and the demon Nergal. These characters are deeply rooted in ancient myths. Gabriel, for instance, needs no introduction. In the Bible, Gabriel is one of the 4 archangels, often considered the leader of the angels and God's most trusted messenger, symbolizing wisdom and divine authority. As for Nergal, Cowlson recalls that this figure originates from Sumerian mythology. Nergal was the god of war, archery, and disease, often associated with fire and the zodiac sign Sagittarius. In mythology, Nergal led 14 demons in an attack on the underworld, originally the realm of the goddess Ereshkigal. To restore order, Ereshkigal married Nergal, who then became known as the King of Death. The blending of these myths is enough to make Cowlson's head spin. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. The former director, now deputy director, Nick Fury, walked in. Seeing Cowlson's frustrated expression, Fury smirked and said, "What's wrong? You look like you've got a real problem on your hands." "Anton is making another movie," Cowlson replied. "And judging by past patterns, it's highly likely something will happen, something you and I won't fully understand." "Oh," Fury said as he sat casually across from Cowlson. "Since I became deputy director, I've realized there's nothing in this world I can't understand. After all, the big problems are for the director to handle, right?" "Nick, I'd happily give you this position," Cowlson sighed. Just thinking about gods and demons gives me a headache. I thought Greek and Norse mythology were complicated enough. Now Christianity is being added to the mix. I'm starting to wonder what other secrets this world is hiding. So, Anton's next movie is tied to Christianity? Fury asked, his brow furrowing slightly. Exactly. Coulson nodded, looking even more drained. Anyway, what do you need from me? Noticing Coulson's clear fatigue, Fury decided not to press further. He leaned back in his chair and said calmly, Harry has agreed to join the Avengers. Really? The military isn't blocking it? Coulson asked, surprised. Harry doesn't seem like the type to go against the military. After all, a lot of Osborn Industries weapons contracts depend on military orders. I looked into it, Fury said. Harry had a conversation with Anton before agreeing to join. It seems Anton and the military are working together to plant an observer in the Avengers. Harry's a perfect fit. And as you know, we need Osborn's resources right now, so we're not going to reject him. Plus, Harry was someone I wanted on the team anyway. Ah, so you'd already planned for this, Coulson remarked, shaking his head. Coulson glanced at Nick Fury. His face was calm, but deep down, he felt a twinge of insecurity. Though Coulson was now the director of SHIELD, his methods still felt immature compared to Nick Fury, the former director. Especially when he thought about Fury's bold actions using a fake death to lure out Hydra spies within SHIELD, sacrificing countless resources, and even inciting a clash between the Justice League and the Avengers in Washington just days ago. If Coulson had been in Fury's place, he would never have taken such drastic steps. Coulson, I know you don't agree with my choices, Fury said, as if reading Coulson's thoughts. But you're the director now. No matter what, you need to stand by your decisions. Fury gave him a steady look, then turned to gaze at the sunset outside the window. His voice dropped, carrying a weight of experience. In this world, there are always things beyond your understanding. To achieve a greater goal, you can't fear sacrifice. Sometimes, you have to make hard choices. Coulson was silent. Los Angeles. Anton wasn't deeply involved in the casting process. After briefly reviewing the list of actors and the detailed information provided by Jim, he headed straight to Quentin Beck's special effects studio. Beck, better known as Mysterio. Anton's purpose was clear, to use Quentin's holographic projection technology to enhance the movie's special effects during production. Hell Detective didn't rely heavily on special effects, and the effects required were relatively simple. As an experienced director, Anton reviewed the schedule and budget Jim had prepared, estimating that the film would take about 2 months to complete. By incorporating Quentin's holographic projection equipment into the shoot, Anton hoped to save significant time and effort by reducing the need for post-production effects. Quentin, understanding Anton's vision, eagerly demonstrated his latest drone projection equipment. Anton was impressed. Though the projections displayed by the drones were a bit unpolished, Anton knew that, with enough time and fine-tuning, the expressions and movements could be refined to perfection. Beck, let's proceed with this plan. I'll send you the script so you can start creating the character models based on the story and the screenwriter's requirements, Anton said. This time, we're not just using holographic projections for filming. We're going to prove to Hollywood that holographic projection technology represents the future. This is the future you've been working toward. No problem. I'll give it everything I've got, Quentin said, brimming with excitement. A few days later, under Anton's watchful eye, casting for Hell Detective was completed, and filming officially began. To allow Quentin more time to perfect the holographic projection models, Anton prioritized scenes that didn't require special effects. All scenes needing holography were pushed to the second month of the shooting schedule. Meanwhile, news of Hell Detective's production spread rapidly. Constantine? When audiences heard that the film centered around John Constantine, interest surged. Fans began revisiting the original novels and other DC cultural works featuring the character. Discovering references to Christianity, God, angels, demons, and the supernatural, many were left in awe and a little shaken. If Wonder Woman represents the gods, does Anton's decision to film Hell Detective suggest that magic, gods, and demons truly exist in the world? Netizens engaged in fierce debates over these questions. More than a month later, Anton noticed the online arguments were still raging, with neither side backing down. Deciding to seize the moment, he approached Jim and instructed him to begin promoting the movie. Jim was stunned at first but then realized the reason for Anton's confidence: the filming progress was shockingly fast. Especially after Quentin's holographic projection equipment was introduced, the need for traditional special effects work was eliminated entirely, saving time, effort, and resources. It'll be finished in about half a month, Anton said, sitting with the crew and feeling deeply moved. This was the smoothest and most effortless production he'd ever worked on. Once filming wrapped, only minimal post-production work would be required, and the movie could be released immediately. While reflecting on the process, Anton glanced at the system panel displaying Constantine's fan value. It had already reached 15 million. He marveled at how quickly the character had gained popularity. Why is John Constantine attracting fans so fast? Anton muttered to himself. Is it because of his shamelessness? He shook his head, unable to figure it out. As the production neared its finale, Jim introduced Anton to someone who had come to the set for a cameo appearance. The sight of this newcomer left Anton momentarily stunned. Anton, this is Johnny Blaze, Jim explained. He's the most famous motorcycle stuntman in the United States. He even broke a world record by jumping over dozens of cars. I invited him to make a quick cameo, just a few seconds of footage. After Jim finished, he noticed Anton's strange expression and grew nervous. What's wrong? Do you think he's not a good fit? No, not at all, Anton replied, scrutinizing Johnny Blaze from head to toe. Suddenly, Anton laughed, then turned serious. Mr. Blaze, are you interested in playing Satan? You have a devilish aura about you. Devil's temperament? Johnny Blaze, the future Ghost Rider, was taken aback then confused. Had Anton seen something? Or was this just an offhand compliment? Yet, in Anton's eyes, he saw appreciation. Demonic temperament. He was obviously praising him for his role. I heard the role of Satan was already cast, a top Hollywood actor with countless fans. If I take the part, what happens to him? Johnny pushed aside his thoughts and let out a hearty laugh. Won't this cause problems for the crew? It's fine. Anton waved dismissively, his tone leaving no room for argument. On this set, I'm the boss. What I say goes. I'll make the arrangements now, Jim responded immediately. Even though the original actor was a first-tier Hollywood star, Jim didn't even consider persuading Anton to change his mind. Compared to some so-called A-lister, Anton's word carried far more weight. Besides, Jim suspected that once the actor heard Anton had personally vetoed his casting, he wouldn't even bother demanding compensation for breach of contract. At Anton's current level of influence, nobody would. Wait. Anton stopped Jim. I'm not unreasonable. Tell the poor guy that, moving forward, he'll get priority casting in any DC film projects he fits. Understood. Jim nodded. Now, he was certain rather than asking for liquidated damages, the actor would probably thank Anton for the favor. Once Jim left, Anton tossed a script to Johnny Blaze. Your scenes start shooting tomorrow. Memorize the script first. I've heard of you, Johnny. You should have plenty of experience on set. If you need anything, just ask Jim. With that, Anton turned and walked back to the crew. The appearance of Johnny Blaze had genuinely surprised him. But thinking about it, Ghost Rider was a core part of Marvel, after all. The Fantastic Four had already shown up, so the arrival of a Ghost Rider wasn't exactly shocking. Originally, Hell Detective was meant to deal with the Ancient One, but now, maybe Constantine could make an early appearance. The only issue? Anton didn't know Johnny well enough to gauge where his story currently stood. The key question: had he reunited with his first love, Roxanne? If he had, then the plot was about to kick off. Johnny Blaze watched Anton walk away, the script still clutched in his hands. He hesitated. Anton's casual dismissal of a Hollywood A-lister replacing him without a second thought had left a deep impression. More than that, Anton wasn't just some random industry powerhouse. As Batman's comrade in arms, an official member of the Justice League, and the director behind the Wonder Woman films that exposed the hidden supernatural world, he was a huge deal. Even an offhand remark from Anton could make people think twice. And to Johnny, that sentence hadn't sounded casual at all. It felt deliberate. Do I really look like a demon? Johnny fell into deep thought. His past had left him wandering lost. Although he had gained some fame, Johnny Blaze still felt adrift, as if he had no real place in the world. At the root of it all was the contract. And the mysterious old man. Demon. Johnny frowned and murmured, is he really a demon? The thought lingered in his mind. Unable to shake it off, he quickly said goodbye to Jim and returned to his home in Los Angeles. As he settled in, he opened the script, his expression serious. Maybe, just maybe, he could find the answer within its pages. The next day, during the filming of the Satan scene, Johnny Blaze's performance shocked everyone except Anton. Hello, John. Your soul. I had to come personally. A cigarette suits you. You know, if you cut too deep, you'll sever the tendons. Your fingers won't work after that. On set, Johnny sat in a chair, his gaze locked on the actor playing John Constantine, who had collapsed against the wall. Constantine's face was tense, his body trembling, but Johnny remained eerily composed. His expression seemed calm, yet underneath, there was an unmistakable thrill, a barely restrained madness. Like a true demon, he exuded a chilling joy at the sight of a soul ripe for the taking. The performance stunned the crew. They had only learned yesterday that Anton had personally replaced the original Hollywood A-lister with Johnny. Most assumed Johnny had pulled some strings or begged Anton for the role. Many doubted his ability and expected him to be a weak substitute at best. But now, Johnny Blaze wasn't just good, he was perfect for the role. He wasn't a refined, practiced actor like the Hollywood star he had replaced. He was something else, something more fitting. Johnny's Satan felt disturbingly real, especially when he harvested a soul. Not bad. As the scene wrapped, Anton clapped and laughed. That was a great take. I told you, Johnny, you were made to play Satan. Thanks. Johnny followed the crew to the dressing room to remove his makeup. Before he could sit down, his agent and longtime friend, Mark, burst in grinning from ear to ear. Johnny, since when did your acting get this good? Mark was practically bouncing with excitement. I'm telling you, at this level, forget stunt writing. You could cross over into acting full-time. Hell, I'm seeing the next Oscar Best Actor right in front of me. Phenomenal performance. As the makeup artist worked, Mark kept chattering, his enthusiasm unstoppable. Listen to me, Johnny, let's make a movie. Seriously? You've already done everything possible with stunt writing, and there's no one left to challenge. Acting could be your new path. Not bad. The makeup artist nodded in agreement as he wiped away Johnny's stage makeup. You really nailed that role. You could make it big in Hollywood. He had been on set, after all. He had seen Johnny's performance up close and it had left an impression. But Johnny just shook his head. I'm not an actor. I just got lucky. He paused, then added, I just played the part like someone else would. Mark raised an eyebrow. Played the devil like someone else. He scoffed, crossing his arms. Who, exactly? What, you met a real demon or something? After a while, Johnny Blaze finished removing his makeup. You're not leaving. Mark looked at his old friend in surprise. You go ahead. I'll wait. Johnny's eyes were fixed on Anton. Seeing this, Mark suddenly understood. You finally figured it out, Johnny. That's right, you should thank Anton. If he hadn't given you the role of Satan, breaking into the film industry wouldn't have been easy for you. Johnny let out a quiet, amused laugh. The set was still bustling, crew members moving non-stop. Anton sat in front of the camera, a megaphone in hand, his expression serious as he directed the production. Johnny's gaze shifted to the actor performing in front of the camera. The unfolding scene, paired with the script he had read the night before, stirred something deep inside him, something unsettling. A nightmare he had been having for years. Snapping back to reality, Johnny turned to Anton. Anton's eyes were calm, yet there was something behind them, a knowing look, almost amused. He gave Johnny a small nod before returning his attention to the crew. He knows. Johnny felt it in his gut. Anton knew something. So, he waited. The entire day. Finally, when the shoot wrapped late at night, Anton was free. Johnny seized the moment, stepping forward to meet him. The nearby crew members exchanged glances, smirking. So that's how he landed the role of Satan. Not just talent, he knows how to kiss ass, too. Johnny ignored the looks. He didn't care. His voice was unsteady, impatient, desperate, hopeful. Mr. Jameson, I need to ask you something. Anton didn't hesitate. I know. Come with me. Anton led Johnny to his room, poured 2 glasses of whiskey, and handed one to him. Raising his own, he motioned for Johnny to speak. Go ahead. I'm listening. Johnny hesitated for a moment before finally asking. When we met before, you said I was perfect to play Satan. That I had a demonic temperament. His grip tightened around the glass. Did you see something? Anton tilted his head slightly, intrigued. See what, exactly? Johnny swallowed. Did you see that? I've signed a contract with the devil. The words felt heavy, yet saying them aloud also brought a strange sense of relief. Gritting his teeth, he continued. When I was a teenager, I made a deal with a demon. I don't even know if it was real or not, but for years, I've had the same nightmare over and over. His voice lowered. I can't shake the feeling that all of this was arranged by someone. Anton's expression didn't change. Then let me tell you this, your instincts are right. Now, what do you think about that? Johnny opened his mouth then closed it. What did he think? What could he think? Shock? No, it wasn't shock. Deep down, he had already accepted it. He just needed confirmation. Anton leaned back, studying him. Johnny, before I met you, I had some doubts about whether demons really existed in this world. Anton spoke calmly. But after seeing you, I no longer have any doubts. That means, you don't actually know much. Johnny Blaze exhaled, feeling a strange sense of relief. No, I know a lot. Anton's tone was confident. For example, I know the identity of the demon you made a deal with. And I know your current situation. Johnny set his glass down and fixed Anton with an intense stare. He knew Anton wasn't finished. That demon's name is Mephisto, Anton continued. And you're the one he chose. People like you usually get a cool nickname. He paused before saying, Ghost Rider. Johnny let out a dry laugh. Ghost Rider? Sounds like the name of a superhero. In reality, it's a curse, Anton said flatly. You'll gain incredible power, but you'll also become Mephisto's puppet, his strongest weapon. And the moment you signed that contract, your soul stopped belonging to you. Johnny fell silent. Anton didn't go into detail about the Ghost Rider's power, but he didn't need to. Memories of his past flashed through Johnny's mind, everything he had experienced, every unexplainable nightmare, every feeling that something was wrong. Everything Anton said lined up. His soul was no longer his own. Johnny clenched his fists. What do I do? He looked straight at Anton, his voice steady. How do I fight this? How do I break free from the devil? You can't. Anton shook his head. You signed the contract. Your soul belongs to Mephisto. There's no escaping his grip. But, until the day you die, you're still you, Johnny Blaze. Johnny stiffened, stunned into silence. For a long time, he just sat there, lost. Then, but, Anton's voice cut through the haze, drawing Johnny's full attention again. What you need to understand is that until you actually become the Ghost Rider, you still have freedom. But once you transform, Mephisto will always be watching. He'll never stop until he fully owns your soul. Anton took a sip of his drink before adding, like John Constantine in the movie. Johnny latched onto the name like a drowning man grabbing a lifeline. John Constantine. He's real, isn't he? Can I meet him? Not yet. Anton shook his head, then suddenly changed the subject. Tell me, do you have a girlfriend right now? Or at least a woman you're interested in? Johnny blinked. No. He frowned. Why? What does that have to do with anything? Anton didn't answer immediately. Instead, he just stared at Johnny with a serious expression. A little too serious. Something about it made the hairs on Johnny's arms stand up. His scalp tingled. And then, I don't like men. Johnny blurted out. His face was deadpan as he added, Mr. Jameson, even if I were possessed by a demon, I still wouldn't want to be with you. Pfft. Anton nearly spit out his drink. Shit, that's not what I meant. He scowled, looking deeply offended. I'm saying you're safe for now, until you meet the person you can't stop thinking about. Johnny squinted. What does that even mean? Anton smirked. You'll understand when you meet her. Anton waved a hand dismissively. I can only say so much. If you know too much, it could affect reality. You still haven't told me what should I do now? Johnny Blaze frowned, his voice tinged with frustration. Even if I die, I don't want my soul to become a plaything for the devil. Here's what you do, Anton said. When you meet someone you can't stop thinking about day and night, call me. I'll do my best to find a way for you. Johnny narrowed his eyes. You can't just tell me outright. No, Anton shrugged. Relax, you're safe for now. Even if Mephisto wants your soul, he still has to abide by the terms of your contract. And don't forget, this world is more complicated than you think. Even a demon can't just show up and wreak havoc whenever he pleases. Johnny exhaled sharply. All right. Still filled with unease, he left the set. Anton watched him go, his thoughts drifting to the Sorcerer Supreme, the ancient one who protected Earth from mystical threats. Looking at the world as it was now, even someone as powerful as Ancient One couldn't completely control everything. If she could, Mephisto's avatar wouldn't have been able to descend from the Hell Dimension and bind Johnny Blaze in a contract, creating the Ghost Rider. Of course, there could be other hidden factors at play. For now, the best Anton could hope for was that the Constantine project would be released soon and that Mephisto wouldn't make his move for at least another month. That way, Anton could ensure Constantine's clone was ready, giving Johnny Blaze some much-needed backup. But if Mephisto tried to seize control over Johnny before Constantine was in play, Anton would have no choice but to show Johnny a different path, one that led straight to Camartage and the Ancient One. That said, if he had any other options, Anton would rather not get involved with Ancient One at all. Constantine wrapped up production faster than Anton had expected. With the Satan scenes completed, only minor details remained, and Anton no longer needed to oversee the process constantly. A few days later, as the film entered post-production, Anton finally took some time away from Los Angeles and returned to New York. Harry had asked to meet him to discuss a few things. OS Corp, New York. Anton sat across from Harry, realizing it had been 2 months since their last meeting. S.H.I.E.L.D's recent operations have been focused on dismantling Hydra's forces, Harry began. Nick Fury got some intel from Alexander Pierce. He spent the past 2 months verifying it, and now the Avengers are taking action. I was involved in several missions. He paused before adding, also, regarding Project Pegasus S.H.I.E.L.D is on the verge of success. Anton's eyes flickered with interest, ignoring the first half of Harry's report and focusing on the latter. Project Pegasus is nearing completion? That meant Loki would soon arrive with the Chitauri army, or perhaps, he was already on Earth. Not just that, Harry continued, his tone serious. The Tesseract contains an infinite energy source. If humanity can harness it, civilization will advance at an unprecedented rate. But SHIELD and the military clearly have no intention of sharing that power with the world. Anton exhaled slowly. It's coming? He looked at Harry, whose expression was conflicted. Anton knew he was caught between two worlds, technically an Avenger, but in his heart, still loyal to the Justice League. After all, this was the same Harry who had once spent $150 million just to invest in a Batman movie for the sole purpose of obtaining a signed photo of the Caped Crusader. When Harry inherited OS Corp and found himself in danger, it was the Arrow who had saved him. Ever since, he had been fascinated by the Justice League. Yet, despite Anton publicly revealing his superhero identity, Harry had never asked to join the Justice League. Instead, by sheer coincidence or perhaps fate, he followed Anton's advice and joined the Avengers. Anton leaned forward slightly. Harry, Project Pegasus won't go as smoothly as they expect. A crisis is coming. What kind of crisis? Harry asked, puzzled. Keep an eye on S.H.I.E.L.D, Anton instructed. Especially on the Tesseract. Why? Harry pressed. What does Project Pegasus have to do with a crisis? It's not Project Pegasus, it's the Tesseract itself, Anton clarified. The Tesseract is one of the universe's most valuable artifacts. It only ended up on Earth by accident. Last century, the failure of Project Pegasus was linked to extraterrestrial interference. Now, SHIELD and the military have reactivated it, lighting a beacon for the entire galaxy. He met Harry's gaze. Any alien species that desires the Tesseract's power will be coming for it. Why don't we just stop them in advance? Harry spoke hesitantly, then sighed with a helpless smile. No, you're right. If they don't experience a real beating, they won't understand the consequences. Anton's tone remained calm. But Earth isn't as simple as you think. Don't worry, this crisis is within our control. One of the reasons I pushed for you to join the Avengers was to make it easier for us to manage the situation. Once this crisis unfolds, SHIELD and the Avengers won't be able to maintain their current status. Harry inhaled sharply, his expression subtly shifting to one of shock. Anton was right. If Project Pegasus, led by SHIELD, failed again, especially if it resulted in an alien invasion, the fallout would be catastrophic. SHIELD, as the driving force behind the project, would face consequences far worse than what they endured in the Battle of Washington. That battle had severely damaged SHIELD, but under Nick Fury's strategic maneuvering, the organization had managed to survive. However, an intergalactic invasion sparked by the Tesseract was a crisis of an entirely different magnitude. Opening a gateway for an alien army to invade Earth? That wasn't something SHIELD could talk its way out of. In the original timeline, SHIELD had survived the Battle of New York because the Avengers successfully repelled the Chitauri. The World Security Council had backed SHIELD afterward, recognizing the necessity of a superpowered response team. The crisis had, in an ironic way, solidified the Avengers' importance. But this time, things were different. The Avengers weren't the only super team anymore. The Justice League, led by Batman, had captured the public's admiration far more effectively than the S.H.I.E.L.D. backed Avengers. Without their monopoly on Earth's superhero defense, the Avengers' significance had diminished, which meant that after the Battle of New York, the World Security Council wouldn't necessarily protect SHIELD like they had in the original timeline. On the contrary, they might seize the opportunity to punish SHIELD severely, possibly even dismantling both the agency and the Avengers entirely. Anton smirked. He had never been the forgiving type. Even though the Battle of Washington had ultimately been Hydra's doing, Nick Fury had faked his death, manipulated the fallout, and even dragged the Justice League into the chaos. That alone had irritated Anton to no end. The only reason he hadn't crushed SHIELD back then was that, at the time, they weren't a wounded enemy ripe for defeat. They had been a warrior that had barely escaped with a broken arm. Still, looking at the bigger picture, Nick Fury's actions made sense. In the original timeline, long before the Avengers formed, Fury had been actively pushing for their creation. Perhaps, deep down, he had anticipated the risks of restarting Project Pegasus. Maybe he had always known that tampering with the Tesseract would eventually lead to an alien invasion. Otherwise, why would he push so aggressively to assemble a superhero team before the project even resumed? Even after the Kree invasion during Captain Marvel's era, Fury hadn't immediately pursued the formation of the Avengers. Yet, by the time Project Pegasus was back on the table, he moved quickly. From that perspective, it was clear restarting Project Pegasus had always been Fury's goal. And he knew the risks. That was why he had scrambled to assemble a team strong enough to handle the consequences. That was why he had created the Avengers. Nick Fury, that old fox, might have had everything under control. But he made one crucial mistake. He underestimated his opponents. And, thanks to Anton's influence, the Avengers ended up recruiting the wrong people. Dr. Doom, Sandman, Dr. Octopus. Anton scoffed. The latter two might genuinely have a chance at redemption. But as for Doom, Anton would never believe that a selfish, power-hungry villain, one who lost control the moment he gained strength, would ever willingly serve SHIELD, let alone risk his life for justice. Harry, let me give you a piece of advice. A thought crossed Anton's mind as he turned to Harry. Keep an eye on Victor Doom. That guy is dangerous. He could become a serious threat inside the Avengers. Doom. Harry was caught off guard. Why was Anton so sure? From what Harry had seen, Victor was arrogant, sure, but aside from that, he hadn't noticed anything particularly alarming. If Anton had warned him about Sandman or Dr. Octopus, that would have made sense. After all, both of them had criminal pasts. But Victor Doom? Did he have some dark history Harry wasn't aware of? Harry hesitated. That's all I have to say for now. Just keep it in mind. With that, Anton left. Harry remained seated, deep in thought, Anton's words echoing in his mind. Beep beep. Not long after Anton left, Harry's Avengers communicator buzzed urgently. Emergency directive. Agent Coulson's calm yet serious voice came through. Everyone, please activate your communicators. We need to discuss an urgent matter. Hiss. Harry tapped his device, and a virtual screen projected in front of him. The screen split into multiple sections, displaying the current members of the Avengers, along with Coulson and Nick Fury. We need all personnel to report to the SHIELD base immediately, Coulson announced. Project Pegasus, our joint dark matter energy operation, has encountered an incident. A group of agents suddenly lost control and attacked the base. Fortunately, Barton and Natasha intervened in time to neutralize the threat. Wait, agents. Tony Stark's voice cut in sharply. His tone was skeptical, his face slightly haggard, as if he hadn't slept in days. The usual confidence, the smug, charismatic flair was gone. He looked exhausted. Everyone knew that ever since the Battle of Washington, Tony had isolated himself, burying himself in his lab, obsessively working on new armor. No one knew exactly what he'd been developing. This was the first time in 2 months that he'd responded to S.H.I.E.L.D's call. And whatever he had been working on, if it had kept Tony Stark awake night after night, it was bound to be something big. These agents, Tony continued, are they actually ours? Or are we dealing with Hydra? Coulson's expression remained grim. After investigating, we confirmed that they're our own, not Hydra. A heavy silence followed. But here's the real problem, Coulson added. When we interrogated them, we realized something unsettling. They had no memory of what they did. So, it's superpowers again. Captain America Steve Rogers frowned, his expression serious. After his encounter with the Justice League, he had gained a deeper understanding of just how vast and unpredictable the world truly was. Yes, it is. Coulson nodded. We believe someone is targeting the Tesseract. That's why we need to assemble a team to help secure it. Project Pegasus has reached a critical stage, and this period is extremely important. Harry's mind raced. Anton's words echoed in his head. He had warned that Project Pegasus would lead to a crisis. But Harry hadn't expected something to happen this quickly. Was this the beginning of that crisis? I'm in. He spoke up suddenly. I'll participate. I'm very interested in Project Pegasus, and I'd like to see the Tesseract up close. I'll join too. Count me in. Same here. To Coulson's satisfaction, every Avenger agreed to report to the base and help guard the Tesseract. On the screen, Nick Fury remained silent, his gaze unreadable. Somewhere in New York, Victor Doom shut off the virtual screen projected by his communicator, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. The Tesseract. A small, ambitious smile curled at the corner of his lips. It had been nearly 2 months since he joined SHIELD, and in that time, he had gained a solid understanding of both the agency and the Avengers. SHIELD was undeniably powerful, wielding law enforcement authority across multiple countries. As for Project Pegasus and the Tesseract, Doom was already well informed. After all, the project involved collaboration between the military and the space agency, mobilizing numerous personnel. It wasn't exactly a heavily guarded secret. And Victor Doom, being an exceptionally talented scientist, had naturally caught S.H.I.E.L.D's attention. In the comics, he was a genius, a master of physics, robotics, cybernetics, genetics, weapon technology, biochemistry, and even time travel. He had studied countless ancient European magical texts, becoming a self-taught sorcerer, a rare fusion of magic and science. But the movie version of Doom had been significantly nerfed. He had no magical knowledge, only his scientific expertise. He was a former classmate of the Fantastic Four, a brilliant mind, but far from his comic book counterpart's terrifying potential. Even so, his intelligence was undeniable, which had earned him a place on Project Pegasus, where he had made valuable contributions. Yet, despite his position, Doom was surprised by just how much emphasis SHIELD placed on the project and on the Tesseract itself. Although he worked on the project daily, his role was limited to calculations and data analysis based on instructions from higher UPS. Within the team of scientists, only one person had direct access to the Tesseract, Dr. Eric Selvig, the project's lead researcher. Doom was forced to admire the artifact from a distance. Every suggestion or request related to the Tesseract had to go through Selvig. Even if Selvig did approve a scientist's request, they were only allowed to assist him during experiments. And that was unacceptable. Under S.H.I.E.L.D's strict management system, Doom had no real access to the Tesseract. He could only study it from a distance. The base was heavily staffed, with watchful eyes monitoring everything day and night. After realizing he had no way to get close to the Tesseract under normal circumstances, Doom abandoned any immediate attempts and decided to wait for a better opportunity. And now, finally, that opportunity had come. If I can obtain the Tesseract, harness its energy, combined with my current abilities. A fire burned in Doom's eyes. I can become a god. Even with his limited understanding of the Tesseract, his calculations suggested that the energy within it was powerful enough to destroy Earth with ease. Ever since he had survived the cosmic storm on the space station, just like the Fantastic Four, he had developed superhuman abilities. His body could transform into metal, and he could generate and manipulate electricity. If he could convert the Tesseract's energy into a current he could control, he would have limitless power. Whoosh! Without wasting another second, Doom packed his belongings and drove straight to New York's airport. From there, he flew to SHIELD headquarters in Washington. With Coulson's arrangements, he was then transported to the Joint Dark Matter Energy Operations Base, where Project Pegasus was underway. He wasn't the only one making the trip. His fellow Avengers were also en route. A few hours later, all the Avengers gathered at the entrance of the base. Doom, eager and impatient, didn't bother greeting anyone. Without looking back, he strode into the base with purpose. Harry, who had just exchanged greetings with Tony and Rogers, caught sight of Doom's hurried steps. His brows furrowed as he remembered Anton's recent warning. Victor Doom is not ordinary. As the thought crossed his mind, Steve Rogers patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. We should head into. Right. Snapping back to reality, Harry followed the group through the entrance. None of them noticed the base guards exchanging meaningful glances as they passed. One of them, in particular, kept his gaze locked on Doom's retreating figure, his expression unreadable. Then, as Doom disappeared inside, a sly smile curled across the guard's lips, one that was far too mischievous for a mere soldier. Had Thor been present, he would have recognized him instantly. This was no ordinary guard. This was Loki, the god of mischief. This one is far too ambitious. As Doom passed him, Loki twitched his nose slightly, sniffing the air. I do love the scent of ambition and conspiracy. Anton was unaware of the abnormal situation within SHIELD regarding the Pegasus plan. Even if he knew, he would simply view it as part of his expectations, feeling neither surprise nor shock. Anyway, during the early days of the New York War, it wasn't his turn to take action. SHIELD and the Avengers would serve as the first line of defense against the aliens. Only when this defense was breached, or when it became unsustainable, would Batman and the Justice League step in to maximize fan value and benefits at the perfect moment. The Justice League's intervention would not only quickly resolve the crisis but also force the military, who were also culpable in the Pegasus plan, to make reparations. In this way, the blame would fall entirely on SHIELD, and the World Security Council would have no choice but to begrudgingly accept it. Humph. Anton's thoughts shifted, dismissing these considerations. After all, with Harry Osborn now embedded in the Avengers as part of the Justice League, Harry would monitor the situation until it became uncontrollable, at which point he would naturally seek Batman's assistance. At DC Corporation, Anton returned to his company from Osborn to handle official business. Anton, the Hell Detective, is in its final stages. With Quentin Baker's holographic projection, the special effects work is minimal, which will save time. It'll only take about half a month to finish the film, Jim reported. The distribution company is already on board, and as for the release date, I think we can set it for a month from now, leaving enough time for publicity. A month later, Anton squinted, counting the time in his head. He didn't know exactly when the New York War would occur, but he knew from what Harry had just revealed that it must happen within a month. Once the New York War ended, the citizens would likely have little interest in entertainment for a while, and the entertainment industry would experience a slump. Except for bars, of course. If they delayed any longer and Johnny Blaze entered the plot, he would lose millions of justice points. Even Doctor Strange would come knocking on his door. This was unacceptable. 1 month is too long, Anton said after a brief thought. I want you to work overtime. Since most of the post-production special effects have been skipped, I expect all the post-production work to be completed within a week. And the film should be ready for release the day after that? A week? Jim was stunned. That's not realistic. Anton, your request is too exaggerated. It's impossible to finish in time. Even though Anton knew it was unlikely to follow his timeline, he replied, even with the special effects omitted, it's still too difficult to handle the soundtrack and editing in just a week. Even if we manage to complete it, the final product won't be as exciting as we originally envisioned. Anton shrugged indifferently. I don't care about publicity or market rules, I just want my movie released as soon as possible. But, Jim frowned, unable to stop himself from continuing to persuade Anton. Enough. I'll personally handle the time-consuming work of editing and scoring, Anton interrupted, waving his hand decisively. It must be done within a week, and the movie must be released next week. You go ahead and discuss it with the distribution company. Me. Jim was left speechless. He looked at Anton's serious expression and realized that Anton wasn't joking. Even without the special effects, it would be impossible to complete post-production in a week. This was a movie with an investment of over $100 million, not some low-budget, poorly made film for a quick theater release. Go on, I don't want to repeat myself. After Anton finished speaking, Jim had no choice but to nod. After all, Anton was the boss. Anton was aware of Jim's concerns. However, as someone who had already watched the film in its entirety, Anton knew he could cut out the essence of the movie simply by following his memory. With only a week to work, he couldn't afford to make any cuts or changes. As for the soundtrack, that was relatively simple for him. Having already seen the answers, he could memorize them. Finding a suitable synonym for the song in the library wouldn't be difficult. After the warm-up of Anton's new film project and the promotion of some of the pre-film materials, Constantine's fan value reached an astonishing 17 million. This can be regarded as the best performance by a superhero, excluding the natural growth of the movie. It seems that the shameless performance of John Constantine in his works has indeed captured the attention of a large number of people. As far as personality charm is concerned, Constantine cannot be ignored. Thoughts flashed through Anton's mind as he watched Jim leave his office, and he followed suit. Since he intended to participate in the later work and time was tight, he didn't want to waste any more time. He made his way to DC's film and television department. At the same time, he contacted several of his associate directors and other personnel, who quickly gathered to discuss the matter. At that moment, Jim, who was on the phone discussing details with the publishing company, watched the scene. It felt as if he had returned to the early days when Anton had first started working with him. Back then, Anton's The Batman Begins had brought him unprecedented success. Although Anton's later films were still successful, it wasn't the same as that first time people were too lazy to listen. However, this time, Anton seemed especially passionate, and the time was so tight. Would there be another box office miracle? Jim sighed, shaking these optimistic thoughts out of his mind, and continued his heated conversation with the publishing company. Do you think I want to? Stop being noisy, and prepare to promote it according to what we discussed before. Anton said it will be in theaters next week. Who can convince him? You do it. Money? When did you see Anton care about money? During the time Anton devoted himself to post-production, at the Pegasus Project base, all members of the reunion were guarding the inside of the base, revolving around the Tesseract every day. Today's reunion members included Iron Man, Captain America, Hawkeye, Black Widow, Dr. Octopus, Sandman, Victor Doom, and Harry. These 8 people. Among them, Captain America, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Sandman had little or no knowledge of science. The remaining 4 were all highly educated individuals. Except for Harry, who had a slightly lower level, the other 3 were definitely top scientists in their field. These 3 were particularly obsessed with the Tesseract. Dr. Octopus, who had been studying infinite energy for many years, had almost given up after the failure of his artificial sun experiment. The Tesseract, however, was similar to the artificial sun. He dove in suddenly, as if seeing the goddess he had dreamed of. Tony couldn't help but immerse himself in it as well. As for Victor Doom, he finally had the opportunity to come into contact with the Tesseract. Even Harry, with the lowest level of scientific knowledge among them, was shocked by the terrifying energy hidden within the cube. He suddenly understood why Anton had said the cube was the treasure of the universe, and why countless aliens wanted it. Time passed quickly. A week later, the study of the Tesseract had truly entered a critical stage. If energy extraction was successful, they would continuously draw power from the cube, potentially creating terrifying dark matter. This might even give birth to people with extraordinary abilities. At this moment, all the scientists led by Eric Shavig, along with Coulson, Nick Fury, and all the members of the reunion, were present. Everyone held their breath, staring at the Tesseract emitting a deep blue light. An energy was gathering. The cables connected to the cube burst into a fierce glow. Victor Doom stared at the cube, his eyes burning with ambition. It started. His heartbeat quickened, and he whispered to himself. The corners of his mouth curled into an upward arc, as if he could already see himself controlling the Tesseract and dominating the future of the world. Unimaginably terrifying currents shot through the cable ducts connecting the Tesseract. This terrifying electricity was directly projected outward, into the void. A terrible black crack appeared. Boom! The wind swept across. A strange black substance was revealed in the crack. This is dark matter. Tony's eyes burned. This special substance had an unimaginable catalytic effect on the human body. According to his and many other scientists' deductions, it was likely to induce abnormal changes in the human body, potentially granting superpowers. Yes, this should be dark matter. Eric flushed with excitement, clenched his fists, as if standing in the highest hall of science. Coulson and Nick Fury also felt refreshed. For a long time, SHIELD had suffered tremendous setbacks, especially with the rise of Hydra, making SHIELD an instant target of ridicule by countless people and organizations. Coulson and Nick Fury undoubtedly wanted to turn this situation around. The success of the Pegasus project gave them the possibility of reversing things. From then on, SHIELD would become more powerful. Many thoughts flashed through their minds. At this moment, the other members of the Avengers were also shocked. Only Victor Doom laughed in an abnormal manner. It's time. Everyone, I can only say I'm sorry, but today you will witness what a real miracle is. There was madness hidden in his words as he stepped forward toward the Tesseract. What? Victor, what are you going to do? Don't go over. The energy released by the Tesseract will kill you. The others opened their eyes wide, their faces filled with horror. Among them, Harry was more shocked than the others, but at the same time, he was more accepting of the facts. Anton is right again. He murmured, an unbelieving expression on his face. What does he want to do? Another question emerged in Harry's mind. He couldn't understand why Doom would move toward the Tesseract at such a moment. At this time, the cube was releasing extremely terrifying energy. Under the operation of Dr. Eric, most of the energy was converted into electric current, while the rest scattered around, changing the surrounding magnetic field and forming an indescribable zone of terror. In other words, anyone who got too close to the Tesseract was extremely likely to be obliterated by the terrifying energy emitted from the magnetic field, leaving no trace behind. Therefore, no one dared to stop Doom as he approached the Tesseract. Cut off the current supply. Nick Fury realized something was wrong. Even though the experiment was at a critical moment, he knew cutting off the current would definitely cause a failure, but he did not hesitate to make the decision. Coulson hesitated. Seeing Nick Fury's determination, he nodded and ordered, cut off the current. Click. However, the SHIELD agents nearby did not act. Instead, they stood frozen and raised their guns. What? The guns were aimed at Coulson and the others. Whoosh! Get out of the way. Tony activated the arc reactor on his chest, and his body was instantly covered with a layer of nano-shaped steel armor. He then used his palm cannon at the lowest power setting to push Coulson away. Boom! Coulson's original position was struck by a bullet, leaving a small hole. How so? Coulson swallowed, feeling uneasy. He turned to look at the agent who had shot at him and realized that this was actually one of his trusted subordinates. How could he be a spy? No, not a spy. The Black Widow shook her head. Looking at his eyes, there's no focus at all. He's being controlled. Just like the other day, when the agents attacked the base out of control. It's that mysterious force. Hawkeye seemed stunned. He turned his head and looked at Victor Doom, who had gotten close to the Tesseract in just a few seconds. Is it related to him? It seems that even if it has nothing to do with him, you won't believe it. With a thought, Harry's black armor covered his body. In the lounge not far from the base, a flying skateboard voluntarily swept across the major corridors of the base and flew to Harry's feet in just a few blinks. In just a few moments, he was fully armed. This is obviously not an accident. Someone is deliberately promoting all of this, waiting for the success of the Pegasus project to plunder the fruits. Harry said solemnly, Victor Doom is probably behind the scenes. And, it's not just Victor Doom. Guys, this is the time to fight. Harry is right. Captain America Steve Rogers finally spoke. He no longer remained silent. His face was cold, his eyes sharp as he locked onto Victor Doom, and squeezed the shield in his hand. Boom! He threw the shield that countless people regarded as the spiritual symbol of the American team. The shield was like a boomerang, slamming into the magnetic field of the Tesseract. But when it was about to hit Doom, the shield was abruptly caught by Doom's hands. Boom! Captain, don't worry. Doom's palm was completely metallized, and the shield did not harm him at all. More exciting things, you'll see them soon. As his voice fell, an electric current erupted in his hand, and he threw the shield back at Rogers fiercely. Boom! Rogers caught the shield, his body slammed back with a force like a dragon pouncing. His feet dug into the ground, creating a deep gully. Even so, he moved several meters before stopping his retreating figure. What? When the others saw this, they were absolutely sure Victor Doom, who was behind the scenes, maybe the word more than one had to be added, because the surrounding agents had continued to pull the trigger on everyone present. Boom 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 boom. The muzzles erupted, and the peanut-sized bullets pierced the air, containing explosive power, and fell on everyone in the audience. The proper natural superpower, Sandman, turned into a sandstorm and rolled up. The bullets passed through the sandstorm and hit the ground, exploding sparks, without affecting him in the slightest. Hawkeye and Black Widow hardly reacted to the bullets, their expressions neutral. The two of them, having been transformed by the extremis virus, could easily withstand bullet attacks. The armors of Harry and Tony completely blocked any hot weapons, and the bullets didn't even leave a trace on their armor. As for Captain America and Dr. Octopus, they reacted quickly, one holding a shield and the other forming a protective wall with a mechanical arm behind them. The most embarrassed were undoubtedly Coulson and Nick Fury. Neither of them had special abilities. Facing a group of agents shooting at them, they had only one option, to avoid the bullets. They huddled behind a table in embarrassment, cautiously peeking their heads out. Stop him. Nick Fury's face suddenly showed panic when he saw that Doom was facing the magic side of the Tesseract. After the recent battle with Captain Marvel, he had gained an extraordinary understanding of the Tesseract. If the Tesseract is really controlled by Doom, it will become a huge threat. This is a disaster. Don't care. Tony energized the power and launched the palm cannon. Boom! The energy ray rushed out and hit Doom's back directly. Humph! Doom turned his head and raised his hand to release a shield formed by an electric current to block Tony's energy rays. What? Tony was taken aback. He had learned about the capabilities of all members of the Avengers. The superpower that Doom exhibited at this time was definitely a qualitative leap from what he had shown before. The control of electric current has reached such a level of proficiency. Tony frowned, beginning to wonder what Victor Doom had experienced in these 2 months. Huh? The other Avengers looked at each other. The magnetic field created by the Tesseract still blocked their steps, and they did not dare to approach Doom easily. They could only subdue the agents who were firing guns around them. Bang, bang, bang. The agents posed no threat to them. In just a few blinks, Sandman surrounded the entire area, neutralizing most of the agents, and the rest were dealt with by other members of the team. Dr. Selvig, you guys go. For Captain America, Rogers looked at the researchers who were well protected by them, some of whom were frightened. He said in a deep voice, "It's dangerous here. Get out of here." Eric and the others understood immediately. They didn't dare to stay and disappeared into the center of the base as quickly as possible. At this time, only Doom remained uncontained. Click. Rogers cut off the power supply for the first time. However, it was too late. Before that, Doom had reached out for the dark matter created by the Tesseract, and the dark matter was sucked into his body. Call. Doom showed a look of enjoyment. Immediately, he pulled out the Tesseract, his body instantly turned into metal, and the terrifying current reflected off his whole body in blue. That's too late. Harry sighed. Seeing the current situation, it might be difficult to stop Doom's actions. Moreover, he always felt that someone was watching secretly. That person might be an accomplice of Doom. With the ability to manipulate people's hearts, all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had become accomplices of the enemy. Anton is right. The face under Harry's mask darkened slightly. Doom really has a problem. He regretted not paying enough attention to Anton's warning. Everyone, right now, a miracle is born. Doom opened his arms in front of everyone, laughed, and his attitude was unprecedentedly arrogant. The magnetic field generated by the Tesseract has disappeared. Tony spoke calmly. The meaning of this sentence was very clear. Now they could join forces and launch an offensive against Doom. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hawkeye drew an arrow, aimed at Doom, and released the bowstring. Captain America Rogers threw the shield again. Dr. Octopus urged the robotic arm behind him. Harry's armor transformed into sharp tentacles, like spears, piercing the air. Tony mobilized the most powerful palm cannon. Sandman became a swirling storm of wind and sand. Black Widow emitted red light all over, stimulating the energy of her body to the extreme. All the Avengers gave their best effort to obliterate Victor Doom, the traitor of the team. Too naive. When Doom saw this, he didn't panic. His whole body turned into metal, and his palms began to glow with metallic luster. See? One hand held the Tesseract with an electric current, while the other formed a fist, with blue electric light pulsating in the center of his squeezed palm. You are too naive. A crazy smile appeared on Doom's face. I am God now. The voice fell. His fist opened, and the thunder and lightning in his palm suddenly exploded with terrifying energy, like an inverted bowl, suddenly spreading around. Boom! In an instant, the huge impact and the lethality of the thunder and lightning rapidly expanded. All the attacks from the Avengers members were instantly offset by the shockwave formed by this thunder and lightning, and all the Avengers members were blown away by the aftermath of this lightning attack. Even the elemental Sandman was no exception. Boom, boom, the entire base trembled, and the structure of the walls was damaged by the force, causing huge cracks. With the ground where Doom stood as the center, a huge pit emerged, almost spreading to the center of the base. Boom boom boom. The Avengers members were tossed around by the thunder and lightning attack, their bodies like rag dolls thrown away, without the slightest resistance. Fortunately, their personal abilities were quite good, and most of them had only suffered minor injuries. Only Dr. Octopus had more serious injuries, as well as the sand incarnate from Sandman was completely broken up, and at this time, it hadn't even reassembled into a human form. However, the most injured were not the Avengers members but Coulson and Nick Fury. Even though they found a hiding place at the critical moment, their whole bodies seemed to have been burned by flames. Large areas of their bodies were affected by the aftermath of the lightning attack, and the bones in their bodies were also broken by the powerful shockwave. Ahem. Captain America Rogers opened the iron table that was pressing on him, looked at Victor Doom in the center of the pit, clenched his fists, and raised his shield. Doom, what on earth do you want to do? Didn't you already see it? Doom narrowed his smile, but the pride in his eyes could not be contained. What I want to do, I have already done. He put the hand holding the Tesseract on his chest and showed it to everyone present. Tesseract. This is the key to my promotion to God. Doom said lightly, no one can stop me now. You're thinking nonsense. Harry appeared, embarrassed, and looked at Doom coldly. Even if you defeat us, the Justice League is waiting for you. Justice League. Doom sneered disdainfully. I have my own way. The voice fell. All the Avengers members regrouped. The scattered elemental bodies of Sandman also gathered again. However, just as all the members of the Avengers League were standing by, Doom's figure in front of them distorted like a shadow, producing ripples on the lake. Not good. Tony noticed something was wrong. Don't let him escape. Boom. All the attacks gathered at one point and easily penetrated Doom's body, but did not cause any harm. This turned out to be just an illusion. Your time is running out. Doom's voice sounded again, endless, as if coming from all directions, making it impossible to find its source. Everyone, wait for me to rule the world. After this sentence, Doom vanished without a trace. All the Avengers members looked at each other, and they saw the resentment and discouragement hidden in the other's eyes. They didn't pursue blindly. On the one hand, they knew that Doom had been preparing for a long time, and most of them couldn't catch up. On the other hand, Doom's ability just demonstrated completely shattered their understanding. Even if they did catch up and kill all of them, it may not be effective in regaining the Tesseract. After all, they all realized that in the shadows, Doom also had a helper who could manipulate people's hearts and treat ordinary people like puppets. At the same time, in New York, after a busy week, Anton finished the post-production work on The Hell Detective, and it was released nationwide. At this moment, he stood at the entrance of the cinema, watching the first group of audiences who walked into the theater come out and fill in the movie's evaluation, his face calm. The only system panel he could see in front of him, the fan value of Constantine, had already revealed the answer in advance. Although the movie has only just been released, Anton can already see the public's acceptance of Hell's Detective through the fan count displayed on the system panel. In just 2 hours, the fan value has increased by nearly 300,000. At this rate, within a few days, new DC heroes will be available for exchange. This result leaves Anton quite satisfied. Meanwhile, Jim, who is still handling the film's release at the company and discussing follow-up promotions with the distribution team, remains in shock. Anton has succeeded again. This success isn't just about the movie's release, it's about his unwavering confidence in its quality. In just 1 week, he managed to push Hell's Detective to completion. If someone had told Jim this was possible, he would have laughed in their face and covered his ears before they could finish a second sentence. When Jim finally saw the completed film, he even suspected that Anton had already made Detective of Hell long before. As for the film's quality, Jim couldn't find a single flaw. There was no sign of it being rushed. Genius. In the end, he could only attribute this to Anton's talent. It really is genius-level creativity. With full confidence in the movie, Jim ramped up the promotional efforts. Even if the film had been produced in record time, who could dare call it shoddy? Hundreds of millions had been invested. This wasn't some low-budget production. And with Jim's professional expertise, he was certain the film would receive the success it deserved. However, Anton didn't share the same optimism. Because he knew something others didn't. If the Battle of New York was going to happen within a month, the resulting disaster would shake the United States and the world. The aftermath would take time to heal. No, a week had already passed. Less than a month remained. Did? His phone rang. Hello, Harry. Anton answered, narrowing his eyes. Hope this is good news, he muttered. I really don't want you calling me with bad news right now. I hope so too. On the other end, Harry sighed heavily. Anton, just as you predicted, the Pegasus project failed. The Tesseract has been taken. Anton's expression darkened. By who? Victor Doom? Harry repeated the name, his tone laced with regret. You warned me to keep an eye on him, but I didn't take it seriously. That's on me. Anton's grip on the phone tightened. His expression shifted, part surprise, part intrigue. So, I really guessed it right. Muttering to himself, he then said aloud, tell me everything. From start to finish. I have time. 10 minutes earlier, secret base. The remaining Avengers gathered. Victor Doom had defected, taking the Tesseract with him. Now, only 7 heroes remained: Harry, Iron Man, Captain America, Sandman, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Dr. Octopus. Meanwhile, under Doom's brutal lightning assault, Coulson and Nick Fury had been seriously injured. Medical teams had already rushed them to the infirmary for emergency treatment. The entire base, shaken by the battle against Doom, showed signs of structural damage. Luckily, it wasn't beyond repair. Upon inspection, the walls and foundation had taken a hit, but they weren't at immediate risk of collapse. After all, this base had been built with an absurd amount of funding. It wasn't going to crumble that easily. Victor Doom is gone. Captain America Steve Rogers surveyed the surroundings, his voice grave. For now, we don't know his true objective. But judging from our exchange, one thing is clear. He has the ambition to rule the world. He is a threat. Tony spoke up. In addition, just before the incident, the sudden change in the agent's behavior, there's a possibility that Doom still has an accomplice. Could it be that Doom was hiding his superpowers? Dr. Octopus asked. No. Harry shook his head. Doom doesn't have the ability to control minds. And don't forget why we gathered here in the first place. It was because the agents lost control of the base. The timing doesn't add up. But Doom worked at the base for a while. Could he have planted suggestions in the agents' minds during that time? Black Widow questioned. The agents were rotated out, Hawkeye countered. I investigated them after the incident. None of them had direct contact with Doom, nor were they ever in the same place at the same time. Doom never had a chance to manipulate them. Then he must have an accomplice, Sandman, who wasn't known for his strategic thinking, finally concluded. In any case, we need to find Doom's location, take back the Tesseract, and put a stop to whatever he's planning. Captain America's voice was firm. He then turned to Iron Man. Tony, can you track Doom? I can try. Tony nodded, then looked at Dr. Octopus. Otto, I'll need your help. I'm in, Otto replied. I'll mobilize all of Oscorp's resources to track Doom, Harry offered. Stark Industries will go all out too, Tony added. As for SHIELD, Natasha and I will handle it, Hawkeye said, taking responsibility. That left Captain America and Sandman, 2 people without any major technological or intelligence gathering resources. Sandman shrugged. Sorry, this isn't really my field. With the plan set, the brief meeting ended. Harry left the base, thought for a moment, and called Anton. Later. So that's how it went down, Anton murmured thoughtfully after listening to Harry's explanation. He had pieced together the whole situation. Doom's accomplice was undoubtedly the trickster god himself, Loki. In the original timeline, Loki had hypnotized Erik Selvig and forced him to build a space portal. But now, he had clearly set his sights on Victor Doom instead. From Loki's perspective, that was absolutely the smarter choice. Victor Doom, Dr. Doom, was leagues more useful than Erik Selvig ever could be. A space portal? For Doom, that shouldn't even be a challenge. Dr. Doom and Loki, the god of mischief. This just made the Battle of New York at least 10 times worse. And the burden? It's all on the Avengers now. Anton smirked, raising an eyebrow as he entertained the thought. The Avengers weren't his allies, they were his competition. And there was nothing quite as amusing as watching a rival struggle. Well, almost nothing. Because what was even more satisfying? Watching not just the Avengers, but SHIELD itself, crash and burn alongside them. And judging by the way things were going, that was practically a guarantee. Now that was a thought that made Anton very, very happy. New York. Somewhere in an open space. Good job. The universe belongs to us. A frivolous voice echoed through the clearing. At the center stood Victor Doom, formerly of the Avengers, now a defector. His expression remained calm, yet a hidden fierceness burned in his eyes as he listened. He scanned his surroundings but saw no one. Aren't you going to show yourself? Doom spoke slowly, his voice laced with impatience. This isn't how a companion should act. Companion. The voice remained playful, unshaken by Doom's tone. Instead, it carried a hint of provocation. Oh, that's right. We are companions, aren't we? Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared before Doom. A man holding a scepter, wearing a golden horned helmet, stood confidently in front of him. His attire was regal and ancient, adorned with intricate designs, complete with a flowing cape. Doom frowned slightly. This man's appearance was unexpected. What's the matter? Loki chuckled. Surprised by my looks? Did you think I'd be the leader of some terrorist organization? But judging by your expression, it seems you think you're staring at a madman instead. Doom's face remained expressionless, but internally, his mind rippled with thoughts. The fact that this man could so easily guess his initial impression was unsettling. However, for someone with mental abilities, it wasn't exactly a difficult feat. I don't read minds. Loki, reading Doom's body language, smirked. I just happen to be very, very good at manipulating people. Enough nonsense. Doom's tone was cold. I don't care to know you any deeper than necessary, but you will introduce yourself. You pushed me into stealing the Tesseract from S.H.I.E.L.D. What exactly is it that you want? Pushed you. Loki let out a mocking laugh. I hardly needed to push you. The stench of ambition and conspiracy on you, I could smell it a mile away. You're merely using my power to further your goals. You're getting off track. Doom held the Tesseract in one hand while the other began to metallize. His 5 fingers spread open, crackling with raw energy as terrifying lightning surged around his palm. ZZZZT? Under the glow of his own storm, Doom looked every bit the god he claimed himself to be. Loki's eyes grew colder, though his smirk remained. Now you remind me of someone I despise. And that disgusts me. Still, his voice remained amused. But let's set that aside. I have an army that can help you conquer and rule this world. Really? Doom's expression didn't waver. And why exactly should I believe in your army? Loki's smirk deepened. Because with your current strength, you don't stand a chance against the Justice League. Doom remained silent. He knew that Loki's words might be correct. Since joining the Avengers, he had gained a deeper understanding of the Justice League's strength under Batman's leadership. For example, heroes like Cyborg and Wonder Woman possessed extraordinary power. Even with the limitless energy of the Tesseract, eliminating them would be a daunting task. Even if he wasn't afraid, dealing with them would be troublesome. Why should I trust you? He finally spoke. You haven't even told me your true identity. Loki. The man introduced himself with a smirk. I'm from Asgard, another world. A god, as you mortals perceive it. Loki. Doom was well versed in myths and legends. He sifted through his memory for any connection to that name and Asgard. You mean Loki, the god of mischief? A god, like Wonder Woman Diana Prince. At the mention of Wonder Woman, Loki's expression darkened. His fists clenched involuntarily, his face betraying a flicker of hatred. Clearly, he hadn't forgotten the humiliating defeat he'd suffered at her hands not long ago. After a brief silence, his tone turned cold. If you'd kindly skip mentioning that name, you might find me in a much more agreeable mood. Heh, so you do know Wonder Woman. Doom smirked knowingly. And judging by that reaction, it seems you've had quite the unpleasant encounter with her. Though Doom lowered his guard slightly, his mind was working. He now had a better grasp of Loki's motives. Revenge. What Doom didn't notice was the glint of mischief in Loki's eyes, the barely perceptible smirk playing at his lips as Doom fell right into his trap. Meanwhile, Anton was still on the phone with Harry. Shield had lost the Tesseract. Victor Doom had betrayed the Avengers. For Anton, this was excellent news. Harry, do your best. Anton spoke bluntly. But I won't be giving you much advice. You already know the truth. There's no reconciling the conflict between Shield and us. Nick Fury wants to use the Avengers to suppress or even replace the Justice League. That's not something we'll ever accept. Honestly, I'd love nothing more than to see them fall flat on their faces. I understand. Harry sighed. I just need to know, if things reach a breaking point, will you step in? Of course. Anton nodded. When things spiral out of control, we'll be the ones to clean up the mess. And in doing so, we'll prove once and for all that Shield and the Avengers are nothing compared to the Justice League. That's all I needed to hear. Harry sounded relieved. He ended the call. Beep. Anton put his phone away and drove back to the company. But instead of heading to his office, he made a detour to the Daily Bugle. Daily Bugle office. Eddie, get ready. Anton strode in. Shield and the Avengers are about to have a very bad day. When this is over, the Justice League might just be the last ones standing. Oh, Eddie raised an eyebrow. What happened? The Pegasus project failed. Victor Doom, one of the Avengers' newest recruits, betrayed them and stole the Tesseract. Worse, he's joined forces with an unknown accomplice. Anton gave him a quick rundown of the situation. For now, keep this under wraps. It's not time to go public yet. And what exactly are you planning? Eddie's eyes gleamed with curiosity. First, I'm reaching out to the military. I want to see how Secretary of Defense John Keller and his people intend to handle Shield. Anton said. After all, they had a stake in the Pegasus project too. Then, as if remembering something, he added. Also contact George Stacy. Give him a heads up. New York might be facing a serious crisis soon. When the time comes, the NYPD needs to act fast and evacuate civilians as quickly as possible. Eddie's expression turned grim. New York. George's voice, from the other end of the call, tightened. Are you sure? Anton met his concern with a serious look. When have you ever known me to joke about something like this? Indeed, Anton never joked about such things. And in the face of such a major event, everything he predicted had become reality. Eddie called George immediately. At the same time, Anton sent a voice announcement to the Justice League in the name of Batman through the teleport bracelet, instructing all members to be on alert and to send their families away. There was a fierce battle on the horizon. He also sent a text message to the old man and his own cheap old man as a precaution. After handling that, he finally called John Keller. You know everything. Keller's first words didn't surprise Anton at all. Yes, Anton nodded. Shield has made a big mess again. The Tesseract holds unimaginable, infinite energy. If used for the wrong kind of research, it could pose an unprecedented threat, Keller said solemnly. I don't need to tell you how dangerous this is. Anton, I hope you can contact Batman immediately. Have him use his intelligence network to help us locate Victor Doom. Mr. Keller, this might be easier than you think, Anton said. Batman will act, but not yet. Not yet. Keller was taken aback. When is the right time? When things are in complete chaos, and Shield has no way to recover, that's when we step in to turn things around. Anton was blunt. Given the relationship between the Justice League and Shield, it would be difficult for us to suddenly abandon our past grievances and help them out of this mess. Besides, wouldn't it be better if Shield owed us a favor? Keller was silent for a moment. You're that confident you can handle this? From what I know, Victor Doom has already mastered the Tesseract. With his abilities, he can convert its energy into limitless electricity. His power is beyond imagination. If you're focusing solely on Victor Doom, you're looking in the wrong direction, Anton said. As far as we know, Doom has an accomplice. He isn't the real threat, his accomplice is. Oh. Keller narrowed his eyes. It sounds like you understand this situation better than I do. This isn't a simple matter, Anton admitted. Even Batman wouldn't claim to have full control over it. But if you're counting on SHIELD and the Avengers to fix their mistakes, they'll only make things worse. And that's exactly what we want to see. Understood, Keller said, immediately grasping Anton's intent to use this crisis to strike a heavy blow against SHIELD and the Avengers. After a moment of thought, he nodded. We have one condition. Go ahead, Anton said. When this is over, the military must be involved in the entire process, Keller stated. No problem. Anton knew Keller and the others wanted to claim credit, but that was a small price to pay. The military had been part of Project Pegasus from the start, even if SHIELD had taken the lead. If the military joined forces with the Justice League, they could sidestep public criticism under the pretense of damage control. In the end, only SHIELD would suffer, and that was exactly the outcome Anton, Keller, and their allies wanted. Good, Keller said decisively. Do what you need to. But we'll have to cooperate with some of S.H.I.E.L.D's actions, you understand. We can't be seen doing nothing. It doesn't matter. Rest assured, everything is under control. Anton nodded. By the way, since you seem to have an extraordinary understanding of this matter, can you tell me who is Victor Doom's associate? Keller was about to hang up but paused suddenly to ask. Loki. Anton thought for a moment before answering truthfully. Loki. Strictly speaking, it's the most profound version of Loki you remember. What? Keller was stunned, almost thinking he had misheard, but he knew he hadn't. Loki, he murmured, but before he could ask further, the call ended. Beep, beep, beep. Anton had already hung up, leaving John Keller with a head full of unanswered questions. Time passed quickly. The moon set, and the sun rose. A day had gone by. Project Pegasus had failed once again. The Tesseract had been stolen. Victor Doom, a key member of the Avengers, had defected. A series of crushing blows placed SHIELD under immense pressure. This time, the situation was even worse than the fallout from the Battle of Washington or the Hydra scandal. SHIELD faced the full fury of both the military and the World Security Council, which issued an ultimatum. Recover the Tesseract and capture the culprit within 3 days, or there would be no future for SHIELD. As a subsidiary of SHIELD, the Avengers were held equally accountable for the disaster. However, two of S.H.I.E.L.D's most senior figures, Director Nick Fury and Deputy Director Phil Coulson, had been severely injured. Both were hospitalized, wrapped in bandages like mummies, and wouldn't be in any condition to operate for at least 10 days. With them out of commission, all responsibility now fell on Secretary General Maria Hill and the remaining Avengers. At SHIELD headquarters, every available member of the Avengers had gathered. They had been awake for over 24 hours, deploying vast resources and personnel in a relentless search for Victor Doom. They knew Doom hadn't left the United States. With such a massive surveillance effort tracking every entry and exit, fleeing the country would be nearly impossible. That meant he had to be hiding somewhere within the mainland. Found him. Suddenly, Tony received an alert from CARVIS. He immediately pulled up the data on his computer, displaying footage from multiple surveillance feeds. Before the entire team, he zoomed in on a figure in Times Square, New York. The person wore a hat that obscured most of their face, leaving only their chin visible. There he is. Tony's eyes darkened as he scanned the footage. He's in New York. Then we move together, Captain America said, glancing around at the team. Agreed. Let's go. Without hesitation, the Avengers boarded a SHIELD transport plane and set off for New York. Upon arrival, they were met with an unexpected surprise. Victor Doom hadn't moved. He was still in the exact same spot CARVIS had locked onto earlier. It was almost as if he was waiting for them. It was a new workday in Manhattan, and Times Square was bustling with life. Nicknamed the Crossroads of the World, the iconic landmark was one of the busiest intersections on the planet. And right there, in the middle of the crowd, Victor Doom stood, unmoving, waiting. At that moment, Times Square, filled with towering billboards and flashing advertisements, welcomed the arrival of the Avengers. The transport plane descended slowly. Everyone, step back and leave the square immediately. Steve Rogers' voice echoed from the aircraft, amplified across Times Square. The crowd's reaction was instant. Countless people turned pale with alarm, their expressions shifting to fear. They knew this drill all too well. Over the past year, New York had faced multiple crises. The citizens, by now well practiced, wasted no time evacuating from the center of the square. Once they reached what they deemed a safe distance, they turned their eyes skyward. 50 to 60 meters above the ground, the transport plane's hatch slid open. One by one, figures leaped from the aircraft, descending gracefully into the square. They landed in a clearing, steady and composed. One figure, in particular, made their identities unmistakable. His uniform. His shield. Captain America. And with him, the Avengers. Boom! Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Rogers made a powerful landing, his sheer strength causing the pavement beneath him to crack slightly. Afterward, the others who couldn't fly descended with the assistance of Tony and Harry, landing safely alongside him. Clad in their battle uniforms, they looked every bit as formidable as the legends they were. The crowd, now gathered at a safe distance, watched in tense anticipation. The Avengers stood in formation, forming a circle. At the center of their encirclement stood a lone man wearing a peaked cap, his face mostly obscured, save for his exposed chin. "Victor," Rogers called out firmly. "Hand over the Tesseract and come with us peacefully." Though none of them understood why Victor Doom had remained in place, waiting for them, one thing was clear. If he hadn't shown himself, tracking him down in such a short time would have been nearly impossible. Which meant, even knowing it was a trap, they had no choice but to walk straight into it. It's Captain America? So the people with him must be the Avengers. Are they all here? Wait, there are two faces I don't recognize. Are they new Avengers? One of them is Harry Osborn. You have to know him. The other is Flint Marko, also known as Sandman. It was announced on the Avengers official website. Sandman was a criminal, but SHIELD pardoned him, and he switched sides to join the Avengers. Sandman, wasn't he the guy who got beaten by that ghostly-looking dude at the docks? Yeah, that's him. Huh? So the Avengers are just picking up the Justice League's leftovers now? Their new recruit is someone the Justice League already defeated? That's embarrassing. Last time, the Avengers got completely wrecked by the Justice League. And now, the only new hero they're adding is the one defeated villain who didn't even fight in that battle? Aside from Harry, every single Avenger here has lost before. This is just sad. From a safe distance, onlookers murmured among themselves, their voices filled with amusement and skepticism. As the epicenter of the Marvel Universe, New York had seen its fair share of disasters. The residents who refused to leave had long since adapted. Their approach to chaos was simple. Don't panic. Step back. Watch the show. Someone would always step in to handle the crisis. Ever since Batman appeared, an entire era of superheroes seemed to have begun. Many New Yorkers now aspired to become heroes themselves, taking their dreams seriously enough to put them into action. These individuals were often called street heroes. Recently, two of them, the Punisher and Kick-Ass, had been making headlines. The former was ruthless, executing criminals without hesitation. The latter was more comedic, but still managed to make waves in the news. Despite their different styles, both had gained recognition for taking down drug dealers and cleaning up the streets. They even had their own fan bases. As everyone knew, the most famous superheroes inevitably ended up in either the Justice League or the Avengers. For many street heroes, Batman was the ultimate idol. Their greatest ambition? Meet Batman. Join the Justice League. And if that didn't work out? Well, Captain America and the Avengers weren't a bad backup plan. New York Police Department. Meanwhile, at NYPD headquarters, Police Chief George Stacy was having a rough morning. The previous day, Eddie had given him a warning that left him uneasy. As a result, he barely slept, spending the entire night restless and paranoid. Now, he sat at his desk with dark circles under his eyes, exhausted but relieved. Time passed. Everything seemed normal. No disasters, no chaos. Maybe he had worried for nothing. Even so, given his vague understanding of Eddie's connections, he had taken precautions. He instructed all patrolling officers to stay alert and be ready to take action if necessary. Satisfied with his foresight, George finally allowed himself to relax. For about 2 minutes. Boom! The door to his office was suddenly kicked open. A frantic officer burst in, breathless and panicked. George froze. A deep sense of dread settled in his stomach. He knew his officers well. For someone to be this desperate, barging in and literally kicking down his door, something had gone terribly wrong. A few minutes had barely passed. What now? George groaned internally, his face filled with genuine nervousness. He asked in a solemn tone, "What happened? Is this another major event that could alarm Batman?" "Batman hasn't shown up, but..." The officer panted, swallowing hard before continuing. "Captain America is here. And so are all the Avengers." "What?" George was stunned. "What are they doing?" "Times Square. They've surrounded someone. I think a fight is about to break out." "I see. So that's why Eddie warned me to stay alert." George let out a breath, though the tension in his face didn't ease. He quickly gave orders. "All right, mobilize everyone. And notify the task force if the Avengers need backup. We'll be ready." "Understood." The officer nodded and rushed off to carry out the orders. Times Square. The once busy, crowded square had become eerily empty. Civilians had quickly retreated to a safe distance, watching from afar. Now, only the Avengers remained along with a lone, unidentified man in a cap, standing at the center of their encirclement. "Victor, where is the Tesseract? You've got some nerve showing up without it." "Pretty bold move." The Avengers glared at Doom, their gazes sharp. Upon realizing that he wasn't carrying the Tesseract, their brows furrowed. Something felt off. Doom's entire reason for stealing the Tesseract was to enhance his power. So why was he here, in the open, without it? It didn't add up. "You're all talk." Doom smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. "I bet the pressure's getting to you now, huh? The Tesseract is gone. The Pegasus project has failed. And all you can do is stand here, hoping I'll reveal something. Do you actually have any plan other than waiting for me to slip up?" Even without the Tesseract in his possession, Doom remained unnervingly calm. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips, radiating pure confidence. "Enough of this. Take him down." The Avengers exchanged a glance. There was no hesitation. They had no intention of letting Doom gloat any longer. Whoosh! Captain America flung his shield. Hawkeye loosed an arrow. Sandman shifted into his elemental form. Dr. Octopus activated the mechanical arms on his back. Tony and Harry, clad in their suits, took to the air, while Black Widow, her energy surging, charged forward from the ground. Boom! The Avengers' coordinated assault was nothing short of overwhelming. For the New Yorkers watching from the sidelines, it was a breathtaking spectacle. Their eyes widened, fixated on the battle, afraid to blink and miss a second of the action. Sure, they had seen superhero footage online before, but low-resolution clips didn't compare to witnessing it live. And right now, they had front-row seats to the show of a lifetime. Street hero battles were common in New York, but most of them involved basic hand-to-hand combat or gunfights. None of them came close to the sheer scale and intensity of what was happening now. This wasn't just a fight, it was a spectacle. And then, something even more shocking happened. As soon as the Avengers launched their attack, fierce electric currents erupted, crackling violently. Above them, dark storm clouds rapidly gathered, filling the sky with rolling thunder. Rumble! The deafening sound of thunder echoed through New York. At the center of Times Square, powerful winds howled, swirling around the enemy standing against the Avengers. Boom! Electric arcs ignited all around, charged with raw energy, colliding fiercely against the Avengers' assault. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds, the Avengers' coordinated strike finally broke through the crackling electricity and landed on their target, knocking off the enemy's cap and revealing his face. A stunned gasp rippled through the crowd. He's Victor Doom. People recognized him instantly. Doom wasn't just a wealthy entrepreneur, he had once been an Avenger. His recruitment had been publicly announced, making him a well-known figure. Wait, Doom was with the Avengers? Why is he fighting them now? Is this another Hydra situation? Doom is a traitor. Geez, why do the Avengers always have traitors? The crowd buzzed with excitement, their curiosity outweighing any real concern for the situation. Bzzzzzzzt? Electricity crackled violently as the Avengers tightened their formation around Doom. Yet, despite taking a direct hit, he barely seemed affected. It was like punching a pillow. There was impact, but no real damage. No way. Tony's expression darkened. Victor's abilities involve controlling electricity and metal. But even though he just used lightning, something's off. Harry's eyes narrowed. He understood immediately. You're not Victor Doom. At those words, the supposed Doom chuckled. Oh, he smirked. You figured it out that fast? Looks like all those past failures have finally made you smarter. As he spoke, his entire body shimmered like a reflection in rippling water, distorting and shifting. An illusion. It was the exact phenomenon they had seen when Doom escaped from the base. You're not getting away. Captain America lunged, attempting to grab him. Boom! Lightning exploded from the storm clouds above, a jagged bolt slashing through the air, blindingly bright. But its target wasn't the fake Doom. Crack! Crack! The lightning struck the ground in front of Cap, forcing him to halt. He clenched his jaw, eyes scanning the battlefield. The other Avengers rushed in, once again surrounding the imposter. Who was that just now? Electric manipulation. That was the real Doom? He's nearby. The team exchanged quick glances, their senses heightened. Then, the fake Doom laughed softly. Ignorant humans. His voice carried an amused arrogance. You really think an ordinary superpower could generate that level of electricity? Harry frowned. You're saying that wasn't Doom? The imposter smiled. Of course. If that attack really came from him. He glanced toward the scorched ground where the lightning had landed. Then why did it miss? At this moment, the fake Doom had completely abandoned the idea of fleeing. Someone was about to appear, someone whose power could expose his true identity and reveal his loyalties. Boom! Fierce electric currents surged through the storm clouds above, crackling with energy. Everyone looked up, sensing a presence hidden within the dark clouds and lightning. Swish swish swish. A sharp, eerie sound sliced through the air. Boom! Another bolt of lightning shot down from the clouds, splitting the sky in an explosive display. The flash exploded in midair, creating a spiderweb of light that spread across the sky like a terrifying natural disaster. And then, amidst the lightning, a figure emerged. The figure was wielding a warhammer, his red cloak billowing behind him as he descended with incredible speed through the dark clouds, surrounded by crackling electricity. He is. Hawkeye's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice barely a whisper. All his companions shared his stunned reaction, but Hawkeye's recognition was instant. His memories of the past rushed forward, vivid and unmistakable. Thor. Thor. Hawkeye muttered, his voice laced with awe. So, he's regained his strength. Thunder God Thor. Hawkeye didn't bother lowering his voice. His words were heard by his teammates and by the imposter Doom. Fake Doom's expression darkened slightly. He wasn't surprised that Hawkeye knew Thor's name, rather, his reaction suggested that he simply didn't like hearing it. Who is he? Wait, is he the so-called god that Wonder Woman fought when she first appeared in New Mexico? Thor had lost his powers back then, but now he's regained them. An alien. Why is this so-called god suddenly appearing? The Avengers exchanged glances, countless thoughts flashing through their minds. Their gazes then shifted in unison toward their enemy, the imposter Doom. There was no doubt that he was somehow connected to Thor. The scorch marks left by lightning on the ground were undeniable evidence. He's here for you, Hawkeye said grimly. Who are you? Me. Fake Doom only smiled. Boom! a figure descended from the sky, landing with the force of a meteor. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, crashed onto the battlefield, creating a crater and sending out a shockwave of dust and debris. He is my brother. Thor answered for the imposter, his tone harsh. Loki? He is Loki. Loki. He's Loki. The Avengers were momentarily stunned. Only Hawkeye, having more information than the others, quickly pieced things together. He recalled his earlier discussions with Anton, Coulson, and the others in the small town of Puente Antiguo, New Mexico. Back then, a massive suit of terrifying armor had been sent to eliminate Thor, and the one behind it had been Loki. Brother, long time no see. The imposter Doom Loki ignored the Avengers entirely. His gaze was fixed solely on Thor. Loki, enough games. Where is the Tesseract? Thor's voice was cold, though there was a flicker of frustration and reluctant concern in his eyes. I didn't expect Odin to send you here. Before anyone could react, Loki's illusion flickered, his disguise melting away in rippling waves. His true form emerged, his sharp features framed by a golden horned helmet, his regal robes adorned with intricate Asgardian designs. You've made a grave mistake. Thor's voice was heavy. Now hand over the Tesseract. Tell me where your allies are, and you might still have a chance to make amends. Make amends. Loki let out a bitter laugh. I don't need your mercy. In fact, if you would simply step aside and not interfere, I might even be grateful. Enough. This isn't the time for family drama. The Avengers had been listening, some still catching up on the details, but one thing was clear: the situation had to be resolved immediately. Loki had no intention of cooperating. That meant only one course of action remained: capture him for interrogation. Boom! Tony activated his armor and aimed at Loki. Captain America Steve Rogers had the same idea and even acted first. He leaped behind Loki, grabbed his arm, and swung his shield at him. Stop. Thor intercepted the attack. Wait, this is an Asgardian matter. It has nothing to do with you mortals. Thor clashed with Captain America, gripping Loki's arm. But before he could pull Loki away, the rest of the Avengers launched their attacks. Thor felt the pressure mounting. Boom! With a single swing of Mjolnir, he unleashed a surge of lightning, forcing the Avengers back. But Tony retaliated with a powerful repulsor blast. Boom! Thor was sent flying, crashing through a billboard before embedding himself into the wall behind it. Ha! Loki chuckled at the sight, clearly amused by Thor's misfortune. Click! Steve reappeared, now holding a pair of high-tech restraints. He swiftly clamped them onto Loki's wrists, locking him in place. You're coming with us. Turning to Harry, he said, get him on the plane. Understood. Harry stepped onto his flying skateboard and lifted Loki into the air toward the transport plane hovering above. Boom! Just then, Thor shattered the remains of the billboard and charged after Harry. Boom! Tony, of course, wasn't about to let Thor interfere. He shot straight up, intercepting him midair. The two collided with a resounding impact. Boom! Both fell rapidly toward the ground, but at the last second, they adjusted their stances, landing forcefully and creating two craters upon impact. They stood up, facing each other across a short distance. The Avengers quickly surrounded Tony, their eyes locked onto Thor with cold determination. Thor frowned, realizing the situation had become complicated. He wasn't afraid of the Avengers, but he knew that with them standing in his way, retrieving Loki would be difficult. More importantly, he wouldn't be able to question Loki about the Tesseract or his accomplices. Thor, if your goal is the same as ours, there's no need for us to fight. Hawkeye broke the tension. We can work together. Thor narrowed his eyes at the suggestion. A moment passed. With countless eyes watching, the group finally entered the transport plane, escorting Loki to SHIELD headquarters. Whoosh! The aircraft took off from Times Square. Meanwhile, the onlookers remained stunned. They had just witnessed an unbelievable battle only for it to end in an unexpected truce. Weren't they still fighting? Why did they suddenly stop? Who was that guy with the hammer? And what about that man who looked like Victor Doom, then turned into someone else with a horned helmet and a medieval robe? Confused spectators exchanged glances. Oh, come on. George Stacy finally arrived with the NYPD, just in time to see the transport plane disappearing into the sky. He surveyed the scene: craters in the ground, destroyed billboards, and the chaos left in Times Square. He sighed. Great. Do I have to bill SHIELD for this? The aftermath spread quickly online. Avengers 2.0 fully deployed. Victor Doom a traitor. Who is the man with the hammer? Hashtags related to the battle dominated trending searches. The public demanded answers. With the Avengers' actions exposed, SHIELD could no longer keep things under wraps. To control public perception, Maria Hill was forced to issue an official statement. SHIELD was attacked by a terrorist faction. Both Director Nick Fury and Deputy Director Phil Coulson were seriously injured and are now hospitalized. We are actively pursuing the mastermind behind this attack. But even with her carefully crafted words, the truth was now out. As for the enemy who disguised himself as Victor Doom, his true identity remains unknown. We are still investigating. Victor Doom? We must admit that he played a disgraceful role in this incident. He is now listed as a fugitive by SHIELD and law enforcement at all levels. As soon as we receive any leads on his whereabouts, we will deploy the Avengers to bring him in. As for the defector, we will capture him at all costs. On the TV screen, Maria Hill stood at the podium as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s acting director, addressing the press conference. She provided the answers the public demanded. After fielding a few more questions from reporters, she abruptly ended the conference, unwilling to waste any more time on the media. Given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current predicament, even if the so-called Loki and Victor Doom's accomplices were captured, the overall situation wouldn't improve much. However, the public's curiosity about the truth wasn't particularly strong. Most people were just following the spectacle. In fact, upon seeing that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s spokesperson was an attractive ice queen, the conversation online quickly took a different turn. Public opinion shifted almost instantly. The current director is much easier on the eyes. Better than the bald guy. Hope those two stay in the hospital forever. Online discussions erupted, filled with light-hearted and irreverent comments. What the public didn't know, however, was that during the Battle of Washington, it was this very Ice Queen who had given the order for the helicarrier to fire recklessly at the Batwing. Had they known, even those who admired her appearance might have changed their tune. After the battle, when SHIELD was forced to issue an apology, all the blame was pinned on Hydra's infiltrators. Alexander Pierce and Brock Rumlow, Crossbones, were made the scapegoats. Hydra instantly became the world's most wanted terrorist organization. Over the next 2 months, SHIELD launched a relentless manhunt across the United States. Many suspected Hydra operatives within SHIELD were arrested, and the organization's presence on American soil was significantly weakened. However, Hydra was far from eradicated. Around the world, particularly in Europe and other regions, Hydra still had significant military resources and armed forces hidden away. They weren't crippled, merely forced into dormancy. But for now, none of that concerned Anton. New York, the Daily Bugle. Sitting in his office at the Daily Bugle, Anton had a front row seat to the battle in Times Square. The newspaper's building was right on the square's edge, giving him a clear view of the action. From his office window, he had watched Thor emerge from the storm clouds, saw Loki get captured, and observed as the Avengers boarded the transport plane and flew off. Anton stroked his chin, lost in thought. According to the original timeline, this was all part of Loki's planned misdirection to buy time until the real invasion began. Finding Victor Doom in a city this vast will be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Even Anton had no leads on the whereabouts of Dr. Doom Victor Doom. If Doom were to reappear, it would likely only be at the final moment, when the portal was completed. Loki certainly wouldn't talk. So for now, Anton could only wait. Ring? His phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen. John Keller, the Secretary of Defense, was calling him. Anton raised an eyebrow in surprise before answering. Hello, Mr. Keller. What can I do for you? Loki? He was captured. Keller spoke gravely. Anton, could your judgment have been wrong? If this continues, SHIELD might actually solve the problem, and we'll have to rethink all our plans. Don't worry. Loki was captured, but Victor Doom still has the Tesseract and managed to escape, Anton said calmly. Besides, Loki walked right into their trap. Do you really think he's going to give them any useful information? So, the situation is still under your control? Keller asked. More or less, Anton nodded. You can trust me on this. Mr. Keller, we've worked together more than once. Haven't I earned that trust by now? It's not that, Keller sighed, shaking his head. The problem is, we have no intel at all. That kind of uncertainty is unsettling. In that case, send an elite unit to New York and have them stand by for my orders, Anton suggested after a brief pause. I'll direct them to act at the critical moment. All right. Keller agreed without hesitation. This was exactly what the military wanted. Special Forces, he continued. Let me give you a quick rundown. The unit is led by General Hawk and consists of the best elite soldiers from multiple countries. They're not just US forces, this is a multinational coalition, almost like a United Nations task force. So far, 23 countries have signed on. Seems like you've been preparing for this for a while. Anton was already familiar with this Special Forces unit, especially since he had taken care of their greatest enemy, Cobra, in advance. It's not about long-term separation, Keller said dismissively. It's just a necessary precaution. With the Special Forces in place, the World Security Council will have no reason to object when we move to replace SHIELD with them. SHIELD has grown too powerful. If this continues unchecked, they'll become unstoppable. We're just putting the necessary restraints in place. You're not wrong, Anton said with a smirk. All right. Keep me updated once the Special Forces arrive in New York. I expect things to escalate in the next few days. Understood. Click. The call ended. Anton turned back to his computer and refreshed the online discussions. Public perception of SHIELD and the Avengers had shifted significantly. The efforts of SHIELD and the Avengers over the past weeks had not been in vain. SHIELD had successfully cultivated an image of responsibility and courage. And then there were the Avengers themselves, Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, and, of course, the ever-distracting Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. These larger-than-life figures had captivated the public, shifting their perspective. Especially after today's battle in Times Square, where the Avengers had demonstrated their extraordinary abilities. People admired strength, and the Avengers had shown them just how powerful they were. It was no surprise that public opinion had changed. I'll let you enjoy this moment of triumph, Anton muttered with a smirk. For now, he had no intention of letting the Daily Bugle publish the full truth. Maria Hill's press conference had conveniently left out one key detail: the Tesseract was missing. At this moment, the public had no idea what the Tesseract even was. Even if the Daily Bugle exposed its existence, it wouldn't make much impact. But when the space portal opened, when the Chitauri descended on New York and unleashed devastation on an unprecedented scale, then the truth would matter. Only then would the world understand the significance of the Tesseract. Only then would S.H.I.E.L's true nature be exposed. From beginning to end, Anton's purpose is obvious. When the Avengers were at their peak, proud and confident, and the public was at its most panicked, Anton led the Justice League to emerge and solve the crisis effortlessly, like cutting leaks, highlighting the importance of Batman and the Justice League while simultaneously undermining SHIELD and the Avengers. Although he allowed the crisis to unfold, the responsibility ultimately rested with SHIELD and the government. Even when John Keller called him, requesting Batman's help, he didn't ask Batman to resolve the situation directly. Instead, he had Batman use his unparalleled intelligence-gathering abilities to locate Victor Doom. Looking at it now, the strategy is clear: let Batman find Victor Doom, then have the military's special forces step in to reclaim the Tesseract. From start to finish, Batman and the Justice League were treated as outsiders, only called upon when the situation reached a breaking point. Though the Justice League and the military had a shared interest in maintaining order, they were never truly allies. The military, seeking to consolidate its power, formed a special task force led by the United States and backed by 23 nations, with the ultimate goal of replacing SHIELD. It was clear that if the military succeeded, Batman and the Justice League's influence over them would diminish significantly. This was an inevitable reality. Fortunately, Batman and the Justice League possessed unique capabilities that no special forces unit could replicate. Their presence remained irreplaceable, ensuring that their alliance with the military, while strained, would not be broken. This was why Anton could accept John Keller's request. Half a day later, special forces arrived in New York. General Hawk called Anton, requesting a meeting. His tone was unusually polite. Anton left immediately, heading to a military safe house somewhere in New York. Inside the spacious safe house, he met General Hawk, one of the military's top leaders, along with the special forces under his command. The unit was large and filled with elite operatives. Besides Hawk, there was Duke, Scarlet, Breaker, Ripcord, Heavy Duty, Snake Eyes, Cover Girl, Roadblock, Flint, and others, with Duke serving as the deputy commander. For this mission, Hawk had brought his entire special forces team, determined to make a name for themselves. "Hello, Anton." Hawk greeted him with a composed expression as Anton entered. The surrounding soldiers all turned their eyes toward the doorway, scrutinizing the man before them. They were curious, what kind of abilities did this world-famous director, the only non-superhero officially affiliated with the Justice League, possess to be given the authority to mobilize them? "Hello, General," Anton replied, glancing around. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. You're Anton." Most soldiers had a direct, no-nonsense temperament. While Hawk and Duke remained composed, others in the unit found it hard to accept that they were being ordered around by a civilian they had never even met. Shouldn't he at least prove his worth first? "If Batman were standing in front of me, I wouldn't question him." Duty stepped forward, his voice tinged with skepticism. "But you'll have to show me why I should listen." He looked at Anton and spoke in a rough voice. "Anton, you always want us to listen to you. But what do you actually have that qualifies you to give us orders? So, are you challenging me to a fight?" Anton asked, his expression turning amused. "You don't have to fight, just prove you can beat any of us in some other way," Heavy Duty said. "Otherwise, why should we follow the commands of someone less capable than us?" "Fine." Hearing this, Anton narrowed his eyes and glanced at General Hawk, the unit's commander. Then, he suddenly smiled. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and said, "Then let's fight. That's the simplest way." He turned to the rest of the team. "If anyone else feels the same way, you can all come at me together." Half an hour later, Anton twisted his wrist and shrugged at General Hawk. "Like I told John Keller before, you wait for my signal and don't act without authorization." He paused before adding, "If you act on your own, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourselves." "Understood." Hawk nodded. "We're soldiers. Following orders is our pride." "That's good to hear." Anton glanced at the Special Forces members lying on the ground and chuckled. "Good fight. Goodbye, everyone." With that, he left the safe house. As Anton stepped outside, the door shut behind him. Thinking about Hawk's attitude, he hummed softly. Without Hawk's approval, his soldiers wouldn't have dared to challenge him. Just as Hawk said, soldiers take pride in following orders. Interesting. Anton got into his car, pressed the accelerator, and drove off. Back home, the old man and John were nowhere to be found. Under Anton's advice, they had left New York the day before, taking a few days off. After all, the Avengers had already taken Loki into custody, signaling that the Battle of New York was getting closer. Victor Doom was known as Loki's accomplice. It was hard to predict whether his involvement would cause more trouble in the coming fight. Though Anton was confident he could handle it, he had to be cautious when it came to the people around him. SHIELD headquarters meeting room. All the Avengers were gathered. "He didn't say anything," Rogers said, looking at the others. "We expected that," Tony replied. "He showed up right in front of us, walked straight into the lion's den. That means he has another plan. But even now, we still have no clue what it is." And Victor Doom's location? Harry clenched his fists. Still nothing. It's like he vanished from the face of the earth. We need to find the Tesseract as soon as possible, Thor suddenly said. From what I know, Loki has an army at his disposal, the Chitauri. They are not Asgardians, nor do they belong to any specific planet. Loki intends to lead them in an attack on Earth. The Chitauri will definitely aid him, and I believe their price for doing so is the Tesseract. Where did they come from? Captain America frowned. The Chitauri, are they from space? Maybe from another galaxy, Thor replied, shaking his head. I don't know much about the worlds beyond the 9 realms. So, they need the Tesseract to open a portal just like the alien attack in New York before. Tony suddenly realized something. He needs a space army to invade Earth. I think so, Dr. Octopus added. As a highly skilled scientist, he quickly followed Tony's train of thought. If the Tesseract provides infinite energy, opening a portal wouldn't be too difficult. As for the teleportation technology, ever since its emergence, many organizations have been researching it. So, another battle is coming, Hawkeye muttered. He and Black Widow exchanged glances, recalling the devastation when the alien war fleet invaded New York. If that's the case, they'll need metallic iridium as a stabilizer, Tony continued. They'll also need a high-density power source at least powerful enough to heat the Tesseract to 100 million degrees to activate it and open the portal. His expression darkened. Metallic iridium shouldn't be a problem for Doom. After all, he's a billionaire. But a high-density power source. His face suddenly fell. Shit. A sinking feeling hit him. While the group was deep in discussion, none of them noticed the faint glow coming from Loki's scepter, which was resting in the conference room as a trophy. Nor did they realize that, as their conversation wrapped up, their faces subtly shifted. As they walked out of the room, all except for Thor and Roger stiffened involuntarily. Their eyes flickered. A faint, unnatural blue light gleamed within them. Meanwhile, after suspecting that Victor Doom might be hiding in Stark Tower with the Tesseract, Tony immediately rushed back to his building. He activated all security feeds, scanned the entire facility from top to bottom, but found nothing. Victor Doom was nowhere to be seen. Tony let out a slow breath. During this process, only Harry had returned to Stark Tower with him. The others were simply too slow to keep up and were left behind. But if Doom isn't here, where is he? Harry asked, frowning. If Doom needed a powerful energy source, was there anywhere in the US more suitable than Stark Tower? The building's arc reactor could power its entire operation at full capacity for a whole year. For activating the Tesseract, it was more than enough. Could I have miscalculated? Tony frowned slightly and contacted his team back at SHIELD headquarters. He's not here, Tony reported. Keep pressing Loki for more information. If this keeps up, things will only get worse for us. Understood, Rogers replied with a nod. In this world, there was no inherent conflict between him and Tony like in the original timeline. In fact, their relationship was rather good. This might have had something to do with the fact that, not long after they first met, they were both beaten up by the Justice League. That shared experience and their sudden common goal brought them closer. Since we don't have any leads, let's stay here for the night, Tony said, ending his call with Captain America. He glanced at Harry, poured himself a glass of whiskey, and added, this penthouse has more than enough rooms. You could even throw a party if you wanted to. Forget it. Harry gave a wry smile. I'm really not in the mood for a party right now. By now, night had fallen. The sky was a deep black, scattered with twinkling stars and a bright moon, forming a picturesque view. Tony and Harry lay on their respective beds, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. However, at some point, after drifting into a restless slumber, they both suddenly opened their eyes at the exact same time. Expressionless. Their movements were eerily synchronized as they sat up, a cold gleam flickering in their eyes. Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters, a massive upheaval shook the facility. The chaos was almost on the same scale as the Hydra infiltration. Black Widow, Hawkeye, Sandman, and Dr. Octopus, 4 Avengers, had all fallen under Loki's control. Without hesitation, they stormed the underground levels of SHIELD headquarters, heading straight for the high-security prison where Loki was being held. Click. With the press of a button, the cell door slid open. Loki stepped out, took his scepter from Black Widow's hands, and smiled as he watched SHIELD agents rushing in with their weapons drawn. Go, he said casually. Kill them? Without a word, Hawkeye, Black Widow, Sandman, and Dr. Octopus turned on their former allies. CH, bang, bang, bang. The fight was one-sided, a brutal, bloody massacre. The agents never stood a chance against 4 enhanced individuals. To call them superheroes at this point would be a stretch. In mere moments, the resistance was wiped out. Whoosh! Hearing the alarms, Captain America and Thor arrived at the underground base just in time to witness the carnage. They froze in shock at the sight of bodies littering the floor. Loki. Thor's fury erupted. What have you done? Loki shrugged. I merely killed a few mortals. What's the problem? He smirked. Soon, this world will belong to me. They just got an early taste of my rule. Bastard. Rogers clenched his teeth, his fists tightening as he glared at his blood-stained teammates. What did you do to them? His voice dropped, disbelief creeping in. You controlled them. As the realization sank in, his expression darkened. So that's it, he muttered. You're trying to divide us. You want control. Smart, Loki said cheerfully. You finally figured it out. Loki. Thor's grip on Mjolnir tightened as bolts of electricity crackled violently around him, his divine power surging in his fury. You've disappointed me. He hurled Mjolnir with all his might. But it struck only an illusion. Loki's laughter echoed through the underground base. Soon, this will all be over, he declared. Father will see that I am far more suited for the throne than you. I will be king of Earth, and this world will belong to me. As his words faded, Hawkeye, Black Widow, Sandman, and Dr. Octopus, now completely under Loki's control, vanished into the shadows. Thor and Rogers had planned to stop their teammates, but the four fought together and managed to drive them back. As their comrades, they couldn't bring themselves to turn this into a life-and-death battle. In the end, the four left SHIELD headquarters, following Loki into the shadows and disappearing without a trace. Thor and Rogers stood in silence, staring at the ruins of the underground base. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the wreckage. Maria Hill arrived long overdue. Her eyes widened at the devastation, her expression darkening as she took in the grim scene. She turned to the only two people still standing. He did all this. She didn't need to specify. They all knew he referred to Loki. Yes, Rogers admitted bitterly. We fell right into his trap. Damn it. Maria Hill's face was more tense than ever. With Coulson and Nick Fury still in the hospital, she was now the highest-ranking officer in SHIELD. The weight of responsibility was on her shoulders. Where did they go? She demanded through gritted teeth. We don't know, Rogers admitted. But no matter what, we need to contact Tony and Harry immediately. I just hope Loki hasn't gotten to them yet. New York Stark Tower, penthouse. The door swung open. Tony and Harry turned only to see Victor Doom step inside. At that moment, something about Doom felt off. His expression was unreadable, his movements unnaturally composed. He looked at Tony and Harry with an eerie calm. Come with me. Without waiting for a response, Doom led them to the rooftop helipad of Stark Tower. They stood in silence, watching as a thin, glowing white line streaked across the dark horizon. Ring? A phone rang. Doom answered. Don't worry. Begin constructing the space gate immediately. With Tony Stark here, that won't be a problem. He paused, then added with chilling finality. By dawn, this world will have reached its final destination. The next day, Anton woke up early and strolled into the company at a leisurely pace. He glanced over the report on Hell's Detective and found the results satisfactory. On his system panel, Constantine's fan value had already surpassed the 20 million mark. Since the movie's release, it had only taken 2 days for Constantine's fan value to reach 23 million. At this rate, it was expected to exceed 30 million in just a few more days, meeting the exchange requirement. It was also worth noting that over the past few months, Superman, the prequel, airing as a TV series on major networks and streaming platforms, had achieved considerable success. Superman fan value, 59 million. Although it was still about 1.5 Constantines away from the exchange threshold, it was enough to make Anton satisfied. Stretching lazily, he walked over to the window and opened it, letting the morning sunlight pour in just in time to witness something unusual. The building housing DC Studios and the Daily Bugle was strategically located, facing the newly constructed Stark Tower. Of course, Stark Tower was much taller, but from his high-rise office, Anton could still see a portion of it. And right now, on the rooftop helipad, there was a strange gleam of light. What's that? Anton squinted, trying to get a better look. Rumble? The bright sun outside his window vanished in an instant as dark clouds rolled in, covering the entire Manhattan skyline. Across New York, millions of citizens, Anton included, heard a deafening noise echo from above. It didn't sound like thunder. No streaks of lightning flashed through the clouds. Instead, the only visible phenomenon was a beam of light shooting straight into the sky from the very top of Stark Tower's rooftop helipad. Boom! A second, even louder explosion rocked the air. Above Stark Tower, the swirling storm clouds coalesced, forming a solid mass directly above the building. The dark vortex connected seamlessly with the glowing beam of light, releasing an eerie blue radiance. Anton's eyes narrowed. The Battle of New York. It's starting? This wasn't unexpected. He had been preparing for this moment for a long time. Without hesitation, Anton activated his cyborg clone. The air around him burst into motion as the clone rocketed into the sky, leaving a powerful jet stream in its wake, speeding towards Stark Tower. Then, Anton turned to face the employees of DC Studios. Everyone, as of this moment, you're on holiday, he announced firmly. The room fell silent. I need all of you to leave Manhattan immediately, he continued. There's no time to explain. Just know that this order comes from Batman himself. A murmur of confusion spread through the employees. What's going on? Leave Manhattan. At that moment, Betty burst into the room, her face pale with urgency. What are you all standing around for? She shouted. Move. Get out of Manhattan, now. Exactly. Anton added sharply. Finally, the gravity of the situation sank in. A wave of panic swept through the office as employees scrambled to grab their things and rush for the exits. Anton. Before leaving, Betty hesitated for a moment before glancing back at him. Be careful. Anton nodded, watching as she left. Meanwhile, at the Daily Bugle, located above DC Studios, Eddie Brock also noticed the unusual phenomenon outside. Surprised, he quickly sought out Anton. What's the situation? He asked. It's time, Anton replied, nodding. Evacuate the Daily Bugle staff, then notify George Stacy to lead the police in evacuating the citizens of Manhattan. Leave the rest to me. Got it. Eddie gave a firm nod and hurried off. He wasn't concerned about his own safety. His priority was making sure the newspaper's employees got out safely. As soon as Eddie left, Anton pulled out his phone again. General Hawk. He spoke into the receiver. Things are escalating faster than I expected. You're here just in time. Target, Stark Tower, rooftop helipad. Move in now. Stark Tower, rooftop helipad. At that moment, Cyborg Clone arrived near the rooftop helipad of Stark Tower. There, he saw Victor Doom, Tony, and Harry standing together, their expressions vacant as they surrounded the glowing beam of light shooting into the sky. Something felt off. Why are the three of them together? A flicker of doubt crossed Cyborg Clone's mind. He wasn't trying to stay hidden, so Doom, Tony, and Harry spotted him immediately. Whoosh! Without hesitation, the three attacked him in perfect synchronization, almost as if they were operating as a unit. Something's wrong? Cyborg Clone evaded their attacks, quickly piecing together the situation from all available information. And then, the realization struck him. Loki's mind scepter. Loki had somehow taken control of Doom, Tony, and Harry. Observing this unfold through his clone's perspective, Anton immediately understood what was happening. If Loki had already taken control of these three, then what about the rest of the Avengers? Had Loki allowed himself to be captured by SHIELD just so he could use the mind scepter to take control of everyone? Anton's expression darkened. He needed to prepare for the worst. Boom! Shortly after the blue energy beam shot into the sky, arcs of electricity and fire erupted around Stark Tower. Cyborg Clone had been forced into the open. Now, everyone near Stark Tower could see Iron Man, Harry, and Victor Doom locked in battle with him. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted across the rooftop as the fight escalated. At the same time, Cyborg Clone hacked into the Manhattan citywide network, overriding municipal speakers, radio channels, and digital billboards to issue an emergency broadcast. This is Cyborg. All citizens must evacuate Manhattan immediately. Emergency notice? I repeat, this is Cyborg. All citizens must leave Manhattan immediately. The message repeated in a loop across every available broadcast system. Then, focusing his energy, Cyborg Clone launched into the air, circling Stark Tower while dodging attacks from Tony and Harry. He fired back with a series of energy blasts. Rumble! Explosions burst like fireworks around the skyscraper, but no one was stopping to admire them. The civilians below, who had been mere spectators at first, were now gripped by sheer terror. A citywide evacuation order from a superhero was unheard of. The phrase "all citizens must leave Manhattan immediately" sent a wave of panic across the borough. Move! Follow the evacuation orders. Police officers immediately sprang into action, directing traffic and clearing roads to help civilians flee as fast as possible. At police headquarters, George Stacy's expression turned grim. He finally realized what happened in Times Square yesterday was not the real crisis Eddie had warned him about. This was the real catastrophe. And it was only just beginning. The special forces also saw the blue beam of light appear on the rooftop apron of Stark Tower in Manhattan for the first time. At the same time, they received an order from Anton. Action now. Under Hawk's command, the special forces immediately assembled, fully armed, and rushed towards Stark Tower. Halfway there, they saw a battle raging near Stark Mansion. Iron Man, Harry, and Victor Doom were working together to besiege a lone steel-framed figure. Aside from Doom, Iron Man, Harry, and Cyborg flew around Stark Tower, surrounding it. From time to time, they unleashed bombardments, setting off massive waves of fire and destruction. The scene was chaotic and intense. As they neared the battlefield, Wonder Woman and Arrow arrived. Wonder Woman soared into the air, intercepting Harry mid-flight. Meanwhile, Arrow took position on the rooftop of a building opposite Stark Tower, drawing his bow and aiming at Victor Doom near the space gate. The battle had now become a 3-on-3 confrontation. At the same time, besides the special forces, members of the Justice League, including the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Daredevil, Venom, Hobgoblin, and Spider-Man, had also received Anton's signal together and were en route to the scene. After hearing that Cyborg had taken control of New York's entire network and broadcast, they realized this was no minor incident. Notably, the special forces were already stationed in Manhattan. Within minutes, they had arrived at the base of Stark Tower. By this point, Stark Mansion was completely inaccessible. Move out, Hawk commanded solemnly. Target the beam of light. We must destroy the device before they open the space gate. Anton had made the urgency clear. The space gate? The enemy was attempting to open a portal and bring an alien army to invade Earth? Having fought multiple alien threats, Batman had shared his insights with John Keller and SHIELD, giving Hawk some knowledge of Loki's origins. As a result, he had no doubts about Anton's warning. His expression was grim, but just as he finished giving his orders, boom, a plane roared overhead. Suddenly, several figures leaped from the aircraft, landing in front of them with force. They were Black Widow, Hawkeye, Sandman, and Dr. Octopus, the Avengers. The Special Forces members frowned at the sight. Hawk, sensing something off in the Avengers' expressions, hesitated but quickly spoke up. Avengers, we have the same goal. There's a problem with that beam of light above us. He took a step forward. We must act fast. Whoosh! Without warning, Dr. Octopus lunged. His mechanical tentacle shot forward, aiming straight for Hawk with deadly precision. Boom! The ground caved in on impact, sending debris flying. A spiderweb of cracks spread from the point of impact. Cold sweat formed on Hawk's forehead. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been crushed into pulp. Otto, what the hell are you doing? Duke shouted in shock, quickly pulling Hawk back into formation. The special forces tensed, their faces darkening as they locked eyes with the Avengers. The air between them grew thick with tension, but the Avengers didn't respond. Instead they attacked. Hawkeye and Black Widow charged into the fray. Though the special forces were powerful among ordinary people, they were no match for the two former Avengers, who had gained superhuman abilities after being injected with the Extremis virus. Even firearms and heavy weapons couldn't slow them down, let alone Sandman and Dr. Octopus. With terrifying precision, Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms crushed a heavy artillery soldier one Anton had previously used as bait under Hawk's tacit approval. One of his metal limbs coiled around Snake Eyes, while another effortlessly sent Duke flying, along with Ripcord and Breaker. Sandman's elemental powers gave him an even greater advantage against the special forces. Transforming into a violent sandstorm, he easily hurled the Scarlet and the roadblock through the air. Flint, watching his teammates fall, rushed forward to help only for Sandman to snap his neck in an instant. In just moments, several soldiers had been killed. The special forces suffered heavy losses. Hawk's eyes burned red with grief and fury. These were his comrades, and they had just died at the hands of those they once considered allies. Bastards. His fists clenched so tightly his nails bit into his palms, drawing blood. The Avengers. As he seethed, a black figure dropped into view. Towering, muscular, with razor-sharp claws and massive white eyes venom. Whoosh, whoosh. More figures arrived through teleportation bracelets: Spider-Man, Daredevil, Hobgoblin, and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Venom lunged at Dr. Octopus. Hobgoblin fired a cryogun, freezing Sandman mid-attack. Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Turtles encircled Black Widow and Hawkeye, isolating them from the remaining special forces. Leave this to us. You need to get out of here, Hobgoblin, perched on his hoverboard, called out. Phil, nodding grimly, added, it's too late to stop the space gate from opening. Get to the rooftop opposite Stark Tower, gather your weapons, and focus on attacking any aliens that come through. Hold the battlefield in Manhattan. As for closing the space gate, his voice hardened. Batman said to leave that to us. Understood. Despite the devastating losses, Hawk knew his team was still intact, and as long as he was their commander, they wouldn't fall apart. Let's move. With a final glare at the Avengers turned enemies, he led the remaining special forces away, suppressing their grief and rage as they retreated to a rooftop nearby. Meanwhile, above Stark Tower, Tony and Harry plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground with explosive force. A shockwave blasted outward from their impact. On the Justice League's side, Cyborg and Wonder Woman landed as well. The ultimate showdown between the Justice League and the Avengers was about to begin. This battle would be even more intense than the one in Washington. Elsewhere, Arrow remained on a rooftop, keeping his sights locked on Victor Doom. Of course, Arrow was no match for Doom. His real purpose was to provide Anton with a clear view of the space gate. It's about to open. On another rooftop, Anton had already become Batman. He narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation. Destroying the space gate with brute force won't work. Loki's scepter is needed. It carries energy of the same nature as the Infinity Stones, which can bypass the protective shield. There was no need to overthink it. The original plan was already the best solution. To get the scepter, he needed to find Loki. And since the mind-controlled Avengers were already here, that meant Loki had to be nearby as well. His gaze locked onto the top-floor apartment of Stark Tower. There, the clouds above Manhattan, connected to the blue beam of light, erupted with fierce energy. Most New Yorkers who had evacuated the city looked back at the sky, where the swirling clouds, illuminated by the eerie blue glow, seemed to reveal a starry backdrop beyond. It was an unsettling sight, one that immediately reminded them of the alien invasion of New York. It looked exactly the same. Could it be happening again? Another alien attack on Earth? Why is it always New York? Suppressing their growing panic, the citizens recalled the battle that had just unfolded between Cyborg, Iron Man, and Harry. Something wasn't adding up. Iron Man and Harry, as members of the Avengers, shouldn't have been fighting against Cyborg. Had the Avengers betrayed them? Their minds raced through past events. Former Avenger Crossbones Rumlow was exposed as a Hydra spy. Victor Doom, the billionaire who had only recently been absorbed into the Avengers, had just defected yesterday live on air, turning fugitive overnight. Now, Tony Stark and Harry Osborn seemed to be fighting alongside Doom. What the hell kind of Avengers are these? The thought spread like wildfire. Forget calling them the Avengers, they should be called the Betrayers? While confusion and fear spread through the crowd, the internet erupted with real-time updates from Manhattan. One particularly sharp-eyed individual had managed to snap a high-resolution photo of the starry sky beyond the clouds. The expensive camera did its job well, capturing an unbelievably clear image. The photo hit the internet. Within moments, an astronomer chimed in. I've never seen this star map before. In other words, the space beyond that portal leads to another galaxy. Aliens are coming. Again. The panic was no longer confined to New York. The entire world was watching. It had been one global crisis after another lately, but this was different. Something massive was happening. It felt like humanity was stepping into a new era, an era of unprecedented upheaval, an era of war. Boom! Then, the unthinkable happened. Warships appeared. Emerging from the swirling clouds, a fleet of massive, living battleships descended through the portal, hovering menacingly over Manhattan. They were monsters covered in thick, organic metal plating, with numerous small, paddle-like appendages running along their sides. They resembled some nightmarish fusion of turtle and centipede, exuding a terrifying presence. What is that? Aliens? It's aliens again. The citizens stood frozen, fists clenched. But then they remembered. The Justice League was here. They had to win. A silent, desperate hope filled the air as the people of New York rallied behind the Justice League. The Avengers? Nobody even considered them anymore. At this point, the public had no faith left in the so-called Reunion Association. If they didn't outright betray Earth, at best, they'd be useless. On the rooftop. From a rooftop not far from Stark Tower, the Special Forces had a clear view of the unfolding invasion. They watched as the biological warships passed through the portal, their grotesque forms filling the sky. Then, whoosh, 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 from the warships, countless alien warriors poured out, flying on sleek, futuristic aircraft. They were armed with energy-based firearms, their armor a dull gray, their faces resembling bone-like masks. They were humanoid but unmistakably not human. One of them raised an arm and let out a piercing war cry. Haya! The others answered. Then, they charged. The Special Forces were already in position, weapons ready. They had divided into two teams. And now the real fight was about to begin. One group of soldiers retrieved weapons from the vehicles, while another took positions on the rooftop, firing at the incoming aliens. Taking advantage of the enemy's distraction, they managed to shoot down several aircraft. Quack! A Chidori soldier spotted the Special Forces' position and opened fire with an energy gun. Damn it, there are too many of them. Duke's face tensed as he reloaded. No retreat. Hawk gritted his teeth, his voice firm. We hold them here in Manhattan. Most civilians have been evacuated. This is the only place we can turn into a battlefield. But, Duke hesitated, glancing around. His comrades' faces were set with determination. He took a deep breath and nodded. You're right. Kill them. Kill these damn aliens. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap exploded overhead. A surge of terrifying lightning crackled in the sky, sending powerful energy ripples through the air. The winds howled, and an immense shockwave sent dust and debris flying. Then, a hammer streaked down from the heavens, wreathed in lightning. It tore through dozens of Chidori soldiers, smashing through them like they were nothing. What the? Hawk's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected the overwhelming enemy force to be dealt with so easily. Once again, they were reminded of the sheer power of superhumans. Boom! A figure descended in front of them, the hammer flying back into his grasp. And beside him, a second figure landed, someone far more familiar to the Special Forces. Captain America. The soldiers stiffened, their expressions shifting uneasily. They hadn't forgotten. The Avengers they encountered earlier had caused devastating losses. Could he be trusted? Rogers noticed their hesitation. His face hardened. I'm not under mind control. He had seen everything the Special Forces clash with the rogue Avengers. Thanks to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network specialists, they had accessed the surveillance feeds from the transport planes and witnessed it all. Rogers turned his gaze to the space gate above them. More alien troops poured into New York, swarming through the city like a plague. Near Stark Tower, Justice League and Avengers members clashed violently. He gripped his shield. This isn't the time for debate. His voice was firm. As you said, we need to contain the battle in Manhattan and find a way to close that portal. Batman's already working on it. Hawk exhaled sharply, arms crossed. Captain America or not, he had little respect left for the Avengers after their recent betrayal. He scoffed. Batman is a hell of a lot more reliable than you. We don't need your help. Our priority is securing the battlefield. Rogers let out a quiet sigh, offering a faint, bitter smile. Understood. Stark Tower, penthouse. Anton, now fully suited as Batman, soared through the air on his glider, landing gracefully on the penthouse balcony. Inside, Loki stood at the bar, swirling a glass of wine in one hand. With his other hand, he idly clutched the Mind Scepter. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the alien armada loomed over New York. Smirking, Loki raised his glass in a mock toast to the invasion. Then, turning around, he met Batman's gaze. He arched a brow. Batman. He lifted his glass again, offering a half-hearted gesture of respect. I've heard much about you. His tone was amused, but there was something sharp beneath it. The legendary leader of the Justice League. Even Wonder Woman Diana Prince herself follows your command. His smirk deepened. Impressive. Loki took a deliberate step forward, studying Anton with piercing curiosity. Then, he frowned. And yet, his eyes narrowed. You're just a man. No superpowers. No divine abilities. He let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head. Forgive me, but I don't feel even the slightest threat from you. His smile never wavered, but a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Do you really think you can stop me? Then, he took a sip of his wine, and let the glass fall. Crash! The sound of breaking glass shattered the silence. At the exact same moment, Loki raised the Mind Scepter. A brilliant beam of energy shot forward, straight at Batman.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.